Murong Xue, you have been divorced. From today onwards, leave the general's mansion. An aura of frost enveloped Murong Xue as she coldly retorted, the general has been away for 3 years, and upon his return, he beheads his lawful wife. On what grounds? Clad in a red dress that rivaled fire, her lustrous black hair elegantly pinned up, her skin like jade, and her features exquisitely crafted, she was a vision of beauty. Yet, a bittersweet smile graced her lips, and her bright, tear-filled eyes reflected profound sorrow. It was lamentable that she had devoted so much to the general's mansion, only to be treated in such a manner. Truly, it felt as if her sincerity had been cast to the dogs. On what basis do I treat you this way? Simply because you are the wife of the Nangong family, I, the general, can dispose of you as I please. Murong Xue glared at the general through gritted teeth. General Nangong, have you forgotten that today marks our first encounter? You dare to present me with a divorce decree? She scoffed. On the day you marched your troops away from the capital, you left and did not return for 3 years. In that time, I have managed the affairs of the general's mansion. After being divorced, she left the mansion in style. The once deceived General Nangong now regretted his actions. The powerful young emperor, upon encountering Murong Xue, was struck by her ethereal beauty. After the divorce, she transformed into someone he could not aspire to reach. Chapter 1. I have toiled for your family, and yet you choose to cast me aside. Murong Xue, you have been divorced. From today onwards, leave the general's mansion. Outside the gates of the mansion, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Murong Xue emanated an icy demeanor as she demanded, General Nangong, on what grounds do you treat me so? Draped in a fiery red gown, her dark tresses artistically arranged, her skin as radiant as jade, and her delicate features akin to a painting, she appeared utterly disheveled at this moment. A smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, yet her bright, glistening eyes were filled with sorrow. It was a pity that after giving so much for the general's mansion, she received such treatment to be divorced. Truly, her heartfelt devotion was wasted. The general, clad in military garb, exuded an air of disdain as he declared, on what basis do I treat you this way? Merely because you are the wife of the Nangong family, I can dispose of you as I please. Murong Xue fixed her gaze upon him, teeth clenched. General Nangong, have you forgotten that today is our first meeting? You have even presented me with a divorce decree. On the eve of our wedding, you received an imperial edict to embark on a campaign, and off you went, leaving me behind. And what of me? A crowd of onlookers suddenly seemed to recall. Yes. Everything was prepared, but the elder Nangong insisted that Miss Murong marry him. She had no choice but to comply, marrying alone and managing the household single-handedly. The general's face paled. Murong Xue, cease your nonsense. Murong Xue coldly laughed. The truth lies in your heart, General Nangong. You left the capital with your troops for 3 years. During that time, I managed the entire general's mansion, caring for the ailing old general. Where were you, General Nangong? Whispers erupted among the crowd. Though Miss Murong is not favored, she is indeed capable and virtuous. Indeed, it is outrageous for General Nangong to seek a divorce upon his return. The general, his face darkened with anger, reprimanded, nonsense. How can a mere fragile woman shoulder such heavy responsibilities? Moreover, you are unworthy to be the general's wife. The Nangong family will never acknowledge you. Murong Xue cast a scornful glance at him. I, Murong Xue, have adhered to the duties of a wife for years, despite our unfamiliarity. The entire Nangong family praises my virtue and propriety. Had it not been for me, how could the general's mansion have attained its current state? Yet now, you exhibit such treachery. The general trembled with rage. You, Murong Xue, unperturbed, replied, and what of it? She continued with a scoff, I am a lady of noble birth, never one to bow to hardship. I have devoted myself to managing the household for 3 years. How much have I endured for your Nangong family, and do you not feel a shred of gratitude? Since you have returned and so hastily seek to divorce me, it is merely for the woman you have brought back. If that is the case, then I have no need to linger. I declare today that I, Murong Xue, am severing ties with the Nangong family. With that, she turned and left with grace, her steps firm and elegant, like a rose dancing in the wind. She sought neither pity nor sympathy from others. She needed only to remain true to herself. The gazes of the onlookers were filled with respect. The rumors were indeed true. There existed a remarkable woman who stood shoulder to shoulder with men. They felt a deep sympathy for Murong Xue, who had been abandoned by her husband on the eve of his departure, longing for his return only to be treated thus. Who could blame her for feeling heartbroken? Murong Xue departed the general's mansion without a trace of emotion. She was a time traveler, possessing beauty and grace. She had merely wished to fulfill her role as the general's wife, yet unexpectedly found herself cast aside. After tirelessly managing the affairs of the general's mansion, she was ruthlessly expelled. Fortunately, she had prepared for this. As a time traveler, she understood the wisdom of not placing all her eggs in one basket. She had discreetly acquired several properties and employed people to manage them. Over the years, her savings had become sufficient for her to live without worry. She arrived at a small courtyard she had long prepared, its tranquil surroundings and simple yet warm furnishings inviting her in. Sitting down, she sipped tea while gazing at the setting sun outside the window. In her mind, she replayed the harsh words of General Nangong. Indeed, men could be heartless. She recalled his imposing presence, radiating a commanding aura that seemed to freeze the very air around him, making it difficult to breathe. Murong Xue, be sensible and leave on your own accord, lest I be compelled to take action. Linger is with child, and the physician has confirmed it will be a boy. My son must be a legitimate heir. I have never married you. This is merely a courtesy. What more do you desire? Murong Xue chuckled coldly, surprised that this man was so callous, so quick to abandon her. As a cool breeze swept over her shoulders, she shivered. She had underestimated the man's ruthlessness, the depths of this scoundrel's shamelessness, and his cruelty. To lay hands on her was nothing short of barbaric. Observing the injuries on her body, she smiled and remarked, "If these wounds ensure a peaceful future, then it is worth it." A brilliant ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Bei Ming Haoyu gazed calmly at the sunset outside. His handsome visage, bathed in sunlight, appeared even more radiant. Standing by the window, listening to the melodious chirping of birds in the courtyard, he sighed deeply. Though he was a sovereign, with vast lands beneath his feet, he remained profoundly lonely. He was refined and elegant, exuding an extraordinary presence, his eyes bright and full of life, occasionally graced with a gentle smile that revealed a hint of spirit. His countenance, so striking that it stirred the heart, bore a hint of sadness, lending an air of melancholy and pain that evoked sympathy. Reflecting on the blood-soaked past, his eyes were tinged with sorrow as his clenched fists gradually relaxed, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. With sharp and cold brilliance flickering in his gaze, he was an emperor, destined to remain exalted and unparalleled, gazing down upon the world. He would never bow to anyone. At 13, he orchestrated the downfall of powerful ministers. At 17, he quelled rebellions thrice, excelling in both civil and martial affairs. By 19, he subdued 6 nations and reigned supreme. Since his ascension, he had been diligent in governance, attracting talented individuals from all corners, achieving peace across the realm, ensuring the prosperity and well-being of his subjects, and stabilizing the state. He was seen by the populace as a dazzling talent, feared and respected, possessing a firm grip on power, unmatched wisdom, and a kind heart. He was a timeless emperor. Yet he was not content. "Your Majesty, it is time for dinner," the chief eunuch gently called. Bei Ming Haoyu returned to his senses, casting an indifferent glance at the eunuch, and replied coolly, "I am not hungry. You may leave." The chief eunuch, a master of martial arts, had grown up alongside Bei Ming Haoyu and was deeply concerned about him. He respectfully knelt and implored, "Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. You have not dined in quite some time. I have stated that I am not hungry. You may withdraw." Bei Ming Haoyu's words were calm, yet carried a profound sense of authority. Observing the emperor's demeanor, the chief eunuch could only smile helplessly and retreat. Bei Ming Haoyu leisurely approached the imperial desk, picked up a brush, and inscribed the 2 characters for country, before setting the brush down. For reasons unknown, he found little pleasure in food. His stomach often felt uneasy, and he struggled with nausea at times. However, whenever he experienced anxiety, he would take up the brush to practice calligraphy, hoping to numb himself and forget his troubles. In truth, the sight of greasy dishes often turned his stomach. Yet, each morning upon awakening, he was consumed by hunger. Thus, he resorted to calligraphy to dull his senses, attempting to overlook his discomfort. As he gazed at the elegantly inscribed characters on the rice paper, he furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the country. With a faint smile, he mused, "It seems I ought to take a stroll. Perhaps it will improve my eating habits." Setting down the brush, he stepped toward the door. "Eunuch, prepare. We shall go incognito for a visit." The chief eunuch was taken aback. The emperor was actually going on an outing, which was quite rare. He quickly complied, bustling off to prepare the palanquin. A modest bronze carriage stood near Murong Xue's courtyard. As the curtain was lifted, a tall and handsome youth emerged, exuding charm with his striking features, deep-set eyes, and a faint smile gracing his lips. Clad in a blue brocade robe with a jade belt, his thick black hair was neatly arranged and wrapped in matching silk. His tall and graceful figure, with fair and delicate skin, bore an almost feminine fragility. Where is that delightful aroma coming from? It smells wonderful. The youth inhaled deeply, appearing entranced. He squinted towards Murong Xue's courtyard, murmuring, "This seems to be an ordinary household." With each step towards the courtyard, his stomach growled audibly, and the enticing aroma wafting from within intensified his cravings. "Finished? Let go," he urged, tugging at the chief eunuch's sleeve. "Yes." The eunuch nodded. Just as he was about to summon the guards to accompany them, the extraordinary emperor halted him, saying, "You wait here, I will return shortly." With that, disregarding the eunuch's protests, the youth pushed open the door and stepped into Murong Xue's courtyard. The moment he crossed the threshold, an irresistible fragrance of food enveloped him, invigorating his senses and intensifying his hunger. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, landing on 4 small dishes and a bowl of braised pork. The golden broth of the pork exuded an enticing aroma, causing him to swallow hard, his stomach clamoring for attention. "Wow, this smells absolutely delectable. Far better than what the imperial chefs prepare," the extraordinary emperor could not help but exclaim. Murong Xue, observing the striking youth before her, queried with curiosity, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing in someone else's courtyard?" The youth glanced at her, his stomach growling audibly, and with a sheepish smile, he replied, "My apologies, miss. I happened to pass by and was drawn in by the delightful scent of your cooking. Might I share a meal with you?" He looked at Murong Xue with wide, innocent eyes and an appealing smile. "Are you not afraid I might poison you? I assure you, my skills in toxicology are exceptional." Murong Xue raised an eyebrow, aware that this individual was not ordinary, teasingly scrutinizing him. The youth chuckled and replied, "Not at all. I not only fear nothing, but I also look forward to it." His earnest demeanor left Murong Xue exhaling a sigh, and she ceased her jesting, saying, "Please have a seat." He seated himself without reservation, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of meat, savoring it. This is truly delicious." The youth's eyes sparkled. This braised pork is fantastic. Accustomed to exquisite dishes prepared by imperial chefs, he found the flavors of Murong Xue's cooking to be in a league of its own, an unparalleled culinary experience. Chapter 2. An intriguing young man in a tranquil courtyard in the capital, a strikingly handsome youth clad in blue brocade, was relishing his meal, his movements elegant, yet exuding nobility. Murong Xue observed the ravenous youth, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. Despite his luxurious attire, why did he eat like a famished ghost? Clearly, he was not an ordinary nobleman. He radiated an air of aristocracy and grace. Could he be a hidden scion of a noble family? Or perhaps a member of the royal lineage? Yet, no one of such stature would be reduced to such hunger. Murong Xue could hardly believe that a stranger had so swiftly devoured her lovingly prepared braised pork. It felt like a waste of culinary artistry. "If you find the braised pork so delightful, do indulge yourself," she said, gritting her teeth as she shot a glare at the elegantly eating youth. He truly was handsome. Though he ate eagerly, his demeanor remained graceful. Murong Xue quickly regained her composure and turned to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of clear soup with egg noodles to reward herself. The table was nearly cleared of her dishes at this moment. Beiming, how you still felt unsatisfied. "Miss, could you possibly make a bit more?" he implored, gazing longingly at the kitchen door, hoping Murong Xue would whip up more dishes. He was not yet full. "Humph." Murong Xue huffed, continuing her cooking. The youth scratched his nose, offering an awkward smile. This girl had quite a peculiar temperament. He could not simply give up. He had finally found such delectable food and an opportunity to satiate his hunger. He rose and approached the doorway of the kitchen, lavishly praising, "The braised pork prepared by the young lady is a culinary delight, undoubtedly the finest meat I have ever tasted." Murong Xue, gazing at the opulent young man before her, felt a surge of joy, her face radiating confidence as she replied, "Indeed, my braised pork is truly unparalleled in this world, absolutely worthy of admiration." With her chin held high, her eyes sparkled with pride and self-satisfaction. The young man was in high spirits. Yes, it is indeed delicious. I would love to have more, he remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips, which was refreshing to behold. Murong Xue nearly choked upon hearing this. So all this time, he had been waiting for her. She shot him a fierce glare and retorted with an edge of irritation. Do you think this is a street-side candy shop where you can just indulge as you please? If you wish for more braised pork, you must leave some silver behind. I shall sell it to you. I must inform you, my braised pork is quite expensive, so you are only allowed one bowl. Murong Xue eyed the young man warily, suspecting he might attempt to cheat her. Upon hearing this, a glint of mischief sparkled in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. My lady, as long as you cook, I shall provide the silver. After saying this, he patted his pocket, only to discover he had left his money behind, appearing somewhat disheveled. Do you have any coins? Or perhaps a silver note will suffice. Murong Xue scrutinized him with suspicion. Dressed in exquisite blue attire that exuded elegance without being ostentatious, he should be from a wealthy background. It seemed impossible for him to be without silver. I do not, he replied awkwardly, shaking his head. Murong Xue, upon hearing this, curled her lips in disdain. I cannot extend credit. Since you have none, I kindly ask you to leave. What do you mean? The young man was somewhat baffled. With no money, how do you expect to enjoy braised pork? Dream on. Murong Xue rolled her eyes. This ancient fellow was quite foolish. The young man stood there stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. This girl was genuinely amusing. A subtle smile graced his flawless face, radiating warmth that filled the room like the embrace of spring. Murong Xue found herself entranced, her heart softening. Well, seeing your earnest demeanor, I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you. As she muttered to herself, she went to the ingredients section, gathering 2 tomatoes, some greens, and 3 or 4 eggs. With deft hands, she cleaned and prepared all the ingredients. Beaming, North Ming How you declared, I will tend to the fire. Murong Xue scrutinized the elegantly dressed young man and snapped, just stand there, do not cause any trouble. North Ming How you sheepishly rubbed his nose and remained in place. She cracked the eggs into the pan, frying them until golden before setting them aside. Next, she placed the tomatoes in the pan to cook, creating a tomato sauce, then added the eggs and stirred them together, sautéing until they changed color. She then added the greens, followed by scallions, ginger, and garlic to enhance the aroma, before incorporating a spoonful of vinegar and mixing thoroughly. Once the tomatoes changed color, she seasoned them with salt, soy sauce, and spices, then transferred them to a plate, garnishing with chopped scallions, and boiled the mixture in cool water. She prepared 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles, placing chopsticks in one bowl and handing it to the young man. Finish eating and leave quickly. I do not like strangers, she urged. The young man winced at her words. Was her attitude truly so unpleasant? Did she find him that unattractive? He gazed at Murong Xue with a questioning look. Murong Xue lazily shot him a glance, wondering if he had lost his mind to scrutinize her so. The young man, perplexed, chose to ignore her. He slowly lifted the bowl of noodles, gently blowing on it before savoring a bite, closing his eyes in enjoyment. Truly delicious, he exclaimed upon opening his eyes. Finish up and leave. And do not forget to send the payment. Murong Xue urged, eyeing him. He appeared quite affluent. It would be a pity not to take advantage of him. The young man raised an eyebrow, a charming smile dancing on his lips. This little girl was quite the money grubber. As an emperor, he had never faced such disdain. He polished off both bowls of tomato and egg noodles, leaving not a drop behind. With his culinary skills acknowledged, Murong Xue felt exceptionally pleased. She looked at the young man and inquired, What is your name? He raised an eyebrow, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuhao. North Ming How you sighed, realizing that revealing his true name would expose his identity. He then took off a jade pendant from his attire and handed it to Murong Xue. Consider this jade pendant as payment. North Ming How you instructed, his tone carrying a commanding weight. Murong Xue, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes. This man was undeniably arrogant. However, the jade pendant's quality and shape were extraordinary, and she recognized its immense value at a glance. She could not accept such an item casually. What if it were dangerous? I cannot accept this. In any case, I reside here. You may send someone to deliver it. Murong Xue declined. My lady, this jade pendant is worth a fortune. If you refuse, I fear you shall not sleep soundly tonight. North Ming How you flashed a captivating smile, exuding an air of dominance. He was confident she would not refuse. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue's face darkened. This man dared to threaten her? How shameless. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. North Ming Haoyu declared, turning to exit. Murong Xue watched the young man disappear, gritting her teeth and hissing, "You scoundrel! How dare you intimidate me? Next time I see you, I shall flay your skin." In the court of the imperial palace, North Ming Haoyu sat upon the dragon throne, observing his ministers engage in fervent discussion. His expression remained inscrutable, exuding an air of chilling detachment, as a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. "Now that the 6 nations have been pacified and have submitted to my Northern Star, I believe it insufficient to ensure the other 5 nations willingly align with us. Without absolute strength, they shall never remain compliant." North Ming Haoyu's cold, somber voice echoed throughout the hall. "Your Majesty, wise and sagacious." The ministers all knelt in unison, showering him with flattery. "I have decided to hold an autumn hunt, dispatching envoys to invite the other 5 nations to participate." North Ming Haoyu stated matter-of-factly. "Furthermore, we must swiftly devise a plan that will earn the trust and allegiance of the 6 nations, otherwise there will be no need for this autumn hunt." His tone grew increasingly frigid, imbued with a menacing resolve. The ministers' expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the emperor's sudden proposal for an autumn hunt. This event could enhance mutual relations while diminishing hostilities. A splendid idea. However, how would they execute this plan? They found themselves in a dilemma, uncertain about the content of the emperor's autumn hunt. North Ming Haoyu regarded them with a frigid stare, knowing that only by inviting the 6 nations' envoys to witness Northern Star's prosperity, even after the ravages of war, would they willingly submit to his rule. Only then could he eradicate the lingering suspicions of the 6 nations and better govern them. The ministers, gazing at their emperor seated upon the chilling throne, felt a shiver run down their spines. The emperor had grown increasingly inscrutable and fearsome, leaving one to wonder if he was the reincarnation of the king of hell, come to collect souls. They could never have anticipated that their remarkably young sovereign was a person of ruthless decisiveness. When the 6 Kingdoms coalition invaded Beichin, he employed thunderous tactics to suppress them. Now, after enduring several battles, Beichin has undergone a profound transformation, having quelled the 6 Kingdoms, and he is but 19 years of age. They remain oblivious to the myriad of illustrious achievements he is destined to attain in the future. Your Majesty is indeed wise. We shall adhere to your decree. The ministers responded in unison. They were acutely aware that the current emperor would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on the Council of Ministers. Dismissed. With these 2 words, Bai Ming Haoyu took his leave. After his departure, the court was enveloped in silence, as they seemed to still be immersed in the formidable presence of their emperor. His Majesty is truly a prodigy of the ages, the Grand Tutor remarked, stroking his beard in admiration. Their conviction grew stronger that, in the near future, the emperor would bestow upon Beichin an extraordinary surprise, for since ascending the throne, he has revealed his brilliance, transforming Beichin into the most prosperous nation of the present day. They believed that, given time, Beichin would ascend to become the mightiest of realms. They were confident that the nation would continue to thrive and flourish. They believed that their sovereign was not merely a prodigy of the ages, but also a benevolent and sagacious ruler, the youngest emperor in the history of Beichin. Murong Xue, you have been divorced. From this day forth, leave the general's residence. An icy aura emanated from Murong Xue as she coldly retorted, "The general has been away for 3 years, and upon his return, he first beheads his lawful wife. By what right?" Clad in a fiery red gown, with her raven hair elegantly styled, her skin like jade, and her features exquisitely refined, she was a vision of beauty. Yet, a bittersweet smile graced her lips, and her bright, tear-filled eyes were laden with sorrow. It was lamentable that she had sacrificed so much for the general's family, only to be met with such disdain. Truly, her sincerity was wasted. "What gives you the right to treat me this way?" "Simply because you are the wife of the Nangong family, this general can dispose of you at will." Murong Xue glared at the general with gritted teeth, stating, "Nangong general, have you forgotten that today is our first meeting? And yet you present me with a divorce notice?" With a cold laugh, Murong Xue continued, "On the day you left the capital with your troops, you departed for 3 years. During this time, who managed the affairs of the general's residence?"
"It was I."
"After my divorce, I left the general's residence with grace. The regretful Nangong general could only watch as I transformed into someone beyond his reach." Chapter 1. I had devoted my heart and soul to your family, and you dare to divorce me. Murong Xue, you have been divorced. From this day forth, Leave the general's residence. Outside the gates of the general's residence, tensions ran high. Murong Xue radiated an icy resolve as she demanded, "Nangong general, by what right do you treat me so?" Dressed in a fiery red attire, her raven hair elegantly arranged, her skin akin to porcelain, and her features strikingly beautiful, she now appeared utterly disheveled. A smile lingered on her lips, yet her bright, tear-filled eyes were filled with sadness. It was lamentable that her countless sacrifices for the general's family had been met with such betrayal.
"How could you do this to me?"
The Nangong general, clad in military garb, retorted disdainfully, "What gives you the right? Merely by virtue of being the wife of the Nangong family, I can dispose of you as I wish." Murong Xue, gritting her teeth, fixed her gaze upon the general. "Nangong general, have you truly forgotten that today marks our first encounter? And yet you hand me a divorce notice? On the eve of our wedding, you received the imperial edict to depart for battle, and you hurriedly left for the battlefield."
"And what of me?"
The onlooker suddenly recalled, yes, everything was prepared, but the elder Nangong insisted that Miss Murong marry, forcing her to do so, conducting the ceremony alone, managing the household alone. The Nangong general's expression darkened. "Murong Xue, cease your nonsensical chatter." Murong Xue replied with a cold laugh, "The truth is clear to you, general. You left the capital with your troops for 3 years. During that time, I managed all affairs of the general's residence, even caring for the ailing General Nangong. Where were you, Nangong general?" Whispers arose among the crowd. Though Miss Murong is not favored, she is indeed capable. Indeed, it is outrageous for the Nangong general to seek a divorce from Miss Murong upon his return. The general, visibly angered, retorted, "Nonsense. You, a mere woman, cannot shoulder such responsibilities. Furthermore, you are unworthy of being the general's wife. My Nangong family does not acknowledge you." Murong Xue cast a disdainful glance at the general. "For several years, I, Murong Xue, have upheld my duties as a wife, despite our unfamiliarity. The members of the Nangong family have praised my virtue and propriety. Without me, would the general's residence enjoy its current standing? Yet here you stand, betraying me without hesitation." The general trembled with rage. "You." Murong Xue, undaunted, replied, "What of it?" She continued with a derisive laugh. "I, Murong Xue, am a lady of noble birth, never compromising my principles. I devoted myself to managing our household diligently for 3 years. Have the Nangong family not appreciated my sacrifices? Now that you have returned, you seek a divorce without cause, merely for the woman you brought back. Thus, I see no reason to linger. I declare today that I, Murong Xue, sever all ties with the Nangong family." With her resolute declaration, she turned and departed gracefully, her steps exuding confidence and elegance, like a rose swaying in the wind. She required neither sympathy nor pity. Murong Xue only sought to live with a clear conscience. The onlookers gazed at her with admiration, realizing the truth of the rumors. Such extraordinary women truly existed in this world. They felt pity for Murong Xue, who, on the eve of her husband's departure, had waited eagerly for his return, only to be treated thus. Who could endure such heartbreak? Murong Xue left the general's residence without much emotion. She was a time traveler, possessing beauty and grace. She initially sought to fulfill her role as the general's wife, yet little did she know he would seek to divorce her. Having devoted herself to the general's family, she was now ruthlessly cast out. Fortunately, she had prepared for such eventualities. As a time traveler, she understood the importance of diversifying her resources. She had already acquired some assets and employed people to manage her businesses discreetly. The wealth she accumulated over the years was sufficient to sustain her. She arrived at a quaint courtyard she had prepared in advance. The serene environment and simple yet cozy furnishings welcomed her. She settled down, sipping tea while gazing at the sunset gradually descending beyond the horizon. Her thoughts drifted to the general's harsh words. Indeed, men could be heartless. She recalled how he exuded an intimidating aura, causing the very air to thicken and making it hard to breathe. "Murong Xue, be sensible and leave on your own accord, or force my hand. Linger is already with child, and the physician has confirmed it is a boy. My son must be a legitimate heir. I have no intention of marrying you. Today, I have shown you enough leniency. What more do you want?" Murong Xue chuckled coldly, realizing the man before her was indeed callous and unfeeling, capable of casting her aside without remorse. As a cool breeze brushed against her shoulder, she shivered, underestimating the man's cruelty. the depths of this scoundrel's shamelessness and his heartlessness. How could he resort to violence against her, behaving worse than a beast? She glanced at her injuries and, rather cheerfully, remarked, "If this pain leads to future peace, it is worth it." A brilliant ray of sunlight streamed into the room through the window, illuminating the handsome face of Bei Ming Haoyu as he gazed out at the sunset. His striking features were enhanced by the sunlight, making him appear even more radiant. He stood by the window, listening to the sweet sounds of nature in the courtyard, letting out a deep sigh. Now a sovereign, with vast territories at his feet, he remained enveloped in solitude. Refined and poised, his countenance exuded an extraordinary charm, his eyes sparkling with vitality, occasionally breaking into a smile that revealed a hint of brilliance. It was a visage that stirred emotions, yet his expression bore a trace of sorrow, adding an air of melancholy and anguish that tugged at the heartstrings. Recalling the blood-stained past, his eyes became tinged with sorrow as his clenched fists gradually relaxed, and a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. His gaze sparkled with a sharp, icy glint. He was an emperor, destined to remain exalted, unrivaled, and gazing down upon the world. He would never yield to anyone. At 13, he orchestrated the downfall of a powerful minister, seized power, and governed. At 17, he quelled rebellions thrice, excelling in both civil and military affairs, unmatched across the realm. By 19, he subdued the 6 nations and ruled supreme. Since ascending the throne, he had diligently worked to cultivate talent, ensuring peace across the land, prosperity for the people, stability for the state, and tranquility for the nation. He was seen by the populace as a remarkable talent, commanding respect and fear, a ruler of iron while endowed with extraordinary wisdom and benevolence. He was indeed a great emperor, yet he found no joy in it. "Your Majesty, it is time for your dinner," the chief eunuch gently called out. Bei Ming Haoyu returned to his senses, casting a cold, indifferent glance at the eunuch, and replied, "I am not hungry, you may leave." The chief eunuch, a martial arts expert who had grown up alongside Bei Ming Haoyu, felt a deep concern. He knelt before the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, this is not acceptable. You have not dined in quite some time." "I have said I am not hungry, you may withdraw." Bei Ming Haoyu's words were calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Recognizing the emperor's stance, the chief eunuch could only shake his head with a wry smile and retreat. Bei Ming Haoyu slowly approached the imperial desk, picked up a brush, and inscribed the characters Jiangshan before setting down the brush. For reasons unknown, he found no pleasure in food. His stomach was unsettled, and he often battled nausea, sometimes even retching. However, whenever he felt anxious or troubled, he would take up the brush to practice calligraphy, hoping to numb himself and forget his worries, to escape the burdens that weighed heavily upon him. In truth, the sight of greasy dishes often turned his stomach. Yet each morning upon awakening, he found himself ravenous. Thus, he resorted to calligraphy to dull his senses, striving to overlook his discomfort. As he gazed at the flowing characters on the rice paper, he frowned slightly. "Jiangshan?" He chuckled softly. "It seems I need to take a stroll. Perhaps it will improve my eating habits." He set down the brush and stepped toward the door. "Nangong, prepare yourself. We shall go on a private visit incognito." Nangong was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed rare for the emperor to venture out. He quickly agreed and hurried off to prepare the sedan chair. A humble bronze carriage came to a halt near the courtyard of Murong Xue. As the curtain lifted, a strikingly handsome youth emerged, his features sharp and alluring, with a hint of a smile that radiated charm. Dressed in a blue brocade robe and cinched with a jade belt, his thick, dark hair was neatly tied back, wrapped in matching satin. He possessed a tall, slender frame and fair, delicate skin, reminiscent of a young maiden. "Where does that delightful aroma come from?" The youth inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent. His eyes narrowed as he gazed towards Murong Xue's courtyard, murmuring, "This seems like a humble abode of ordinary folk." He stepped closer to Murong Xue's courtyard, his stomach grumbling audibly, the aroma of the cooking growing more tantalizing and stirring his appetite. "Nangong, let us proceed," he urged, tugging at the chief eunuch's sleeve in eagerness. "Certainly." The eunuch nodded. Just as he was about to summon the guards to accompany them, the extraordinary emperor halted him, saying, "You all wait here, I shall return shortly." Without heeding the eunuch's protests, the youth pushed open the door and stepped into Murong Xue's courtyard. The moment he crossed the threshold, an enticing aroma enveloped him, invigorating his senses and intensifying his hunger. His eyes quickly scanned the room, landing on a table laden with 4 small dishes and a bowl of braised pork. The golden broth of the pork exuded an irresistible fragrance, causing him to swallow hard as his stomach growled even more. Wow, this smells divine. Far tastier than the imperial chef's creations. The unparalleled emperor couldn't help but murmur. Murong Xue, observing the poised youth before her, inquired with curiosity, "Who are you? Why do you intrude upon another's courtyard?" The youth glanced at her, his stomach growling audibly, and he sheepishly smiled. My apologies, miss. As I passed by, the delightful aroma wafting from your courtyard drew me in. May I partake in a meal here?" He looked at Murong Xue with his innocent eyes, wearing a charming grin. "Are you not afraid I might poison you?" "My skills in poison are quite formidable," Murong Xue teased, raising an eyebrow, aware that the person before her was no ordinary individual. Yet the youth simply smiled, saying, "I fear not. In fact, I look forward to it." His candid demeanor, neither submissive nor arrogant, prompted Murong Xue to sigh inwardly, and she ceased her teasing, inviting him to sit. Without hesitation, he settled down, picked up his utensils, and sampled a piece of meat. This is delightful." The youth's eyes sparkled. The flavor of this braised pork is truly magnificent. Having been accustomed to the refined delicacies prepared by the imperial chefs, the dish made by this young woman was in a league of its own. It could easily be deemed the finest meal he had ever experienced. Chapter 2. The Interesting Youth. Within a tranquil courtyard in the capital, the handsome youth clad in blue robes indulged in his meal with elegance and grace. Murong Xue observed him, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. Despite his opulent attire, why did he eat as if he were a famished ghost? This youth was clearly not a commoner. He exuded an air of nobility and grandeur. Could he be a hidden nobleman or perhaps a member of the royal family? Yet, such status wouldn't lead one to starve in this manner. Murong Xue found it hard to believe that a stranger could consume her lovingly prepared braised pork so swiftly, feeling it was a waste of her efforts. "Young sir, if you find the braised pork to your liking, then do indulge further." She gritted her teeth, casting a frustrated glance at the elegantly mannered youth. He was indeed handsome, though he ate with urgency. He maintained a refined demeanor. Murong Xue quickly gathered herself and turned towards the kitchen to prepare a bowl of clear egg noodle soup as a treat for herself. The table, nearly cleared, bore witness to the youth's voracious appetite. Given that she had only prepared a modest amount for herself, Bei Ming Haoyu still felt unsatisfied. "Miss, might you prepare a bit more?" he pleaded, gazing eagerly towards the kitchen door, hoping Murong Xue would hasten to serve him more. "Humph." Murong Xue scoffed, continuing her work. The youth rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. This girl certainly had a peculiar temperament. He couldn't possibly give up so easily, especially having stumbled upon such delectable fare and a chance to fill his belly. He rose and approached the kitchen door, generously praising, "The braised pork cooked by this young lady is a taste of heavenly delight. It is the finest meat I have ever had." Murong Xue, gazing at the opulent youth before her, felt a surge of delight in her heart, her face beaming with confidence as she replied, "Indeed, my braised pork is truly one of a kind, deserving of every accolade." She lifted her chin with pride, her eyes sparkling with self-assuredness. The youth was in high spirits. "Yes, it is indeed delicious. I wish to try more," he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips, bringing a sense of serenity to those who beheld him. Murong Xue was nearly choked by his words. So, the anticipation was directed toward her. She shot him a fierce glare and, with a tone tinged with irritation, declared, "Do you think this is a candy shop, where you can indulge as you please? If you desire more braised pork, leave your silver, and I shall sell it to you. I must inform you, my braised pork is quite costly, hence you are permitted but one bowl." Murong Xue eyed him warily, suspecting he might attempt to swindle her. The youth, upon hearing this, revealed a glint of mischief in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. "As long as you cook, I will pay." After which, he patted his pocket, only to realize, as a prince, he had left home without any silver. His expression turned grim. "Do you have any coins? Or perhaps a silver note?" Murong Xue scrutinized him skeptically. Dressed in a splendid blue robe, he appeared well-to-do. It was hard to believe he had no silver. "None." He awkwardly shook his head. Murong Xue, upon hearing this, scoffed, "I cannot extend credit. If you have none, then please take your leave." "Huh? What do you mean?" The youth was puzzled. "No money, yet you still wish to eat braised pork?"
Dream on.
Murong Xue rolled her eyes. How foolish could this ancient man be? The youth was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, finding her amusing. With a charming smile illuminating his handsome face, he filled the space with warmth akin to a spring day. Murong Xue found herself entranced, her heart softening. Well, seeing your earnestness, I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Muttering to herself, she moved to the ingredient area. Gathering 2 tomatoes, some greens, and 3 or 4 eggs with deft hands, she cleaned and prepared all the ingredients. Biming Haoyu cheerfully offered, I shall tend to the fire. Murong Xue scrutinized the elegantly dressed youth and snapped, just stand there, do not cause any trouble. Biming Haoyu sheepishly touched his nose and remained in place. She cracked the eggs into the pan, frying them until golden, then set them aside. She sautéed the tomatoes, creating a sauce, added the eggs, stirred them well, and then tossed in the greens along with ginger and garlic for flavor, followed by a spoonful of vinegar, mixing thoroughly. Once the tomatoes changed color, she seasoned with salt, soy sauce, and spices, before plating the mixture and garnishing with chopped scallions, boiling it all in cool water. Ultimately, she prepared 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles, placing 1 bowl before the youth. Murong Xue waved her hand, finish quickly and leave. I do not like strangers. The youth's mouth twitched at her words. Was her attitude really that terrible? Did he appear so unappealing? He regarded Murong Xue with a curious gaze. She lazily glanced at him, wondering if he had lost his wits. Why was he scrutinizing her so? The youth, puzzled, chose to ignore her. He slowly lifted the bowl of noodles, gently blew on them, and elegantly took a sip, closing his eyes to savor the taste. Truly delightful, he exclaimed upon opening his eyes. Finish quickly and depart. And don't forget to send someone with the payment. Murong Xue urged, noting that he appeared quite affluent. It would be a pity not to capitalize on this opportunity. The youth raised an eyebrow, a charming smile playing on his lips, realizing this young lady was quite the money-minded individual. As a dignified emperor, he had never been scorned like this. He polished off both bowls of noodles, leaving not a trace of broth behind. With a sense of satisfaction from her culinary skills being acknowledged, Murong Xue turned to the youth and inquired, What is your name? The youth raised an eyebrow, a roguish smile curling his lips. Yu Hao. Biming Haoyu, resigned, knew revealing his true name would expose his identity. He then removed the jade pendant from around his neck and handed it to Murong Xue. Consider this jade pendant as payment, he commanded with an air of authority. Murong Xue rolled her eyes at his arrogance. He truly was insufferably domineering. However, the quality and shape of the pendant were remarkable. She recognized its immense value at first glance. This pendant could not be accepted so lightly. What if it were a dangerous object? I cannot accept this. I reside here, and you may send someone to deliver it. Murong Xue declined. My lady, this pendant is worth a fortune. If you refuse, I fear you shall not sleep soundly tonight. Biming Haoyu flashed a captivating smile, exuding an air of authority, confident she would not decline. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue's expression darkened. How dare he threaten her? How shameless! I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Biming Haoyu declared, turning to depart. Murong Xue glared at the vanishing figure, seething, You scoundrel! How dare you intimidate me? Next time I see you, I shall have your skin. In the imperial court, Biming Haoyu sat upon the dragon throne, observing the ministers engaged in fervent discussion, his face devoid of expression, emanating an aura of chilling indifference. Now that the 6 nations are subdued and have pledged allegiance to Beichin, I find it insufficient to ensure the other 5 nations submit willingly without absolute power. They shall never be content. His cold, somber voice echoed through the chamber. Your Majesty, wise and discerning. The ministers chorused in unison, bowing in flattery. I have decided to hold an autumn hunting event, inviting the other 5 nations to participate, Biming Haoyu stated calmly. Furthermore, we must swiftly devise a plan that will earn the trust of the 6 nations. Otherwise, there is no need for this autumn hunt. His tone grew increasingly frigid, laced with a palpable sense of menace. The minister's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. They had not anticipated the sudden proposal for an autumn hunt. Such an event could strengthen relations while diminishing hostilities. A brilliant idea. But how to execute it? They found themselves in a quandary, unsure of the specifics of the emperor's intended autumn hunt. The ministers bowed their heads in contemplation. Biming Haoyu regarded them coldly, knowing that only by having the envoys from the 6 nations witness Beichin's prosperity, even after the ravages of war, could they be compelled to submit wholeheartedly. Only in this way could the suspicions of the 6 nations be alleviated, allowing for better governance. As the ministers observed the icy demeanor of the emperor upon the throne, They felt a shiver run down their spines. The emperor had become increasingly inscrutable and fearsome, to the point that one might mistake him for the reincarnation of a vengeful spirit, exacting retribution. They could never have imagined that such a young sovereign would possess a ruthless and decisive nature. When the coalition of 6 nations invaded Beichin, he employed thunderous measures to suppress them. Now, after enduring several battles, Beichin has undergone a remarkable transformation and has subdued the 6 nations, all at the tender age of 19. They remain oblivious to the myriad of glorious achievements he is destined to accomplish in the future. Your Majesty is truly wise. We shall obey your command. The ministers responded in unison. They understood that the current emperor would undoubtedly leave a profound impression on all the ministers. Dismissed. With those 2 words, Bai Minghaoyu stepped away. Upon his departure, silence enveloped the court, as they seemed to still be entranced by the emperor's formidable presence. Your Majesty is indeed a rare talent of the ages, the Grand Tutor remarked, stroking his beard in admiration. They were increasingly convinced that soon, the emperor would present Beichin with a tremendous surprise, for since his ascension, he has displayed remarkable prowess, transforming Beichin into the most prosperous nation of the present day. They believed that, given time, Beichin would emerge as the most formidable kingdom. They held steadfast in their conviction that the nation would continue to thrive and flourish. They believed that the emperor was not only a prodigy of the ages but also a benevolent and wise ruler, Beichin's youngest emperor in history. Chapter 3. The sovereign of a great nation faces rejection. After exiting the Golden Hall, Bai Minghaoyu returned directly to his chambers. He gazed upon the meal laid out before him. Though it appeared appetizing, the flavor was utterly indescribable. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into his mouth, only to expel it immediately. The taste was akin to chewing on wax, unbearably distasteful. Fit only for a dog. Get rid of this, he commanded. Yes, came the respectful reply from the attendant at his side. Seated on a stool, Bai Minghaoyu rubbed his forehead, and the visage of Murong Xue flashed across his mind. A faint smile curved his lips as he recalled the bowl of braised pork she had prepared, a dish that lingered in his memory for its exquisite flavor. He realized he would never again savor another's braised pork in his lifetime. The memory of that charming girl brought a smile to his face. Though her temper was fiery and her personality impulsive, she possessed a pure and kind-hearted essence, much like a rose with thorns, captivating yet formidable. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why did her delicate face keep intruding upon his thoughts since his return? It was merely a fleeting encounter, yet he found himself unable to forget her. How peculiar! He shook his head, trying to dismiss the errant thoughts as he prepared to rest. As night fell, the capital was enveloped in darkness, save for a few scattered lights that offered a semblance of warmth. Bai Minghaoyu stood alone by the window, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky when once again the image of that exquisite face invaded his mind. Her large, enchanting eyes seemed to perceive everything, drawing him into their depths. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. That girl was truly a marvel. He turned away and lay down, attempting to find solace. But the memory of her enchanting visage continued to haunt him. Ah! He exclaimed in frustration. A spark ignited, illuminating his strikingly handsome face. He shut his eyes tightly and shook his head vigorously, trying to banish her image from his mind. What was happening to him? Why was he so preoccupied with a girl he had met only once? What was so special about her? Perhaps it was her culinary skills that had so thoroughly captivated him. Regardless, she was undeniably intriguing. His flawless features were clouded with confusion. What was happening to him? That he couldn't stop thinking about a girl he barely knew? Someone, bring me a cup of wine. Bai Minghaoyu threw off the covers and exited his chambers. An attendant promptly brought him a cup of wine, bowing respectfully to the side. With a trembling hand, the attendant filled the cup and presented it to Bai Minghaoyu, who raised it to his lips and drank deeply. The taste of the wine lingered on his tongue as he closed his eyes in irritation, his thoughts consumed by the hazy image of Murong Xue. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a light green garment, her long skirt trailing on the ground, accentuating her snow-white skin. Each smile and frown of hers was breathtaking. The mischievous yet alluring smile gracing her delicate face was etched in his memory. With a sudden bang, Bai Minghaoyu slammed his hand onto the table. Why was he thinking of her? He had always maintained a respectable distance from women, never even touching another. Why was he fixated on this girl? Had he lost his mind? The following morning, Bai Minghaoyu awoke, having hardly slept the night before. Your Majesty, you are awake? The chief eunuch inquired respectfully. Yes. Let us proceed to the morning court, Ming Haoyu instructed, his expression returning to its customary icy demeanor. During the morning court, he dealt with the officials' memorials. An hour later, he departed the palace, finding himself inexplicably drawn back to Murong Xue's residence. As lunchtime approached, he stood at her door, sighing in resignation. I may as well shamelessly seek a meal. Ming Haoyu chuckled at the absurdity of his situation. The sovereign of a great nation had stooped to the level of begging for food. The door creaked open, revealing Murong Xue's stunning face. She donned a pale blue dress, her hair simply styled with a wooden hairpin, framing her exquisite features and fair skin, her cherry-red lips glistening with allure. Her large almond-shaped eyes regarded the handsome young man with confusion. Are you the person from yesterday? Murong Xue asked, bewildered. Yesterday's person? Are you referring to me? Ming Haoyu replied, surprised, pointing to himself. Who else could it be? She responded with evident displeasure. Ming Haoyu smiled. You have a good memory. Thank you for your hospitality yesterday. He was perplexed as to why he felt compelled to uphold an air of authority in front of others, yet felt so at ease before her.
What do you want?
Murong Xue interrupted, her gaze wary. Ming Haoyu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, seeing his hesitance. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she coldly demanded, Speak quickly if you have something to say. I'm quite busy. Murong Xue radiated an aura of rejection. As a woman recently divorced, she was currently facing economic hardship. She had not anticipated the pressure from the general's household, which left her hesitant to act on her hidden assets, resulting in her current predicament, which could only be described as dire. Desperate to avoid being looked down upon by the general's family, she sought alternative paths. The sight of a handsome stranger, particularly one as striking as Ming Haoyu, only intensified her discomfort. Just looking into his eyes made her blush inexplicably, her heart racing, leaving her feeling quite flustered. Ming Haoyu stammered, scratching his nose. I am hungry. Might you spare a bite to eat? My lord, are you addicted to food? I cannot accommodate you today. Please leave, Murong Xue replied bluntly. She had no intention of involving herself with a man of unknown background. At her words, Ming Haoyu's expression shifted. How could the sovereign of a great nation be met with such disdain? Murong Xue observed that he showed no signs of leaving and continued, Please take your leave. I have much to attend to. I won't see you out. With that, she swiftly shut the door.
You!
Ming Haoyu exclaimed in exasperation. The ruler of a vast empire could not even procure a meal. He had eaten little the previous evening and that morning, and his stomach growled in protest. Unable to contain himself, he knocked on the door again. Hey, open the door. Murong Xue remained unresponsive, not even revealing a crack in the door. Ming Haoyu felt his pride wounded. How could he, an emperor, be turned away like this? The thought of it becoming public knowledge was mortifying. He had to find a way to gain entry.
Miss.
I will pay. I have silver notes with me today, he called out. With a creak, Murong Xue opened the door once more, clearly swayed by the allure of wealth. Ming Haoyu stood before her, his eyes shining with determination. Murong Xue felt a shiver run down her spine, a hint of shyness surfacing as she avoided his gaze. After all, the jade pendant he possessed was worth a fortune and could easily cover her meal expenses. Ahem, she coughed lightly. What is it? She asked, a hint of irritation in her tone. Ming Haoyu's eyes flickered uncertainly. I am hungry and wish to request a meal from you. Murong Xue regarded him with suspicion. This man, dressed elegantly and exuding an extraordinary aura, claimed that the cuisine at his residence was unsatisfactory, and yet he sought sustenance here? Apologies. In my humble abode, I fear we lack dishes befitting someone of your stature. Murong Xue shook her head, gently declining. Ming Haoyu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What do you usually eat? Murong Xue shrugged. The usual fare, porridge, salted vegetables, and steamed cornbread. Ming Haoyu's expression darkened. What about the braised pork from yesterday? Moreover, at this very moment, he detected a savory aroma wafting through the air. This was unmistakably the scent of meat. You tell me you consume only salted vegetables and cornbread? Ming Haoyu stared in shock at Murong Xue. Murong Xue blinked, looking at him curiously. Sir, does our dietary preference concern you? If you do not partake in meat, where did yesterday's braised pork come from?
Ming Haoyu inquired.
Murong Xue paused for a moment, then realized that it was indeed that dish that had drawn him here. Enlightenment dawned upon her. She smirked. So you came here for that dish? I can pay for it. Bei Ming Haoyu replied in a low voice. No need. Murong Xue gracefully refused, turning to enter her home.
Wait.
Bei Ming Haoyu hurried after her. Murong Xue halted. Miss, who prepared that dish? It was exquisite.
Bei Ming Haoyu persistently pressed.
Murong Xue rolled her eyes. This man truly was peculiar. Sir, that dish was my own creation, taught by no one. Thus, do not waste your efforts. Return home. Murong Xue attempted to close the door, but Bei Ming Haoyu blocked her way. Miss, I am willing to pay. Are you jesting with me? Murong Xue retorted, vexed. I am not. But is that dish truly your creation?
Certainly.
Murong Xue affirmed. Bei Ming Haoyu pondered for a moment, then produced a silver note and placed it in her hand. Miss, this is 100 taels. I kindly implore you to accept it and allow me a meal. Murong Xue frowned as she gazed at him. Bei Ming Haoyu spoke earnestly. I beg you. He had never been so humble before. Yet, to satiate his hunger, he was willing to forsake all dignity. Why not dine at another restaurant? Murong Xue remained resolute. She preferred not to dine with strangers. Moreover, despite Bei Ming Haoyu's handsome visage, she was uncertain of his character. For some inexplicable reason, he made her uneasy. Bei Ming Haoyu took a deep breath, then produced another silver note, placing it in her hand. Miss, this is 200 taels. I sincerely hope you will allow me a meal. Murong Xue accepted the note, weighing it in her hand, 200 taels with ease. This would certainly alleviate her current predicament. However, she glanced at the man before her and reluctantly said, Fine. You may eat, but leave immediately after.
Thank you, miss.
Bei Ming Haoyu exclaimed with excitement as he stepped inside. Murong Xue led him to a sparsely furnished room, containing only a wooden table and chairs, with a few potted plants nearby. Bei Ming Haoyu surveyed the surroundings and thought, this girl is indeed frugal. Her possessions are so plain and unadorned, lacking even a single ornament. It seems her life is quite difficult. Chapter 4. I still want to marry. Bei Ming Haoyu felt a twinge of sympathy. Please have a seat. I will prepare the meal. As Murong Xue stepped away, Bei Ming Haoyu followed closely behind, for he had previously observed her making tomato and egg noodles and knew the location of the kitchen. Upon entering, he saw various ingredients laid out on the counter. Murong Xue was washing sweet potatoes when she was startled by his sudden appearance, nearly losing her balance but managing to steady herself just in time. She glared at him in anger. What is the meaning of this? Murong Xue exclaimed through gritted teeth. What have you prepared to make me salivate? Bei Ming Haoyu inquired, genuinely wishing to sample her cooking without ulterior motives. Hearing this, Murong Xue grew increasingly displeased. This is my home. I shall cook as I please. Sir, please respect my space. Also, who permitted you to enter the kitchen? Uninvited guests are not allowed. Bei Ming Haoyu felt helpless. Had he not merely stood at the door watching yesterday? Why the sudden change? What misfortune had he encountered to meet such a capricious individual? He found himself resigned to the fact that he needed to eat her food, otherwise, he would be in grave danger. Thus, he acquiesced. Bei Ming Haoyu regarded Murong Xue. Very well. I shall remain outside the kitchen and wait. Is that acceptable? Seeing him relent, Murong Xue continued washing the sweet potatoes before cutting them into strips. Bei Ming Haoyu watched her busy figure, his gaze softening. He had never yearned for a warm place to quietly linger as he did at this moment. Murong Xue diced the sweet potatoes, peeled the skin, and finally placed the shredded sweet potatoes into a bowl, ultimately preparing a sweet potato soup. In light of the 200 taels, she retrieved some spare ribs, cut them into small pieces, and marinated them with scallions and ginger before placing them on the table. Sitting down, Murong Xue reluctantly called out to Bei Ming Haoyu, Sir, dinner is served. Bei Ming Haoyu gazed at the steaming sweet potato powder and the visually appealing soup, unable to restrain a swallow. Let us eat. Murong Xue gestured toward the dishes. Bei Ming Haoyu approached, seated himself, and picked up his chopsticks, savoring the sweet potato powder, which was perfectly tender and delightfully tangy. This is sweet potato powder, Murong Xue explained. Bei Ming Haoyu looked up, astonished. Who knew sweet potatoes could be prepared this way? He glanced at the spare ribs. Are they raw? How do you eat them?
Bei Ming Haoyu was utterly bewildert.
Subsequently, Murong Xue produced a small stove, placing a tile atop, drizzling oil, and laying the spare ribs on the tile to grill. The sizzling sound filled the air, emitting an enticing aroma that tantalized the senses. Murong Xue grilled the spare ribs until they were golden and crispy, releasing a rich meaty fragrance that stirred one's appetite. Bei Ming Haoyu could no longer contain his hunger and eagerly grabbed a rib to devour.
Wow. Bei Ming Haoyu marvelet. Delicious.
Slow down. No one is competing with you. Murong Xue observed with disdain, genuinely questioning if this man was a starving ghost reincarnated, so uncouth in his dining manners. Bei Ming Haoyu disregarded her complaints, relishing his meal, consuming 5 or 6 ribs in quick succession. Murong Xue, in a more leisurely manner, found that only 1 rib remained. As she reached for it, Bei Ming Haoyu swiftly snatched it up and thrust it into his mouth. He mumbled, "I got this first. It belongs to me." After declaring this, he resumed his gluttonous feast. Murong Xue felt a surge of resentment. This man consumed so much yet still resorted to stealing. Her disdain for Bei Ming Haoyu deepened. Finally, Bei Ming Haoyu ceased eating, satisfied with a belch. "Sir, do you require anything further?" Murong Xue asked coldly, finding this man excessively domineering. Snatching her food in her own domain. "I have no pressing matters. May I stay for dinner?"
Bei Ming Haoyu inquired shamelessly.
He knew this was Murong Xue's personal cooking. This was the second time he had tasted her culinary skills, and he did not wish to waste it. Murong Xue rolled her eyes. "Please leave, my lord. My family does not have a habit of hosting guests overnight. So, I kindly ask you not to enter at will in the future." Upon hearing Murong Xue's unhesitating rejection, Bei Ming Haoyu felt a surge of disappointment. After tidying up the kitchen, Murong Xue calmly walked out, only to discover that Bei Ming Haoyu was still seated there, showing no intention of departing. "My lord, do you have further business?" Murong Xue inquired, her brow furrowing in displeasure. Bei Ming Haoyu grinned, "I have no business. You have received 200 taels of silver from me, which includes dinner, of course. I will not leave until after the meal." At that moment, he would not admit that he was drawn by the allure of Murong Xue's cooking. Murong Xue's expression darkened, leaving her at a loss for words. "My lord, I must insist you return to your residence." She was uncomfortable with the presence of a stranger in her courtyard, especially one who seemed oblivious to her disdain. The more she acted with annoyance, the more at ease he appeared. She merely wished to avoid bringing trouble to this youth. Her former family, the Nangong clan, was currently suppressing her, and she did not wish to implicate innocent parties. Bei Ming Haoyu was taken aback. He did not expect this girl to issue another eviction order. "My lord," Murong Xue spoke earnestly. Bei Ming Haoyu's expression soured. "I mean no offense, but I must remind you that your insistence on my departure is inappropriate. There is still much time until dinner. You should seek another place. Regardless of the silver I have provided, it was you who requested my presence at your table." Murong Xue continued, her dissatisfaction evident. Bei Ming Haoyu felt a pang of bitterness. How could she so thoroughly despise him? Yet, he remained stubbornly rooted in her courtyard. "My lord, this humble abode cannot accommodate your esteemed presence." Murong Xue glared at the indifferent Bei Ming Haoyu before angrily retreating indoors. Bei Ming Haoyu followed her inside, standing at the threshold, and gazed at her. "Why do you harbor such disdain for me?" Murong Xue turned to face him. "Do you believe we share any connection?" "There is none." "Then why do you detest me?"
Bei Ming Haoyu pressed on.
Murong Xue shook her head. "I detest you due to your behavior. Do you not understand? Your brazen presence here is detrimental to my reputation." Bei Ming Haoyu, perplexed, responded, "What does it matter? We have no connection, so why worry about reputation?" Murong Xue was at a loss. It was no wonder this man from the past was ignorant of such matters. She patiently explained, "I am a woman, and any gossip could affect my chances of remarriage. Therefore, I hope you will be more mindful in the future. Thank you for your patronage. But I must insist you leave after your meal." Murong Xue once again issued her eviction order. Bei Ming Haoyu, displeased, retorted, "As a woman, how can you be so rude and lacking in the gentleness and grace expected of your kind? Our relationship is entirely innocent. It is only natural that I pay for my meal. Besides, I have not behaved inappropriately. I have merely taken a seat. What is the harm in that? Are you not concerned about what others might say?" "I am." Murong Xue turned away, unwilling to engage further. "Please, my lord," she insisted firmly. Bei Ming Haoyu furrowed his brow, and without further ado, he produced another 100 taels of silver. "Then let this 100 taels purchase my continued stay in your courtyard until dinner is served." Murong Xue stared at the silver, suddenly feeling as if she were shooting herself in the foot. Just as she was about to speak, She was interrupted. Was this man foolish or simply dim-witted? Who would turn down silver? Rest assured, I am merely paying for my meal and will not show any disrespect. Beiming Haoyu said with a wry smile. Murong Xue ground her teeth and replied, deal. Beiming Haoyu's face lit up with joy. At last, he could enjoy a delicious meal without going hungry. For reasons unknown to him, he found Murong Xue's indignant demeanor quite charming, eliciting a chuckle. Murong Xue glared at Beiming Haoyu, wishing she could pounce on him and tear apart that infuriating grin. Noticing her furious gaze, Beiming Haoyu quickly suppressed his laughter, clearing his throat to mask his amusement. As Murong Xue stormed out of her home, she lamented the lack of meat to prepare for this insufferable man. Where on earth had he come from? As she contemplated the situation, it struck her that Beiming Haoyu's shamelessness was the primary issue. He was obstinately refusing to leave her home. Meanwhile, Beiming Haoyu lounged in her courtyard, leisurely sipping tea as he awaited the meal. Murong Xue's thoughts drifted to the general's estate. Was it possible they were testing her? Surely not. He couldn't be that idle after all. The current general's wife was not one to be trifled with. With a shake of her head, Murong Xue sighed. Oh, forget it. No use worrying. I must focus on preparing this dinner and getting him to leave promptly. She quickly returned to the courtyard, where the ingredients were fresh and vibrant. Though her cooking was simple, it was undeniably delicious. Murong Xue prepared a meal that included braised lion's head, sweet and sour fish, stir-fried green peppers with pork, and tomato egg soup. She served a bowl of rice before Beiming Haoyu, and with indifference, she said, please enjoy. Beiming Haoyu picked up his chopsticks and sampled the braised lion's head, exclaiming, delicious. My lady, I am merely here for meal. You need not harbor such animosity towards me. Sit down and join me. I assure you, I mean you no harm.
Ha!
You think too highly of yourself. I'm not targeting you. I simply find it uncomfortable dining with a strange man, Murong Xue replied, refusing to budge from her seat. She did not trust that he would behave decorously during their meal. With just the two of us, it may not reflect well on either of us. I do not want to be the subject of gossip, so please finish your meal and leave. I have no habit of inviting you to dine at my home.
She scoffed.
Seeing her firm stance, Beiming Haoyu relinquished his attempts to persuade her and began to earnestly savor the lavish dinner before him. What is your name? He asked. Murong Xue. Murong? What of your parents? Murong Xue halted her movements, her expression turning cold. They passed away long ago.
Beiming Haoyu sighed.
That is quite unfortunate. Murong Xue chose to ignore him. Was this man incapable of holding a proper conversation? As Beiming Haoyu continued to eat, he suddenly remarked, you are quite lovely, far more so than other girls in the capital. Why do you wear such coarse clothing? Shouldn't you adorn yourself beautifully? Murong Xue glanced at him, snorting softly. My lord, are you prying too deeply into matters that do not concern you? My lady, I am merely curious. Please do not take offense. My lord, I insist you choose your words more carefully.
Oh.
Beiming Haoyu, sensing her irritation, refrained from further inquiry. The two lapsed into silence. An elegant young gentleman and a cooking maiden creating a remarkably harmonious scene. As Murong Xue observed that Beiming Haoyu had nearly finished, she said coolly, have you had enough? Please take your leave. I shall not see you out. Beiming Haoyu felt as though he had been cheated. I offered you 200 taels, and you wish to expel me before I have finished my meal? Not even the darkest of establishments could match your audacity. Murong Xue shot him a glare, pulling him to his feet and ushering him outside. As they stepped outside, Beiming Haoyu still clutched his chopsticks. After years of ruling, he had never felt so humiliated. Only women and petty men are hard to manage. He mused, but I have yet to finish my meal. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered the door. Beiming Haoyu knocked on the door, 200 taels. I'll add another 200.
Creak.
The door swung open again and Murong Xue, with a radiant smile, invited him inside. Beiming Haoyu felt quite helpless. She was truly a little money grubber. Her icy heart could only be swayed by wealth. At this moment, the steward of the general's residence was anxiously waiting. Upon seeing a resplendent lady approach from the distance, he hurriedly went to greet her. Madam, you have finally returned, he said respectfully to the newly appointed general's wife, Linger. This general's wife, now emboldened by her pregnancy, began to assert her authority within the residence. Steward, how dare you speak to this madam like that? Do you think I am easy to bully?
Linger declared haugtily.
her belly already showing after 4 to 5 months of pregnancy, much to the delight of General Nangong. At this very moment, General Nangong was entirely focused on her, and this new wife enjoyed adorning herself with gold and jewels, exuding an air of opulence. "Madam, how could I dare? You have misunderstood." The steward wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling genuinely helpless in front of this arrogant and temperamental mistress. "Humph. It is good that you understand your mistake." Linger sneered at the steward. "Madam, you must come up with a solution quickly. If this drags on, our general's residence will have no way out." "Steward, are you questioning this, madam?" Linger's voice sharpened immediately upon hearing the steward's words. Now that she was with child and adored, the entire general's residence revered her. How dare the steward publicly challenge her? "No, madam, I merely feel that you should propose a solution soon to prevent our general's residence from falling into despair," the steward hastily advised, noticing the growing anger on Linger's face.
What do you mean by that?
"Do you think I have harmed the general's residence?"
Linger glaret.
As she despised being blamed for things that were not her fault. Everything she did was out of love for General Nangong. "I would never dare. I would never dare." "Humph. You wouldn't dare. The steward, remember this. I am the only wife of General Nangong." Linger looked down at the old man with arrogance, coldly declaring, Yes, Madam is absolutely right. You are indeed the sole mistress of General Nangong." The steward flattered her, fearing to refute her words, yet he could not agree with her perspective. This general's wife was neither extraordinarily beautiful nor wise. It was incomprehensible that General Nangong had divorced a woman of unmatched beauty and intellect to welcome this one into the residence. At this moment, the steward longed for the days when Madame Murong managed the household with precision, unlike Linger, who seemed only to seek pleasure and showed no concern for the residence's livelihood. "Since you say so, I shall give you one chance. Tomorrow, go to the shop and collect the money. If you fail, do not blame this madam for being unkind." After finishing her words, Linger strode away with her maid, leaving the steward with a furrowed brow. After years of diligent management, he had never faced such treatment. And this general's wife even commanded him to collect money from the shop? Wasn't this merely putting him in a difficult position?
Sigh.
"Madam, why can't you understand?" The steward lamented, sincerely wishing this general's wife would cease her uproar, for the general's residence could not withstand such depletion. Returning to his quarters, he gazed at a pile of ledgers, sighing deeply. He yearned for an opportunity to inform the general that the residence was now merely a fade, hollow inside. 2 hours later, the steward, with dark circles under his eyes, prepared to seek out General Nangong to report the situation. At present, the affairs of the general's residence were no longer within his control. The general's wife rarely inquired about matters, and being pregnant, he could not go against her orders. Otherwise, his position as steward would be in jeopardy. All problems now fell upon him, yet the income was hardly sufficient to sustain them. The general's wife, under the pretext of her pregnancy, indulged in extravagant spending. He dared not contradict her orders, feeling utterly torn. Finally, unable to bear the pressure any longer, the steward rushed to find General Nangong. General, he called, hurrying in. "What is it?" General Nangong furrowed his brow at the sudden intrusion of the steward. "General, the accounts show a severe deficit. Please take a look." General Nangong took the ledger, flipping through it carefully. He stood up in shock. "Are you saying that our residence is already in the red?" "Yes, General." The ledger fell from his hands. "Hey, when are you leaving?" "It's been 2 hours already." After collecting 200 taels from Ming Xue, Murong Xue had allowed him entry. Who knew he would linger here? "Miss, it's 400 taels now. The top courtesan at Ihong Courtyard only costs 100 taels. Get lost. Do you take me for one of those courtesans?" Listening to Murong Xue's vulgar words, Ming Xue felt no contempt. Instead, he found her candidness refreshing. Chapter 6. I am the Emperor. Show me a little respect. Ming Xue, resting his chin on his hand, watched Murong Xue bustling about, and an unprecedented feeling arose within him. If he were not a sovereign ruler, perhaps after marrying and having children, this would be the scene he would envision. Murong Xue turned to see Ming Xue gazing at her with a lecherous expression. "If it weren't for the 400 taels, hey, go clean the courtyard." She casually tossed a bamboo broom at him. Ming Xue barely managed to dodge it. Hey, are you trying to murder me? Besides, I paid you. Are you asking me to work? Is there a rule that the benefactor works? Rule? I am the rule. The grand rule. Bai Ming Hao Yu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. You possess a grand rule. I will listen to you. Seeing Bai Ming Hao Yu fixated on her upper body with a foolish demeanor, Murong Xue thought, what a hopeless scoundrel. If it weren't for your money, I wouldn't bother with you. And don't let anyone know you frequent my courtyard. It tarnishes my reputation. Murong Xue threatened him. Bai Ming Hao Yu felt quite embarrassed. I am the emperor. Can you show me just a little respect? All right, I promise I won't tell anyone. How do you use this bamboo broom? Murong Xue turned to see Bai Ming Hao Yu swinging the broom around like a weapon, her expression instantly darkening. Are you an idiot? That's a broom, not a weapon. Are you swinging a sword? Watch me. Murong Xue snatched the broom away and began to teach Bai Ming Hao Yu how to clean the courtyard step by step. Remember, keep the broom down. It's for sweeping the ground, not for swinging over your head to hit the air. Bai Ming Hao Yu felt a bittersweet sensation. As a dignified sovereign, not only had he never engaged in such tasks, but even if he desired to, being the center of attention in the palace would not allow him such indulgence. Yet now, Bai Ming Hao Yu swept the courtyard bit by bit, and when Murong Xue glanced over and praised him, this child is teachable, he nearly stumbled in shock. I swept the courtyard, and now I am teachable? If those ministers heard this, they would be furious. A sovereign ruler is not attending to state affairs but sweeping a courtyard here? Despite the myriad of reluctances and difficulties in parting, as the sun gradually descended, Bai Ming Hao Yu found himself compelled to leave. There were matters of state awaiting his attention, family affairs, national issues, and worldly concerns, all demanding his meticulous oversight. Upon stepping outside, he glanced back, exclaiming, "No one to see me off?" A resounding bang echoed as the courtyard gate closed, marking Murong Xue's response. Bai Ming Hao Yu chuckled softly to himself. What an intriguing girl. Returning to the resplendent palace, he gazed upon its opulent splendor, yet felt no enthusiasm. Here, amidst the glimmer of jewels and the confluence of celestial energies, the very heart of imperial power, he found himself utterly disinterested. As he traversed the palace halls, flanked by armored guards wielding golden spears, the emperor's majesty was unmistakable. He was indeed the emperor, as the numerous courtiers and guards knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay homage to your majesty." With a stride reminiscent of a dragon or a tiger, Bai Ming Hao Yu passed by, leaving no one to fathom that just the day before, he had been utterly chastised by a woman cooking in a modest courtyard. The following day, under the blazing sun, within the general's estate, a magnificent tree stood like an umbrella, shielding the courtyard from the oppressive heat and providing a respite of coolness amidst the summer's grasp. Beneath its shade, an elderly man of commanding presence reclined on a chair, eyes closed in tranquil repose. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon him, enveloping the scene in an aura of serene distance. The elder exuded a faint yet palpable pressure, adorned in a long blue robe embroidered with golden threads, a jade ring cinching his waist, exuding a regal and imposing aura that commanded respect. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, their sharpness radiating a chilling intensity that evoked trepidation in those who beheld him. "Xue girl? The tea has grown cold. Refill it," he called in a deep, gravelly voice that resonated through the air. Yet, silence met his summons, as the table beside him lay empty of the teacup. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. "Xue girl? Xue girl," he repeated, unwilling to relent. Still, no reply came, and the gravity of his expression deepened. It seemed that the girl had not come to pay her respects in quite some time. Where had she gone? Rising, he cast a puzzled glance at the attendant nearby. "Where is the young mistress? Why has she not come to see me of late?" The servant replied, "My lord, the young mistress has not visited to pay her respects for several days. We have reported this matter for some time, but she has not shown herself, and we are unaware of her whereabouts." After all, the elder preferred solitude, residing in a quiet courtyard at the back, paying little heed to the happenings of the front. "Go and find her, immediately," he commanded, anxious about the sudden disappearance of the girl. Had something happened? Since her marriage, Murong Xue had been diligent and orderly, never once defying his wishes. Her unexpected absence raised concerns. She was the daughter-in-law he cherished from the depths of his heart. If something had befallen her, his conscience would be troubled. "Yes, I shall take others to search for the young mistress," the servant quickly acknowledged, hurrying away. The elder paced anxiously in the courtyard. Where could Murong Xue have gone? A gentle smile graced his face at the thought of her, as if recalling cherished memories. He had always regarded her as his daughter. And throughout the years, she had been nothing short of obedient, never disappointing him. Yet now, her absence was palpable. It seemed that since his son had returned, she had not been seen. Regardless of their affection, surely she would not neglect to visit her father-in-law. Murong Xue was not one to be so discourteous. It seemed that it was always his son who came to pay respects, and never had he seen Murong Xue. Whenever he inquired, he was told she was unwell. Alas! That child, he sighed, shaking his head lightly. No, she ought to be here. I have not seen my son recently. Could something have happened? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became. He called out, "Someone, fetch the general. I have matters to discuss." His tone was fraught with impatience. Soon, General Nangong arrived, appearing travel-worn. Upon entering, he found his father, a man of white hair and simple attire, seated in the hall, gazing at him with an anxious expression. For a moment, the general was taken aback. His father had never looked at him with such concern in all the decades of his life. "Father, you summoned me?" General Nangong queried, astonished. "Why has the Xue girl not been seen lately?" The elder asked, urgency lacing his voice. Upon hearing his father's words, General Nangong paused, suddenly realizing that his father must be referring to Murong Xue. A conflict stirred within him. He dared not disclose to the elder that he had divorced her. After all, she was the daughter-in-law his father held in high regard. Embarrassment flickered across his features as he opened his mouth, uncertain of how to explain. Could he tell his father that he had cast aside Murong Xue? Knowing his father's temperament, it would surely incite a storm. "Father, Xue has been unwell lately, so I did not allow her to come to pay you respects," General Nangong deflected. "Is that so?" The elder scrutinized his son, noting the flicker of his eyes that avoided his gaze, further deepening his suspicions.
Is Xue truly unwell?
"Should we summon a physician for her?" he inquired, his tone imbued with a hint of menace. General Nangong met his father's gaze, his expression calm, yet his eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Cough. "Father, Xue is not gravely ill." "Not gravely ill? Then why has she not come to pay her respects? Why has she not ventured outside?" The elder's questioning grew more intense. Faced with his father's serious demeanor, General Nangong felt his heart race. "Xue has been feeling unwell and cannot move about easily," he stammered. "Humph. If she is unwilling to come and pay her respects, then I shall send someone to check on her." The elder's worry for Murong Xue's health was evident. She had always visited even for the slightest ailments. This seemed more serious. General Nangong's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he quickly regained composure. "Father, it would be best to let Xue rest. She is not feeling well. Previously, she came because I was away, but now that I am often here, it is the same." The elder cast a pointed glance at General Nangong, snorting derisively. "Is that so? Have you truly come to understand the value of cherishing and protecting her?" Upon hearing his father's words, General Nangong felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Did his father already suspect something? The elder continued, "Since you do not wish for Xue to go out, I shall go see her myself." "Father, that may not be appropriate," General Nangong hastily interjected. "Not appropriate? What is inappropriate about it?" The elder retorted, furrowing his brow. "Father, Xue has indeed been feeling unwell." General Nangong stammered, struggling to provide an explanation. "Feeling unwell? In what way?" The elder insisted. "I must see her today." Father General Nangong found himself at a loss. The elder wore a stern expression as he glared at General Nangong. The pressure from the elder left General Nangong feeling increasingly agitated.
What?
"Am I not permitted to visit my daughter-in-law? Could it be that you have wronged Xue, prompting her to refuse my visit?" The elder's gaze was ominous, laced with danger. "Father, Xue lies in bed ill. Your visit seems inappropriate. I ask you to reconsider," General Nangong implored. After hearing this, the elder's demeanor softened somewhat. Indeed, it was rather unusual for a father-in-law to visit his daughter-in-law, and he refrained from pressing further. General Nangong sighed in relief, successfully deflecting his father's inquiry. As long as his father did not seek out Murong Xue, the matter concerning Linger could be temporarily set aside. Once the birth of the Qilin child was celebrated, his father would surely be delighted, and the truth could then be revealed without fear of reprimand. While General Nangong was lost in these thoughts, he failed to notice the flicker of insight in the elder's eyes as he prepared to leave. If Xue is unwell, who is managing the affairs of the estate? The elder's sudden question caught General Nangong off guard. He looked uneasily at his father, worried that he was about to investigate the accounts. He wished to keep the matter regarding Linger concealed, but if he did not clarify, his father would surely uncover the truth. Hesitating, General Nangong's unease did not escape the elder's notice. "Is there a problem with the estate?" The elder inquired nonchalantly.
Father, no.
"I was just contemplating the best way to respond," General Nangong stammered. The elder raised an eyebrow at him, increasing the pressure on General Nangong. The elder's penetrating gaze bore down on him, prompting General Nangong to avert his eyes. "Father, there have been minor issues with the operations of the general's estate recently, but I will resolve them promptly." Though General Nangong's words were casual, his heart was already in turmoil.
Oh?
Why has such a situation arisen only now, when Xue has been managing things without issue? The elder's brow furrowed. The mention of Murong Xue's name and the realization that the general's estate had run smoothly for 3 years made General Nangong's expression subtly shift. Murong Xue was indeed remarkably capable. She had managed the household affairs with great efficiency. Reflecting on this, General Nangong's eyes darkened. He could not help but smile bitterly. The general's estate had become a mess. How long had it been since Linger took charge, and already the estate faced financial difficulties? "Father, you need not worry. I will take care of it swiftly." The elder suddenly rose, his fury palpable. "Resolve? What will you resolve? Do you need my intervention? I demand to see my daughter-in-law. Within 3 days, I want to see her." With a swift motion, he drew a dragon-headed blade. "It must be you who has wronged Xue, causing her to refuse even to brew tea for this old man. Mark my words. In 3 days, if I do not see my daughter-in-law, I shall have your head." General Nangong trembled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he exited. The elder narrowed his eyes, watching General Nangong's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "This matter is far from simple. No matter her illness, Xue would have sent someone to inform me. Why has there been no news for so long?" The elder's thoughts grew more perplexed. He recalled the way General Nangong had hesitated earlier. What secrets were being concealed? Furthermore, despite his inquiries about Xue's condition, he had received only vague responses regarding her ongoing illness. It had been a considerable time. Usually the girl was quite robust. The atmosphere in the general's estate had also felt off lately, shrouded in gloom rather than the usual cheerfulness. All of this stirred suspicion within the elder. "What are they hiding from me?" He pondered aloud. Did they truly believe him to be senile, oblivious to their unusual behavior these past few days? This situation undoubtedly involved Xue. Was there a connection to the estate's troubles? After departing from his father's courtyard, General Nangong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. His father was the grand general of the nation, and all his successes were built upon his father's support. The fact that his father had inquired about Xue filled him with dread. If his father discovered that he had divorced Murong Xue and expelled her from the Nangong family, he feared for his life. Chapter 8. With no husband, spring blooms, General Nangong stumbled as he walked, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. The truth would inevitably come to light. His father would find out. Should he learn of the divorce, General Nangong felt a chill run down his spine. Fully aware of his father's volatile temper, the Grand General's word was law. The entire empire was aware of his wrath. In a secluded courtyard, Murong Xue gazed at the vegetable garden, feeling it lacked some embellishment. "I shall take a stroll to the back mountain and see if there are any fresh plants to transplant," she resolved. Without hesitation, she gathered her tools, slung a bamboo basket over her shoulder, and gracefully departed towards the nearby mountain. Along the way, she admired the wildflowers and greenery, reveling in the beauty of nature. Her spirits lifted, momentarily overshadowing the sorrow of being cast aside by General Nangong. Suddenly, she halted, captivated by a cluster of wisteria, its fragrance wafting through the air. Delicate and translucent. Plucking a petal, she inhaled its subtle aroma. "Ah, transplanting this to the courtyard will surely bring a delightful touch," she mused, carefully preparing to relocate the wisteria, contemplating where it would thrive best. As she worked slowly, cautious not to harm the roots, the sun began to set. Once she had finished, she placed the plant in her basket, brushed herself off, and prepared to return to the kitchen for dinner. The wisteria thrived, its vibrant colors enchanting and lovely. Humming a tune, she made her way back, timing her return to maximize the plant's chances of survival, especially since she had brought some of the surrounding soil along with her. Upon reaching her courtyard, she activated her planting mode, noting that the other end of the grape trellis could be transformed into a wisteria arbor. Though the blossoms were still small, Their fragrance was intoxicating. After watering the plants, she set about preparing dinner. The reason she went to such lengths to bring the wisteria to her courtyard was that the flowers were edible, perfect for steaming dishes and pancakes. Murong Xue quickly cooked a simple stir-fry of green peppers and meat, accompanied by 2 vegetable dishes and a bowl of rice, before sitting down to enjoy her meal. In the palace of the North Star Kingdom, a handsome young man clad in a golden robe sat upon the dragon throne. His striking features bore an air of coldness, and as he gazed at the man kneeling before him, an aura of murderous intent emanated from him. At that moment, the young man exuded an overwhelming pressure that thickened the air in the great hall. Numerous imposing guards stood attentively, their expressions grave yet respectful as they observed the scene. The man kneeling was none other than the reigning emperor of the North Star Kingdom, Baiming Haoyu. All ministers, return and deliberate on how you shall handle this matter. Baiming Haoyu's voice was icy. Whoever dares to challenge imperial authority shall be executed as an example. The envoys from the 6 kingdoms are no exception. After North Ming Haoyu finished speaking, he stormed out of the grand hall, leaving the officials in a state of bewilderment. Chancellor, what on earth is happening? Why did His Majesty suddenly lose his temper? An elderly minister approached a middle-aged man and inquired. It seems he is troubled by the affairs of the 6 kingdoms, and I am tasked with deliberating on future governance, the middle-aged man sighed, shaking his head. The matters of the 6 kingdoms? That sounds quite serious, another elder exclaimed. No wonder His Majesty is so enraged. Although the 6 kingdoms have been subdued, numerous issues remain to be resolved, particularly in the realm of post-war governance. Within the palace, North Ming Haoyu was reviewing memorials, and all the guards and eunuchs dared not approach him, fearing they might incur his wrath. The king's authority was beyond their capacity to bear. Regardless of their external prestige or power, they had to tread carefully within these walls. A single misstep could cost them their heads. After reviewing the documents, North Ming Haoyu lifted his gaze, his expression icy, as no one could penetrate the emperor's heart. What was she doing? He thought of Murong Xue, her every smile and frown replaying in his mind, causing his once frozen heart to thaw, transforming the frigid world around him into a vibrant spring. Fetch the 100 birds and phoenix chines from Shigong, he commanded. The palace guards immediately set out for Shigong. The 100 birds and phoenix chine, a legendary instrument said to be crafted from an entire phoenix tree, was offered by the Shao Kingdom as a peace offering to avoid annihilation during North Ming Haoyu's conquest of the 6 kingdoms. Regrettably, the Shao Kingdom was ultimately destroyed, and the prized chine was sent to the palace's Shigong Hall, where all musicians and scholars of the North Qin Kingdom cherished the opportunity to gaze upon it. Once the precious chine was retrieved, North Ming Haoyu left the palace with it in his arms. In a secluded courtyard, Murong Xue was about to dine when she heard footsteps. The creaky door opened, and Murong Xue looked up to see a visitor, surprised to ask, "Why are you here again?" North Ming Haoyu replied with a calm demeanor, "I have come to deliver the chine. I recall you mentioning your proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, so I thought you might appreciate it. I hope you like it. Is that truly the only reason for your visit?" Murong Xue furrowed her brow, realizing he had taken her playful boasting seriously. And perhaps to enjoy a meal as well. North Ming Haoyu responded nonchalantly. Murong Xue's expression darkened. He was indeed back to mooch off her once more. Influenced by her former husband, she held little regard for handsome men at this moment. She glanced at the chine. This fool is quite naive. Someone like him should never venture outside, lest he be easily deceived. In ancient times, it seemed one needed to master music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and it appeared she was missing a chine. After all, it was an expensive item, and trading a meal for a chine wasn't a bad deal, especially since she was genuinely impoverished. Murong Xue casually accepted the 100 birds and phoenix chine, indifferent to it, unaware that her meal would procure the finest chine in the world. "Would you like to play a tune?" "I can, but I must forewarn you," Murong Xue cautioned. "I know you despise me, yet I also possess my pride. After listening to the music and having my fill, I shall not linger. Indeed, we shall each return to our own abodes after dining, sparing my reputation," Murong Xue commanded, visibly displeased. As she placed a bowl of freshly made egg and vegetable noodles before North Ming Haoyu, grumbling that he had arrived just as the food was ready. North Ming Haoyu devoured the noodles with gusto. Murong Xue observed the man eating with fervor, bemused by the situation. Could he truly have come just to scrounge a meal? Looking at the man who was so engrossed in his food, she felt a strange sensation, Although he was handsome, he exuded an air of timidity, resembling a vulnerable little puppy. As North Ming Haoyu gazed at the noodles, their silky texture wafted an enticing aroma. He inhaled deeply, swallowed hard, and reached for the bowl, wolfing down the meal. This girl's egg and vegetable noodles were absolutely delicious, surpassing even the imperial kitchen's fare. Having been preoccupied with court affairs all day, he had not eaten, and this bowl of simple yet delightful sustenance left him wanting more. Murong Xue smiled at the qin before her. In her past life, she had loved playing the guqin, but time had escaped her. Fortunately, she could finally try it today. With a gentle touch, she plucked the strings of the ancient instrument, producing a melodious and ethereal tune. As she closed her eyes, memories of her previous life flooded back, reminding her of the sacrifices she made for the Nangong family, only to find herself alone, burdened with pain. As the night grew cooler and the flowers fell like frost, she sang of longing, transforming her feelings into a river of memories, nurturing her like spring mud. The song Liang Liang resonated with her spirit, a melody she had cherished in her previous life. Now played in this ancient era, North Ming Haoyu, captivated by her performance, was spellbound. Born into royalty, he had heard countless lyrics. Yet this heart-wrenching song moved him like never before. He gazed at Murong Xue, perceiving her silent struggles and the weight of her burdens, enduring in silence while concealing her sorrow from others. Chapter 9. The financial crisis of the Nangong General's mansion. The room felt chilly. Murong Xue turned to North Ming Haoyu, noticing he had consumed nearly half of the bowl of noodles. What piece is this? I have never heard it before. Murong Xue thought to herself, if you had heard this piece, it would truly be a miracle. This melody seemed otherworldly, rare to be heard by mortal ears. Her fingers danced over the 100 birds and phoenix qin. What a magnificent instrument! She exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. North Ming Haoyu promptly replied, indeed. It is a remarkable qin, worthy of being called the finest in the world. Murong Xue rolled her eyes at him. I simply offered a casual compliment, and you immediately take it as an opportunity to boast. How suspicious that seems. A hint of melancholy flickered in Murong Xue's heart. Truly, my fate is unfortunate. I once believed that by serving diligently in the Nangong family and awaiting my husband's return, I would bear children and uphold the family honor, becoming a respected Nangong matron. Yet, after all I have sacrificed, upon your return, your first action was to cast me aside. North Ming Haoyu observed Murong Xue, seeing in her the tenacity of a plum blossom blooming amid the cold wind. At that moment, in the Nangong mansion, General Nangong was in a state of distress. He glanced at the thick ledger in his hands, a shadow crossing his eyes. The Nangong general's estate owned 15 properties, including shops, residences, mines, and farmlands. In the brief days since Murong Xue's departure, the estate had begun to suffer losses and chaotic accounts. Carrying the ledger, General Nangong made his way to the courtyard where Ling Er resided. General, Ling Er exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him enter, rushing forward to greet him. You have finally come. Linger, it has been an age since I last beheld you. You have not come to keep me company, and I weep with the sorrow of a rain-soaked pear blossom, a visage of profound grievance, as if I have suffered an immense injustice. Do not be disheartened, my lady. It is I who have been negligent. The gentle General Nangong consoled Linger softly. My lady, he continued with a serene demeanor, I have come today to convey something of significance. I beg your forgiveness. What matter could compel you to apologize so earnestly, General? Linger inquired, her tears still glistening as she gazed at him, sensing that his words carried weight. My lady, there have arisen certain discrepancies within the accounts of the General's residence. The General's residence?
How can this be?
Is it not known for its substantial monthly revenues? Linger questioned with confusion, unable to fathom how her home could falter in such a manner. Have you ventured to inspect the properties owned by the General's residence? Have you inquired at the shops, the fabric stores, the farmlands, or the mountain estates? General Nangong reminded her, piece by piece. I have dispatched the steward to investigate these matters. Linger replied, bewildered. Could it be that they have all encountered issues? She had been preoccupied with merriment, utterly unaware of these affairs. General, though I am with child, I strive to manage these matters. Perhaps the steward has made an oversight. But please do not cast blame upon him. Linger protested, though in her heart, she had distanced herself from any responsibility. How could that scoundrel, the steward, not be aware of the lady's condition? General Nangong frowned, unwilling to speak harshly to Linger. This is not the steward's fault. Perhaps he genuinely did not know. Linger lamented, feeling wronged, yet she had always held the steward in contempt. How could a lowly steward presume to converse with her? General Nangong was indeed vexed, his head throbbing. My father wishes to meet his daughter-in-law. Yet he hesitated, for in his father's eyes, the only daughter-in-law was Murong Xue.
And now,
With the accounts of the general's residence in disarray, General Nangong summoned the steward to his study. General, the steward trembled as he entered. Steward, I have been preoccupied with matters of the battlefield and have not intervened much in household affairs. Why are the accounts so severely depleted in recent months? Explain yourself. General Nangong demanded, his anger palpable. Old servant, I am truly incapable of bearing this burden, the steward stammered, his expression one of distress. Humph. A fine excuse for your incapacity. I recall that while the accounts were modest, there was always enough silver to sustain us throughout the year. General Nangong interrogated. Having previously placed great trust in the steward, believing he would never betray the general's residence or embezzle its funds. General, the steward pleaded, falling to his knees. I swear I have not pilfered a single coin from the residence. My loyalty to you is unwavering. I beseech you to see the truth. If you are indeed loyal, why have you concealed this from me? Had it not been for today's revelations, I would have remained unaware of the extent of our losses. How shall I deal with you now? General, since the former lady entered the general's residence, she managed all affairs diligently, and each year there were surpluses. The properties under the general's name were functioning normally. However, now that the lady has been dismissed and departed, all these properties have been entrusted to the new lady, who lacks the acumen for management. The losses have only intensified. Could you consider selling the properties to mitigate the losses? The steward implored, tears streaming down his face. Sell them? General Nangong furrowed his brow. The general's residence was a legacy built by his ancestors. He would not part with it easily. General, this is the only solution. The former lady's dismissal has left the properties unattended, leading to such dire losses. You cannot let a moment's anger destroy centuries of accumulation unless you summon the lady back. Her return could rectify the situation instantly. The steward wept as he pleaded, wishing for the former lady's return, having never regarded Linger as a true lady, seeing her merely as a frivolous flower. General, 15 properties are now on the brink of collapse, suffering significant losses. Currently, only the farmlands show a modest profit. We cannot delay any longer. If we do, we may even lose the farmlands. Upon hearing that even the farmlands were in jeopardy, General Nangong's countenance shifted. The general's residence comprised 15 properties, typically yielding profits every 3 months. After deducting expenditures, the remaining funds were sufficient for the household's daily needs. These 15 properties were bestowed upon General Nangong by the late emperor, and he had amassed considerable wealth from them. Selling them would mean surrendering all that wealth to others. General Nangong was reluctant, yet how could he address the current predicament? General, you can no longer hesitate. If you do, the general's residence will perish. This concerns your career. The steward implored desperately. With a heavy sigh, General Nangong waved his hand dismissively, instructing the steward to withdraw. He felt utterly fatigued. Turning to Linger, who was still urging him to sell, he realized she had no other ideas beyond squandering their wealth. Could he invite Murong Xue back?
Impossible.
Absolutely not. How could a discarded woman hope to rise again in the Nangong family? Chapter 10. After leaving you, I flourish amidst the myriad joys and sorrows. The general's residence descended into chaos. In a serene courtyard in the capital, a beautiful woman sat quietly reading. Dressed in white, her exquisite and icy visage radiated tranquility. Though modest in size, the courtyard was meticulously maintained by Murong Xue, who had cultivated a small vegetable garden in the open space. Seated beneath a grape trellis, basking in the warm sunlight with a pot of tea and a book, Murong Xue enjoyed a leisurely and blissful moment, as if she were isolated from the world. In this life of rebirth, Murong Xue's perspective had undergone a radical transformation. In her previous existence, the relentless hustle and bustle had deprived her of such tranquil moments. Since marrying into the general's residence 3 years prior, she had been tirelessly managing all household affairs. The servants regarded her with respect, having never caused her difficulty, thus freeing her from much worry. Her business thrived, yet gradually, she had overlooked the most precious aspects of life. As she lifted her cup to sip tea, her gaze drifted toward the clouds, her lips forming a wistful curve. No matter how well she performed, she could not escape the fate of being dismissed. However, despite her dismissal and the absence of the opulent life within the general's residence, she found comfort and relaxation in her current circumstances. Regardless of how humble her life became, she would strive to live it beautifully, just like this floral tea, which she had recently harvested from the mountains, chrysanthemum tea and wild mountain tea flowers. Its flavor was pure and sweet. Murong Xue gently closed her eyes, inhaling the fragrant air. A soft smile graced her lips, and her heart felt remarkably tranquil. Such serenity was a rarity in her 2 lifetimes, as if she had fallen into a dream. Blissfully content, she picked up a book and mused, since I am here, why not write a book? Perhaps I could earn a living selling it one day. Dipping her brush into ink, she pondered the words that would best convey her intellect and insights. As she gazed serenely at the vegetable garden, inspiration began to stir within her. In this era, a book on agriculture or vegetables would undoubtedly create a sensation. Imagining it sent her heart racing with excitement and anticipation. However, as she poised her brush to write, she hesitated. The literature of this age lacked the depth and richness of modern texts. Her treatise on agriculture would surely invite criticism. Moreover, the ancients here were unfamiliar with contemporary knowledge. She feared becoming the target of ridicule. Shaking her head with a wry smile, she sighed, perhaps I shall just paint. Murong Xue retrieved a sheet of paper, prepared her colors from the flowers and leaves she had gathered on the mountains, and began to sketch. Within half an hour, a vivid bamboo grove sprang to life on the page. Inspecting her work with satisfaction, she smiled. The colors were derived from her own creations. She laid down her brush and gently blew on the wet ink, savoring the moment. Her heart swelled with joy as she admired her painting. It was as if she had added the finishing touch to a masterpiece, imbuing it with vitality. The lush bamboo swayed, vibrant and green. Distant mountains towered majestically, exuding grandeur. Nearby, a stream gurgled, enveloped in mist. The bamboo shadows danced, the water tinkled, and the sounds of birds echoed from within the grove. Where a bamboo house was faintly visible, everything appeared so alive and graceful. Murong Xue caressed her artwork, marveling at its beauty. How splendid it would be to build a home amidst such a bamboo grove, cultivate a garden, and perhaps even raise some fish. Her thoughts sparkled with brilliance, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Yet, glancing around her tranquil courtyard, while orderly and serene, it felt monotonous, lacking a spark of life. Turning her gaze to the distant vegetable garden, she contemplated capturing her courtyard on paper. With renewed determination, she began to outline the scene. Unbeknownst to her, night had fallen, and the images of the day danced in her mind. Content with her depiction of the courtyard, she beamed with delight. Setting down her brush, she stretched her aching neck and rose, realizing it was time to prepare dinner. Oh, dear, how time flies, she murmured, unexpectedly recalling the man who had dined with her. His handsome visage and elegant demeanor left a profound impression on her. Why am I thinking of him? She sighed, shaking her head to dispel the memory.
No.
I mustn't dwell on it. It will only give me a headache. Murong Xue lamented. I must focus on how to earn a living. It seems there are unseen obstacles in the general's residence. Whether I wish to work as a cook or start my own venture, I am often inexplicably targeted. She sighed, finding this life rather burdensome. Nevertheless, she vowed to liberate herself from these troubles. With a huff, she considered that General Nangong's haughty demeanor should not pose much trouble for her. Perhaps it was that woman Linger who was scheming behind the scenes. If she dared to plot against her, Murong Xue would repay her in kind, eager to see who would outmaneuver whom. Enough of that. It's time for dinner, she declared cheerfully. Entering the kitchen, she gathered rice and vegetables, washing, peeling, and chopping them with care. Once the rice was cooked, she plated it alongside stir-fried pork with green peppers, bean sprouts, and scrambled eggs with cucumbers. Murong Xue even poured herself a glass of her homemade grape wine, savoring the meal with grace. As she ate, she couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate she had been. Had that man not unexpectedly gifted her with 300 taels of silver, she might have starved on the streets. After enjoying a glass of wine, she felt her spirits lift. Storing away the wine jug, she reclined in a chair in her courtyard, basking in the sun and watching the sunset paint the sky in vibrant hues. A gentle breeze rustled the trees, and she relished this moment, squinting at the radiant clouds that transformed into myriad shapes, sometimes resembling peony petals, at other times rose petals, and then shimmering gold, a spectacular display. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the fiery clouds, feeling them dissipate slowly. Who is that man? She pondered, recalling their conversation, which suggested he too was a general. Am I fortunate or unfortunate? She mused. In this age, even a general's fate was not his own. One never knew when imperial orders might summon him to battle. Her ex-husband had faced a similar fate, called away by the emperor before their wedding and returning only to bring home a mistress, cast her aside without a second thought. What a cad. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wishing she could slap him. Yet, despite her rage, she refrained from acting. Knowing his status was beyond her reach, Murong Xue resolved to bide her time until she was strong enough to seek her revenge. Yet, she felt a strange gratitude for being divorced. Otherwise, she might never have enjoyed such tranquility. As the night wind rustled through the trees, the sounds of chirping insects filled the air, accompanied by the serenade of cicadas. Murong Xue sat comfortably under the lamp, reading, occasionally glancing at the starry sky, which seemed more resplendent than in her past life. Each time she gazed upward, the stars twinkled like fireflies in the night, a breathtaking sight. With a smile playing on her lips, she closed her book, relishing the peaceful days that felt so delightful. She envied her current self, free from scheming and bloodshed. Extinguishing the candle, she closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber, waking to the bright midday sun. After freshening up and dressing, she stepped outside into her courtyard, inhaling the fresh air that invigorated her spirit, leaving her feeling utterly refreshed. The air of antiquity was indeed crisp, prompting her to exclaim in admiration. After taking a stroll around the courtyard, she set about preparing the day's meals, reminding herself that regardless of circumstances, one must always eat well. Murong Xue placed the eggs she had purchased into the pan, then added oil and began to stir-fry. The enticing aroma gradually filled the air, causing a wave of hunger to surge within her, her stomach growling audibly. With a slight pout, Murong Xue realized just how famished she was and hurriedly tossed in the chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, ensuring they were evenly distributed. Covering the pan, she let it simmer, and the fragrance of the dish intensified, wafting tantalizingly to her nose, evoking an insatiable appetite. Chapter 11. What kind of thing is Linger to be worthy of being a general's wife? Murong Xue gazed at the assortment of simple dishes on the table. Though they were everyday fare, the moment they graced the dining table, an irresistible scent enveloped her. Today, without that thick-skinned individual around, her mood seemed considerably brighter. A sense of tranquility washed over her, and each bite of the meal brought her immense joy, alleviating the pent-up emotions she had harbored for days. In the Nangong residence, within the opulent estate, General Nangong was cautiously escorting Linger on a leisurely stroll. Amidst the garden, as they admired the vibrant blossoms, Linger found it hard to share in the joy. General, the servants have been whispering about the former lady of the house lately. I can't help but wonder who truly holds your affection when compared to her. She had overheard the servants discussing her, particularly when she had been extravagantly spending money. Their glances often seemed laden with judgment. Linger feared that the general might develop a distaste for her due to the servants' idle chatter. Upon hearing her words, General Nangong's expression stiffened. Although his knowledge of Murong Xue was limited, he had noticed how seamlessly the household had functioned in his absence. In contrast, since Linger had arrived, the estate's finances had been in disarray. Quite evidently, Murong Xue was more suited to be the mistress of the Nangong family. Nevertheless, seeing Linger's pronounced belly, he chuckled reassuringly. My dear, you worry too much. How could Murong Xue ever compare to you? While I acknowledge her skills in managing the household, you are carrying our child, rendering her any merit moot. Linger gently caressed her rounded belly, smiling as she responded, It seems I was overly concerned. However, the gossiping servants need to be managed more stringently. I don't mind their chatter, but if it affects my mood and puts our baby at risk of hearing something unpleasant, that would be intolerable. She cast a disapproving glance at the subservient figures trailing behind them. Her already unfavorable view of Murong Xue naturally extended to those who had previously served her. General Nangong, sensing her distress, affectionately reassured her. Very well, my lady. Your word is law. We cannot allow our child to hear even a hint of those slanderous remarks. I shall immediately see to it that those who once served that wretched woman are dismissed. He then turned to the steward following closely behind and spoke sternly. Did you hear my wife's words? Remove all those who had previously attended to that despicable woman. They must not have any influence on our unborn child. To his surprise, the steward bowed in disbelief. General, the former lady never commanded the servants during her time. Even the cleaning of her chambers was done by her own hand. The general was taken aback. Coming from a prestigious background, and now a high-ranking officer, it was difficult for him to fathom that Murong Xue would humble herself to do the work typically reserved for servants. Linger, however, was dissatisfied with this revelation. Humph. She merely put on an act to impress you. A person like her is the best at feigning hardship, even if she never relied on servants. Surely she had close attendants? Otherwise, how could I have heard such rumors these past few days? Dismiss all those who were close to that wretched woman immediately. Unbeknownst to her, her tone had grown increasingly hysterical. General Nangong, initially hesitant, felt compelled to comfort Linger in her fury. Do you hear that? Dismiss all those who were close to that wretched woman. Their conversation had not gone unnoticed by the surrounding servants, who exchanged glances and murmured among themselves, questioning how someone like her could ever be worthy of the title of a general's wife. As General Nangong's anger boiled, a servant rushed in, announcing, "Young General, the Elder Master requests your presence." At this, the general's fury dissipated, replaced by a sense of dread. The Elder Master was undoubtedly displeased with Murong Xue. After all, he had previously promised to have her serve tea to him. Linger, nestled in his embrace, felt a twinge of anxiety. Though she had entered the general's residence, she was not legally wed, for the true mistress of the Nangong household was Murong Xue. As General Nangong hesitantly approached the Zhenguo residence, he remained unaware of the storm of fury awaiting him. Chapter 12. The Nangong general's residence in disarray. Without Murong Xue, Linger relied solely on General Nangong's affection. And even now, the elder general was oblivious to her situation. She felt a sense of impending doom, as if her misdeeds were on the verge of being uncovered. After reassuring Linger, General Nangong steeled himself and made his way to the Zhenguo residence. The elder general, residing just a few walls away from the Nangong estate, paced restlessly within his quarters, his face wrinkled with irritation. He muttered to himself, "Why hasn't my wicked daughter-in-law come to pay her respects? It's been several days now." His expression revealed his displeasure, and it was clear that his mood was far from pleasant. Upon seeing General Nangong arrive, the elder general inquired tersely, "Where is my daughter-in-law? She used to visit me daily. Why has she not shown her face since your return?" The elder general, a seasoned warrior, was furious, and even the young general felt a shiver run through him. "My father, you worry too much. The lady has been occupied with matters both inside and outside the household, leaving her little time until evening. Perhaps you could allow her some grace. Once she has settled these affairs, I will ensure she comes to pay you her respects." This diversion seemed to ease the elder general's anger slightly. "Indeed, our Nangong family business is substantial. It is indeed a heavy burden for Xue. However," he added, glaring at his son, "you must ensure she visits me tomorrow morning without fail. I intend to bestow upon her the seal of the Nangong family." At these words, General Nangong's countenance shifted dramatically. "The seal? Is it truly appropriate to relinquish the heirloom of the Nangong family in such a manner? Not to mention that Murong Xue has been expelled. Even if she were still present, I would be loath to let her wield the imperial seal." Sensing the resistance from the young general of the Nangong family, the old general cast a cold smirk in his direction and remarked, "You little rascal. The moment you lift your backside, I know exactly what you're up to. Do not even think about the imperial seal. If it were to be entrusted to you, with your mediocre capabilities, the Nangong family would be utterly ruined in no time." With that, the old general turned away and strode into the room without a backward glance. Observing his retreating figure, the young general could only manage a bitter smile. Contemplating the old general's words, he steeled himself and trudged outside. Upon returning to the general's residence, General Nangong glared darkly at the steward and commanded, "Bring me the household accounts from the past 2 days immediately." Since the old general is to meet Murong Xue tomorrow, I cannot evade this issue. Thus, I must explore any potential remedies. If I can rectify the discrepancies in the accounts, I shall attribute the success to Linger. Surely the old general would be more amenable then. However, after merely glancing through the documents, his expression soured. It became evident that the accounts from the previous days contained numerous entries of income. Maintaining the vast expenditures of the Nangong family required considerable daily outflow. Yet, Ever since Linger joined the Nangong household, significant discrepancies had emerged, leading to a substantial outflow of funds. Further scrutiny of the expenditures revealed extravagant purchases of cosmetics and luxurious items for women. The more General Nangong examined the accounts, the angrier he became. "Steward, come here and explain this absurdity regarding the cosmetics. When did the women of the Nangong family require such an excessive and costly quantity of makeup?" He pointed at various entries on the account, awaiting the steward's response, his previously gentle demeanor towards Linger now seeming like a fleeting illusion. The steward, taken aback, stammered, "Did you not instruct us previously to fulfill any requests from the young mistress?" Upon hearing the steward's reply, General Nangong's expression froze. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Impossible! Linger is far too sensible and obedient. How could she possibly spend such an exorbitant sum on cosmetics? The amount listed here would suffice for an ordinary woman for an entire year. This cannot be solely her doing. Who is responsible for this?" General Nangong's gaze bore into the steward as if he could devour him whole. The steward, feeling helpless, replied, "When young Mistress Chen first entered the Nangong household, you instructed us to accommodate her every request. We adhered to that and even mentioned this matter to you the other day, but you dismissed it, claiming the young mistress would not be extravagant with her spending." Initially, the steward spoke with some confidence, but as he noticed the general's increasingly grave expression, his voice dwindled. Meanwhile, within the general's residence, a sharp female voice pierced the air. "Are you plotting rebellion? Just because the general is away, you think you can bully me?" General Nangong's expression shifted dramatically. What calamity has befallen now? In the main hall of the residence, a crowd of servants and attendants appeared to be packing their belongings, seemingly preparing to depart. Linger, with a fierce tone, interrogated them. The attendants and servants, intimidated by her fierce demeanor, dared not respond. After a lengthy silence, one timid attendant spoke up. "Madam, it is not that we wish to leave the Nangong family. It is just that the previous chef has departed, and the meals we prepare for you are no longer exquisite. You scold us daily, and thus." Before he could finish, Linger interrupted him sharply. "Is there truly only one chef in this vast Nangong residence? Look at the meals you have prepared for me today. Is this fit for consumption?" At that moment, she was nearly driven to fury. In front of General Nangong, she feigned fragility, but now, without his watchful eye, she revealed an authentic side that he had never witnessed. Her voice rising in volume, several attendants and servants instinctively covered their ears. Upon glancing at the table, there were 4 dishes and a soup laid out, yet she had not touched a single bite. Just then, General Nangong arrived. Upon seeing him, Linger instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. The servants, witnessing her sudden transformation, felt a growing aversion towards her, finding her behavior despicable and pretentious. General Nangong, seeing Linger's distressed face, felt a surge of compassion and bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you to care for the young mistress properly? I have been gone for such a short time, and already you have caused her distress?" As he spoke, he noticed the state of the food laid before him. The dishes were clearly spoiled, with even the rice showing signs of mold. General Nangong, incredulous, stared at the meal and exclaimed, "Is this how you care for the young mistress?" It turned out that the staff assigned to prepare meals for the household had refused to serve the young mistress, and even the cooks he had designated for her had declined to cook. The meals presented were hastily prepared by the remaining staff, who were clearly inadequate. General Nangong was nearly engulfed in fury. How could the household staff refuse to cook for Linger? Even the cooks he had arranged for her had forsaken their duties? Had the Nangong family not treated them well? They received their wages punctually every month. Why would they abandon their posts? The anger that had initially consumed him began to dissipate as he questioned, "Why are you all leaving? If even a few of you depart, the entire household will descend into chaos." Upon hearing the general's voice soften, one brave attendant spoke up, "General, during the time the former mistress was here, she showed great kindness to all of us. We all vowed to serve her diligently throughout our lives, yet she was driven away. With her departure, our presence here seems utterly unnecessary." As the servants spoke, one of them cast a timid glance at Linger, though he did not articulate his thoughts. It was evident to the discerning that there lingered a certain disdain for Linger in their eyes. Upon hearing this, General Nangong regarded the servant with a face full of contempt. What merit does Murong Xue possess? What does she count as a former lady? She is merely a lowly maid who knows how to curry favor with my father.
Fine.
So you all wish to follow such a wretched maid, do you? Witnessing this scene, Chenlinger quietly added fuel to the fire. This matter should not be blamed on the former lady. It is my fault. In truth, Chenlinger harbored a deep-seated hatred for Murong Xue. What charm did this woman possess that the servants and attendants of the manor remained united in their allegiance to her? Seeing Chenlinger so understanding only fueled General Nangong's resentment towards these servants. Get out of my sight. With his command, the house erupted into chaos, as the servants and attendants hurriedly departed. The only lady they recognized was Murong, the former mistress. Chapter 14. The general's manor in ruins without a mistress. As dusk fell over the Nangong residence, General Nangong sat in the main hall, his countenance frigid.
Chenlinger.
Seated beside him, wore a similarly frosty expression. Since the departure of the servants, they had remained in a state of stupor, not for lack of desire to move, but due to the gnawing pangs of hunger. Moments later, unable to endure any longer, Chenlinger implored, "General, is there anything to eat? I am truly famished. If I am starving, what becomes of the child?" General Nangong's face contorted with irritation at her words. With all the servants gone, there was little he could do. As he stated, the household was devoid of attendants. Who could possibly prepare a meal? If they desired nourishment, it would likely consist of mere scraps. Such fare was unthinkable for Chenlinger. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a grim countenance. "Perhaps you should eat a little leftover food. It would not be good for the child to go hungry." Chenlinger gazed at General Nangong in disbelief. "You would have me and the unborn child consume leftovers? This is a baby yet to be born." Though she understood the harshness of their circumstances, she was unwilling to accept such a fate. For someone of her delicate constitution to resort to eating scraps was utterly out of the question. General Nangong's frustration was palpable. The departure of the servants was undoubtedly orchestrated by Murong Xue, that wretched maid. He could not fathom why the servants, who had previously obeyed his every command, would so resolutely abandon him. Among those who left were many who had served in the Nangong household for generations. Logically, such servants would never consider leaving the Nangong family, for they had long forgotten the rules of survival in the outside world. To claim that their unity was unconnected to Murong Xue would be utterly implausible.
Chenlinger nodded in agreement.
Yes, that wretched woman must be stirring trouble behind the scenes. The Nangong family, being a prominent household, has servants who've been bound to us for generations. They would never dare to rebel. Surely, Murong Xue has promised them some enticing reward. The general must not let Murong Xue off lightly the next time they meet. As General Nangong prepared to agree, he was suddenly reminded of the tiger-headed golden knife treasured by his father in the main hall. He did think of punishing Murong Xue, but recalling his father's fondness for her sent chills down his spine. If he dared to lay a hand on Murong Xue, his father would be the first to wield the knife against him. Without servants to attend to them, the two found themselves embroiled in a series of unpleasant encounters, all of which General Nangong managed to suppress. Lying in bed, Chenlinger lamented, "It is all that wretched maid's fault. We have not eaten well today. The bed is not properly made, and I fear I shall not sleep well tonight." Noticing his silence, she grew curious and asked, "What troubles you, General?" General Nangong, shaking his head in frustration, replied, "Today, when I visited my father, he mentioned that he intends to hand the family seal over to Murong Xue. He is still unaware that she has left the Nangong family, and I am pondering how to explain this to him. The family seal is the lifeblood of a clan. After all, many of the family's enterprises require the seal for authorization, and even the managers of these businesses may only recognize the seal or the old general. Even his position as a junior general may not carry sufficient weight. Setting aside whether he could even hand the seal to Murong Xue, finding her would be a challenge in itself. What if his father wished to see Murong Xue tomorrow? How could he possibly explain that? Upon hearing this, Chenlinger expressed her disbelief. "Father wishes to hand the seal to that wretched maid? As the junior head of the family, you have not been given the seal. What right does she have to the Nangong family's seal?" General Nangong felt a twinge of irritation at Chenlinger's disdain.
Yet,
recalling how resolutely Murong Xue had turned away from him that day, clad in red, her gaze had been so steadfast. He thought to himself that even if he managed to find her, she would likely refuse to assist him in keeping this from his father. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a profound darkness enveloped General Nangong. Suddenly, Chenlinger's gaze turned predatory. "My dear husband, if Murong Xue were to meet with an untimely demise, then the old general would be powerless to punish you. Upon hearing Chenling's words, General Nangong's expression hardened. To eliminate Murong Xue would resolve everything. I refuse to believe that a discarded maid can escape the flames of retribution. Meanwhile, in the North Star Palace, Baiming Haoyu tossed and turned, Murong Xue's visage constantly appearing before him. No matter what, he had to secure a meal tomorrow. It was settled. Chapter 15. The General's Manner. Forsaken by all, a night of hunger gnawed at General Nangong, who repeatedly attempted to rise but found himself utterly drained of energy. Accustomed to a flurry of servants at his beck and call, he would merely sigh, and someone would promptly enter to attend to him. Yet, with his stomach empty, even his calls went unanswered, leaving the room steeped in an eerie silence, void of warmth, only a haunting stillness infused with a hint of terror. Beside him lay Chenlinger, her delicate lips pursed and brows knitted, seemingly embroiled in a dreamt debate. As dawn broke, General Nangong could no longer tolerate his hunger. "Steward, call someone to attend to me," he shouted, but his calls were met with silence, save for the chirping of a few birds in the trees outside. "Someone, quickly prepare a meal, and bring down those noisy birds that have been chirping all night." The general felt an unbearable hunger within, and soon his wife would awaken. The cheerful chirping of the birds in the courtyard responded to General Nangong's thoughts. Enraged, he rose from his bed, determined to discover the cause of the disturbance. At that moment, Chenlinger stirred beside him and, in a gentle voice, said, "General, what is the matter? I feared the birds would awaken you. Please, rest a little longer. I shall have them prepare your meal." With a tender expression, Chenlinger stretched and sat up, her demeanor full of concern. "Allow me to take care of this, General. Such matters are clearly for a wife to manage. You need not trouble yourself." General Nangong affectionately brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead, saying, "You are truly considerate, Linger, unlike that cold Murong Xue, who lacks any feminine charm. I cannot fathom what the old man sees in her. I prefer your gentle nature." As Chenlinger gracefully walked towards the courtyard, her pregnant form still exuded an alluring elegance, her waist appearing slender from behind. Though she was not exceptionally beautiful, lacking the striking allure of Murong Xue, she possessed a captivating charm and a soft voice that was irresistible, qualities that Murong Xue could not match. Upon entering the courtyard, Chenlinger was met with a scene of neglect. Fallen leaves covered the ground, and no one had bothered to sweep them away. Anger welled up within her. Had the servants truly abandoned their duties? Approaching, she spotted an elderly woman hunched over, laboriously attempting to clear the leaves, but her efforts were painfully slow, only causing more leaves to scatter. Chenlinger called out sharply, "Hurry, and prepare the general's meal. What are you doing sweeping the courtyard?" The old woman seemed oblivious to her command, continuing her task with an unperturbed demeanor. Infuriated, Chenlinger swiftly approached, grabbing the woman's ear and shouting, "Are you deaf? I told you to prepare the meal, not to sweep." Finally, the old woman looked up, her face filled with fear, mumbling incoherently while gesturing with her hands. Revealing that she was mute, Chenlinger realized that the servants had fled. They were all born into the Nangong household, bound to serve for generations, and could not leave unless permitted. Their contracts were mysteriously absent, undoubtedly the work of Murong Xue, who had incited their departure, leaving only this mute servant to tend to the general. She knew that the child she carried was the general's first son, destined to be the legitimate heir. With Murong Xue cast aside, she herself would become the lady of the Nangong household, and thus her child would rightfully inherit that status. A cold smile crept upon her face as she considered her situation. Typically surrounded by servants catering to her needs, she now found herself alone with a single mute maid. How could she endure such circumstances? Murong Xue's actions were despicable, stirring the servants to abandon their posts, leaving her and the general to starve. Returning to the bedroom, Chenlinger chose not to disclose the earlier events to General Nangong. "General, allow me to prepare the meal. I assure you it will be to your taste." "That is out of the question, Linger. You are with child. How can I allow you to take on such duties? Where are the servants? Do they not heed your commands?" "Wait here. I will confront them," he declared, anger etched upon his face. Chenlinger grasped his arm, her voice tender yet insistent. "Do not go. I fear it may upset you." Her demeanor only fueled his curiosity about the situation outside. Once he stepped into the courtyard and beheld its desolation, fury surged within him. The servants had indeed fled, undoubtedly incited by Murong Xue. Why had the once vibrant Nangong residence, bustling with nobility and activity, fallen into such disrepair? Just as he was about to draw his sword in frustration, a guard entered, delivering a message. "Young general, the old general wishes to see you." In an instant, General Nangong's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of defeat. How could he face his father? The old man expected his daughter-in-law to serve tea, and Murong Xue had charmed him with tales of her noble lineage and virtuous nature. He glanced at Qinlinger, who, with a shy smile, lowered her head, affectionately caressing her belly. The tenderness in her expression captivated him. He envisioned a blissful family with her and their child. Murong Xue was merely an outsider. Resolute, he decided that his Linger was infinitely superior to Murong Xue. Perhaps he should take Linger to meet his father. She possessed the grace and warmth deserving of such an honor, unlike Murong Xue. Linger had even offered to prepare their meal, displaying no resentment despite the absence of the other servants. Such a gentle and caring wife was rare. But then again, he realized that Qinlinger had not taken any decisive action. Her intentions were only verbal. Turning the thought over in his mind, he recalled that without an official marriage, bringing her before the old general could lead to complications. They had driven Murong Xue away, and if questioned, how would he respond? Knowing his father's temperament, it would not bode well if he presented Qinlinger. Caught between his loyalties to his father and his affection for Linger, General Nangong found himself in a precarious position. In a quaint courtyard within the capital, Murong Xue had just prepared a fragrant breakfast, ready to indulge when a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, her expression shifted. "What brings you here?" The visitor was none other than the troublesome Baiming Haoyu. "You always come here to mooch off my hospitality. As a man and woman alone, I can't afford to lose my reputation," she chided, attempting to close the door. Yet, he presented her with 2 crisp 100-tael silver notes. "I believe we share a bond as friends, so please come in. Today seems auspicious, with good news on the horizon." Baiming Haoyu marveled at the speed with which this man changed his demeanor. Upon seeing the silver note, his eyes sparkled with delight. He had spent the previous night reviewing memorials until late, lacking any enthusiasm for the imperial cuisine. With only thoughts of Murong Xue's delectable dishes lingering in his mind, egg soup, scallion pancakes, and soup dumplings. Murong Xue, with her avaricious gaze, fixated on the silver note in Baiming Haoyu's hand, realizing that she must present her finest culinary skills to justify the patron's bounty. At that moment, Baiming Haoyu was famished. He slapped the silver note on the table, savoring the egg soup and relishing a bite of the soup dumpling, bursting with flavorful broth. Such exquisite delicacies are rare in the mortal realm. In the Nangong residence, General Nangong and Qinlinger found themselves amidst the desolation of a bleak courtyard, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of despair. General Nangong felt a deep-seated anxiety. If the elder were to inquire about the sudden decline of the general's estate, he would be at a loss for words. Surely, Murong Xue was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could the general's estate have fallen to such depths in mere days? What means had she employed? The general was filled with frustration, fearing that news of the turmoil within the estate would reach his father at the State Defense Office. After all, General Nangong had been away for 3 years, and during his absence, the estate had thrived under Murong Xue's diligent stewardship. Yet, upon his return and subsequent dismissal of her, the general's residence swiftly deteriorated. In the early days of their marriage, the newly established estate had flourished as he proudly wed Murong Xue. It had been her home, and she had managed it with utmost care, leaving no room for neglect. During the 3 years of his absence, Murong Xue had upheld the household. Alas, it was all but a fleeting dream. The sacrifices made for this home had led to her disgraceful expulsion. A new mistress had taken her place. A most sorrowful fate indeed. Murong Xue had once believed that with General Nangong's return, their hearts would unite as one. Little did she know the betrayal that awaited her. On the capital's thoroughfare, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. Nangong Yudi, Murong Xue's sister-in-law, returned with great poise and vigor. Riding a magnificent steed, accompanied by several guards, she hurried into the general's estate, which was currently in disarray. "Miss, you have finally returned." Queer, upon seeing Nangong Yudi, burst into tears. "Queer, what are you doing?" "I returned safely, so why are you crying?" Nangong Yudi furrowed her brow in questioning. Queer had grown up alongside her, and a year prior, she had been ordered to the battlefield, leaving Queer to serve her father at home. "Miss, I was frightened. The family has encountered unforeseen changes." Queer expressed her concerns. "Isn't there a sister-in-law to help?" "What changes?" Nangong Yudi asked, confused. Queer shook her head. Miss, it is because of the lady. The lady. Unable to articulate further, she wiped her tears, avoiding Nangong Yudi's gaze.
What happened to my sister-in-law?
Nangong Yudi inquired with a puzzled expression. After a moment of hesitation, Queer summoned her courage and said, the lady has been dismissed. Nangong Yudi stood in shock, unable to believe her ears. Queer, are you certain? Queer wiped her tears, nodding resolutely. Absolutely true. I witnessed General Nangong expel Lady Murong from the estate. Nangong Yudi shook her head in disbelief. Anguish etched across her face. How could this be? My sister-in-law has been managing the household splendidly. How could my brother bear to cast her out? Observing Nangong Yudi's skeptical expression, Queer continued, Miss, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. On the very first day the general returned, he dismissed his wife, and all the servants left the estate. I have been waiting for your return. Do you know why my brother dismissed my sister-in-law? Nangong Yudi grasped Queer's arm, urgency evident in her tone. The mistreatment of her sister-in-law felt like a personal affront. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but it appears that the lady has committed no wrongdoing. Everything seems to revolve around the current lady. Nangong Yudi, a fiery general of Beichen, was incensed. Current lady? What wild woman is this? Upon learning that her brother had dismissed his respected sister-in-law for a mere vixen, Nangong Yudi seethed with rage. How dare she wreak havoc in my Nangong family and bully my sister-in-law? I shall not let this go unpunished. Queer trembled in fear. Nangong Yudi, clenching her spear, declared, Nangong Leishao, you dare abandon your wife for that wretched woman? If you are so heartless, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. With that, she stormed toward General Nangong's quarters, seething with fury. Chapter 17. The Nangong siblings face off. For my sister-in-law, I shall slay. Queer, witnessing Nangong Yudi's fierce demeanor, felt a surge of worry and hurried to the State Defense Office to report to the old general. Nangong Yudi raced forward, directly confronting the courtyard where Nangong Leishao and Chen Linger resided. Clad in fiery red, she stood before the entrance, her stunning beauty captivating all, her countenance dark and icy, radiating an intimidating aura that instilled fear. Who goes there? A cold, impatient voice shattered the silence in the courtyard.
Linger, just erwartend.
Heard the commotion outside and stepped out to see a striking young woman in red, exuding an air of nobility and power, causing her to furrow her brows. May I ask what brings you here? Linger questioned, taken aback by the girl's formidable presence. The girl remained silent, her gaze fixated on Linger, observing her increasingly pallid complexion. A cruel smile curling at her lips. You are the wretched woman, the little enchantress. At that moment, General Nangong followed closely behind Nangong Yudi, his anger ignited upon hearing her insult his beloved. Nangong Yudi, silence. She is your sister-in-law. Nangong Yudi raised her gaze to the furious Nangong Leishao, a mocking smile gracing her features.
Oh.
So, you are aware of shame? She retorted. Nangong Leishao was rendered speechless by her words. Brother, is it for this vile woman that you have cast out your wife, my sister-in-law? How could you be so heartless? She has looked after our household impeccably, and during your absence, it was she who tended to our father. How can you be so cruel? Nangong Yudi's voice was filled with sorrowful reproach towards her brother. Enough. Rain Butterfly, no matter how much you despise me, you shall not insult your sister-in-law. General Nangong countered, furious. Ha ha ha. Insult her?
Pa.
She is no sister-in-law, but a shameless harlot who seduces married men. Nangong Yudi scoffed, her disdain palpable. Nangong Leishao, not only shall I insult her today, but I will also see her dead. What are you going to do about it? You dare lay a finger on her? General Nangong roared in fury. You dare protect her? Nangong Yudi screamed in outrage. I will not allow you to harm her in the slightest. If you do, I shall not spare you. Nangong Leishao warned fiercely. Nangong Yudi's fury reached its peak as she pointed her spear at General Nangong, seething, sister-in-law Xue has sacrificed so much for the Nangong family, yet in the end, my brother chooses a vixen over his own wife. I must have been blind to associate with such heartless wolves. With that, she lunged forward, spear aimed directly at Linger. General Nangong was horrified at the sight. With a swift leap, he positioned himself before Linger, brandishing a long weapon that intercepted Nangong Yudi's spear. Nangong Yudi's expression was one of disbelief, her entire being radiating anguish as she gazed at General Nangong. Nangong Leishao, you would dare to confront me over an outsider? General Nangong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the blade in his hand before looking back at Nangong Yudi's spear. The siblings stood in a tense standoff, blade against spear. For my sister-in-law, do not blame me for being ruthless.
Attack.
Nangong Yudi's furious roar echoed like a dragon diving into the abyss. No one could usurp her sister-in-law's place in her heart, not even her own brother. At that moment, Nangong Yudi's maid, Xue, had already entered the state protector's residence. Master, something terrible has happened. In the general's mansion, the old general reclined in a chair, his eyes closed in contemplation. Recent inquiries yielded only vague answers, leaving him perplexed, as if everyone were deliberately concealing something. Meanwhile, after Nangong Yudi stormed off to confront the general, Xue hurried to seek out the old general. Seeing Xue in a state of panic, the old general quickly inquired, "Xue, what has transpired?" "Master, the young lady has gone to the general's mansion with a spear. She is currently in a standoff with the general, and it seems a fight is imminent."
Kuya guests, her urgency palpable.
Upon hearing this, the old general demanded, "What has happened?" Xue, flustered and trembling, replied, "Master, you must see for yourself to understand." The old general rose, and they made their way to the general's courtyard. As they approached the entrance, they beheld the tense confrontation between General Nangong and Nangong Yudi. With tears of sorrow and rage, Nangong Yudi accused her brother, "For the sake of a shameless woman, you would turn against me and resort to violence? You are unworthy of being called a man. Nangong Yudi, you have gone too far. Regardless of circumstances, Linger is my wife now, and it is not your place to speak." General Nangong retorted, infuriated by her insults towards Linger. "You are in the wrong. Have you forgotten the sacrifices made by Sister Xue? What fault did she commit that warranted your dismissal? You have brought me nothing but disappointment." Nangong Yudi cried, her face stained with tears as she confronted her brother. "Nangong Yudi, I warn you, Linger is also your sister-in-law. Should you continue to be disrespectful, I shall not show you mercy." Nangong Leishao glared fiercely at her. "Oh, she is my sister-in-law? Pray tell, what has she done for the general's household? Look at her adorned in jewels, each piece purchased with the general's wealth. When Sister Xue was present, she never possessed such finery, yet Linger has never complained. Has she not contributed enough? And yet you cast her aside? You are truly a cold-hearted man." Nangong Yudi accused passionately. "Silence, Nangong Yudi." General Nangong shouted in anger. As she gazed at her furious brother, tears glistened in her eyes, and with a sorrowful smile, she said, "Brother, is your affection for her so profound?" Grinding his teeth, General Nangong declared, "You need not know. I will not permit you to humiliate your sister-in-law any longer." Nangong Yudi snorted derisively, her eyes ablaze with fury as she confronted Linger. "Look at what you have wrought upon the general's household. Leave at once. Get out of the general's mansion." General Nangong bellowed in wrath. Nangong Yudi stood outside the mansion, heartbroken. "You wish for me to leave? Just as you cast aside sister-in-law, you would cast me away as well?" General Nangong seethed with anger, pondering what enchantment Murong Xue had placed upon his sister to make her so rude and unyielding. "Nangong Yudi, this is the general's mansion, and you have no right to act recklessly," General Nangong commanded sternly. As he raised his hand to strike her again, the old general arrived at the mansion, taking in the desolation and chaos. What on earth has become of the general's residence? Upon seeing Chen Linger and hearing his son's words, he trembled with fury, even at the thought of striking his own sister. "Where is my daughter-in-law? Where is Xue?" "Dad, you finally came," Nangong Yudi exclaimed, running into the old general's embrace, weeping. General Nangong, upon seeing the old general, immediately withdrew his arm. "Father, what brings you here?" Ignoring his son, the old general focused on Nangong Yudi. "Why do you appear this way? Who has wronged you?" "Dad, sister-in-law is in a terrible situation. Brother has divorced her. All for that vixen, and he even struck me." Nangong Yudi wailed in her father's arms. The old general radiated a chilling aura, his piercing gaze directed at General Nangong as he admonished, "Wretched child, you have divorced Xue." General Nangong knelt. "Father, I demand to know where Xue is." "Father, Linger is more suitable." "Enough," the old general coldly interrupted. "Someone, take this woman back to the courtyard. Without my consent, she shall not step outside, even a single pace."
"Dad."
General Nangong started to plead for Chen Linger, but the old general forcefully silenced him. Do you dare defy your father? Do you wish to rebel? Yes, I do not dare, father, General Nangong replied, lowering his head. As he watched the guards escort Linger away, guilt washed over him, and he muttered, I am sorry. Linger, witnessing this scene, felt a deep ache in her heart. Though she harbored hatred for Nangong Yudi and the old general, she never imagined that Nangong Leishao would be so spineless. Seeing Linger in sorrow, General Nangong approached her. Offering comfort, Linger, do not be disheartened. I assure you I will persuade father. The old general barked, take her away. Yes. The guards complied and took Linger away. After Linger was led off, General Nangong stood in place, lost in thought, reminiscing about the moments shared with her. Yudi, account for these ornaments, catalog them, and return them to the merchant. Also, check the accounts of Xue's business, retrieve the funds from the state protector's residence, and bring my daughter-in-law back. General Nangong's face was etched with displeasure. Father, that is out of the question. Murong Xue has already been divorced by me. If she returns, it will tarnish the reputation of the general's mansion. If word spreads, we would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Silence. The old general reprimanded. The reputation of the Nangong family has already been sullied by you. You dare speak of such matters now? General Nangong fell silent, at a loss for words.
Dad.
Linger and I are truly in love. Besides, she is already with child. Father, please grant me this boon. General Nangong fervently implored. Humph, that shameless woman, driven by greed for wealth, is unworthy of you. The child she carries must be terminated. The legitimate heir of the general's mansion must come from Xue. The old general's stance was resolute. I refuse. Father, you cannot harm Linger's child. I beg you do not. General Nangong pleaded desperately. The general's mansion shall never accept such a wanton, immoral woman. The old general declared with cold severity. I care not. All I know is that the child within her is my flesh and blood. I will not allow you to harm them. General Nangong stubbornly lifted his head, defiant. Vile wretch, you insolent fool, roared General Nangong in a fit of fury, raising his hand to strike Nangong Leishao across the face. The force of the blow left Nangong Leishao dazed and seeing stars. I demand that you immediately annul your engagement with Linger. Bring back that girl Xue. Or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will not comply, not unless I am dead, insisted General Nangong stubbornly. Yudi, summon the punishment staff. Today, I must awaken this fool. Upon learning that Murong Xue had been cast out by General Nangong and publicly humiliated, the elder general nearly spat blood in rage. The Nangong family had served the imperial family loyally for generations. How could they have raised such a foolish son? This imbecile dared to divorce his wife. Get down on your knees. The old general bellowed in fury. Reluctantly, General Nangong knelt before his father. Tell me, how did that vixen seduce you? What manner of demoness has led you to forsake your ancestral heritage? General Nangong's eyes, sharp and piercing, bore into his son as if attempting to see through him. Before long, Yudi returned with a punishment staff. The elder general commanded, I will not stop until you confess. With that, he seized the staff and kicked General Nangong, who groaned in pain. The punishment staff struck down upon him repeatedly, leaving him battered and bloodied, yet he endured in silence, gritting his teeth against the agony. You ungrateful wretch! You dare to act so recklessly! Have you forgotten how your wife came to our family? The old general thundered. When Murong Xue joined the Nangong family, you were away at war for 3 years and she managed everything. If it were not for her, your father would have long since perished in bed. She has shown immense loyalty to our family, and this is how you repay her? I do not dare to disrespect her. However, Linger has indeed contributed to the general's household, and I feel indebted to her. If it cannot be avoided, let Murong Xue return to the Nangong estate as a concubine to serve Linger and her son.
Dream on.
I will never allow that wild woman to be my daughter-in-law. My only daughter-in-law is Murong Xue. I recognize only her, you obstinate beast. The elder general shouted in a fit of rage. You are a beast. Xue has treated you sincerely, yet you are bewitched by that vixen. The elder general, in a fit of fury, fainted away. Chapter 19 in the general's residence. Amidst a vibrant courtyard, a young maiden anxiously supported the frail elder, a stark contrast to the beauty surrounding them. Father, Yudi cried in alarm as she steadied the swaying old general. Quick, summon the physician. Seeing his father faint, Nangong Leishao was filled with concern, about to assist him. but was met with a fierce glare from Yudi, leaving him awkwardly frozen in place. Xue, upon hearing this, rushed out to seek help.
Murong Xue.
The old general slowly regained consciousness, gasping, "Wretched child. You actually..." He glared at Nangong Leishao, unable to articulate his anger. "Father, please calm down." Nangong Leishao implored softly. "Wretched child, get out. I have no son like you." The elder general scolded angrily. "I am unfilial, but I truly care for Linger," Nangong Leishao proclaimed, determined.
Slap.
The elder general struck him across the face, leaving half of his face swollen and bloodied. Yet he stood firm, resolute in his gaze towards his father. Nangong Leishao could not comprehend why his father would resort to such measures simply for wanting to marry the woman he loved. Seeing his son so obstinate only fueled the elder general's fury further. Very well, he said coldly, casting a chilling glance at Nangong Leishao before storming out. "Brother, you have angered father to this extent, yet you remain infatuated with that shameless woman. Are you not afraid he might die from rage?" Yudi exclaimed indignantly. Her heart brimmed with hatred for Linger, blaming her for causing Leishao to divorce the virtuous Murong Xue, leading to turmoil within the general's household. "Dear sister, we are sincere. You do not understand Linger," he defended. "What do you find appealing in her?"
Speak.
Yudi demanded angrily. "I admire her simplicity, kindness, beauty, and goodness." Nangong Leishao replied with a smile.
Ha.
"I believe your mind has gone awry. How could a woman of such loose morals be good? She resembles a harlot," Yudi derided. "Regardless of Linger's nature, I cherish her." "Haha, you have truly lost your mind. I see you are indeed mad," Yudi scoffed, looking at her brother with disdain. "Yudi, enough.
How can you speak of your sister-in-law that way?"
he chastised sternly. "Sister-in-law? I acknowledge only Murong Xue as my sister-in-law," Yudi retorted scornfully. "Someone confine this beast. He shall not leave the general's residence without my command." "Father!" Nangong Leishao cried out in despair. The elder general ignored him and left in a huff. Nangong Leishao, supported by servants, sank onto the bed, eyes closed, tears streaming down his face. He had not expected matters to escalate to this point. Both his father and sister despised Linger. What was he to do? Linger was the woman he loved most dearly, his sole hope. Watching her brother in such turmoil, Yudi felt a piercing pain for Murong Xue. How had her brother become so weak? He would rather strike himself than abandon a woman of loose morals, forsaking the wonderful Murong Xue for someone so vile. Under the hazy moonlight, the night breeze rustled the treetops. Nangong Leishao sat on the edge of his bed, drinking. As the silvery light spilled through the window, he raised a cup of wine to his lips, downing it in one go. The sharp liquid burned his throat, causing him to cough. "General, you still have injuries. You should not drink," urged his loyal bodyguard. "Tell me, have I made a mistake?" Nangong Leishao suddenly asked bitterly. The bodyguard was at a loss for words, remaining silent. At that moment his body was battered, yet he felt no pain, as if he had grown numb to it all. "But I had already gone to war. This marriage should not count. Why are they all pressuring me? Why can they not understand my feelings for Linger? I wonder how she is at this moment?" He pondered, pouring himself another cup and downing it in one gulp. "General, do not dwell in sorrow. You must take care of your wounds," the bodyguard advised. Nangong Leishao gazed deeply out the window, murmuring, "Linger, how I miss you. I wonder if you are in pain. Has father troubled you?" His face was a portrait of despair, as he feared for Linger's well-being. Knowing his sister's temperament all too well, "I must find her. Without me, she will surely be frightened," he declared, attempting to rise, only to wince in pain from his injuries. "General, please take care with your wounds," the bodyguard cautioned. "You cannot act recklessly. The elder has forbidden you to leave." He continued to admonish. "I must seek her out immediately. She must be terrified right now. She needs me," Nangong Leishao declared resolutely. "However, my mind is made up. I must see her today. She must be feeling very sad and heartbroken. I must be by her side." After speaking, Nangong Leishao strode towards the door. General, the master has already sent someone to guard the area. If you recklessly venture forth, you will undoubtedly suffer. What am I to do? How can I bear the thought of her enduring everything alone?" Nangong Leishao exclaimed in anguish. The image of Linger, a fragile girl left alone in a room, coupled with the way his father treated her, twisted his heart in pain. How could he find peace and sleep? Nangong Leishao could wait no longer. General, you must not act rashly. The guard once again blocked his path. Let me go. Release me. Nangong Leishao roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. General, the master has decreed that if you step outside, that woman will be killed. The guard insisted.
Get out.
Leave me be. Nangong Leishao bellowed, summoning all his strength to kick aside the obstacle in his way. Alas, he fell to the ground. General, the guard cried out in alarm. Lying on the ground, Nangong Leishao was in such pain that he could barely move. At that moment, the image of Linger's gentle and kind face, pure as a lotus flower, surfaced in his mind. No matter what in his heart, she would always be the woman he loved most. Linger, trust me, I will protect you. I will not allow anyone to harm you, not even father or sister. Linger, what are you doing now? Are you well? You must be frightened. I miss you dearly.
My Linger.
I am so sorry. It is my failure to protect you. Nangong Leishao's heart ached like a knife wound. He struggled painfully, crawling towards the door. General, what are you doing? The master will not harm the lady. The guard, witnessing Nangong Leishao's state, felt a pang of compassion. You know nothing. Father hates her so. If she falls into his hands, she will perish. I must save her. I must save her. Nangong Leishao urgently explained. With great effort, he finally crawled to the door. The guard, seeing the general in such a state, felt a deep sense of sorrow. Nangong Leishao tremblingly extended his right hand, preparing to push the door open. Suddenly, the door swung wide, and a chilling wind struck his face, piercingly cold. Get out of my way. Nangong Leishao shouted furiously at the person blocking him. General, the master has warned that if you dare to intrude, before the guard could finish, Nangong Leishao coughed up blood. General, what is wrong? You must not come to harm. The guard cried out in distress.
Linger. Linger.
Nangong Leishao cried out, his heart tearing asunder. General, please, lie down. I will fetch a doctor. The guard hurriedly rushed out. General, you cannot be harmed. After the guard left, Nangong Leishao leaned weakly against the doorframe, staring blankly at the sky. In the courtyard, the old General Nangong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Master, the general has been desperately seeking Linger, a servant reported respectfully. The old general remained silent, standing still, seemingly in deep contemplation. Master, the general has fainted twice already. If this continues, his body will not withstand it, a servant pleaded, kneeling at the old general's feet. Furious, the old general glared at the courtyard and commanded coldly, "Take good care of the general." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the servants. Meanwhile, in her room, Nangong Yudi, though angry with her brother,
Was even more worried about him.
today, father was extremely furious, and her brother had been severely beaten. How could she not be concerned? Miss, Xue gently called out. Nangong Yudi looked at Xue in confusion. Miss, what troubles you? Xue asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I am merely worried about my brother. After being beaten so badly, he should have regained consciousness by now. That woman is nothing but a gold digger, using every trick to ensnare my brother. Nangong Yudi sighed, shaking her head. She thought of her weak and beautiful sister-in-law, warm and gentle, and her heart ached. It was simply unreasonable that such a good woman was cast aside by her brother. Xue, fetch some medicine and go see my brother. Also, persuade him to bring my sister-in-law back and send that wretched woman away. Nangong Yudi said, biting her lip. How could such a tender-hearted girl deserve such unfair treatment? Xue, hearing Nangong Yudi's command, happily went to fetch the medicine and headed to her brother's room. However, upon reaching the door, she heard Nangong Leishao repeatedly insisting on seeking Linger. Nangong Yudi angrily returned to her room, seething, What is so special about that wretched woman that my brother is so infatuated with her? Chapter 20. The heritage of Murong Xue. While the general's residence was engulfed in chaos, in the elegant courtyard where Murong Xue resided, a strikingly handsome young man with red lips and white teeth, sword-like brows, and starry eyes sat beside a stone bench. Having just enjoyed a splendid meal, Baiming Haoyu felt utterly content. Although the courtyard was quite simple, it possessed a unique charm. He had just savored the world's most delectable food, lamb rolls and hand-grabbed rice. The hand-grabbed rice was translucent and tantalizing, arousing one's appetite. The dish was adorned with chopped green onions, carrots, and diced beef and lamb, along with a few strips of vegetables. Curious, he asked the exquisite lady with bright eyes and smooth skin why it was called hand-grabbed rice. Her answer was that beef and lamb, along with onions, carrots, and oils, were combined with rice, water, and salt, then simmered over low heat. After a while, the ingredients would meld together, allowing the flavors to infuse the rice, resulting in a dish that was visually appealing and delicious. Bai Minghaoyu could still taste the fragrant lamb lingering on his lips. This hand-grabbed rice was truly delightful. Not a single chef in the palace could replicate such a dish. The woman who could entice a man's appetite is the one who occupies his thoughts. Gazing at Murong Xue, whose delicate hands skillfully prepared the meal, he felt a sense of admiration. Yet, he noticed a trace of melancholy clouding her brow. She sat there lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his presence. With a hint of disappointment, he wondered why she was so entranced by a distant point in the sky, despite his own charming demeanor. He couldn't help but notice her stunning profile, a delicate nose, long eyelashes resembling butterfly wings, and captivating almond-shaped eyes. Her beauty was enchanting, not immediately striking, but upon closer inspection, utterly intoxicating. What could be troubling her? Bai Minghaoyu yearned to follow Murong Xue's gaze and uncover the source of her sorrow. Clearing his throat, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Standing up, he moved closer to her in an attempt to draw her attention back to him. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing the sorrow in Murong Xue's expression stirred a myriad of emotions within him. Curiosity, perhaps, or an ache of sympathy. Perhaps it was a blend of both. Murong Xue, however, remained oblivious to Bai Minghaoyu's inquiry, lost in her own thoughts, ensnared in memories that rendered her deaf to the sounds and sights of the world around her. "I am speaking to you." Bai Minghaoyu waved a finger in front of Murong Xue, jolting her back to reality. Her fair skin revealed faint dimples as she sighed. "It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past. Why haven't you left yet? Haven't you eaten enough? If you don't leave soon, I'll have to charge you. Also, could you please tidy up the courtyard? The kitchen is filled with a mountain of dishes that have already worn me out. Are you really sending me to clean the courtyard?" Bai Minghaoyu nearly coughed up blood from indignation. How could the Emperor of Beichin, a man of stature, be reduced to sweeping the courtyard? If his ministers caught wind of this, they would be astounded to learn that their usually stoic and imposing emperor was engaged in such menial labor. Yet, seeing the sorrow in Murong Xue's eyes made him ponder whether cleaning the courtyard might grant him a few more moments in her presence, perhaps even the entire evening. As Bai Minghaoyu began to clean the courtyard, he glanced at Murong Xue, who appeared lost in thought, her mind seemingly adrift. Was something troubling her? Murong Xue was indeed preoccupied with the distressing situation of her shop, which was currently under siege by Qianling's maternal family. Historically, professions were categorized into 4 classes: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, with scholars occupying the highest rank. Merchants, being of the lowest status, were often looked down upon, which discouraged many from engaging in trade. However, those in power or from prestigious families often owned various enterprises to support their household expenses, as the salaries of officials were exceedingly low, often less than that of skilled artisans. Without resorting to corruption, it was nearly impossible to sustain a large family. Hence, operating businesses became a practical solution, even a means to launder money. After her divorce from Nangong Lei Xiao, Qianling's family began aggressively acquiring the shops of Nangong Manor at a low price. Qianling would pilfer high-quality fabrics and cosmetics from the stores while pressuring the shopkeepers to stock inferior products, ultimately leading to a decline in business. Consequently, Qianling's family swooped in to purchase the Nangong family shops at a bargain. The shopkeepers, desperate to unload their businesses, eagerly accepted the offers, as they could hardly afford the rent anymore. During this time, Murong Xue had also investigated Qianling's background. It turned out that Qianling was born of a lowly status, the illegitimate daughter of the governor of Nanyang. Despite the governor holding a respectable position, his wife was the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking minister. Though the minister was merely a third-rank official, he held more power than the governor. The governor's rise to power was due to his wife's influential family. Thus, when he sought the company of a courtesan, he dared not bring her home or acknowledge Qianling, who was left with a status worse than that of a mere concubine. In ancient times, a woman's status derived from her mother's, rendering Qianling's position exceedingly precarious. Murong Xue hailed from the illustrious Murong clan of the Great Yan, with her ancestors being the rulers of the Great Yan Kingdom. The crown prince, Shan, was her great-grandfather. Though he possessed grand ambitions, He lacked foresight and ultimately met a tragic end, leading to the downfall of the Great Yen at the hands of the ambitious Beichen. When the Great Yen was destroyed, Murong Xue found herself wandering in Beichen. To this day, she vividly recalls the inferno that engulfed the capital during the fall of the Great Yen, where her father and mother perished as martyrs. That fire had been suspiciously orchestrated. Her parents had sent a loyal servant to whisk her away from the palace, ensuring her survival. After marrying Nangong Lei Xiao, she managed the Nangong manor with diligence. Yet, upon his return from battle, he conspired with Chenlinger to torment her, ultimately leading to her divorce and allowing the lowborn Chenlinger to become the lady of the Nangong manor. Was this not a disgrace to the Nangong family? Moreover, there remained uncertainty regarding the legitimacy of the child Chenlinger bore. Now, Chenlinger's family was systematically acquiring the shops of Nangong manor, intent on draining the family of its resources. It was clear that her mother orchestrated this scheme, as the two women took residence in a house purchased by the governor of Nanyang. With no standing to speak of, they had set their sights on the wealth of Nangong manor. Lost in her thoughts, Murong Xue was startled by Bai Ming Haoyu's voice breaking through her reverie. What occupies your mind? If something troubles you, feel free to share. I've just finished cleaning the courtyard. The hand-grabbed rice was delectable, and I indulged a bit too much, he added, hoping to lighten the mood. Murong Xue waved her hand. Just eat your food and don't stir up trouble. And make sure the courtyard is spotless. Or I won't cook for you next time, not even for silver. Bai Ming Haoyu mused inwardly. Is she trying to blackmail me? She claims she won't cook for silver? I can see she's in dire need of funds, living in such a shabby courtyard. If not for the delightful meals, I would have no desire to linger here. Yet, this courtyard possesses a serene elegance. Though my palace is resplendent, it lacks the warmth of home, filled instead with sycophantic women, each adorned like peacocks, their frivolous beauty rendering one jaded. With a hint of reluctance, Bai Ming Haoyu pressed on. Is there truly a matter at hand? Together, we might devise a solution. For two minds are better than one. Your troubled expression stirs a sense of concern within me. He hesitated, aware that such sentiments might be misconstrued, given their limited acquaintance. Is there something weighing on your heart that you could confide in me? He asked gently, his tone unexpectedly tender. However, Murong Xue remained silent, unwilling to entangle this young man in her troubles. Chenlinger's family wielded significant power, and she could not drag him into her predicament. This young man appeared to be of noble descent, though not from an official family. Surely, he must be from a merchant background, allowing him the freedom to roam without fear of scandal. Perhaps he was a wealthy, illegitimate son, unable to afford a personal chef, hence his daily visits for a meal. If Bai Ming Haoyu were to learn of Murong Xue's assumptions, he would be utterly incensed. For the emperor of Beichen reduced to being mistaken for a base-born child was a profound insult. Contemplating further, Murong Xue observed the young man's demeanor. Noting his generous nature, despite his wealth, he was often unaccompanied by attendants, a stark contrast to legitimate heirs who would have at least a servant in tow. Thus, it became evident that he was neither a legitimate nor a recognized son, but rather an illegitimate one, akin to Chenlinger. At this moment, Murong Xue cast a disdainful glance towards Bai Ming Haoyu. Bai Ming Haoyu, filled with suspicion, wondered what she meant by that look. Could it be that she was regarding him with such contempt merely because he had asked a few questions and had come to share meals daily? Yet, he had offered a considerable sum of silver. Several hundred taels of silver was a substantial amount. After all, a government official in the northern Qin kingdom earned only a few dozen taels a month. In just a few days, he had given her hundreds of taels. Yet he received no smiles in return, only her repeated insistence that he should leave. Strangely enough, the more she urged him to depart, the more he felt compelled to remain. It was not merely the delicious food that drew him. The dishes were inexplicably to his liking, and most importantly, there was a captivating beauty who haunted his dreams. Having encountered her only a few times, he was already entranced by her allure, making it difficult for him to consider leaving this courtyard. It was far more enticing than his own palace, where aside from reviewing memorials, there was little else of interest. Now was not a time for war. The neighboring 6 countries and the barbarian lands had been subdued. To instigate conflict now would bring untold suffering. With the land strewn with corpses and famine, the kingdom was in a period of recuperation. Noticing Bai Ming Haoyu's reluctance to leave, Murong Xue found it quite perplexing. Hadn't he just eaten a hearty meal? His appetite was indeed prodigious. If it weren't for the silver he provided, she would have preferred not to have him linger. Each time, she had to prepare an abundance of food for him. Did he still wish for her to cook more? That was out of the question.
She was already fatigued.
He truly behaved as if he were a starving ghost returned to life. What was this man's situation? He surely lacked for silver. He must hold little status at home. An illegitimate son certainly possessed no standing, otherwise he wouldn't be here seeking scraps. Earlier, when he inquired about her troubles, she had no desire to involve this lowly youth in her burdens. The Chunling or family held considerable power. Should this illegitimate son be implicated, lacking the backing of his mother's family, he could find himself in peril. It would be a tragedy if he merely sought a meal and ended up losing his life because of Chunling. She couldn't bear that thought. If Baiming Haoyu were to grasp Murong Xue's sentiments, he would find it both amusing and absurd. Here he was, the emperor, the ultimate authority in the northern Qin kingdom. Yet in her eyes, he appeared so insignificant. Why did she regard him with such disdain? Strangely enough, Baiming Haoyu was not angered by her gaze. Chapter 22. The unfortunate General Nangong. Finally, the moment of reluctant departure arrived. Baiming Haoyu left Murong Xue's small courtyard, glancing back 3 times. The following day, in the imperial court of the northern Qin kingdom, a minister expressed his bewilderment. Why hasn't General Nangong appeared for court today? Are you all unaware? General Nangong has been struck by the old general and is currently in a state of unconsciousness, which is why he has been absent these past 2 days. One minister explained. Struck? How could that be? To my knowledge, His Majesty has always held General Nangong in high regard. Another chimed in. The old general must have lost his senses. How could he strike General Nangong, the esteemed general of the northern Qin? Indeed, the old general's actions seem excessively extreme. Why not target someone else? A chorus of elder ministers murmured disapproval of the old general's conduct. His Majesty has been in a foul mood lately. Perhaps we should refrain from discussing this matter, the Chancellor suggested. We only find it curious, with no ill intent, an elder minister replied.
Indeed.
We are simply puzzled as to why the old general would strike the young general, another added.
Right.
We are particularly curious. As it is customary for General Nangong to attend court even with minor injuries, surely this injury must be severe. Enough chatter, let us return. His Majesty must be feeling particularly distressed, and we shouldn't linger here to invite rebuke. With the Chancellor's urging, the elder ministers gradually departed. However, the incident of General Nangong being struck did not fade away. In a private room of a tea house, a group of inquisitive ministers gathered to discuss the situation. You have no idea. The old general's temperament is as foul and unyielding as a stone in a latrine. What could have led to General Nangong being struck? Indeed, General Nangong has not acted out of line in recent times. On the contrary, he has garnered the emperor's favor in the court. This is hard to say. It is rumored that the old general has taken to striking with the Wang Jian, a gift from the emperor capable of striking down any civilian or military official. Even the emperor has no words to say. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Enter. The ministers chorused. And the door swung open to reveal a minister who rushed in, flustered. I have just heard news. General Nangong has been grievously injured, his body covered in wounds. As he spoke, the room collectively gasped, pondering the veracity of the claim. Is that possible? How could the old general strike General Nangong? An elder minister questioned skeptically. Where I know not. All I can attest is that it is indeed true. The minister replied with a bitter smile. I have a suspicion that General Nangong may have recently divorced his wife. Could it be that the old general discovered this and was enraged enough to strike him? An elder minister speculated. That seems unlikely. The others countered. Is it true that the young general was struck? What did you say? The old general struck General Nangong? How could that be? They have always had a good relationship. Rumor has it it was over a woman. Is that true? It is indeed true. It is said that General Nangong defied the old general for a woman and thus faced the consequences. What? How could the old general do such a thing? How could he bear it? I believe General Nangong must have erred in some way to provoke the old general's wrath. You speak nonsense. The old general is the one who cherishes the young general the most. How could he strike him? Who knows? But have you heard? This incident with General Nangong was due to a woman he brought home. Furthermore, the young general publicly divorced his wife recently, driving the old general to fury. So that is the case in an instant. The entire northern Qin kingdom was abuzz with rumors, all discussing the old general's actions against General Nangong. How could the old general possibly do such a thing? Indeed, the old general would never strike General Nangong. Isn't this mere gossip? The old general dotes on the young general. How could he harm him? Exactly. People like you are not worthy to compare yourself to the old general. Do you all remember how General Nangong returned recently and expelled the former general's wife from the residence? Of course. Are you suggesting that the old general's attack on him is related to that wife? Precisely. Think about it. Without deep-seated enmity, how could the old general act so ruthlessly? That is true. After all, General Nangong is the old general's legitimate son. Soon, the entire capital was once more in an uproar, with the tales of the old general striking General Nangong spreading like wildfire. It was said that the current general's wife was one whom General Nangong had brought back from battle, and rumors suggested she might already be with child. If that were the case, how could the old general tolerate an unknown woman becoming the mistress of the general's residence? In a certain estate, a group of young gentlemen congregated, indulging in wine and lively conversation. One of them suddenly inquired, "Why did General Nangong strike his son? General Nangong? Could it be due to that woman?" Another replied, "I am uncertain, yet General Nangong is the old general's only son. Surely, the old general would not treat his child in such a manner." A third interjected, "Who knows? I believe this woman must have been restless, enticing General Nangong." And upon being discovered, the old general unleashed his wrath upon his son. Others chimed in, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, the woman was indeed troublesome, having ensnared the son of General Nangong, thus transgressing a significant taboo. Nevertheless, this woman is rather audacious. She even incited General Nangong to divorce his lawful wife and publicly humiliated her by expelling her from the residence. It is quite normal for men to have multiple wives. Why escalate the situation to this extent? One pondered. Indeed, yet this woman is no trivial character. She likely believes her child grants her the power to ascend.
Meanwhile,
In the study of the chancellor's residence, several dignitaries gathered, equally intrigued by the affair. What is the chancellor's perspective on the old general's actions against the young general? One inquired. This matter is quite complex. The old general is a pillar of the north, and if the young general has behaved in such a manner, should the old general urge his majesty to punish him, it would place his majesty in a difficult position. Another lamented. That is true. Yet is it not excessive for the old general to strike his son over a woman? One expressed confusion. I cannot say for certain, but there is something peculiar about this situation. Let us observe how it unfolds. The chancellor sighed, his thoughts a tumultuous mess. Chancellor, I suspect this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Would a mere woman provoke the old general to wield his authority? Perhaps General Nangong Leishao has committed some act of treachery, a lord suggested. Such a notion is misguided. General Nangong Leishao is a stalwart of the nation. How could he betray it? In my view, if the old general has indeed struck his son, it is not surprising, the chancellor countered. The old general's insight is sharp. He would not err, nor would he foolishly strike his son without reason. This situation is indeed enigmatic and warrants cautious contemplation. The Nangong family has been loyal for generations, a fact that is beyond dispute. Moreover, the young general is not a fool. If he were to betray, he would not allow others to discover it. It remains unclear which advisor has spread these rumors, another lord remarked. Indeed, the Nangong family boasts a century of military prowess, with each generation of national generals earning great renown on the battlefield. They not only command vast armies but also possess significant influence within the court. Even the emperor treats them with utmost respect, a different minister added. The old general's actions against the young general likely extend beyond what we perceive. Perhaps the old general simply finds the young general's conduct disgraceful. We are merely fretting over nothing, they lamented. The ministers engaged in spirited debate, each presenting their views until the night deepened, and they gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, the protagonist, General Nangong Leishao, lay in his chamber, gravely injured, pallid and devoid of color. His eyes tightly shut, consumed by a gloomy disposition. At this moment, Chen Linger had been brought back to the general's residence. Despite the guards' loyalty to the old general, they could not defy the young general. Under his coercion, they were compelled to relent.
Nangong Leishao fumed.
Yet, how did Nangong Yudi learn of the news? Was it Murong Xue who informed her? Indeed, Murong Xue was a woman of cunning. He regarded his sister with disdain, recognizing her fiery temperament. Murong Xue was undoubtedly aware of this, and now sought to exploit their sibling bond to sow discord. She even aspired to eliminate Chenlinger. At that moment, Chenlinger aptly reminded him, how did my sister come to know of Murong Xue's dismissal? She should be unaware of such matters, having just returned from the battlefield.
Besides,
Did you not say she abhors wickedness? Yet we have committed no wrongdoing against her. It is all my fault. Surely, Sister Xue has misunderstood me. And now my sister has also misjudged me. As she spoke, Chenlinger began to weep. It was unclear whether her fear was genuine or feigned. In the face of the old general's and Nangong Yudi's wrath, she chose to adopt a conciliatory stance. Fortuitously for her, Nangong Lei Xiao, being the young general, had rescued her from calamity. Perhaps it was due to the child she carried. Do not cry, Linger. That wretched woman dares to instigate strife between me and my sister Yudi. I have always known her to be a restless soul, and it seems my suspicions are confirmed. I cannot fathom why my father would favor such a person. Nangong Lei Xiao seethed with contempt. It is all my fault, General. I have usurped my sister's rightful place. She is meant to be the general's wife. Yet, my child can no longer wait to be born, and I am not yet formally recognized as the wife. Had it not been for this child, I would not have claimed my sister's position. Chenlinger sobbed, casting furtive glances at Nangong Lei Xiao's expression. His visage grew increasingly grim, as if he wished to rush out and eliminate Murong Xue. Chenlinger felt a surge of delight. The more he despised Murong Xue, the less likely she was to assume the role of wife. The myriad misunderstandings and the general's palpable aversion to Murong Xue were orchestrated by her own machinations. The position of general's wife was coveted by many, especially by someone of her humble origin. Why should Murong Xue be entitled to it while she, Chenlinger, was not? How is she any less worthy than Murong Xue? Aside from her less illustrious background, she was enchanting and beguiling, captivating the general's heart. He could not bear to be apart from her for even a day. Murong Xue, on the other hand, was as unyielding as a wooden figure, devoid of charm. Chenlinger continued to harbor her thoughts. Murong Xue is truly laughable, engaging in acts meant for the talented. How could she claim superiority when it is rumored she has even set foot in the kitchen? The delicate Murong Xue has now been relegated to the status of a discarded wife. This affair must undoubtedly be her doing behind the scenes. It is astonishing that even after being cast out, she continues to scheme. With determination, Chenlinger clenched her teeth, her expression fierce. Murong Xue, since you lack virtue, do not blame me for being heartless. Ironically, Chenlinger had always been devoid of kindness towards Murong Xue. Had it not been for her seizing another's husband and forcing the rightful mistress out while bearing a child, Murong Xue would not have found herself wandering in exile. Alone in the wilderness, illuminated only by a flickering lamp and the sound of rain tapping against the window. General, the old general awaits your response. The guards have grown anxious. Nangong Lei Xiao remained silent, his demeanor betraying a mix of apprehension. I shall enter the palace to meet His Majesty today. Please inform my father, he instructed sternly, though a slight tremor at the corner of his eye revealed his trepidation. The thought of confronting the old general filled him with dread, especially considering his father's temperament. Strangely enough, Murong Xue had managed to placate his father, who now exhibited no trace of anger. However, upon seeing him, his father was filled with fury, almost ready to stab him with a sword during their last encounter. Fortunately, he managed to evade the attack. This explosive temper, however, seemed to soften in the presence of Murong Xue, where he appeared almost like a petulant child. Nangong Lei Xiao's eyes glinted with a sinister hue. Indeed, Murong Xue possessed cunning methods, unlike his Linger, who was so straightforward in her thoughts. Bewildered and lost, Nangong Lei Xiao had become unable to discern reality. Just then, a clamor arose from outside, indicating that many visitors had arrived. Chenlinger's heart leapt with joy. It seemed someone had come to visit. The general's mansion once again buzzed with activity. Clearly, the Nangong family's foundation was still robust. The hall was filled with esteemed guests, bustling with life. Just as Chenlinger was reveling in her delight, the person who entered was none other than the steward of the Nangong residence, his face etched with worry, followed by a throng of gloomy-faced individuals. These were the managers of various enterprises under the Nangong family. Upon seeing Nangong Lei Xiao, some of the managers immediately began to demand money. General, our shop can no longer sustain itself. The rent alone is considerable each month, and now our expenses far exceed our income. I am on the verge of being unable to pay the rent. Another manager chimed in, our shop, though not as well located, faces similar issues with high rent and credit. I've gone to collect debts, but they refused to pay, insisting on extending credit further. While we lack even the funds to restock, the losses are mounting. Indeed, our situation mirrors yours. We can no longer reclaim our debts and fewer customers visit us, claiming our fabrics lack variety and our cosmetics are of poor quality. This has created a vicious cycle where inferior goods lead to dwindling sales. We can no longer afford anything, not just the rent, but even our staff's wages. The Nangong family's enterprises teetered on the brink of collapse. Nonsense. Are you all trying to drive me to my grave? How could this be? Just 3 months ago, we were thriving, and now you all come demanding money. Thinking this general can be easily deceived? Nangong Xue roared in fury. He could hardly believe that the family's fortunes had deteriorated so rapidly. These businesses had been well managed for years. While not raking in gold, they had certainly been profitable, all situated in prime locations within the capital.
Now,
Every shop claimed to be losing money and sought his assistance, yet he had not received a single coin. Were they expecting him to pay rent and staff wages? Their greed was insatiable. They must have conspired against him. The managers did not seem frightened. They had no funds to pay their employees and had not profited themselves. Did Nangong Xue intend to default on his debts? Could such a grand general's residence truly refuse to settle these minor debts? Chapter 24. Turmoil of lovers in distress in the Nangong general's residence. General Nangong rubbed his forehead, gazing despondently at the towering stack of accounts before him. The managers of the Nangong family shops came daily demanding payment, and he had no choice but to examine the account books to uncover the root of the problem. Yet he could not discern the truth. Frustrated, Nangong Xue swept the ledger to the ground. Despite this, a fire of agitation burned within him. Ever since Murong Xue departed, the family's enterprises had plummeted. It must be her doing. Even after being dismissed, she continued to stir up trouble. His elderly father and his own sister supported Murong Xue, revealing the depths of her cunning. Each time Linger spoke of it, suggesting that she did not wish to be the general's wife and that Murong Xue should return, the more he felt that Linger was being excessively accommodating. How selfless and kind she was, bearing such a burden while still claiming she wished to yield her position. In his heart, Nangong Xue's loathing for Murong Xue intensified. The current predicament was undoubtedly her handiwork. The family servants had deserted them, the enterprises faced insolvency, and several shops had been acquired at a low price by a mysterious figure. At this rate, the Nangong family's fortunes were doomed. According to his father, Murong Xue had single-handedly managed the family's businesses. While he had been out on the battlefield, he had remained oblivious to the household's affairs. These enterprises were supposed to sustain the entire Nangong family. The general's residence had been independent from the duke's, with his father being a hereditary duke, a status far superior to that of a general. Thus, Nangong Xue had reason to suspect that the recent prosperity of the general's residence was due to his father's financial backing. Furthermore, being a duke, his father had many sycophants in the court, and it was likely that Murong Xue had reaped considerable benefits from these connections during his years away at war. Perhaps she had already lined her own pockets while pretending to be virtuous. Each time he saw her, she wore a woeful expression. But who was she putting on this act for? Only his father and his sister Yudi seemed to believe she had suffered. If anyone had truly suffered, it was Linger, who was left in an ambiguous position, her condition undisclosed. Ever since Murong Xue was dismissed, he had longed to marry Linger formally, but he hesitated. His father, though not senile, was still averse to the idea. Such a union would require a grand wedding procession, complete with drums and fanfare, which would surely attract his father's attention. Absent parental blessing, he dared not marry Linger. The ancient traditions of parental approval and matchmakers' words held true. He only learned of these sentiments through persistent inquiries of Linger. Otherwise, she would never have divulged such matters to him, as she was not one to speak freely. The former prosperity of the general's residence was not brought by Murong Xue. Rather, the decay and decline following her departure were her true accomplishments. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted, "General, why burden yourself so? If you're weary, drink some ginseng soup that I've prepared for you. The accounts can wait until later. I can assist you. My family also runs shops, and I have experience in managing them." Nangong Xue's eyes lit up with surprise. "Really, Linger? You continually amaze me. Having you by my side is truly a blessing. General, allow me to help with a massage." Linger stepped forward and began to knead his shoulders with remarkable skill. It was evident she had experience in this, having learned it from her mother, who had once been a courtesan. This was a method of captivating and conquering men, remaining gentle and considerate during their most troubled times, without a hint of complaint. Despite living in a small villa outside the residence of the Nanyang governor, her mother had retained the affections of the governor well into her 40s. Although she had never been brought into the main household, her charm and unique qualities were undeniable. The governor's legitimate wife had never surpassed the allure of Chunlinger's mother, as she lacked the same finesse and delicate demeanor. Chunlinger has already inherited her mother's true teachings. Nangong Leishao gently placed his hand on the back of Chunlinger's hand, gazing at her with tenderness, and said, "With you by my side, I have all I need. I regret the grievances you've endured, Linger. There are no grievances when one is with the person they love. And I also have our child in my arms." Chunlinger blushed and leaned closer to Nangong Leishao. Just as they were enveloped in a sweet exchange, a voice suddenly pierced the air from outside. "Why are you holding that wretched woman so tightly? It's utterly disgraceful. Are you declaring your lust in broad daylight? Since sister-in-law left the general's residence, I have seen you, brother, descending into madness. This woman is even worse than a courtesan. How could you possibly be attracted to her? Just look at her alluring face. She's more fearsome than a vixen. Beware, lest you be bewitched and lose your position as general. What nonsense are you spouting? She is your sister-in-law."
Nangong Leishao retorted angrily.
Nangong Yudai trembled with rage, brandishing her whip and striking towards Chunlinger. The whip flew swiftly and accurately, like a snake ready to ensnare Chunlinger. Terrified, Nangong Leishao rushed to Chunlinger, but one strike still landed on her.
Nangong Yudi.
"Have you lost your mind? Your sister-in-law is carrying your brother's child," he bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, presenting a terrifying visage. "You're actually scolding me? For this vile woman? The child she carries is a bastard. How noble could a child born of a wild woman be?" Nangong Yudai's disappointment in her brother was profound. He had never raised his voice at her before. At that moment, Chunlinger hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Nangong Leishao's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "Though Sister Yudai wishes to harm me and our child, it is all my fault. I should not be here. I ought to leave the general's residence to prevent you two from clashing and harming each other."
Sister Yudi.
"You are so good to the general." "Good? She won't even spare my child." This statement only served to stoke Nangong Leishao's fury further, as it was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Though he was furious with Nangong Yudai, he felt powerless to act against her, despite being his sister. Her strong-willed nature had earned her the favor of their father. From a young age, he had trained her and imparted his martial arts skills to her. Unlike other families that favored sons over daughters, he treated both his son and daughter as treasures, especially his daughter, whom he cherished immensely. Chapter 25. The Emperor Who Shuns Women. Not only did he teach his sister martial arts, but he also imparted his lifetime of knowledge to her. Displeased with his own academic performance, he saw that his sister excelled in her studies, destined not only to become a female general, but also to achieve scholarly success, making the Nangong family renowned for producing a daughter skilled in both martial and academic pursuits. His sister, a source of pride, progressed faster than him in martial arts under their father's tutelage, ultimately becoming the only female general of Bachin Kingdom, celebrated as a war goddess on the battlefield. The fear that Bachin Kingdom instilled in the Six Nations was not solely due to the might of King Baiming Haoyu, but also significantly attributed to his sister.
Nangong Yudi.
Her military accomplishments and status matched his own. She could be likened to Mulan of the world, leading her female troops into battle with valor equal to that of men. Nangong Leishao swallowed his raging anger. Despite his sister's actions towards Linger, she remained his sister. He felt compelled to speak favorably of Linger before her. Linger was not as his sister portrayed her. She was selfless, always considering others' well-being over her own. Even advocating for his sister just moments ago, she continuously insisted that the fault lay with her, not with Murong Xue. What wrong had she committed? She had shown nothing but forbearance. The child she carried was something she willingly accepted. Yet, Nangong Leishao forgot that before the child existed, he had been intoxicated by Chunlinger. He had been ensnared by a potent concoction that had fueled his deep affection for her. Observing Nangong Leishao's troubled expression, Chunlinger, with a sympathetic demeanor, said, "General, I should have left to avoid upsetting Sister Yudai or the old general. It is all my fault. If not for my concern for our child, who is now stirring within me, you would want to feel that movement daily. So it is not that I wish to leave. Perhaps, General, you could allow me to return to my family." With a heart-wrenching appearance, tears glistening in her eyes, her red-rimmed gaze was particularly pitiable. Nangong Lei Xiao felt a surge of compassion. His dear Linger was still blaming herself at such a moment. Please, do not speak like that. It only deepens my anguish, he replied tenderly. In the concealment of Nangong Lei Xiao's line of sight, Chen Linger allowed a smile to curl at her lips, sharply contrasting with her earlier tearful demeanor. This Nangong Lei Xiao was truly foolish. He had already allowed his mother to acquire several of his shops at a bargain. After depleting the general's residence of its assets, it would only remain a hollow shell. Murong Xue was indeed formidable. The properties of the general's residence were not insignificant. If she were not driven away, being a concubine under her as the legitimate wife would mean being oppressed without a path to survive. Though he was angry, Nangong Lei Xiao dared not act against his sister. Otherwise, their father might become displeased and truly disown him. In the future, he might even need his sister's female troops to assist him in battle to secure victory. Despite Beichen Kingdom's current dominance, the 6 nations remained restless, plotting to unite against it. Consequently, King Baiming Haoyu faced immense pressure. It was said that this king had little interest in women, never favoring anyone, devoting himself instead to reviewing memorials day and night, prioritizing state affairs above all else. There was a time when he neglected food, growing as thin as a skeleton. Yet, despite this, his imposing presence remained. Recently, he appeared revitalized, his complexion healthier than before, shedding the gaunt visage, likely having enjoyed some delicacies. Although one could only speculate what gourmet fare had pleased him. Little did Nangong Lei Xiao know that the individual who had rekindled the king's appetite was the very ex-wife he held in disdain. Nangong Lei Xiao had never even touched Murong Xue. After their marriage, he had gone straight to the battlefield. On his return journey, he encountered Chen Linger and took her as a concubine. The journey in ancient times was arduous, and transportation was inconvenient, taking months to return from the border to the capital. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that Chen Linger was now approximately 5 months pregnant. Consequently, Nangong Lei Xiao personally sought out Nangong Yudai, leaving Chen Linger behind to avoid any potential harm to her from his sister. Despite Chen Linger's insistence on accompanying him, he firmly refused, knowing that his sister's volatile temper could easily lead to disaster for his beloved Linger. Upon seeing Nangong Lei Xiao's arrival, Nangong Yudai chose to ignore him. Yudi, your new sister-in-law is truly remarkable. Just now, she insisted that I should not blame you, claiming that you never intended to harm her. She believes that you, as my elder brother, would never cause harm to my child. Look at how wonderful your new sister-in-law is. Enough of this nonsensical chatter. I do not wish to hear your ramblings. I have noticed you becoming increasingly foolish, especially in times of conflict. Her words were clearly directed at you. If she were truly a person of virtue, how could she propose that you dismiss Sister Xue? Sister Xue is genuinely good. She has managed the affairs of the general's residence while you were away on the battlefield and has always shown great respect to our father, visiting him to pay her respects regularly. Whenever our father falls ill, she is the first to notice. Yet you chose to dismiss her. What a heartless action. Nangong Yudi exclaimed in frustration. Continue to disregard your elders, and I, Nangong Lei Xiao, shall have nothing more to say. He may threaten, but he dares not act. After he departed, Nangong Yudi felt increasingly distressed. It seems that this brother is beyond redemption. Dressed in resplendent red, she shone brilliantly under the setting sun. In the pavilion, Nangong Yudi sat with her majestic long spear in hand. A full moon was about to rise. Yet the Nangong family lacked any semblance of familial joy. It was all due to that scheming Chen Linger, who presents one facade while concealing another in her heart. She had encountered many such women. Despite her prowess on the battlefield, she understood their intentions all too well. What infuriated her was that her foolish brother was completely enchanted by her. He even claimed that Chen Linger was kind-hearted, considerate, and frugal. How could her supposed kindness and thrift contribute to the decline of the Nangong general's residence? Nangong Yudi recalled all the kindness that Murong Xue had shown and her various contributions to this family. Sister Murong Xue's gentle demeanor was genuine, unlike Chen Linger, who exuded the allure of a courtesan. Her brother was truly confused, such a wonderful sister-in-law, and yet he chose to dismiss her. He would surely regret this decision in the future. The thought made Nangong Yudi's heart ache. The idea of her brother stubbornly marrying someone like Chen Linger, who resembled a courtesan, caused her profound discomfort. Furthermore, she had no knowledge of Murong Xue's current whereabouts, nor whether she was safe or how she was faring. Murong Xue shared a close bond with Nangong Yudi, always taking special care of her young sister-in-law. She personally washed Nangong Yudi's intimate garments, never entrusting the task to a maid. Once, when Nangong Yudi fell gravely ill, Murong Xue stayed by her side for days and nights, caring for her without a hint of complaint. Only when Nangong Yudi recovered did she take rest. She absolutely could not allow that woman of ill repute, Chen Linger, to wed into the Nangong residence. Chen Linger's family claimed to be connected to the governor of Nanyang, but the truth was that her mother was merely the governor's concubine. Chen Linger was born of such a lowly status, and her cunning was boundless. If she were to enter the Nangong residence, it would be a wonder if the general's household remained unscathed. Brother Nangong Yuxiao is our father's only son, destined to inherit the title of Duke of State. It was likely that Chen Linger had her eyes firmly set on this aspect. The general's residence had been nearly stripped bare by her. Rumor had it that she spent fortunes monthly on fine cosmetics and exquisite silks. How could one person possibly need so much silk and makeup? Surely, there must be ulterior motives. How could my brother be so oblivious to her wastefulness? Moreover, how could a pregnant woman require such excessive cosmetics? Such products are not beneficial for the unborn child. This woman is indeed quite strange. With a mere word, my brother is completely bewitched. I must devise a way to counter this woman. Otherwise, Nangong Leishao will inevitably be ruined, Nangong Yudi resolved. Chapter 26. A talented and extraordinary woman in the elegant courtyard of Murong Xue. She was engrossed in painting, sheltered beneath the shade of a tree to avoid the blinding sunlight. Her artistic skills were exceptional, evident in her work, which bore the marks of years of dedicated practice. She intended to finish her painting and practice her calligraphy before preparing dinner. Otherwise, the ravenous man would complain about the late meal. After all, he had provided her with a substantial sum of silver. Without his financial support, she would be left in dire straits. This painting is truly lifelike. The plum blossoms appear almost real. Unbeknownst to her, Baiming Haoyu had quietly approached from behind, captivated by her artwork. You are quite amusing. Did my painting's fragrance draw you here today?
Murong Xue engaged in jest.
Upon hearing this, Baiming Haoyu's lips curled into a smile. Interpreting her words as a warm welcome, Murong Xue chose to ignore him and resumed her calligraphy, practicing a flowing style that exuded grandeur, akin to clouds drifting in the sky. Your skill is truly exceptional, far surpassing anyone I know, Baiming Haoyu complimented again. Who do you know anyway? What kind of company do you keep? Murong Xue almost retorted, but refrained, as she felt a twinge of sympathy for this handsome, yet low-born man. What a pity indeed. What expression is that? Why do you regard me with such pity? If Baiming Haoyu were aware of Murong Xue's thoughts, he would be infuriated. The esteemed king of Beichen Kingdom was being seen as a mere illegitimate child. How could he bear such indignity? Earlier, he had remarked that Murong Xue's calligraphy surpassed that of anyone he knew, but she had dismissed his acquaintances as unworthy. Upon witnessing Murong Xue's subsequent strokes, Baiming Haoyu was astounded. You truly are a remarkable woman, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This snowy scene adorned with plum blossoms reminds me of the poem. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. The edge of the sword sharpens through. Murong Xue shot Baiming Haoyu an exasperated glance. After completing her writing, she inscribed a line on her freshly painted work. A branch of red apricot leans over the wall. What a splendid inscription. The words and painting complement each other beautifully. Baiming Haoyu could not help but applaud. Murong Xue shot him another look. What was his deal? Always showering her with praise, whether she painted or wrote, declaring her to be extraordinary. What could he possibly know of refined individuals? Stop flattering me. I am not skilled in chess. By the way, how much was the zither you gifted me? I need to pay you back. I cannot accept such gifts without compensation. At this moment, Murong Xue lifted her head. After spending so long painting and writing, her neck felt sore, and a stretch was in order. Yet, what was with his gaze? Why did he look at her with such an indescribable expression? Baiming Haoyu gazed at Murong Xue with a lingering tenderness. Even he himself was unaware of how he came to regard her in such a manner. His attention was unwavering, following her every word, action, and expression. Please, answer me quickly. What is wrong? Why do you look at me like that? At this moment, Baiming Haoyu's heart was a tumult of emotions. Could the world's finest zither, the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, truly be measured in mere silver? The enchanting lady before him seemed utterly oblivious. not only to her own heart but also to the worth of the exquisite instrument. Murong Xue, engrossed in her painting and calligraphy, remained unperturbed by his silence. Observing her intense concentration, with her delicate profile and elegantly arched nose, Beiming Haoyu felt a stirring in his heart. This woman resembled a pristine lotus, incomparable to the painted beauties of the palace. Yet the empress and those ministers insisted on indulging in those artificial charms, claiming it was for the expansion of the Bei Chun royal lineage. He was not merely a vessel for procreation. He had no desire for children that did not spring from the one he cherished. As he watched Murong Xue, entirely focused on her art, Beiming Haoyu mused to himself, surely, she must be of noble descent. Her creations, while perhaps a tad juvenile compared to the esteemed artists of Bei Chun, would undoubtedly evolve into masterpieces with further practice and refinement. He was astonished to discover that the woman he admired possessed such remarkable talent. In the quaint courtyard, Murong Xue seemed oblivious to his presence. She continued her meticulous strokes, and a flawless piece of art gradually unfolded before her. The finesse of her technique rendered the painting vibrant and alive, imbued with an innate charm. Beiming Haoyu stood silently beside her, marveling at each stroke she made. While all women may delight in domestic crafts, this one could paint, and her work bore the hallmarks of a distinguished artist. Even renowned painters would pale in comparison to her creation. As Murong Xue slowed her pace, Beiming Haoyu felt a rush of admiration and quietly remarked, "The subjects within the painting are truly lifelike. Such artistry is a rarity in this world." Time slipped away, and in that moment, Beiming Haoyu, strikingly handsome, and Murong Xue, exuding an air of confidence, seemed to suspend time itself. As she completed her final stroke, the painting came to life before his eyes. Every line flowed with an effortless grace. "Finished!" Murong Xue exclaimed, clapping her hands in satisfaction as she admired her work. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Beiming Haoyu gazed at the painting, his breath quickening, a smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Is this piece intended for me?" He believed she had painted it with the intention of gifting it to him, which brought him a sense of fulfillment. However, Murong Xue shot him a sideways glance and bluntly replied, "For you? Are you joking?" Beiming Haoyu was taken aback. Could it be that his charm had waned? Chapter 27. A smile in the mortal realm, yet he remained silent, observing her with a tranquil demeanor. He was curious to see what she would say next. Murong Xue, unguarded before him, waved her hand dismissively and said, "I still have to make a living. I need to support myself." The tone of her voice was noticeably softer than before. The purpose of her painting was to exchange it for silver to ensure her survival. After all, intangible pursuits would not fill her belly. A shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes, but she took a deep breath and boldly declared, "However, with my skills, this painting will surely fetch a good price." Despite life's challenges, she was determined to persevere, for only then could she rise above those who had previously underestimated her.
Beiming Haoyu was utterly stunned.
He had not anticipated that her intention was to sell the painting. Furthermore, given her evident talent, it was clear she hailed from an illustrious lineage. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "How much do you think this painting could sell for?" Without turning to look at him, Murong Xue cautiously blew on the ink to dry it, nodding confidently as she replied, "This piece is quite good. It should sell for half a tael of silver." She was certain that she could trade it for that amount.
Beiming Haoyu stood in shock.
The two fell silent, struggling to comprehend each other's perspectives. Did she truly need to go to such lengths for half a tael of silver? Having lived a life of privilege, he had little concept of the value of money. Power and wealth were at his fingertips, yet he shook his head in bemusement and said, "You went through all this trouble just to create a painting for half a tael of silver?" Murong Xue shot him a look and responded, "Everyone needs money for food and basic necessities. Without silver, I would starve. If I'm hungry, I won't have the strength to speak with you, and I could even die from hunger. Shouldn't I exchange this for silver?" Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of delight crossed Beiming Haoyu's face as he regarded this intriguing woman. She made a valid point. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would be astounded to see the decisive emperor displaying such a smile, a truly remarkable sight. Murong Xue noticed the smile on his face and nodded, stating, "So now you understand why I wish to sell my painting for silver?" "Indeed," Beiming Haoyu replied with a nod. "Enough of this idle chatter. I intend to buy this painting. If not, I won't have any means for my living expenses." With that, she started to leave.
"Wait,"
he called out. Is there something else? Murong Xue turned slowly, gazing at the well-dressed gentleman with a puzzled expression. I'll buy your painting. You will? Yes. It will serve as a trade for that zither. I'll also give you an additional tael of silver. What do you think?
Bai Minghao Yu asserted confidently,
as he found himself harboring a newfound sentiment towards this peculiar woman, prompting him to purchase the artwork. Murong Xue's eyes brightened at his words. Are you serious? Absolutely, he affirmed, nodding as he produced a tael of silver, placing it in her hand before taking the painting and departing with a sense of satisfaction. Your artwork is now mine. Use this silver for your living expenses. Bai Minghaoyu held the painting in his hands, a knowing smile gracing his features. Having long been immersed in the relentless power struggles of the palace, he had become cold and unfeeling. Yet, in this moment, in the presence of this woman, he felt a flicker of warmth from the mortal realm. Moreover, her unexpected actions continually piqued his curiosity. Murong Xue gazed at the silver in her hands and then lifted her eyes to the retreating figure of Bai Minghaoyu, her gaze shimmering with intrigue. Truly, he was a fascinating individual. The following day, within the imperial palace, in the study, an ancient wooden desk stood adorned with the lingering fragrance of sandalwood, while dragon and phoenix carvings embellished the beams, exuding opulence. At the desk sat a handsome young man, Bai Minghaoyu, who wielded the world's power. Having grown up in this environment, he was already weary of such worldly possessions, viewing them as mere trifles. In his hands, he cradled a scroll, entranced by its contents. The painting depicted a scene of snow-laden plum blossoms, vividly alive and brimming with essence. The plum flowers stood resilient amidst the storm, unyielding and proud. He could distinctly sense the profound meaning encapsulated within the swirling winds and snow. His thoughts drifted back to the moments spent with Murong Xue in the courtyard. Though she appeared untamed, there was a subtlety to her character that belied her exterior, a blend of ruggedness and tenderness, truly a rarity in this world. As he gazed upon the painting, his eyes softened further. The time spent in the courtyard had flown by in an instant, while time in the palace seemed to drag on interminably. Although he held dominion over power, he often felt a weight of oppression. Were it not for his immense capacity to withstand pressure, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Thoughts of Murong Xue arose, once more, igniting a desire to revisit that courtyard when the opportunity arose. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Several palace maids and eunuchs approached, and the foremost eunuch, his voice sharp and shrill, announced, "The Empress Dowager has arrived." Instantly, the warmth in Bai Minghaoyu's eyes vanished, replaced by an air of calm. A wave of fragrance wafted in as the graceful Empress Dowager entered the study, her regal bearing evident in every step. Her gaze was piercing, causing the surrounding attendants to lower their heads in deference. Upon reaching Bai Minghaoyu, her countenance softened slightly, and with genuine concern, she inquired, "How you? I have heard that your appetite has diminished recently. Is it that you do not enjoy the imperial cuisine?" It was evident that her network of informants spanned the entire palace, ensuring she was promptly informed of any developments concerning him. Bai Minghaoyu shook his head with a smile, reassuring her mother, "I am quite well. Please do not worry." Despite being a decisive emperor on the court before the Empress Dowager, he was merely her son. The Empress Dowager nodded and then turned her gaze to the painting on the desk. A flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes as she remarked, "Is this the work of a master artist? This painting is vibrant and lifelike, though merely an image. I can almost sense the fragrance of the plum blossoms wafting from it." In response, Bai Minghaoyu smiled and replied, "It was painted by a woman." The moment he uttered the word woman, Murong Xue's visage unconsciously filled his mind. She was indeed an intriguing character. Their interactions had consistently imparted a unique sensation, a subtle feeling that lingered in his thoughts, elusive yet inescapable. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Bai Minghaoyu's expression, her brow furrowing momentarily before the worry vanished, replaced by a smile as she nodded. "Ah, I see. It is indeed the work of a woman. I wonder what kind of woman she is." She surmised that anyone capable of creating such a painting must come from an extraordinary background, for in this era, those of humble origins could not possibly afford the luxury of learning the arts, merely subsisting like ants. The Empress Dowager felt a flicker of interest in this woman. Observing Bai Minghaoyu's demeanor, she mused to herself, "It appears the time has come to select a consort for the emperor. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day, just as the inner court cannot remain without a mistress." As years pass, A queen must be chosen to assist the emperor in managing the inner court. Therefore, selecting a suitable consort is of utmost importance. Not just anyone can enter this realm. Factors such as their family background, personal character, appearance, and talents must all be considered. Should any of these criteria fall short, the Empress Dowager would categorically oppose their elevation to queen. For Bai Minghaoyu is not only her son, but also the emperor of this dynasty. The women eligible for his marriage must be princesses or noble women from other nations. Commoners need not apply, as political alliances must also be factored into such unions. Bai Minghaoyu seemed entranced by the painting, his gaze clouded with a hint of longing, his thoughts drifting far beyond the confines of the palace. He yearned for another encounter with that woman. Murong Xue. That name echoed persistently in his mind. The Empress Dowager, unable to suppress a cough, drew his attention back. Concern etched upon his face. He turned to her and asked, "Mother, are you unwell? Is everything all right?"
I am fine. Just a slight chill, she replied.
You must take care of yourself. Shall I summon a physician for you? That will not be necessary. I can manage. She dismissed his offer and shifted the conversation.
How you?
You are now 19. Your father was already wed by your age, and I must arrange a marriage for you. Selecting several concubines and a virtuous princess to be your queen. As she spoke, her eyes softened with maternal affection. Her child was growing older, and it was only natural for her to wish for a splendid marriage for him. Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Bai Minghaoyu furrowed his brow, his mind drifting to Murong Xue's image. He shook his head and waved his hand with a smile. Mother, there is no need for you to worry about these matters. I have my own plans. A subtle change crossed the Empress Dowager's face at his words, her tone growing colder.
How you?
You must listen to your mother. This is a matter I will handle for you. At your age, a wedding is expected. The world is watching. Bai Minghaoyu remained resolute. Mother, truly, it is unnecessary. I have my own intentions. Please rest for now. I have my plans. Seeing her son's determination, the Empress Dowager could only sigh and say, I am feeling a bit tired. I shall take my leave. Very well, mother. Take care. Upon encountering Bai Minghaoyu's unwavering resolve, the Empress Dowager refrained from further opposition. However, once he departed from the Yangxin Palace, she promptly commenced preparations for selecting a consort. This undertaking was of paramount importance. Upon returning to her private chambers, the Dowager became consumed with the task of choosing an empress for the emperor. She understood that her personal involvement was essential, for such matters represented the dignity of the royal family and allowed for no margin of error. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. A eunuch, holding a feather duster, approached the Empress Dowager with a light step, his voice high-pitched as he announced, Your Majesty, the candidates for the Empress have been selected and are waiting outside the hall for your review. Very well, the Dowager replied, rising to walk outside. The women who had been chosen to enter the palace were all talented and accomplished, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, hailing from esteemed families, including several princesses from neighboring nations. It was evident that the Dowager had expended considerable effort in this selection process. Outside the palace doors stood numerous women, their heads bowed in modesty, resembling flowers poised to bloom. Before departing their homes, their elders had advised them to adhere to decorum, as any misstep could bring trouble to their families, given the royal family's formidable authority, which brooked no transgression. To defy it would lead only to ruin. The Dowager surveyed the women before her, a look of satisfaction gracing her features as she nodded slightly. Excellent. Send these ladies to Howard, so he may choose among them. With that, the eunuch turned to the women, his voice sharp as he instructed, Follow me. He guided them toward the grand hall where the emperor waited. Inside, Bai Minghaoyu gently set down the wolf hairbrush he had been using and began annotating on a piece of paper. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. As emperor, he often had to address matters beyond the purview of his ministers. This monotonous routine weighed heavily on him. Glancing at the painting before him, he could not help but recall the image of Murong Xue. This woman possessed a spirit entirely unlike those he had encountered before. While others addressed him with utmost respect and obedience, Murong Xue stood apart. Chapter 29. The world begins. Only for her. She seemed to exude an untamed aura that captivated Bai Minghaoyu. Sunlight cascaded through the window, and butterflies danced within its glow. Rising slowly, he made his way toward the imperial garden. The monotony of reviewing memorials had left him feeling restless, and a stroll outside seemed the perfect remedy. In the imperial garden, the fragrant flowers delighted the senses, and birds occasionally perched on the small trees, chirping merrily. Ming Haoyu nodded slightly, his expression serene. Suddenly, he heard the melodious voices of women within the garden. This was an arrangement orchestrated by the Empress Dowager. She intended for these women to appear in the garden, allowing Howard to choose at his leisure. A furrow formed on Ming Haoyu's brow. When had so many women come to the imperial garden? He had been entirely unaware of their presence. The sound of their laughter filled the air. Some women had graceful figures, their skin as fair as snow, resembling a snow lotus blooming in the Tian Shan Mountains. Others were slightly fuller figured, with naturally beautiful oval faces akin to exquisitely carved dolls. Each woman had been selected from across the realm, each possessing her own unique talents and breathtaking beauty. While Ming Haoyu had intended to seek solace in the garden, the unexpected influx of women disturbed his peace. Upon seeing him, the women approached eagerly, their faces alight with smiles, adorned in vibrant attire that radiated allure. Each was a vision of beauty, capable of driving countless men to madness with their charm. As they beheld Ming Haoyu, their eyes sparkled with interest. They had heard tales of the emperor's frail health and had expected a sickly figure, yet the man before them was strikingly different, broad-shouldered and imposing, his presence commanding and formidable. The combination of his royal status and striking appearance caused many of the women to flush with embarrassment, their hearts fluttering at the prospect of becoming empress. "Your Majesty!" Several of the women called out in unison, their voices a harmonious echo. Ming Haoyu's brow furrowed further at the cacophony surrounding him, irritation bubbling within. "What are you doing here?" he demanded coolly. Just then, a eunuch stepped forward, smiling as he explained, "Your Majesty, these women have been selected by the Empress Dowager as potential empresses and have come for your consideration." As the eunuch spoke, many of the women stole glances at Ming Haoyu, who would not wish to serve the emperor in the palace. To win his favor today could mean soaring to great heights. They were all from reputable families and had been raised with the understanding of such ambitions. However, Ming Haoyu felt no interest in the flattering expressions directed at him. Rather, he felt increasingly agitated. To him, these women were no more than fleeting distractions. In his eyes, all women were easily summoned and just as easily dismissed. Only Murong Xue evoked a different sentiment within him. The women before him were mere superficial adornments, flimsy and insipid. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager instructed us to keep you company." One bold woman, with a curvaceous figure, stepped forward, her hand reaching toward him. Suddenly, Ming Haoyu felt a surge of anger rising within him. He raised his sleeve and barked, "Leave. Get out of here." His commanding presence exuded an overwhelming force, causing the woman to pale and kneel before him, silenced by fear. The other women followed suit, dropping to their knees. "Expel all these women from the palace. Any who disobey will face dire consequences." The emperor's words sent a chill through the hearts of the women and the eunuchs accompanying them. The eunuch's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he knelt on the ground, prostrating himself with a frantic urgency, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, spare me. It is the Empress Dowager's decree. We are but servants following her orders. Begone. Leave this place." "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave at once." In a state of trepidation, he fled in disarray. He was acutely aware of the emperor's temperament. To provoke his wrath would surely lead to a fatal outcome. Outside the imperial garden, the eunuch wiped the sweat from his brow, yet a chill coursed down his spine. The emperor's might was beyond his reach. He had narrowly escaped execution moments ago. After a brief respite, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, took a deep breath, and with a wry smile, resolved to report to the Empress Dowager. This matter was beyond his authority. It necessitated her intervention. He turned to the women before him and said, "Please, accompany me back. I must first inform Her Majesty." The women nodded repeatedly, still shaken from their encounter with Ming Haoyu in the garden. Thus, the eunuch led the group of women towards the Empress Dowager's quarters. Shortly thereafter, another eunuch approached. "Your Excellency, please escort these individuals to the side chamber while I enter to meet the Empress Dowager." "Yes." The other eunuch, maintaining a serene demeanor, gestured for the women to follow him. As they had not yet been chosen as the empress, there was no need for excessive courtesy. Even if one were to ascend to the throne, lacking absolute power rendered them unworthy of undue flattery. Rather, it was the women who sought to please them. Though the eunuchs had been castrated and deprived of their reproductive capabilities, they still wielded influence within the palace. Particularly those in service to the emperor and empress dowager commanded respect, even from high-ranking officials in the court. It was prudent not to offend them openly. At this moment, within the hall, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air, soothing and delightful. The empress dowager sat at the table, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she mused. I wonder how well Howard has selected. The women sent to the garden were all distinguished young ladies, so there should be no cause for concern. A maid stood attentively by the empress dowager's side, careful not to make any missteps. Suddenly, a commotion outside announced the hurried entrance of the eunuch who had just been reprimanded by Bei Minghaoyu. Your Majesty, there is grave news. A dire situation has arisen. Upon hearing this, the empress dowager's brow furrowed with worry, her expression darkening with displeasure. The palace was to be a realm of order. Yet here stood a man behaving so rudely, which irked her greatly. As the eunuch approached, he noted the empress dowager's countenance and subdued his demeanor, standing respectfully to the side, daring not to utter another word. Those who accompanied the empress must possess keen insight. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. What is it that has you so flustered? The empress dowager inquired coldly. The oppressive aura in the room descended upon him like an unstoppable flood. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer, the outcome would be far from favorable. The eunuch's throat bobbed nervously, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stammered. Your Majesty, I just took the ladies to the imperial garden, intending for the emperor to select an empress. At this, the empress dowager's eyes flashed with concern, a sinking feeling in her heart. What did the emperor say? She fixed a frosty gaze upon the eunuch. Your Majesty, the emperor was greatly enraged and ordered us to leave immediately, threatening that should we remain in the garden, there would be no mercy. The eunuch recounted every detail of the events in the garden, trembling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the empress dowager's expression turned icy as she rose abruptly.
What?
You mean to say that Howard expelled you? Indeed, Your Majesty. He commanded us to leave the garden and forbade our return. The eunuch reported dutifully, not daring to overlook any detail. The empress dowager began to pace, her icy demeanor intensifying as her mind raced to comprehend the unfolding situation. Why would Howard act in such a manner? Gradually, her thoughts drifted back to a moment when she had caught Howard gazing intently at a painting created by a woman. The empress dowager's perceptive mind swiftly deduced the implications. Could it be that Howard has developed feelings for someone? A shiver of dread coursed through her as she contemplated the ramifications of such a revelation. The eunuch remained silent, having recounted the events. Acutely aware of the palace's unwritten rule, never inquire too deeply into matters that do not concern you, lest you invite calamity. After a moment, the empress dowager sat down, her gaze colder than before. Howard was the ruler of the realm, wielding the power of life and death over his subjects. His every action reflected upon the royal family and was scrutinized by the populace. Should a scandal arise, it could incite unrest among the people.
Howard,
Have you already taken a woman to your heart without confiding in your mother? The empress dowager mused inwardly, feeling an overwhelming sense of vexation. She turned to the eunuch beside her and coldly commanded, You may withdraw for now. I require solitude. Everything is irksome to me at present. The eunuch bowed and exited the chamber. The fragrance of tea lingered in the air as the empress dowager gazed thoughtfully at the teacup before her. Finally, a resolute glint ignited in her eyes as she reached a decision. She would not permit the emperor to consort with any dubious women, for he was not only the emperor but also her son. As a mother, she could not allow her son to engage in behavior unbecoming of his station. Turning to a maidservant, she issued her command, her voice cold and unwavering. Investigate this woman whom Howard favors and execute her in secret. Understood. The maidservant clasped her hands in salute, her gaze resolute. Having earned her position beside the empress dowager not only through her beauty, but also her exceptional abilities, taking a life was a mere trifling matter for her. As the maidservant departed, the empress dowager's expression hardened with determination. She would tolerate no dissent. This enchantress who had captured the emperor's favor would not be allowed to bring ruin to the kingdom. Such an occurrence would be utterly intolerable. Thus, it is imperative to extinguish this threat immediately, ensuring it stirs no further unrest. In the ancient capital of Yen, the palace is ablaze with light in the dead of night. From the highest officials to the lowest eunuchs and maidens, fear permeates the air. Inside the palace, The only sounds are the terrified screams of the people, the hurried footsteps of their frantic escape, and the weeping of those engulfed in despair. That is mine. I am a third-rank official of the Laundry Bureau. How dare you, a mere eunuch, try to seize it from me? The nation is crumbling. Who cares about your rank? Out of my way. Within the palace walls, servants and maids scramble to snatch treasures, copper incense burners, sandalwood trays, and silks tied to the pillars. Even the once disregarded low-quality jade becomes a coveted prize. To seize and flee is but a courtesy. Furthermore, the golden hairpins adorning the heads of the young nobles and the fine silks draping their forms are torn from them without regard for status or rank. Such chaos unfolds in every corner of the palace. As the nation teeters on the brink of collapse, the hearts of men are inscrutable. The imperial guards are too preoccupied to attend to these petty matters within the palace. Outside the city, the thunderous cries of battle resonate through the skies. Originally, 30,000 imperial guards were dispatched, with 27,000 now stationed at the city gates as the first line of defense. 2,500 stand before the imperial city gate as the second line. The remaining 500 guard the emperor's quarters, forming the last bastion of hope. Clad in armor, the guards are poised for combat, their eyes wide with determination as sweat trickles down their brows. Their palms, gripping weapons, are soaked with perspiration. They can hear the enemy's advance inching closer to the palace, an ominous sign of doom approaching. Within the emperor's chamber, the sovereign of Yen brandishes a sharp sword, his hair disheveled as he appears almost deranged. North Star, you take advantage of our weakening power, abandoning us in our time of need. I refuse to accept this. He shouts madly, swinging his sword wildly. The maids and servants prostrate themselves, silenced by fear, even as the emperor's blade strikes down those before him. With each swing, he claims another life, venting his fury. The surviving servants exchange glances, and suddenly, one lunges at the emperor, attempting to restrain him. You insolent wretches! You dare to defy me? Your Majesty, the dynasty has crumbled. We do not wish to perish alongside you. Let's be rid of this tyrant. Bring the emperor's head to the generals of North Star. As the shout rings out, the hesitant servants surge forward, overpowering the emperor. I shall slay you all. I will not spare you. A dull thud resounds as the leader of the imperial guards bursts into the palace, having heard the commotion. He rushes in, and upon witnessing the scene, he orders the rebellious servants to be eliminated without mercy. Your Majesty, we have arrived too late to protect you. The emperor rises, adjusting his dragon robe, his eyes ablaze with rage as he thrusts his sword into the lifeless bodies of the servants. Report. The city gates have been breached. Report. The palace gates have been breached. Report. The army of North Star has invaded. The messages echo the impending doom. In a final transmission, before the words can fully escape, an arrow pierces through his throat, blood gushing forth. The emperor gazes into the distance, witnessing the relentless advance of the North Star army. The leader of the Imperial Guards kneels, resolute. Your Majesty, I am prepared to face death. Please, retreat to the southern city at once and seek a way to restore our nation. At this moment, the emperor remains eerily calm, wiping the blood from his sword. He speaks, a nation fallen, a ruler perished. You may go first. I shall follow shortly. Chapter 31. How can the emperor consort with women outside the palace? The Imperial Guards, tears brimming in their eyes, charge into the North Star army without hesitation. The emperor shuts the chamber door behind him, turning to glance at the empress. Princes and princesses within. The concubines weep, their faces etched with terror. The princes and princesses, the eldest over 30, the youngest merely a few years of age, understand that with the fall of their nation, their lives are forfeit. Only the empress maintains a steady gaze, her demeanor unwavering. The emperor, sword in hand, strides toward his blood kin, chillingly declaring, "You are the princes and princesses of Yen, the empress of Yen. A fallen nation cannot besmirch its royal blood. Today, as Yen meets its demise, I choose to die with it. You shall not survive to become the puppets of North Star." With these words, the concubines and children comprehend their fate. They scream in horror, fleeing in panic, but the executioners, long prepared, emerge from the chamber. One blade for each, one sword for another. The chilling cries reverberate throughout the chamber as young lives are extinguished one after another. The empress cradles her youngest daughter, calmly observing the carnage. This little princess is none other than the innocent Murong Xue. oblivious to the concepts of national ruin, statehood, or mortality. She only recognizes that her siblings and the concubines lie lifeless in a pool of blood, in eternal slumber. Mother, what has happened to my brothers and sisters? Why are they sleeping here? The Empress gazes tenderly at Murong Xue, gently cupping her face, and softly replies, your father, siblings, and I must journey to a faraway place. You are too young to accompany us. Remember to live well, carrying the bloodline of the Murong clan forward. As her words fade, a sharp blade pierces the Empress's chest, crimson blood swiftly staining her pristine gown. The scalding blood splatters across Murong Xue's face, leaving a searing imprint upon her. Even in death, the Empress wears a final expression of tenderness and reluctance. Drawing the blade, the Emperor gazes down at Murong Xue, coldly stating, survive. For you are the chosen one of the Empress and me. Live on to avenge Yen. Avenge me. With that, he discards the sword and gestures dismissively. The executioners take Murong Xue away, fleeing the palace. Murong Xue fixes her gaze upon the palace, staring at the chamber, watching her father. The doors of the chamber are shattered by iron steeds. A general, his features obscured, leads the North Star army into the chamber. His lips move, uttering something. But Murong Xue cannot discern the words. She only hears her father discard the sword, declaring, I am the ruler of a nation. How can I suffer such indignities? Bring forth white silk. Mother. Father. Suddenly, Murong Xue awakens from her nightmare, sitting upright as cold sweat drenches her nightgown. The night breeze blows in, chilling to the bone. Murong Xue scanned her surroundings with a heart full of trepidation. Her deceased elder brother, the absence of her sisters, and the vanishing of the Northern Star cavalry weighed heavily on her mind. Instinctively, she touched her cheek, searching for the blood that had splattered upon her face. That blood belonged to her mother, the dearest person in her life. Yet, instead of blood, her fingers met only 2 streams of tears. It was only at this moment that she regained her senses. It had all been a dream, an exceedingly vivid nightmare, one she had long buried deep within her memory. A nightmare she was reluctant to revisit. Curling up against the wall, the cold sensation from the surface seeped into her, rapidly enveloping her entire being, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She wrapped her arms around her legs and buried her head in her knees. This was not the first time she had endured such a dream. The pain of losing her kingdom clung to her like a parasite, relentlessly tormenting her and denying her peace. Memories of her deceased mother, her father, her siblings, and the fallen citizens of the great Yen flooded her mind. She could not bear to contemplate how many of her people had been reduced to slaves or courtesans after the downfall of their nation. Gradually, the past resurfaced in her thoughts. The uncles who had raised her had all perished, leaving her utterly alone in this world, a solitary soul. After traversing mountains and rivers, she had arrived in Northern Star, where she was introduced to the Nangong family. She had believed she had found a good husband and envisioned a peaceful life filled with domestic bliss. She managed the household with exceptional diligence while her husband fought far away. Relatives who visited praised her as a rare good wife. As she awaited her husband's victorious return, the anticipation of their reunion consumed her thoughts. However, on the day of their grand wedding, her husband received orders to depart for the battlefield, and their marriage, though nominal, remained unconsummated. Even the wedding ceremony had not been completed. They had not even exchanged vows, rendering their union incomplete. Nonetheless, Murong Xue devoted herself wholeheartedly to managing the Nangong household. Even the elderly matriarch of the family, unable to overlook her devotion, promised that once Nangong Lei Xiao returned, they would hold a proper wedding ceremony for her. Murong Xue waited with bated breath, willing to sacrifice everything for the promise of the Nangong family. Yet, she could never have anticipated the heart-wrenching conclusion that awaited her. When Nangong Lei Xiao returned, he brought with him a decree of divorce. What he offered was not sweetness, but despair, humiliation, and cold indifference. As he hurled insults at her, Murong Xue clung to a glimmer of hope, yearning for the matriarch to intervene on her behalf and deliver justice. But throughout the ordeal, the matriarch remained silent, as if tacitly endorsing Nangong Lei Xiao's decision to cast her aside. Having given everything to the Nangong family, she was met with such a dismal fate. Resentment welled within her heart as she leaned against the cold wall, feeling the chill of the night breeze. Yet, nothing compared to the frost that enveloped her soul in that moment. Murong Xue longed to cry, to find a shoulder to lean on for a fleeting sense of support. But who could she rely on? Her mother, her father, the great Yen, all had vanished long ago. The uncles who had nurtured her were also gone.
Now,
As a forlorn orphan of a fallen kingdom, she was utterly alone, without a home to return to, like a solitary leaf adrift on the turbulent sea. Gradually, her gaze hardened with resolve. Was there no one to depend on? Why seek reliance? The only person Murong Xue could rely on was herself. Raising her head, she looked towards the direction of the old Yen royal city and softly murmured, "Mother, I miss you." In the northern star imperial city, within the depths of the palace, the Empress Dowager gazed down imperiously at the guards kneeling before her. Adorned in opulent attire, she wore a golden phoenix crown, embellished with real gold and adorned with birds bowing in admiration. The central figure, a resplendent golden phoenix, spread its wings, captivating the many birds surrounding her. Her gown, woven with golden threads, depicted the landscape and the prosperity of the nation. Underneath, she wore a skirt made of silk, intricately embroidered with the lives of the people and the nobility. The grandeur of her garments showcased her maternal authority over the realm. Inside the hall, the guards dared not raise their heads, fearful even to glance at the Empress Dowager's attire. To do so would be a capital offense. The inner palace was a space of reverence. To gaze upon it was to invite dire repercussions. "Speak. What have you found out?" The Empress Dowager's calm inquiry sent a shiver down the spine of the guard. He dared not exhibit any sign of negligence, pressing his palms to the ground. Head bowed in submission. "Your Majesty, I report that the Emperor has been leaving the palace frequently, often for an entire day. As for his whereabouts, I do not dare to inquire." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brows. With a hand resting on the phoenix couch, she lightly tapped her finger, producing a sound that echoed sharply in the stillness of the chamber. Each tap rendered the guards silent, their hearts racing with anxiety. After a prolonged silence, the Empress Dowager's voice rang with authority. "You do not dare to question the Emperor's affairs? Does my decree not warrant your obedience?" The guard was struck with fear, immediately prostrating himself fully on the ground, exclaiming, "I assure you, Your Majesty, I would never dare to defy you." The Empress Dowager looked down at the guard with indifference, commanding coldly, "You have 3 days. Discover what the Emperor is doing outside. Is he consorting with any lowly women from outside the palace?" In the following chapter, Murong Xue finds herself in a precarious situation. The next day, as dawn broke and the warm sunlight streamed through the ancient silk window, Baiming Haoyu opened his eyes, stretching lazily as he prepared to address court matters early so that he might pay a visit to Murong Xue. The maidservants, who had been waiting attentively, approached to assist him in donning the dragon robe, each movement executed with utmost precision, fearful of incurring the Emperor's wrath. The process of dressing took nearly 3/4 of an hour before it was complete. As Baiming Haoyu stepped out of the sleeping quarters, the sunlight bathed him in warmth, complementing the golden robe he wore, radiating an aura of authority. A closer inspection would reveal the meticulous care the maidservants had taken, ensuring not a single crease marred the fabric. "Nangong, where are the envoys from the 6 nations?" Baiming Haoyu inquired in a relaxed yet commanding tone. Nangong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, the envoys from the 6 nations are currently at the relay station, awaiting your summons." "Very well." Baiming Haoyu nodded slightly, his tone casual yet firm. "Summon them to the palace. We shall finalize matters regarding the 6 nations today." Upon hearing the words, Grand Eunuch De promptly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall convey the imperial edict at once." Having spoken, he respectfully bowed towards the regal North Ming Haoyu and retreated with measured steps. At that moment, within the golden throne hall, North Ming Haoyu, adorned in his dragon robe, sat majestically upon the dragon chair. The court officials, both civil and military, stood in solemn order, while the envoys from the 6 nations were visibly anxious. Since their arrival in the North Star Kingdom, they had been awaiting the summons of the Emperor, enduring numerous instances of neglect. Yet, despite the indifference shown by the Emperor, the envoys dared not voice a single complaint. The North Star Kingdom held immense power, capable of subjugating the other 6 nations, forcing them to bow in submission. Their youthful emperor was indeed a formidable sovereign, with every word and action determining the fates of the 6 nations. With a commanding gaze directed at the officials and envoys, North Ming Haoyu declared, "I intend to dispatch censors to establish 3 protectorates in the territories of the 6 nations. All members of the royal families shall relocate to the capital of the North Star Kingdom. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall.
Upon hearing this,
The official's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. This action by the emperor not only prevented large-scale migrations that might incite unrest, but also thwarted any potential treachery from the royal families of the Six Nations. Presently, regardless of any discontent harbored by the Six Nations, their lives rested solely upon the emperor's decree. As the officials contemplated this, their gazes instinctively shifted towards the envoys from the Six Nations. Initially, expressions of shock and resentment crossed the faces of the envoys. However, these emotions quickly dissipated, leaving them devoid of any defiance. The Six Nations had devolved into mere shadows of their former selves. Should they express dissatisfaction, the impending military might would leave no member of the royal families unscathed. The emperor's decision was indeed merciful, offering them a sliver of hope. Under the emperor's piercing gaze, the envoys bowed and responded, "We shall obey the imperial command." North Ming Haoyu, seeing their submission, waved his hand dismissively, signaling the envoys to withdraw. After briefly discussing the arrangements for the protectorates with the court officials, he departed early, for he had more pressing matters at hand, namely, a visit to Murong Xue. Days later, upon a return of the envoys to their respective nations, they relayed the imperial edict of the North Star Emperor to their sovereigns. In the Zhao Kingdom, within the grand hall of the palace, the emperor's countenance turned pale upon learning of the North Star Emperor's intentions to establish protectorates and relocate the Zhao royal family. "Your Majesty, should this occur, the fate of our royal lineage rests solely in the hands of the North Star Emperor. We must not go to the capital," exclaimed an elder noble in the court. The Zhao Emperor sighed deeply, feeling as though all strength had been drained from him. "If we do not comply, what other course of action remains? The Six Nations exist in name only. If the North Star Emperor's army descends upon us, is there any hope for our royal lineage?" His words incited further unrest within the court. The Six Nations, bereft of the power to resist the North Star Kingdom, realized that the emperor's restraint in not annihilating their royal families was a tremendous act of mercy. To defy the North Star Emperor now would invite complete destruction. No dissenting voices arose this time. The Zhao Emperor, with a sorrowful gaze, surveyed the hall and, staggering from his throne, lamented, "I have failed the legacy of my predecessors." He commanded, "Let it be known that all royal family members must compile a detailed list within 3 days and proceed to the capital of the North Star Kingdom." The court officials and nobles knelt, weeping in sorrow, but the Zhao Emperor weakly gestured for silence and departed with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, in the Wei Kingdom, the emperor sat helplessly upon his throne, gazing at the written edict from the North Star Emperor. "How has my Wei Kingdom, founded upon martial prowess, come to such a dismal fate under my reign? I have failed my ancestors." Tears streamed down the Wei Emperor's face as he expressed his anguish. "Your Majesty, we are willing to fight to the death against the North Star Kingdom. We cannot bear to see our royal family suffer such humiliation," cried several officials, brandishing their ivory tablets in indignation. However, the old emperor, overwhelmed with despair, waved his hand dismissively and looked at the assembly with tear-filled eyes. "Your loyalty comforts me. Yet to engage in battle against the North Star Kingdom now would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an egg striking a stone. My life is of little consequence, but I cannot bear to see the people of Wei suffer through war again. By proceeding to the capital, I can preserve our royal bloodline and ensure the ancestral shrine remains intact. Should we engage in conflict, the fate of our royal lineage would be annihilation, and our ancestral temple would be reduced to ashes." Upon hearing this, the court officials bowed their heads in silence. The situations in the Chu and Qi kingdoms mirrored that of Zhao and Wei. Once the North Star Emperor's edict reached their courts, although the emperors felt a sense of injustice, they predominantly accepted the harsh reality, knowing that defiance would only lead to their doom. In the Longevity Palace, North Ming Haoyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a mountain within the vast hall, his gaze resolute. He recalled the days when the nations were rife with strife. Since the establishment of the North Star Kingdom, the ancestors had tirelessly sought to unify the realm. At last, under his reign, the tumultuous era of 360 years had come to an end. Since ascending the throne, he had diligently adhered to the teachings of his forebears, never daring to falter, lest he face their judgment after a century. Fortunately, blessed by his ancestors, North Ming Haoyu had not sullied their reputation.
Now,
the Six Nations had become part of the North Star Kingdom, and the royal families had relocated to the capital. "Rest assured, my ancestors, The future generations shall not allow the North Star Kingdom to stop here. This is merely the beginning. I desire not only the dominion over the 6 nations, but the unification of all tribes. With unwavering conviction, North Ming Haoyu proclaimed his ambitions. Rather than merely recounting his achievements to his ancestors, he expressed his steadfast determination for true unification and the allegiance of all peoples. He firmly believed that the spirits of his ancestors would surely guide him in realizing this grand aspiration. In the Empress Dowager's chamber, she sat in her phoenix robe, her expression grave. Before her, a young eunuch knelt, recounting the emperor's recent indiscretions. Your Majesty, the emperor often leaves the palace to secretly meet a mountain girl in a secluded courtyard.
Bang!
Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager could no longer contain her fury, slamming her hand onto the table, startling the kneeling eunuch into silence as he lowered his head, awaiting her reprimand. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The Empress Dowager stood up from her seat, her voice filled with fury. No wonder the emperor had not dined in the palace of late, claiming a lack of appetite. He had instead been clandestinely meeting a nameless country girl outside the palace.
Ha!
How splendid! The dignity of the royal family has been utterly tarnished. The emperor of the North Star Kingdom, frequently venturing out to consort with a rustic woman. If such news were to spread, how would the common folk view him? How would the civil and military officials of the court regard him? How could he ever hope to command them or retain his authority among the nations? A sovereign of this realm, maintaining a paramour outside the palace. The Empress Dowager, enraged, laughed coldly, her eyes gradually revealing a frigid intent to kill. How dare a mere country girl tempt his majesty? Thus, she resolved to eliminate this source of trouble, lest the rumors tarnish the emperor's reputation. At this moment, the elder eunuch standing beside her was taken aback, his expression turning anxious as he spoke. Your Majesty, if the emperor were to learn of this. The Empress Dowager cast a cold glance at him, causing him to quickly retract his neck and fall silent. I am the mother of the emperor. If I do not consent, that country girl shall never set foot in the palace. Besides, the emperor has yet to appoint an empress. Matters of the harem are still under my purview, are they not? She declared icily, leaving the eunuch too frightened to utter another word. Bring forth the order. At her command, several soldiers entered the chamber. With a casual flick of her sleeve, she displayed her authority and declared, proclaim my decree. Execute this country girl. Chapter 33. The fierce protection of Baiming Haoyu. Remember, ensure this is done cleanly, leaving no traces for the emperor to discover, lest he harbor resentment towards me. Yes. As the soldiers turned to leave, the Empress Dowager's expression softened slightly, and she murmured to herself, Emperor, oh, Emperor, what I do is for your own good. Do not hold it against me. Though she feared not the emperor's reproach, she wished not for the bond between mother and son to be marred over this country girl. In the Shouhuang Hall, Baiming Haoyu was expressing his thoughts and ambitions to his ancestors. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed within the hall. He turned his gaze slightly to see the golden armored guards escorting 6 soldiers, bound tightly, into the hall. Kneel! One of the golden armored guards delivered a kick to one soldier's leg, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. Baiming Haoyu slowly turned, his piercing gaze radiating authority as he coldly asked, Are you the ones who have been spying on me? The chilling tone sent shivers through the 6 men, making them tremble. Under Baiming Haoyu's scrutinizing gaze, they sweat profusely and pleaded, Your Majesty, spare us. We were merely following the Empress Dowager's orders. We beseech you to grant us mercy. Baiming Haoyu let out a cold laugh, stepping down from the high platform. Each footfall struck like a hammer upon their hearts. Indeed. Indeed. He scoffed, each chuckle sounding like a death knell, instilling a sense of impending doom in the 6. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. We were only performing our duties. The 6 men, unable to withstand Baiming Haoyu's oppressive aura, repeatedly bowed their heads against the hall floor with loud thuds. However, Baiming Haoyu's expression remained unyielding. Are you suggesting that you are using the Empress Dowager to pressure me? His seemingly calm words shattered their mental defenses in an instant. Your Majesty, we have no such intentions. Humph. Baiming Haoyu snorted, his tone rising sharply. You fear the Empress Dowager, yet do you not fear me? Or do you only see her orders and forget my imperial decree? In this North Star Kingdom, who holds dominion, the Empress Dowager or I?
Boom.
Upon uttering these words, the 6 men collapsed, paralyzed by fear. The icy chill in the air revealed the emperor's intense killing intent. Their actions had evidently provoked the emperor's wrath. Even if they acted under the Empress Dowager's orders, Baiming Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. Bring them to the Xinang Palace and execute them before the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, the 6 men's fear transformed into a desperate will to survive. As the golden armored guards dragged them away from the Shouhuang Hall, they struggled and cried out, "Your Majesty, spare us. We acted under the Empress Dowager's orders. Please, have mercy." The voices faded into the distance, while the coldness in Baiming Haoyu's eyes deepened. They would never know that the reason for their demise was not their clandestine investigation, but rather the very fact that they had acted on the Empress Dowager's orders. In other words, the Empress Dowager had overstepped her authority. As the young and iron-willed ruler of the North Star Kingdom, Baiming Haoyu would never allow such a transgression to occur. In the Xinang Palace, the elder eunuch approached the Empress Dowager with a cup of fragrant tea. "Your Majesty," he addressed her. The Empress Dowager glanced at him, picked up the teacup, and began, "The Emperor is truly too willful. As the Empress Dowager of the North Star Kingdom, I must teach him properly what should be done and what should not. Only then can he become a worthy emperor." Hearing this, the elder eunuch respectfully lowered his head and replied, "Your Majesty, do not be angry. The Emperor is still young and impetuous. It is only natural that he struggles to restrain himself. Fortunately, with you here, he will surely come to understand your intentions." Indeed. After taking a sip of tea, the Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction. "Let us invite the Emperor to dine with us in the Xinang Palace this evening. It has been some time since I last shared a meal with him, and this presents a perfect opportunity to convey the gravity of the situation." "Yes, Your Majesty." As the elder eunuch bowed in response, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted from outside the Xinang Palace. Seeing this, the elder eunuch shouted angrily, "Who dares to disturb the peace here? Do you not know this is the Empress Dowager's residence?" As his words fell, numerous golden armored guards stormed into the Xinang Palace, escorting the 6 men. Upon witnessing the scene, the elder eunuch was so frightened that he instinctively stepped aside, casting anxious glances at the Empress Dowager. It was known that the golden armored guards were the emperor's personal protectors. The sudden appearance of so many of them in the Xinang Palace was beyond the reach of a mere eunuch. Conversely, the Empress Dowager, upon observing the situation, displayed a hint of surprise on her face. However, before she could scold them, she recognized the 6 men being escorted. They were the very ones she had dispatched to investigate the emperor's affairs. "You dare to appear here with soldiers. What is your intention?" The Empress Dowager, despite her initial panic, managed to regain her composure and chastised them with authority. Yet, they were the golden armored guards, the emperor's chosen protectors. Furthermore, their presence in the Xinang Palace was under the emperor's command. Facing the Empress Dowager's reprimand, the golden armored guards stood firm, stating, "By the emperor's orders, we are to execute these 6 men in the Xinang Palace." As they spoke, the golden armored guards brought the 6 men before the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, save us. We acted under the Empress Dowager's orders. Help, Your Majesty." The 6 individuals cried out in terror. The Empress's expression grew increasingly grim. The Emperor's actions were clearly a slap in her face. "How dare you commit violence in my presence? Do you not fear the annihilation of your entire clan?" She did not echo their pleas but instead pressed directly to the crux of the matter. Yet, the golden armored guards present displayed no sign of fear, sternly commanding, "Strike them down." As the command echoed, over 10 golden armored guards appeared behind the 6, striking them forcefully on their backs. Thud, thud, thud. "Ah, Empress, save me. Ah, Empress, help." The sounds of impact were interspersed with cries of agony and pleas for mercy. However, the Empress, witnessing the brutality of the golden armored guards, turned pale and was rendered speechless. In mere moments, the 6 were left bloodied and weak, collapsed on the ground like limp dolls. With a sudden surge of strength, the golden armored guards broke their staffs against the backs of the 6, leading to their immediate demise. After executing this grim task, the guards turned and departed from the Xinang Palace without a backward glance. At that moment, the air was thick with a pungent, metallic scent of blood. The Empress sank heavily into her chair, her face a mask of despair. She never anticipated that the Emperor would so blatantly disregard her authority for the sake of a woman, allowing such violence within the Xinang Palace. In that instant, The Empress finally comprehended that Bai Minghaoyu was no longer the naive youth he once was, but the Emperor of Beiqin, a ruthless monarch who had vanquished 6 nations, instilling fear across the realm. In the general's manner, Chunlinga walked through the halls. With General Nangong Leixiao absent, she assumed the role of the matriarch. In the presence of General Nangong, Chunlinga feigned decorum and gentility, treating the servants with equal disdain. However, when the general was away, she swiftly revealed her true tyrannical nature. Wherever she went, servants were compelled to cease their tasks, kneeling on the ground to await her arrival, only permitted to rise once she had passed. Any defiance met with punishment, ranging from beatings to expulsion from the manor, never to return. Chunlinga's obstinate and tyrannical behavior had incited deep resentment among the manor servants, who longed for the general's return. At least with him present, Chunlinga might temper her excesses, allowing them some respite.
Top, top, top.
The sound of delicate footsteps echoed from the corridor, and the servants knew that Chunlinga was approaching. Instantly, they abandoned their tasks, wiped their hands clean, and hurried to kneel along the corridor, awaiting her arrival. I do not wish to see any trace left by Murong Xue in this manner. Chapter 34. The unaware Chunlinga facing death I grant you, but half a day. If I see even a trace of Murong Xue's presence in this manner after that, you shall bear the consequences. Chunlinga's imperious voice floated down the corridor.
Moment latte.
3 or 5 maids appeared, hurriedly carrying a multitude of gift boxes that obscured their vision. They had to tilt their heads and lean back to navigate their way.
Ah, right.
The monthly funds are running low. Go to the bank and withdraw more. The steward, trailing closely behind Chunlinga, wore a troubled expression. He hesitated, unsure whether to voice the concerns that had been weighing on him. If he remained silent, the general would surely chastise him when the month-end accounts were settled. Given Chunlinga's extravagant spending, but speaking up could offend her. Thus, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Are you deaf, you old fool? Seeing the steward silence,
Tianling Frau ned. Her irritation growing.
The steward, steeling himself, finally spoke. Madam, the general left strict instructions before departing. With so many people in the household, aside from normal living expenses, each month only permits 300 taels for the ladies of the manor. As the new mistress, you have already received an additional 200 as a welcome gift. You have spent 500 taels in just over a month, and I find it difficult to approach the bank on your behalf. His words sparked fury in Chunlinga. Her face darkened as she retorted, You insolent wretch. If you do not speak up, I will have the general address this upon his return. What do you take me for, a mere novice without authority? Realizing Chunlinga was enraged, the steward fell to his knees, pleading, Madam, forgive me. My mind is muddled. I shall go to the bank, at once. With a cold snort, Chunlinga replied, If your mind is so muddled, then you should resign and stop taking up space. Can't you distinguish between master and servant? With that, she turned on her heel and strode toward her chamber. Watching her retreating figure, the steward slumped down in despair. As a servant approached to assist him, he waved them off. Leaning against the door frame, he struggled to rise, sighing heavily as he reminisced about the previous mistress, Murong Xue.
Oh.
How Miss Murong managed the manor so impeccably for 3 years. In contrast, this Chunlinga has turned it into chaos in just over a month. Sighing and shaking his head, the steward made his way to the bank. Handle these with care. Every single item here is worth more than your lives. Chunlinga commanded as she directed the maids to set down the towering pile of gift boxes. As she surveyed the mountain of gifts, a radiant smile illuminated her face. This was the life she had always desired. Just then, a bird fluttered and landed on her window. Chunlinga recognized it as a messenger from her family. She quickly approached the window, ensuring no one was watching, and retrieved a note from the bird's talon. Upon reading the note, she was filled with anger. That accursed woman still clings to hope. If you refuse to leave the capital, then I shall force you out. Later that night, in the general's manor, within Nangong Leixiao's chamber, the general lay comfortably on his bed, stretching with satisfaction. Nestled against his chest was the flushed Chunlinga, who, after catching her breath, began to calm down. She rested her delicate hand on Nangong Leixiao's chest, gently caressing it as she spoke softly. You have returned victorious from battle, a great achievement indeed. Yet the old general seems quite furious. Surely it must be due to that Murong Xue. Upon hearing this, Nangong Leixiao furrowed his brow in contemplation, realization dawning. Now it makes sense why my father is so enraged. That Murong Xue is indeed a venomous woman. She is no longer in the residence. Yet she still manages to wreak havoc. This venomous woman wishes for my demise. While Chen Linger whispered sweet nothings into Nangong Leijiao's ear, Murong Xue was in her elegant courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, burning the midnight oil to sew cotton clothes. The night had deepened, and one could faintly hear the howls of wolves and roars of tigers echoing through the mountains. Within the courtyard, the cicadas and crickets sang in a symphony. The brightly lit capital had entered a state of decline, cloaked in darkness as the citizens succumbed to slumber. The flickering candlelight in Murong Xue's room stood out starkly against the enveloping night. She cradled coarse linen in her hands, pressing the cotton into the fabric with her left thumb while threading the needle with her right, meticulously stitching each seam. Strands of hair fell loosely before her forehead, cascading like a waterfall. The flickering flames cast her shadow upon the wall, dancing in tandem with the candlelight. That solitary figure appeared isolated beneath the wavering light. After being expelled from the general's residence, Murong Xue's life had become exceedingly frugal. Yet, she did not perceive her situation as burdensome. She managed her household with her own capabilities, and every ounce of toil bore fruit. This existence filled her with hope. However, even a person as kind-hearted and hopeful as she was not exempt from the machinations of others intent on undermining the general's household. On the couch, Chen Linger nestled against Nangong Leijiao's chest like a delicate bird. Murong Xue, that venomous woman. She spent 3 years living off the general's household, and we treated her with utmost kindness. To think she harbors ill intentions towards me, the young master. This incited great anger in her father. Murong Xue clearly wishes to bring about my demise. Upon witnessing Nangong Leijiao's fury, Chen Linger's lips curled into a slight smirk. She lifted her head, resting her chin on his chest, and sweetly said, "General, do not be angry. Perhaps Linger has misjudged. I merely speculated. It should not be taken seriously." Yet, Nangong Leijiao's anger intensified. He replied in a low voice, "Your speculation is not unfounded. I know precisely what Murong Xue is like. She is without family or clan, a mere commoner. I do not understand why my father insisted on marrying her to me. I am the great general of Beichen, and she is a commoner. Such a union is utterly mismatched. Murong Xue is the one who seeks to elevate herself through me. A person of such humble beginnings is most adept at scheming. I am not surprised by her actions." As he spoke, Nangong Leijiao leaned down, grasping Chen Linger's hand gently, and said softly, "Linger, I am fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, I might have fallen victim to Murong Xue's schemes." Chen Linger, hearing this, buried her head against his chest. Her delicate face pressed against him, and sweetly replied, "General, your heartbeat is quick. You are not lying. I believe you." Nangong Leijiao felt a stir in his heart. He embraced Chen Linger tightly, exclaiming, "Rest assured, from this day forth, I, Nangong Leijiao, will not allow you to be wronged." After sharing a tender moment, Chen Linger spoke again, "General, I have discovered that Sister Xue indeed possesses great talent. Today, while out shopping, I learned that even after leaving the general's residence, she has managed 3 tailor shops and 5 beauty stores. I truly wonder how Sister Xue, as a woman, can sustain so many establishments. She is quite capable and talented. I cannot help but feel envious." Chen Linger feigned an expression of admiration, yet her words took on a different tone in Nangong Leijiao's ears. His eyes narrowed as he pondered, "Ah, Murong Xue. So, it seems that during these 3 years, you have not merely been living off my household, but have also established a business. As a commoner without family, how did you manage to support these 8 shops? The land in the capital is worth its weight in gold. How could you, a mere commoner, bear such a burden? Murong Xue, you are cunning. You have a devious mind." Seeing the clouds of anger gathering on Nangong Leijiao's brow, Chen Linger knew that her husband was truly incensed. Suppressing her delight, she smiled subtly, aware that her scheme had borne fruit. However, she desired to stoke the flames further. With a faint expression of concern, she tilted her head and inquired, "General, what troubles you, causing such anger?" Nangong Leijiao replied in a heated tone, "Murong Xue is indeed embezzling funds from the general's household. No wonder she left so decisively when I expelled her the other day, not even looking back. I thought her to possess some dignity. Yet it seems she had already plotted against me. Murong Xue, I shall make you aware of the might of the great general of Beichen in this capital." Chen Linger inwardly rejoiced, thinking, "Murong Xue, Your time is up. You cannot blame me. Who told you to remain in the capital? In the elegant courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, the candlelight dimmed, casting a warm glow over the oiled paper windows. The wooden table held candles that had burned low, with pools of creamy wax encircling the wick, forming a protective barrier around the flickering flame. Murong Xue was unaware of how long she had been sewing. All she knew was that 5 cotton garments were completed on the bed. Each stitch was meticulously executed, with not a fiber of cotton exposed. These materials were her savings, acquired through careful frugality. Fearing that the cotton purchased years ago would not provide adequate warmth, she had specifically gathered fresh cotton during this transition from summer to autumn. During the season, cotton is at its peak, costing significantly more than in summer. While 2 pounds could be bought in summer, only 5 taels could be purchased now. Yet, despite the expense, Murong Xue felt no regret. In fact, her own cotton garment, worn for several years, had long ceased to provide warmth, yet she still refused to replace it. The reason was simple. These clothes were made for others. For those truly in need. Murong Xue was indeed a kind-hearted girl of great virtue. As the candlelight dwindled, Murong Xue, fearing she would misplace a stitch, bent closer to the flame, her eyes strained in the dim light. She blinked forcefully, but in that moment, a sharp pain pierced her fingertip. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand and lowered her gaze to find she had accidentally pricked her finger. Upon closer inspection, she realized her fingers were wrapped in numerous strips of cloth. For the sake of sewing these garments, she had endured countless pricks. Murong Xue, placing her injured finger in her mouth, chuckled softly at herself. Well, this has woken me up. I was almost falling asleep. After tending to her wound, she lowered her head, anxiously searching the cotton garment. She feared that her blood might stain the fabric, as a woman's blood is considered impure. Murong Xue was anxious that her blood would ruin the garment, rendering her efforts in vain. After a thorough search and confirming that there were no stains, she finally felt relieved. She gathered the hardened wax drippings from the table, molding them into small columns to replenish the wick. Thus, she was able to extend the flickering light for a little while longer. Murong Xue took a brief respite before continuing to light the lamp and sew the cotton garments. She did not feel fatigued, for she was aware that there were those waiting for these warm clothes to endure the winter. As the rooster crowed thrice, daylight crested the horizon. After laboring late into the night to complete the cotton garments, Murong Xue woke late in the morning. Following her morning ablutions, she settled in the courtyard, basking in the morning breeze while savoring osmanthus cake. This was a New Year's gift from the tailor shop's proprietor, who annually presented delectable treats at this time. She relished the fragrant osmanthus dispersed in her mouth, tasting the sweetness blooming on her palate. Murong Xue's spirit soared, and the weariness from the previous night's toil dissipated. Setting aside the osmanthus cake, she picked up her brush and began recording in the account book. Softly murmuring the entries as her pen glided across the page, Sun Junren from the West City has deposited 5 bolts of silk and 2 bolts of silk fabric. Wang the butcher has deposited half a bolt of coarse linen. Mr. Liu has deposited 1 bolt of brocade and commissioned 15 brocade garments. Jiang Marin has commissioned 1 gauzy dress and 1 silk robe, along with 5 linen garments. Her brush danced across the page, filling it with entries. These were all receipts delivered by the proprietor the day before. The account book recorded not merely coins, but also each expectation, every gift, and the beauty of life itself. The silk and silk fabric deposited by Sun Junren were intended for his daughter's wedding attire and festive bedding. Wang the butcher's coarse linen was meant for an apron for his wife. Mr. Liu's brocade and garments were for the diligent students at the academy. Jiang Marin's gauzy dress was for the courtesan at the Xianfeng Tower, preparing for her performance. Behind each order lay a small fragment of happiness. Murong Xue cherished the feeling of fulfilling others' wishes, believing that the world ought to be harmonious and neighborly. As she busied herself, a sudden clamor of hurried hooves and chaotic sounds erupted from outside the courtyard. Curiosity piqued within Murong Xue. Who could be in such a rush? Could it be the man who had come begging a few days prior? Rising, she approached the courtyard door, and upon opening it, she was met by the proprietor of the tailor shop, rushing towards her in a flurry. Upon seeing Murong Xue, the proprietor gasped, breathless and alarmed, Madam, a grave disaster has befallen us. Our shop has been vandalized. All the goods are destroyed, utterly ruined." Murong Xue's expression shifted dramatically. Her brows knitted tightly as she urgently inquired, "All the shops have been vandalized?" The proprietor nodded, urgency etched in his voice. All of them. Not a single one escaped. You must come and see. A tightening sensation gripped Murong Xue's heart as she hastened to the carriage, accompanying the proprietor to assess the damage. Throughout the journey, the proprietor tightened the reins, urging the horse to gallop faster. In the carriage, Murong Xue prayed fervently. The destruction of goods in the cosmetic shop was not a significant loss, merely a month's worth of profits. Yet, her anxiety was centered on the silk and fabrics entrusted to her care by customers. They had placed their trust in Murong Xue, believing in her integrity to safeguard their precious materials. Should anything happen to those entrusted items, how could she face her loyal patrons? May the heavens protect the silks and fabrics stored away. They must not come to harm. The carriage raced onward until it finally halted before the tailor shop. Before the proprietor could even lift the curtain for her, Murong Xue had already leapt from the carriage, striding swiftly into the shop. Upon entering, her heart sank at the sight of utter chaos. The fabric display counters lay shattered, splintered wood and tattered remnants strewn across the floor. The once pristine fabrics were now marred by filthy footprints. Gazing at the torn and tattered fabrics, Murong Xue felt her heart bleed. These materials represented countless days and nights of toil by the weavers. Now, they lay in such disarray. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and stepped behind the counter, searching frantically for the customers' stored fabrics. Where are the stored fabrics and silks? She implored the proprietor. As her words faded, the proprietor approached, holding up the tattered remnants and soiled silks. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Madam, I have failed you. I did everything I could to protect them, but it was in vain." Gazing at the proprietor's hands, laden with the remnants of their hopes, Murong Xue felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her mind momentarily blank. The worst had indeed transpired. 3 tailor shops and 5 cosmetic shops. Every single item had been destroyed. These were her dowry. When she married into the Nangong family, her uncles, fearing she would be mistreated, had exhausted their fortunes to prepare these shops as her dowry, ensuring she would have a refuge should she ever face adversity. Over the course of 3 years, her uncles had all passed away. These shops had become Murong Xue's sole connection to them. She had long regarded them as her own children, holding them dear. Managing these shops became her way of repaying her uncle's kindness. Just as they had safeguarded her, she wished to protect the hopes and dreams of her customers. The silks and fabrics stored within represented the aspirations and joys of many. Now, with the goods destroyed, the wedding garments for Lu Junren's daughter could not be made. Wang the butcher's wife would go without her apron, Mr. Lu's students would lack their scholarly robes, and Jiang Marin's courtesan would be left without her dance attire. Murong Xue could not bear to imagine the disappointment that would wash over her customers when they arrived, filled with anticipation, only to learn of the destruction of their precious fabrics. Clenching her fists, she bit her lip, unwilling to let tears fall, for she was the mistress of the shop, the pillar of strength for her staff. She did not wish for anyone to witness her vulnerability. Yet, hot tears streamed down her cheeks, betraying her resolve. Turning away, she feigned composure and softly instructed, "Let us begin to tidy up the shop." With that, she wiped away her tears and bent down to gather the scattered wood and remnants, as if attempting to piece together her shattered heart. But the more she collected, the more her tears flowed uncontrollably. Throughout it all, she turned her back to the proprietor and the attendants, who watched her frail figure, bending low to gather the remnants while brushing away her tears. Their hearts ached for her. "Madam, allow us to handle this. Please take a moment to rest." The proprietor and the attendants felt a deep sorrow as they witnessed a fragile woman enduring such hardship while striving to maintain a facade of strength, who could not feel compassion for her plight. Upon hearing the words, Murong Xue turned her head back, forcing a strained smile, and gently spoke, "It's all right. Since we have nothing to do at home, why not tidy up together?
It will be quicker that way."
The silks and fabrics entrusted by our customers must be hastily produced or ordered. We cannot let our customers feel disheartened. And we also need to restock the shelves and display boards in the shop so that our patrons do not have to wait anxiously. There are many loyal customers in the capital who will only accept goods from our shop. We cannot afford to neglect them. Murong Xue attempted to project an image of calm composure, yet her inner fragility was impossible to conceal. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She managed to muster a smile, her voice trembling as she said, "Oh, how strange. The wind and sand today are so severe that they sting my eyes, and I cannot stop the tears." Quickly, close the doors and windows tightly, and do take care not to injure your eyes. The more Murong Xue feigned strength, the more the shopkeeper and the young attendants felt a pang of sympathy. Some of the female attendants in the shop were overwhelmed with concern, and their own tears could not be restrained. Seeing these weeping girls, Murong Xue felt a lump in her throat. She stepped forward to embrace them, gently stroking their hair to comfort them. Do not cry, do not cry. It is merely the wind and sand being too fierce. The shopkeeper, a seasoned man in his 40s, prided himself on never shedding tears over anything. Yet the scene before him brought forth a torrent of tears. Turning his back, he wiped away his tears and addressed Murong Xue. Madam, you are right. The wind and sand today is indeed fierce, making it hard to keep our eyes open. However, outside the tailor shop, the sky is clear, and not a single breeze stirs. Chapter 36. The Emperor's Fury, Who Dares to Bully Murong Xue? In the North Star Palace, Beiming Haoyu sat majestically upon the dragon throne, surveying the courtiers before speaking. Honorable ministers, do you have any matters to present? Your Majesty, although the 6 nations are now pacified, remnants of rebellion still lurk. I beseech your Majesty to dispatch troops to eradicate these remnants, ensuring that our North Star is free from concerns. A marshal general stepped forward to say, General Wang, your words are misguided. Now is the time for North Star to recuperate. Waging war will leave our lands untilled, and the fertile fields will lie desolate. The common folk will be displaced, and North Star will suffer irreparable harm, the Left Chancellor interjected. General Wang cast a sidelong glance at the Left Chancellor, maintaining his composure. As a man of martial background, he relished battle, eager for military merit, land, and countless treasures. I believe this is the most opportune moment to strike while the remnants are still vulnerable. Silence. General Wang, now is the time for North Star to rest and recuperate, yet you disregard the plight of millions of our citizens. Take him out and execute him. Beiming Haoyu declared, casting a sharp gaze over the ministers, his eyes brimming with warning and severity. Your Majesty, spare my life. I shall never again speak rashly about matters of state. The desperate cries echoed throughout the hall as the ministers shrank back, bowing their heads in fear of repercussions. Beiming Haoyu's eyes glinted with ferocity. He was known for his stern demeanor, but today his gaze instilled terror among the ministers. In truth, Beiming Haoyu aimed to make an example of General Wang, for many in the court clamored to purge the remnants of the 6 nations. What did the remnants of the 6 nations amount to? They had long been subdued by him. Should he initiate another war, it would only lead to devastation and disarray among the populace, hindering their ability to live peacefully. How could North Star find stability? The remnants were nothing more than a group of insignificant nobles from the Great Chu and Great Yan, who lived in comfort and knew nothing of warfare. They lacked both cunning and strength to be feared. After the court session, the Empress Mother greeted Beiming Haoyu with a smile in her chambers. My dear, you have arrived just in time. I wish to introduce you to someone. She is my niece from the maternal side, graceful and composed, possessing noble demeanor and exceptional beauty. Adept in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, embodying the essence of motherhood. From a young age, she has studied works such as the Book of Women and the Essentials of Jingguan. Now that you are here, it would be a perfect opportunity for you to discuss classics with her. Beiming Haoyu's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Was his mother resorting to this tactic again? He was already overwhelmed by the array of insipid women. Now she was sending him another niece from her family? His mother incessantly filled his harem with women, hoping to secure his lineage and ensure the stability of North Star's reign, fostering the longevity of the Beiming clan. Mother, I just remembered I have official documents to review. After greeting you, I must attend to them, Beiming Haoyu said, lifting his leg to leave. At that moment, he yearned only to exit the palace and see Murong Xue. Murong Xue had firmly captured his heart. Had it not been for the exquisite dishes she prepared, he might have already succumbed to exhaustion. The endeavor to pacify the 6 nations had drained much of his energy, leaving his body severely fatigued. The delicacies prepared by the imperial chefs seemed bland to him, and the tonics prescribed by the royal physician had failed to restore his health. Beiming Haoyu swiftly made his way to the courtyard where Murong Xue resided. Upon arriving, he found the gate of her courtyard wide open, yet the place was eerily empty. He did not see that familiar, graceful figure. Where could she have gone? Had something unfortunate occurred? Anxiously, he searched every room. His eyes filled with urgency and ran out onto the street in search of Murong Xue. Finally, he spotted her in front of a clothing shop. At that moment, Murong Xue sat on the ground, her eyes vacant, her green skirt sprawled around her, covered in creases, her hair undone, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Tears marked her face, her eyes brimming with helplessness and despair. A profound sorrow enveloped her, wrapping her in an emotional shroud. He had never witnessed Murong Xue so deeply saddened. No matter the time, she always bore a smile, sometimes tinged with mischief, her gaze dancing with cunning and playfulness.
Why?
Why must you torment me so? What have I done wrong? On what grounds do you treat me this way? I owe you nothing. Murong Xue cried out in despair, her throat raw from calling out, tears cascading like scattered pearls. Murong Xue's fair cheeks were drawn and haggard, her eyes hollow. Her large apricot-shaped eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness born of anger and despair. Her shoulders trembled incessantly. She had never felt such heart-wrenching pain even on the day she was cast aside by Nangong. Yet now, her shop had been utterly destroyed, and her means of survival had vanished. At this moment, Murong Xue resembled a tattered doll, her dazed expression evoking deep sympathy. The clothing shop was in disarray, chairs overturned, remnants of torn garments scattered everywhere, and pieces of exquisite silks and satins, meant for beautiful garments, lay in shambles, creating an atmosphere of eerie desolation. Murong Xue remained seated on the ground, her eyes devoid of light. She had already borne immense grievances. Being cast aside was a devastating blow for any woman. Yet she had not succumbed, laboring diligently to establish her clothing and cosmetic shops, hoping to distance herself from Nangong and Qinlinger. However, it seemed they had no intention of letting her go. Now, even her clothing and cosmetic shops were destroyed, obliterating her future and extinguishing her hope of resisting fate. They were driving her towards a dead end. A flicker of hatred crossed Murong Xue's eyes. After Nangong departed for several years, she had managed the general's estate, which had flourished, yielding more profits. However, suddenly, it had begun to incur losses, which was undoubtedly related to Qinlinger. If it were not for Qinlinger, Nangong would not have shown such callousness toward her. Historically, men have often been fickle, easily swayed by new affections. How could one speak of past ties when she had never shared a bed with Nangong? Murong Xue tossed the shattered silk into the air, laughing heartily. Why must you treat me this way? In the distance, Baiming Hao witnessed the tear stains on Murong Xue's face and her laughter tinged with sorrow. And his heart ached sharply, as though struck by a heavy hammer. He staggered back a step, feeling her anguish resonate within him. Memories flooded his mind. The scene of Murong Xue's greed, her delight upon seeing silver coins, her expression vibrant and amusing, her unadorned beauty, akin to a pure lotus, compelled him to gaze at her longer. Their playful antics in the courtyard, where she dusted flour on his nose and he, in turn, sprinkled it into her flowing hair, lingered in his memory. Each of her smiles ignited a flutter in his heart. He could not bear to see Murong Xue in such distress. Who was it that caused her such sorrow? He was determined to unearth this person, even if it meant turning the entire Beichen kingdom upside down. Chapter 37. The general returns from battle after 3 years to find his first wife resting. The Empress Dowager had once sent assassins after Murong Xue. He must ensure her protection. Could this be the handiwork of his mother? It seemed unlikely. She would not resort to such indirect methods, preferring to act with ruthless efficiency. This was the doing of someone else, a bold individual who dared to bully his beloved. At that moment, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in Baiming Hao's eyes. He vowed that these wrongdoers would face their due retribution for the sake of his beloved. In that instant, he longed to embrace Murong Xue, even feeling an urge to take her to the palace, where he could shield her from harm. However, the time was not yet ripe. Though he was the master within the palace, he was surrounded by the scheming Empress Dowager and numerous treacherous courtiers. The political landscape required a delicate balance of power. The Beichen kingdom had only recently subdued 6 nations, and the aftermath of prolonged warfare had left it in dire need of restoration. The palace was a ravenous beast, and the women therein would harbor jealousy upon seeing Murong Xue. He had yet to bestow favor upon anyone, and the rumors that he had an outside mistress would only be solidified by Murong Xue's presence. Should he bring her into the palace first? Qinlinger would undoubtedly tarnish Murong Xue's reputation, claiming she had been involved with him prior to her dismissal. Secondly, the envy of the palace women would pierce Murong Xue like 1,000 arrows. Murong Xue sat quietly on the ground, wiping her tears. Crying would only lead Nangong Leixiao and Chenlinger to perceive her as weak. She still had rent to pay and deposits to reclaim. Although her silks and cosmetics lay in ruin, she must muster her strength. Some finished garments had been sold, but were destroyed by Nangong Leixiao. The compensation would amount to a staggering sum, and she needed to devise a plan to acquire the necessary funds. Weeping here would only serve to embolden them against her. Murong Xue conceived a strategy. She would clarify matters with her customers and subsequently sublet the shop, using the proceeds to compensate those whose garments were ruined. As for the cosmetics, since there were no prepaid orders, she could sell the damaged products at a lower price. Those who could not afford the cosmetics would surely appreciate such bargains. Additionally, she could sell them to lower-class brothels, where the women, in need of silver, would purchase the damaged goods. At the Nangong General's residence, Chenlinger sprawled across the bed, her maids either massaging her feet or assisting her in eating grapes. Next time I lie in bed, I must devise a better method for indulging in these grapes. Eating too many will enhance my complexion, rendering it smooth and radiant. You all lack any sense. Your foot massages are mediocre, and your service is lacking. Continue this way, and I shall have the general dismiss you. As she spoke, she poked a finger at one maid's forehead. You better apply more effort, or I will see you sold into a brothel. The maids, frightened, dared not lift their heads, repeatedly affirming her commands. Upon hearing that Nangong Leixiao had returned, Chenlinger quickly signaled her maids to withdraw and began tidying up in the courtyard. She filled a basin with water and splashed a bit on her forehead to appear as if she were perspiring profusely. As soon as Nangong Leixiao arrived, the maids, following Chenlinger's instructions, said, "General, the mistress has been busy working. She insisted on handling these tasks herself. Not only has she cleaned the courtyard, but she has also washed a considerable amount of clothing." Nangong Leixiao frowned at the unattractive maids. How had they come to look so dismal? When Linger had purchased them, she claimed they had pitiful backgrounds and deserved sympathy, which is why she had acquired them. Linger was too compassionate. These clumsy maids were indeed hideous. And it was solely out of pity that she brought them home. The truth was, Chenlinger feared that a beautiful maid would catch Nangong Leixiao's eye. Had she not disparaged Murong Xue in front of him, claiming her to be duplicitous and ill-natured, implying everything was a subtle manipulation, he might have already been captivated by Murong Xue's beauty. In terms of looks, she doubted she could even compare to Murong Xue's 1/10, were it not for her alluring figure and beguiling gaze, which she enhanced with the finest cosmetics to mask her true appearance. How could Nangong Leixiao have been so utterly enchanted? Linger, why are you in your condition still engaging in such menial tasks? Let the servants handle it. Nangong Leixiao snatched the broom from Chenlinger's hands and helped her indoors. Seeing the concern on his face, Chenlinger smiled slyly, a cold smirk flickering across her features, only to vanish moments later. This Nangong Leixiao was so easily manipulated. She merely needed to feign effort for him to be completely convinced. Chenlinger parted her lips and said, "General, Sister Murong has truly faced great hardships. Are we not being a bit excessive? The garment and cosmetic shops were recently acquired, and the renovation must have cost a fortune, only to be destroyed like this. However, I find it strange. Where did Sister Murong acquire the funds to invest in these shops? She is quite remarkable, adept in business. And even the old general holds her in high regard. The old general has been deceived, but Sister Murong is not intentionally misleading anyone. She is simply acting out of necessity." Hearing these words, flames of fury ignited in Nangong Leixiao's eyes. This Murong Xue was truly despicable. While ostensibly managing the general's household affairs, she had gained the old man's trust while squandering the family's resources, pocketing the funds for herself. This woman was incredibly cunning. How vile she was! Had he known, he would have struck her down on the spot for daring to deceive the old man. At this thought, Nangong Leixiao felt a pang of unease. He could not fathom what sort of sorcery had bewitched the old man, who was so protective of Murong Xue. Convinced she was the sole mistress of the general's household. Despite his best efforts, the old man would not permit him to formally take Linger as his wife. Linger's belly grew day by day, and in 3 to 4 months, she would give birth to a precious child. However, the son of Nangong Leixiao would not be a legitimate heir. His mother held no rightful status, not even that of a concubine. What should be done? It was imperative to marry Linger into the family. Nangong Leixiao soon regained his composure. Once Linger delivered the child, He would be the eldest grandson of the General's residence. The old man would surely forget Murong Xue upon seeing his own grandchild, which would pave the way for Nangong Leishao to marry Linger. At that point, even if the old man were reluctant, he would have no choice but to accept. As the child needed a proper name, the stigma of being a bastard was unacceptable. Chen Linger contemplated the situation. Currently, Murong Xue held considerable influence within the Nangong family. Her kindness to the servants, her personal care for the old man and Nangong Yudi, and her management of the General's estate all contributed to her esteemed position. Therefore, a scheme was necessary to ensure Murong Xue could never raise her head again. Just then, a maid approached with water, and the resting coachman exchanged a knowing smile with her. Suddenly, Chen Linger conceived a malicious plot, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. The general had been at war for 3 years, leaving Murong Xue vulnerable to scandal. In ancient times, a woman caught in infidelity faced severe punishment, including being submerged in a pig cage. The old man and Nangong Yudi would undoubtedly cease to support Murong Xue. Otherwise, not only would Nangong Leixiao's reputation be tarnished, but the old man, as the Duke of the State, would also suffer disgrace. The Duke was a hereditary title, and he had always valued his reputation above all else. He would never allow Murong Xue to tarnish the honor he had cultivated for years. The Duke had numerous political adversaries in court, and they would seize upon this scandal to undermine him, potentially leading to his downfall. If his former daughter-in-law were to be sullied, the Duke's residence would become a laughingstock in Beichen Kingdom. This matter required discreet evidence collection. If no proof of Murong Xue's betrayal could be found, she would manipulate the servants from her maternal home to create a scandal with Murong Xue. Without evidence, she would fabricate it, by drugging them to forget themselves. Once Murong Xue's infidelity was confirmed, she would be left with no defense, condemned to the depths of disgrace. Then, the position of the general's wife would rightfully belong to Chen Linger, and her child would be deemed legitimate. Chen Linger envisioned the day when she would rise to power. Having endured countless humiliations as an illegitimate daughter, she refused to let her own child suffer a similar fate. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Only through ruthless determination could she elevate her status. With Murong Xue now an obstacle, how could she allow her to escape unscathed? Unless she was utterly crushed, Murong Xue might one day reclaim the favor of the old man and Nangong Yudi. If that were to happen, her schemes would be laid bare. Though the old man currently rejected her, forbidding her from serving tea to him, she knelt before the Duke's residence, determined to present her tea. Although she was not yet formally married, the old man valued face above all. Her persistent kneeling would eventually grant her entry into the Duke's household. Passers-by stopped to gawk, speculating upon the scene. Several times, the old man had sent servants to urge her to return home to avoid disgrace. Yet she remained steadfast, kneeling for hours, her pregnant belly on display. Everyone could see through her ruse. She sought to garner sympathy and establish a virtuous reputation. Ever since antiquity, filial piety had served as a sharp blade, invincible in battle. Though with child, she did not forget her duty to offer tea to the old man. Such devotion would surely become a tale whispered throughout the entire Beichen Kingdom. Outside the clothing shop, Murong Xue burned with fury. Nangong Leishao and Chen Linger had pushed her to the brink. "Madam, do not be disheartened. These wretches will surely face retribution," comforted a shop assistant. "There are still customers for the cosmetics, and the undamaged fabrics can be sold. We must find a way to weather the storm." Chapter 38. The madam suffers. The madam, with her kind heart, was unjustly bullied by Nangong the general and that shameless woman. Chen Linger, pregnant before marriage, brazenly sought to torment the madam. While feigning concern, she wore a cold smile that betrayed her malevolent intentions. It was clear to anyone that the orchestrator of this turmoil was Chen Linger, rumored to be an illegitimate daughter desiring to usurp the madam's position. Now that the madam had been dismissed, she struggled to sustain herself by managing several small shops, which Chen Linger had now ruined. Yet Nangong Leishao remained oblivious to Chen Linger's true nature, viewing the madam as an eyesore. Nangong Leishao was indeed a mere warrior, courageous yet lacking in wit, foolishly ensnared by Chen Linger's deceit, and consequently, the madam suffered. After gathering the scattered garments and uncut fabrics from the floor, the cosmetics found their clientele, but Murong Xue was soon met with a cacophony outside. "Madam, we too are in dire straits. Please have some compassion for us." The voices of customers and shopkeepers rang out. Many who had collaborated with Murong Xue now sought compensation, knowing her situation. Indeed, madam, we too struggle. This month's funds are insufficient. Kindly provide us some money. We understand your troubles, but we are in even greater need. As they entered in droves, Murong Xue's face twisted with anger and helplessness, directed at both Nangong Leishao and Qinlinger, and a sense of powerlessness toward the shopkeepers and customers. Their behavior, influenced by the pressure from the general's residence, was anticipated. Could you grant me a couple more days? I truly cannot produce any money at present. Forcing me will not yield results. I am still seeking a tenant for the shop. I have never defaulted on a single copper, but I am indeed facing hardship. At that moment, a hint of coldness graced Murong Xue's exquisite features. These people were kicking her while she was down. Knowing her shop and goods had been destroyed, how could she repay them? No, madam, we too have no choice. The shopkeepers and customers, aware of the enmity between Murong Xue and the general's residence, approached her. Though they respected her greatly, offending the general was akin to crossing a favored individual before the king. The general, a renowned warrior with a record of triumphs over the past 3 years, still held considerable power despite his assets being seized. Therefore, they feared Nangong Leishao might retaliate against them. In the face of Nangong Leishao, they could only retreat. Preserving their own safety was their guiding principle.
Today,
They conspired to terminate their collaboration with Murong Xue, demanding all funds for incoming goods and finished garments be returned. They knew she could not possibly provide garments or money, but even a semblance of compliance was necessary to demonstrate to Nangong Leishao that they were not aiding Murong Xue, but rather abandoning her. In an instant, Murong Xue's situation became even more desperate. Gazing at the dark throng before her, she felt blood rush to her head, her body swaying precariously as she struggled to maintain her composure, her face devoid of tears. She must remain strong and not be defeated by the current adversities. Otherwise, that venomous green tea bitch, Qinlinger, will revel in her misfortune. In her quest for ascendance, Qinlinger will employ any means necessary, feigning concern before Nangong Leishao, incessantly addressing him as Sister Murong. I advised the general, but dear sister, your behavior is quite unbecoming. The general's estate is in deficit. I presume all the funds are being funneled into your shop? Such insinuations were unmistakably directed at Nangong Leishao, driving him to further coldness. How could Nangong Leishao harbor such profound misconceptions about her otherwise? Murong Xue closed her eyes in anguish, pondering her next course of action. It was not merely about the finances. Even if these shops were leased out, they would not yield substantial returns, as the tenants were relentlessly driving prices down. This situation resembled a crumbling wall being pushed by the masses. Upon witnessing Nangong Leishao's ruckus in her establishment, they all hastened to offer paltry sums for her shops. She had painstakingly acquired these shops, the struggles of which only she truly understood. The initial capital was sourced from a man who frequently dined at her table. After saving 1,000 taels, she pooled her resources to start renting and procuring goods. 1,000 taels could accomplish quite a bit once she secured the rental. She initially stocked up on fine fabrics on credit, using the remaining funds for operational costs. Prior to purchasing fabrics, she conducted thorough market research. The predominant colors among passers-by were pink and yellow, while shades like light purple, pale blue, sky blue, rose, and green were scarce. In truth, these hues complemented the complexion beautifully, thus she decided to acquire a significant amount of such fabrics. The materials were not only smooth but also possessed an exquisite texture, enhancing the skin's fairness. She personally undertook advertising. If she donned a pink-purple garment, the corresponding fabric in her shop would sell remarkably well. On days she wore a light sky blue or moon-white outfit, those fabrics would be sold out in no time. For men's fabrics, she would have her shop assistants model them. When encountering wealthy young masters or dignitaries in need of tailored garments, having the shop assistants wear the fabrics would elevate their perceived quality. She would have the customers model instead, effectively serving as advertisement. Given her status as the former wife of the general, these individuals were exceedingly accommodating. The suppliers also extended credit out of respect for her previous position. The rouge and powder she procured were not only of superior quality, but also reasonably priced. She personally tested them, albeit on the back of her hand. In no time, her cosmetic shop was bustling with customers. However, within days, it was all utterly destroyed by Nangong Leishao and Qinlinger. Her heart bled with sorrow. Just after her dismissal, these people were still collaborating with her, believing she would eventually return to the general's residence. But now, with Nangong Leixiao's uproar, it became clear to everyone that he had cast her aside. The new lady had already begun to show signs of pregnancy, rendering the discarded former wife akin to a discarded shoe. These people, seeing the general's influence wane, seized the moment to strike. Madam, you cannot feign ignorance. You must settle the debts owed to the shopkeepers and customers without delay. At that moment, Bei-Ming Haoyu, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer restrain himself. He rushed to Murong Xue aside, raising his brows and inquiring, "What is going on? What has transpired here? What do you all seek to achieve?" Before Murong Xue could respond, Bei-Ming Haoyu addressed the crowd. "She is but a vulnerable woman. Why do you pursue her so relentlessly? If there are issues, speak to me directly. Do not make things difficult for her. She has endured enough already." "This does not concern you. Do not bring trouble upon yourself," Murong Xue replied, unwilling to implicate Bei-Ming Haoyu. Although he hailed from a noble family, his humble maternal lineage lacked any clout. Chapter 39. Has Murong Xue found a protector? Bei-Ming Haoyu offered Murong Xue a reassuring glance. The crowd recoiled, intimidated by his presence. He possessed striking features, exuding an air of elegance, yet emanating a palpable intensity akin to a predatory beast. Well, she owes everyone some money, and certain customers even paid in advance, so it is only natural for them to seek repayment, one individual stammered, averting his gaze from Bei-Ming Haoyu's eagle-like eyes. Bei-Ming Haoyu wished to speak further, yet Murong Xue turned and entered the shop. He shook his head in resignation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Following her inside, he addressed the crowd. "While your claims may hold merit, the rules are established by humans. Forcing someone into such a corner does not guarantee you will receive your money. I trust you all do not desire that outcome." The crowd considered Bei-Ming Haoyu's words, realizing that even if they drove Murong Xue to her demise, they would not recoup a single coin. It would be wiser to take a step back, although the general possessed significant power, backed by the Duke of State's mansion. They had already taken their share of advantage. Money could be sought gradually. If they compelled Murong Xue to her end, whom would they turn to for repayment? "How about this? We shall extend your grace period by a few days. However, we will return to claim the debt," one voice proposed. "You have long overdue rent for the shop, and my finished garments have been ruined, totaling 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, the blue shoe brocade I ordered cost 200 taels. I intended to wear it for my betrothal." Bei-Ming Haoyu surveyed the crowd, and his piercing gaze silenced any dissent. One timid customer turned pale with fear, dwarfed by Bei-Ming Haoyu's imposing stature and hawk-like gaze. He had remained silent throughout, having placed an order for fabrics and paid a 50-tael deposit, blending into the crowd, hoping to profit from Murong Xue's misfortune. However, with the crowd now willing to offer her a reprieve, he chose to remain, intimidated by the piercing gaze that seemed ready to pounce. "I can vouch that repayment will occur in a few days," Bei-Ming Haoyu declared, producing a gold ingot from his sleeve. "Do you see this? I possess ample gold. Is this not sufficient? Moreover, the damages incurred must be accounted for. You cannot simply descend upon someone's shop demanding payment without proof. We shall calculate each debt meticulously so that no one suffers loss." The crowd observed Bei-Ming Haoyu, adorned in resplendent attire, emanating an aura of nobility. Even his fine boots were of considerable value, unattainable by common folk. The intricate gold embroidery on his garments surpassed even those of royalty, marking him as a person of high standing. In the capital, it was common for passers-by to have connections to nobility. Should this individual prove to be related to a royal, the implications could be dire. Furthermore, pressing Murong Xue too hard could lead to her demise, rendering any claims futile. The crowd quickly acquiesced to Bei-Ming Haoyu's authority, expressing their apologies for any prior offenses. "Madam, we shall extend your grace period. We will return in a few days." With that, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Bei-Ming Haoyu and Murong Xue behind. "You should not involve yourself in my affairs. You ought to leave to avoid being implicated," Murong Xue said with displeasure. "What talk of implicating? I choose to be involved," Bei-Ming Haoyu replied, his gaze softening like water. Outside the shop, a shadowy figure was peering in, curiously observing the scene. He had just seen Bei-Ming Haoyu following Murong Xue into the shop. He was specifically sent to monitor her by Chunlinger. The purpose of Chunlinger dispatching him was to uncover who Murong Xue associated with. Upon witnessing a man speak up for Murong Xue, a man who exuded wealth and nobility, he decided to promptly return and report to Chunlinger. "Miss, I have discovered that a man intervened on Murong Xue's behalf. He entered her shop, and when I left, he had not yet emerged. This man is indeed suspicious. He is a servant from Chen Linger's maternal family. What is going on? What if this implicates you? When you revealed the gold earlier, those people were excessively greedy. Although I am quite avaricious, I would never accept your silver without merit, lest I feel undeserving of it, Murong Xue expressed, her face filled with concern. Who said anything about giving you silver? If you prepare a delicious meal for me, this gold ingot shall be yours, but the taste must surpass your previous offerings. Let the shop assistants clear away these items. If not, I can hire a few more to assist you. Bai Ming Hao said, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. Unnoticed by himself, yet keenly observed by Murong Xue. She found it peculiar. Could she have misinterpreted that glance? Surely not. It was the unmistakable gaze of a man for the woman he cherishes. Let us first retrieve the silver, and I shall prepare the meal, which will alleviate our urgent predicament, Murong Xue suggested. As long as you prepare a meal that is even more delectable and innovative than before, I will grant you this gold ingot. They will return in a few days. What will you do then? Bai Ming Hao inquired anxiously. I have already advised you not to concern yourself with this matter, lest it brings you trouble, Murong Xue insisted, yearning to express that given his status, he could hardly meddle in her affairs. If he were implicated, her conscience would be troubled. We have known each other for quite some time. What does it matter if one is implicated? Having an extra hand is better than shouldering the burden alone. When they arrive, what will you offer them? Bai Ming Hao pressed. I currently have no viable solutions. Let us leave it at that for now, Murong Xue replied, her expression clouded with confusion, akin to impenetrable mist. Bai Ming Hao gazed at her with tender concern, his voice as gentle as a caress. Whenever you need me, just say the word. I am unafraid of being implicated. At the Nangong General's residence, Linga listened to the report from the family servant, her heart racing with excitement. She had finally discovered a potential leverage over Murong Xue. Just as she had pondered how to tarnish Murong Xue's reputation, a man appeared before her. This is splendid. With a witness, I can spread rumors, transforming falsehoods into truths. Moreover, how scandalous that the divorced Murong Xue has a man frequently visiting her shop. Is this not a form of infidelity? Perhaps she has been seeking male companionship since the General's departure, Chen Linger mused, her eyes sparkling with delight. Did you see this clearly? She inquired eagerly. I saw it distinctly. The man is quite handsome, with an air of nobility, and he even defended Murong Xue. His presence alone intimidated those around him, causing them to retreat, promising to return in a few days, the servant reported. What use is good looks if they cannot resolve issues? Chen Linger retorted through gritted teeth, her frustration mounting at the thought of a noble and handsome man aiding Murong Xue. Chen Linger felt a surge of jealousy. She found Nangong Lei Xiao, who was of ordinary appearance, utterly unappealing. If not for his military title, she would have deemed him unworthy of her attention. Murong Xue, the discarded woman, possessed a charm that irked Chen Linger. She was merely of a higher birth than herself. In terms of appearance, Chen Linger believed herself to be more alluring, possessing a captivating charm. The servant, noticing Chen Linger's ashen face, took a cautious step back. Miss, that man truly possesses an extraordinary appearance, resembling an immortal. Silence. I commanded you to cease. Chen Linger shouted in a fit of rage, kicking the servant repeatedly. The servant dared not move, knowing their mistress was temperamental and spoiled. Evading her wrath would only invite greater punishment. I shall not return to such places, Mississippi. Please temper your anger. You might hurt your back, the servant pleaded, nursing bruises on his legs. Finally calming her ire, Chen Linger instructed, do not speak of this matter to anyone, including the general. Continue to monitor Murong Xue, observing whom she meets and what she does daily. Here are 10 taels of silver. Use it to buy wine, and do not seek out women in those places. For if you contract an illness, I will not be responsible and may even sell you off. Understood, miss. I shall never return to those places again, the servant assured before departing. Chen Linger's expression darkened as she gazed ahead. The silver she had given the servant was a bribe to ensure his silence, preventing him from jeopardizing her schemes. Now that she had solid evidence, it was splendid. This man had appeared at the perfect moment. He must be an admirer of Murong Xue. How captivating Murong Xue must be, even post-divorce, to attract men like bees to honey. This fallen flower would eventually be crushed beneath her feet, leading to Murong Xue's utter disgrace. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame your appearance beside Murong Xue. For you shall become a pawn in my game, Chenlinger thought, intending to exploit Bai Ming Haoyu for her schemes. However, the servantess description of Bai Ming Haoyu's striking looks and demeanor was indeed regrettable. Such a distinguished man was squandered on Murong Xue, destined for her own destruction. Chenlinger's disdain for Nangong Leishao grew with each passing moment. He became increasingly unappealing to her. Had he not been a general, who would have paid him any mind? Now, the Nangong family's wealth was under her maternal family's control, with her mother managing the affairs. Eventually, the hereditary title of Duke of the State would belong to Nangong Leishao, and she would claim all the estate for herself. All of this wealth would rightfully belong to her, and with it, her mother would gain significant status, perhaps even elevating her to a concubine's position. As a long-standing illegitimate daughter, she had never been able to enter the family tree, merely carrying her mother's surname. Thus, she sought power. Yet a woman could not wield it directly, so she aimed for wealth, intending to possess all of the Nangong family's riches. She had long harbored resentment towards Nangong Yudi, who consistently aided Murong Xue and even attempted to harm her, while she pretended to be magnanimous before Nangong Leishao. Her hatred for Nangong Yudi ran deep. May Nangong Yudi never find a husband. She sought to harm me, Chenlinger vowed fiercely. Miss Trouble.
Trouble, Kuya exclaimed.
Panic etched on her face as she rushed into the room. She needed to relay this news to Nangong Yudi promptly. Inside the room, Nangong Yudi's brow shimmered with determination, clad in a striking red attire that made it evident she was not to be trifled with. The female war goddess of Beichen, who once trampled upon the 6 kingdoms with a long spear, commanding the very fortune of the realm, is truly formidable. Upon hearing the voice of Xue, Nangong Yudi could not help but furrow her brows. When Xue approached, Nangong Yudi coldly inquired, "What has transpired?" As Xue stood before her, the panic on her face diminished somewhat. She replied, "Miss, General Nangong has destroyed Miss Murong's entire estate. Furthermore, he has used his position to oppress her, leaving Miss Murong unable to hold her head high." As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes. For being a woman, she naturally felt deep concern for Murong Xue's current plight. The air fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, Nangong Yudi sprang to her feet, her pupils flickering with fiery wrath as she exclaimed, "Damn that scoundrel! How dare he commit such an atrocity?" Though not a man, Nangong Yudi possessed a fiery temperament, unmatched by any man in the world. She held immense respect for her sister-in-law, Murong Xue. The news of her brother destroying her sister-in-law's estate and oppressing her to the point of humiliation ignited a blaze of fury within her.
Kuya stood frozen, her face pale.
Before she could react, Nangong Yudi's gaze pierced the distance as she angrily declared, "Nangong Leishao, you are unworthy to be my sister-in-law's husband." Perhaps fueled by her overwhelming anger, she directly called out her brother's name, infuriated by his recent actions. Xue, still in shock, spoke with righteous indignation. "General Nangong has gone too far, treating Miss Murong in such a manner. Miss Murong is in a state of uncertainty. Alas, the more I hear, the angrier I become." Unable to remain seated, Nangong Yudi rose decisively, her aura sharp as a blade, radiating coldness that chilled the air. "That wretched woman! If you attempt to stop me today, I shall surely slay you." Her words rang with authority. The wretched woman she referred to was, of course, Chenlinger. For the sake of such a woman, her brother had cast aside his virtuous wife and subjected her to indignity. This was utterly intolerable. Nangong Yudi could not abide it.
"Miss."
Without hesitation, she strode toward the training room. Xue, her complexion pale, hurriedly followed, asking, "Miss, what do you intend to do?" Nangong Yudi did not respond, instead entering the training room to retrieve a long spear, her killing intent palpable, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. The spear's tip glimmered coldly, a harbinger of dread. Nangong Yudi had severed countless enemy heads on the battlefield with this very spear, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Xue, witnessing the scene, was utterly alarmed and urgently questioned, "Miss, what do you plan to do?" "I am going to eliminate those vile scoundrels," Nangong Yudi replied coldly, turning to leave. Hearing this, Xue turned as white as a sheet. She understood her miss's temperament all too well. This female war goddess of Beichen, even amid 1,000 troops, remained unperturbed. If she were to unleash her fury, it would undoubtedly be a momentous affair. "Miss, you cannot do this. If General Nangong were to hold you accountable, Xue continued, aware that her mistress was blinded by rage and needed a reminder. I must slay those vile scoundrels today. Do not impede me. Nangong Yudi refused to waste further words and approached a swift steed. With a fluid motion, she mounted her horse. Xue stood frozen, watching as her mistress departed, gritting her teeth before hastily pursuing her. Amidst the bustling streets, Nangong Yudi rode her swift horse, her brows fierce as blades. The long spear in her hand dragged along the ground, creating a trail of sparks. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, she charged directly toward the Nangong residence. The surrounding citizens, recognizing the tempestuous temperament of this female war goddess, recoiled in fear, knowing that angering her could lead to dire consequences. Only after Nangong Yudi had distanced herself did some dare to whisper among themselves. What has transpired? This formidable female war goddess seems to be on a mission. Have you heard the recent news from the Nangong residence? General Nangong has discarded his rightful wife for the sake of a woman. I believe the female war goddess is seeking justice for her sister-in-law. It may well incite a bloody storm. Let us refrain from discussing such matters, lest we attract trouble. After uttering these words, the citizens, feeling a chill run down their spines, returned to their own affairs, recognizing that such matters were beyond their concern. Outside the Nangong residence, Nangong Yudi galloped onward, her killing intent palpable, as if she intended to overturn the very estate before her.
Whoa.
She commanded, pulling the reins as her steed reared back, neighing toward the heavens. She gazed at the Nangong residence, her chest heaving with fury, and shouted, Nangong Leishao.
Come fort.
The spear's tip gleamed ominously as she pointed it at the residence, her purpose clear. She sought justice for her sister-in-law, wishing to slay those vile scoundrels without hesitation. Her sister-in-law held an esteemed place in her heart, and she would not permit anyone to oppress her. Nangong Yudi's commanding voice echoed through the Nangong residence. Chapter 41. Nangong Leishao, your crimes are inexcusable. Inside the residence, upon hearing the commotion outside, Nangong Leishao was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. He had already been overwhelmed by the turmoil surrounding Murong Xue and Qinlinger. The noise from outside only added fuel to his frustration. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, he finally rose to confront the disturbance. Before he could step outside, Nangong Yudi, brandishing her long spear, stormed in with an unstoppable force, and the guards and servants dared not obstruct her, fearing her wrath might lead to their demise. The fierce glimmer in her eyes and the palpable aura of killing intent made it clear that she meant business. Nangong Leishao, are you dead? Did you not hear me? The guards and servants hastily retreated to the sides. Nangong Leishao rose to his feet, his chest ablaze with fury upon hearing those words. Why must his sister incessantly meddle in matters that were solely his? Moments later, Nangong Yudi stood before him, her spear aimed directly at him. Her wrath palpable as she coldly inquired, Nangong Leishao, your sister has treated you well over the years. Why then? Do you choose to be so heartless as to cast her aside? This is a family matter. Nangong Leishao's gaze turned frigid. Family matter. You, the ungrateful wretch. Not only have you abandoned your sister, but you also treat her with such disdain. Has her conscience been devoured by dogs? Nangong Yudi's chest heaved, her face a mask of fury. She longed to raise her spear and deliver a piercing blow to the one before her. The very act of forsaking his sister filled her with an indescribable rage, an act so inhumane it could only be described as a moral failing. A disgrace to their family name. If you have no business here, then return home. This is not your concern. I will make my own decisions.
Besides,
you are too young to understand these matters, Nangong Leishao retorted, struggling to contain his own burgeoning anger. Nangong Yudi, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, contemplating inwardly. Too young? She raised her brow, her icy stare fixed on her brother, and coldly demanded, I ask you this. Did you expel your sister from her home? And why have you destroyed her assets, leaving her unable to hold her head high? Her voice rang out, firm and resolute, akin to iron that brooked no dissent. After speaking, she fixed an icy gaze upon him, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Should he fail to provide one, she would not leave without a confrontation. You are not to involve yourself in this matter. Return home and allow me some peace, Nangong Leishao said, feeling overwhelmed. I will not leave. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Nangong Yudi's brow furrowed again, her spear now pointed at his throat. A mere nudge, and he would be severed from this world. Nangong Leishao felt a surge of irritation at his sister's behavior. He could not fathom why he would choose Qinlinger over Murong Xue, for Qinlinger was vastly superior, embodying every ideal he had for a wife. Comparing Murong Xue to Qinlinger was akin to juxtaposing a heap of dung with a blooming flower. Moreover, Qinlinger bore the bloodline of the Nangong family. What qualities did Murong Xue possess that could surpass her? With a cold sneer, Nangong Leishao asserted, "Do not meddle in my affairs. If you persist in this confrontation, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Qinlinger now carries the blood of the Nangong family. Murong Xue's current predicament is merely her own doing. Do not stir up trouble at home due to some outside gossip. Nangong Leishao seethed with anger.
Ah!
You accuse me of causing a ruckus. For a woman of such dubious reputation, you dare to speak of my sister in this manner? Very well. I shall expose that wretched woman today. And whatever illegitimate offspring she bears shall also be revealed. Nangong Yudi's expression hardened, her spear slicing through the air as she resolved to confront Qinlinger directly. Killing Nangong Leishao within their residence seemed implausible. Her wrath would be directed at Qinlinger, for it was she who had incited these grievances. Meanwhile, within a room adorned with a dressing mirror and enveloped in the scent of sandalwood, stood a woman, her complexion pale with fear. This woman was Qinlinger, who had overheard the tumultuous exchange outside. Over the years, she had expended considerable effort to conceive a child of the Nangong lineage, believing her future would be secure. Yet, the tranquility she had hoped for was shattered once more. Nangong Yudi's presence filled her with dread. Unlike Murong Xue, who bore no ties to the Nangong family, Nangong Yudi was a formidable warrior, renowned as the North Star's goddess of war, with a reputation that commanded respect and fear. Her battle accolades far surpassed those of Nangong Leishao. Qinlinger knew she stood no chance against such a force. Should Nangong Yudi choose to strike, it would be as effortless as slaying a chick. Outside, sensing the precariousness of the situation, Nangong Leishao stepped forward to shield Qinlinger. As long as I am here, you shall not harm her, he declared, his expression resolute. You! Nangong Yudi gritted her teeth in frustration. How could this brother of hers continue to protect that shameless woman? The fury within her surged, her breath quickening as she coldly stated, "Hand over that vile woman, Qinlinger, or I shall not hesitate to deal with you as well." A standoff ensued, the atmosphere thick with tension. Within the estate, the two faced each other, swords drawn, the air chilled by their animosity. The servants and guards stood by, exchanging wary glances, hesitant to intervene, for both were formidable adversaries. Should one be provoked, the consequences would be dire. Nangong Yudi's anger reached a boiling point. She would not leave until Qinlinger was surrendered. Nangong Leishao felt trapped. Engaging in a fight could jeopardize his own safety, and their father would surely not spare him either. Meanwhile, Murong Xue, having settled the various managers, felt utterly exhausted, her heart heavy. She gazed out the window, lost in thought, as a warm ray of sunlight illuminated a butterfly that landed nearby. Watching the delicate creature flutter its wings, a semblance of peace washed over her. Though she had felt despondent, the butterfly rekindled a flicker of hope within her. In the city, the influence of the Nangong family loomed large, instilling fear in the hearts of many and rendering them hesitant to associate with them. They understood that if they angered each other, there would be no favorable outcome. Many shopkeepers distanced themselves from one another. As Murong Xue contemplated this, a bitter smile crept across her face. It was only natural. Her relationship with these shopkeepers was not profound. If they offended the Nangong family because of her, it would indeed be her fault. Regardless of how dire the situation had become, she refused to believe it could deteriorate further. Murong Xue shook her head with a wry smile, quietly muttering to herself, "The hour grows late. I have mostly pacified these shopkeepers today. It would be best to return home." Thus, she rose and walked outside. Upon reaching the street, she encountered several shopkeepers who, upon seeing her, immediately stepped aside, shaking their heads and sighing in sympathy for her plight, yet feeling powerless to assist. Murong Xue met their gazes with a faint smile. Once she departed, they gathered to converse amongst themselves. Alas, the Nangong family is formidable. We cannot afford to offend them due to Miss Murong's troubles. Miss Murong, please do not hold it against us. Every family has its own difficulties. You all may disperse now, disperse. One among them waved his hand, prompting the others to scatter. Before long, Murong Xue arrived home, where she lived alone. As usual, she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The steaming dishes emerged from the stove, but her mind was preoccupied with the events of the day, leaving her momentarily dazed and unaware that the food was becoming lukewarm. Flames licked higher in the stove as she reflected on her recent tribulations, unable to suppress a myriad of emotions, shaking her head with a sigh. It was all because of Nangong Leishao that she had fallen to such a fate, and he had consistently disregarded her, believing Chen Lingyu's words. Murong Xue sighed again, shaking her head as she murmured, Nangong Leishao, one day you shall regret your actions. Though uncertain if retribution would come to him, Murong Xue was resolute. She believed that through her own efforts, she would eventually make him rue his decisions. As for Chen, she was merely a seductress, and Nangong Leishao's actions had extinguished any remaining hope she had for him. The warm meal continued to simmer in the pot as Murong Xue lost herself in thought for 2 hours, seeking a solution. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. A strikingly handsome young man entered, his demeanor exuding a sense of ease and confidence. He surveyed the surroundings with a slight nod, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of satisfaction. This young man was Baiming Haoyu. Observing the empty courtyard, he frowned, puzzled. Was she not home? Without hesitation, he ventured inside, but after searching, he found that she was indeed absent. A flicker of disappointment crossed his features. Where could she be? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Murong Xue, stirred by the noise outside, gradually made her way to the door. Baiming Haoyu was just about to leave when he spotted her standing before him. The look of disappointment vanished from his eyes, replaced by a glimmer of joy. You're home. I thought you had gone out. Baiming Haoyu stepped closer, speaking with a smile. Only in this courtyard. Alongside this young woman, did he feel a semblance of the beauty of life. Murong Xue's expression was complex. After a moment of internal struggle, she said,
You should leave now.
It could lead to trouble for you otherwise. At that point, I want to be able to protect you. Her gaze was filled with concern. She wished to handle her issues alone, not wanting the young man to be dragged into her troubles. Baiming Haoyu seemed to sense something and asked with a smile, Have you encountered some trouble recently? If so, perhaps I could help. Murong Xue paid little heed to his words. The troubles she faced were not something he could rectify. Taking a deep breath, she waved her hand again, saying, Please, do not concern yourself with this matter. Just leave early. After speaking, she turned and retreated into her room, closing the door behind her. Baiming Haoyu stood there, momentarily stunned. He had seen the dejected silhouette of Murong Xue, and after a moment of silence, he finally turned and left the courtyard. As he stepped outside, a gentle breeze swept past. Baiming Haoyu gazed at the scenery outside, then turned back to the courtyard. Addressing someone nearby, purchase all the tailoring shops and cosmetic stores in the capital and gift them to Murong Xue. At once, the person bowed respectfully, acknowledging the command. Baiming Haoyu cast one last glance at the courtyard before departing. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, guards stirred into action. Chapter 43. Who truly disregards decency? After closing the door, Murong Xue leaned against it, sinking to the floor in despair. Her expression was hollow, filled with a sense of loss and frustration. For years, she had devoted herself to Nangong Leishao without a hint of wrongdoing, yet he treated her so harshly. Not only had he cast her out, but he was now sending people to disrupt her life, threatening shopkeepers to deter them from collaborating with her. It was as if he wanted to cut off all her avenues for survival. Nangong Leishao, you are truly heartless. Her fingernail dug into her flesh. Yet she felt no pain, only sorrow etched across her features. Gradually, she sat on the floor, hugging her knees, her vacant gaze betraying her inner turmoil. Though her youthful shoulders still conveyed a sense of unyielding spirit, she was unwilling to accept such an outcome after laboring so hard for the Nangong family over the years. If it were anyone else, they would never tolerate such a fate. Within the room, only Murong Xue remained, while Baiming Haoyu had long since departed. Meanwhile, on the streets, the clamor of bustling activity filled the air. Numerous street vendors gathered, peddling their wares. Carriages rushed past, forcing the merchants to step aside. For those who could gallop through the streets were either wealthy or influential, ones not to be trifled with. After the carriages had passed, the street vendors dared to gather in one place. One of them could not help but exclaim, These individuals are truly arrogant. We are merely common folk. They certainly do not regard us. Recently, there has been quite a commotion within the Nangong family, and it is likely that these people are here for that reason. Perhaps so. However, such matters are not for us to discuss, as it could cost us our heads. After finishing their conversation, the street vendors dispersed once more, returning to their own affairs, unwilling to confront the situation. At this moment, within a tavern, several burly men entered and called out to the waiting staff, "Waiter, bring me a pot of your finest wine and 2 pounds of cooked beef." "Certainly, honored guest, please wait a moment." The waiter, eager to please, approached the men and poured them a pot of warm tea. The imposing presence of these men made it clear they were not to be trifled with, and the waiter had no desire to offend them. The men nodded in acknowledgement and scanned the room before settling down in a chosen spot. The tavern enjoyed a steady stream of patrons. Merchants passing through and local citizens alike frequented this establishment to indulge in food and drink. The burly men surveyed their surroundings, their eyes glinting with purpose. Their outing was not merely for leisure, they bore a mission. At a nearby table, a man spoke to 2 others. "I trust you have heard about the recent events concerning the Nangong family? Are you referring to the matter involving General Nangong and his wife?" "Indeed. It is said that General Nangong has expelled his wife." Upon hearing this, the 2 others became intrigued. What could have prompted such a decision? Did she commit some transgression against him? The man who initially spoke shook his head. "I am not privy to the specifics." At that moment, one of the burly men who had just entered laughed and interjected, "You are unaware of the reason? I am well informed." His declaration piqued the interest of those around him, and many patrons turned their attention to him. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the man's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Pray tell, what is the reason?" The crowd nodded eagerly in anticipation. The burly man waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "I have received the latest news. It is said that Miss Murong has been unfaithful, which led General Nangong to cast her out. In this era, a woman who disobeys her marital duties faces societal scorn." A wave of astonishment rippled through the tavern. The man continued, "If it were not for Miss Murong's indiscretions, General Nangong would not have acted thus. All of this is due to her. It is no wonder he took such measures." Many began to mutter their disdain. Miss Murong is truly despicable for committing such acts. How could General Nangong have been blind enough to marry someone like her? "How dare you suggest General Nangong is blind?" The man quickly amended. "I merely lament the actions of Miss Murong." The atmosphere shifted as nearly everyone in the tavern began to voice their criticisms of Murong Xue, condemning her actions as a violation of societal norms, ruining her family's reputation, and dishonoring her role as a wife. The burly men exchanged satisfied glances, nodding at one another. They were agents sent by Chunlinger, tasked with spreading rumors within the city to ensure that Murong Xue would be left with no refuge. After several rounds of drink, the men departed from the tavern, but the words of the patrons could not be silenced. As the townsfolk learned of the events, Murong Xue's reputation was tarnished, branding her as irredeemably wicked. Meanwhile, Nangong Lei Xiao remained locked in a standoff with Nangong Yudai, neither willing to concede. The impasse lingered for quite some time, prompting a few servants to leave and report to the old general. Just as Nangong Yudai was about to charge inside, determined to confront that wild woman, Xue rushed to her side, breathless and panicked.
"Miss,
"It is dire news." At this, Nangong Yudai did not lower her spear but instead fixed her gaze intently on Nangong Lei Xiao. "What has happened?"
miss."
"The old general has fainted again." Xue wiped her tears and choked on her words. "What?" Nangong Yudai's expression shifted dramatically. Her face flushed with rage as she ground her teeth. "Nangong Lei Xiao, are you intent on driving my father to his death?" Faced with her accusation, Nangong Lei Xiao appeared momentarily lost. Chapter 44. Who is disloyal? Nangong Yudai seized her spear and stormed out. She swiftly mounted her horse and sped towards the town guard's office. The guards stationed outside, upon witnessing her approach, bowed respectfully, but she paid them no heed, her concern for her father's health propelling her forward. Nangong Yudai strode purposefully into the interior. Inside, the old general lay weakly on his bed, his brow furrowed with worry, occasionally shaking his head and sighing, as if burdened by infinite regret. Recent events had incited his fury, and his heart had been compromised by stress, threatening his very life. Yet, he was consumed by thoughts of expelling his rebellious child and that sorceress. Nangong Yudai's voice echoed before her presence could be felt. "Father, father, what is wrong?" Her commanding tone resonated like that of a man. She approached with heavy footsteps and kicked the door open. Upon entering, she froze at the sight of her father on the bed, her face etched with concern. "Father, what has happened?" Stumbling unsteadily, she rushed to his side. The old general, upon seeing his daughter, felt his expression soften slightly. Cough, cough. Nangong Yudi abruptly interrupted her father, saying, "Father, please hold your tongue for a moment." She feared that if her father spoke any longer, it could lead to dire consequences. "If there is anything you wish for me to do, please, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly comply. Father, you need not worry about other matters." She hurried to comfort her father. Upon hearing her words, the old general's face turned ashen, and he could not help but shake his head, letting out a deep sigh. "Oh, rebellious child. I never imagined that after a lifetime of serving the empire and being loyal to the people, our Nangong family would produce such a wayward offspring. This ungrateful child vexes me greatly." Coughing, the old general's anger intensified, causing his breath to quicken and his complexion to redden. Yudi, noticing this, quickly nodded and grasped her father's hand. "Father, please do not dwell on this matter. It is detrimental to your health to become so agitated. You should try to relax. As long as there is a daughter in this family, there will be no issues. Father, please ease your mind and do not think of these troubles." Nangong Yudi, appearing transformed, spoke softly before the old general. "Earlier, within the manor, I was at odds with Nangong Leishao, neither willing to yield. Indeed, this wayward child has tarnished our family's reputation, bringing shame upon the Nangong name." Coughing again, the old general's chest heaved violently, and his pallor deepened. Yudi listened quietly with reddened eyes as her father spoke. "Father, I will ensure that Nangong Leishao is properly educated regarding his actions. You can rest assured for now. Take your medicine. I will handle these matters." Yudi reassured him. "This ungrateful child has failed to live up to expectations. It is still your duty to rectify this. I want you to bring your sister-in-law back." The old general, breathing heavily, replied, "I hold great respect for Murong Xue. Yet, this wayward child has cast her out without recognizing her worth. Now, he harbors a demoness in our home, subjecting our family to ridicule throughout the city and beyond. Such behavior is utterly absurd. Were it not for the fact that he is my son, I might have already put an end to it. Father, do not worry. I can promise you that I will take care of this. Just focus on recuperating." Yudi rose, preparing to leave. "Wait. There is one more thing," the old general continued. "Father, please share whatever is on your mind. Your daughter will comply. I want you to transfer the estate and the general's residence entirely to your sister-in-law, and expel that demoness along with Nangong Leishao from her home. This demoness is an eyesore. She must be removed post-haste." The old general's chest heaved as he spoke, his face turning crimson with intensity, revealing the depth of his disdain for Chunlinger. "Without this demoness, perhaps my son would not have been so easily ensnared." His animosity towards Chunlinger surpassed even that for Nangong Leishao. "Very well, father. Your words will be fulfilled. I shall assist in removing that demoness. You can rest easy." After nodding at her father, Yudi turned and departed. Upon stepping outside, a chill swept over her face. Chunlinger was indeed a monumental scourge. She could not be allowed to remain within the manor. Chapter 45. Chunlinger, a most heinous offender. In the capital city, merchants lingered in the markets, the sounds of hawking echoing down the streets. Stalls displayed a dazzling array of goods, many of which were offered by merchants from afar, selecting items to their satisfaction. Yet, the majority were locals. "Esteemed guest, these are exquisite glazed beads, each worth a considerable sum. If taken to distant lands, they could fetch a high price." One merchant smiled at a gentleman clad in satin, his eyes glittering with cunning. These were merely ordinary beads, yet he sought to sell them at an inflated price. The gentleman examined them, nodded in satisfaction, and inquired, "What is your asking price?" 50 coins each." "Very well. It's a deal." The gentleman readily agreed. The merchant, momentarily stunned, scratched his head, thinking, alas, I should have quoted a higher price. He produced the money and took away 100 beads, departing swiftly. As midday approached, the sun blazed from above, and the streets grew increasingly sparse. Seeking refuge from the oppressive heat, many retreated to a nearby tea-house. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. Patrons varied from bare-armed, boisterous men to those resembling scholarly figures. People from all walks of life congregated there, and the atmosphere buzzed with lively conversation. At a table on the right, a shrewd-looking, slender man spoke with a smile. "Have you heard about the incident involving the Nangong family?" "I've heard a bit. It seems there was a disagreement between General Nangong Leixiao and Miss Murong Xue, leading to some conflict. The slender man nodded, grinning. Do you know the reason for their disagreement? I have some inside information. Upon hearing this, the others leaned in with keen interest.
Why?
Please do tell. Even patrons from other tables perked up at this moment. Miss Murong, while possessing a beautiful visage, has engaged in behavior unbecoming of a woman, which is why General Nangong expelled her. The shrewd man recounted the tale, having heard it from various individuals in the martial world. Many faces in the tea house contorted with indignation. A scandalous woman. The Nangong family has fought valiantly for the nation, yet they marry such a wretch. Truly, heaven must be blind. Miss Murong has indeed disguised herself remarkably well. No one could see through her facade, knowing a person's face, but not their heart seems to encapsulate this situation. Moments later, the tea house's patrons began to disperse. But the tale of Murong Xue quickly spread throughout the city. Rumors, once spoken, are notoriously difficult to quell. In any era, whispers can be more fearsome than the fiercest tempest. In the marketplace, clusters of merchants gathered, fervently discussing Murong Xue, with most agreeing. Murong Xue's disregard for marital propriety is indeed a matter of concern. It was entirely reasonable for General Nangong to expel her. His leniency is commendable. If I were in his position, I would have dealt with such a spouse far more harshly. Such misfortunes within a household are burdensome for anyone. I once encountered Murong Xue, and she appeared quite charming, yet I never anticipated her true nature. Alas, who can truly discern such things? In any case, I believe General Nangong's actions were justified in banishing a woman who does not uphold the sanctity of marriage. The tale of Nangong Leixiao and Murong Xue spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the capital. Before long, the citizens, unaware of the full story, began to gossip incessantly. In their eyes, Murong Xue became a villain deserving of scorn, while Nangong Leixiao was cast as the victim. Throughout history, the common folk have always been susceptible to manipulation, readily swayed in their thoughts and judgments, critiquing people and events based on the influence of others. Chen Linger astutely seized upon this tendency. Rumors flourished, echoing through the streets. In the Nangong residence, Chen Linger sat in her chamber, adorned in vibrant attire, exuding an alluring charm. Her countenance bore an air of captivating elegance, occasionally hinting at a delicate vulnerability. As time quietly passed, she glanced outside, her expression tinged with worry. When Nangong Yudi stormed in previously, had it not been for Nangong Leixiao's intervention, she might have already met her demise. The thought of Nangong Yudi's fiery temper sent a chill down her spine. She would show no mercy. Just as Chen Linger pondered these matters, footsteps approached outside, and a servant appeared before her, bowing respectfully. This servant was one she had brought from her family.
Miss.
Upon seeing the familiar face, Chen Linger's eyes sparkled with anticipation. How did the task I entrusted you with go?
Miss.
It has been accomplished, the servant replied, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Chen Linger. The citizens of the capital are abuzz, believing that Miss Murong has betrayed her marital vows, leading to her expulsion by General Nangong. I merely stoked the flames of gossip regarding Miss Nangong. Hee. Your brilliance shines through, miss. I was merely following orders. The servant's lips curled into a shadowy smile, seemingly pleased with his deeds. Hearing this, Chen Linger felt a flicker of joy and nodded in approval. You have done well. There will be rewards for you in the future. The servant's smile grew even broader at the praise. Both of them were cut from the same cloth. In recent times, Chen Linger had dispatched many to tarnish Murong Xue's reputation. With General Nangong away at war for 3 years, Murong Xue had engaged in actions detrimental to their family's honor, resulting in her being cast aside by General Nangong. Chapter 46. A great change in the capital, buying all the shops to gift to her. In the bustling streets of the East Market, a cosmetic shop stood prominently. The shopkeeper, fair-complexioned and smiling, greeted customers at the entrance. Inside, several well-dressed women browsed, their attire suggesting affluent backgrounds. The shop assistant enthusiastically presented a new blush. Madam, this is our shop's latest offering, truly exquisite. With your lovely features, this blush is practically tailored for you. The lady was amused by the assistant's flattery and replied with a smile, Very well. I shall purchase it. The assistant nodded eagerly. Madam, I will wrap it up for you, at once. After several other women selected their preferred blushes, they departed. The assistant hurried to the shopkeeper, exclaiming, Shopkeeper, Business is thriving today. Women from all over the city are coming here. It won't be long before our shop becomes the finest in the capital. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile, pleased by the news. Keep up the good work. There will be rewards in store for you. Just then, several imposing, stern-looking men approached the shop. Their formidable presence and icy demeanor were enough to instill fear at first glance. The shopkeeper's expression shifted as he approached them with a forced smile. Gentlemen, what brings you here? We intend to purchase this cosmetic shop, one man replied coldly, devoid of emotion. The shopkeeper's demeanor faltered as he assessed the men before him. Gentlemen, this humble shop operates on thin margins. May I inquire as to your reason for acquiring it? Name your price. The man demanded, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper felt the weight of the pressure and, swallowing hard, replied, if you wish to purchase this small establishment, I am willing to transfer it at the lowest price. 100 taels of gold. Very well. From this day forth, this shop is no longer yours. Gather your belongings and depart. The man produced a pouch of gold, tossing it toward the shopkeeper before walking away. The shopkeeper stood in stunned silence, and the assistant approached, puzzled. Shopkeeper, what has happened? Do not ask. Quickly gather your things. We must leave tonight. Do not concern yourself with anything else. The assistant, scratching his head in confusion, complied without hesitation, returning to pack their belongings. A few hundred meters from the cosmetic shop, a tailor shop stood. Clothing and sustenance have always been essential needs. The tailor shop catered to clients with bespoke garments, relying on skill for sustenance. Inside, the shop's owner, a woman, had encountered various individuals throughout the years and understood their desires. A customer emerged after trying on a dress, and the owner clapped her hands, smiling warmly. You look stunning. This dress enhances your elegance, as if transforming you entirely. Is that so? Could I deceive you? This dress indeed elevates your charm. If you doubt me, come look in the mirror. The customer hurried to the mirror, and upon seeing her reflection, she gasped, her face lighting up with joy. I have purchased this garment. Excellent. I shall package it for you immediately. You must believe that once I don this attire, my demeanor will perfectly exemplify your elegance as I stroll down the street. The proprietor of the tailor shop, while wrapping the clothing, chuckled and remarked, the business has flourished over the years. At this rate, it won't be long before my establishment becomes the largest tailor shop in the capital. Just then, several men who had previously appeared at the cosmetics store entered. Their expressions were frigid, and their presence exuded an air of intimidation. Upon seeing these individuals, the tailor shop owner was momentarily taken aback but quickly inquired with a smile, Gentlemen, are you here to try on some garments? We intend to purchase your establishment. Purchase my shop? Indeed. Name your price. The tailor scrutinized the men before him, convinced they were not engaging in deception. He replied, My shop is not inexpensive. I've been here for many years. If you truly wish to acquire it, a substantial sum of silver will be required. How much? 200 taels of gold. Here, the money. Now leave. One man produced gold from his pocket and tossed it to the proprietor. The tailor was momentarily stunned, his face breaking into a broad smile at the sight of the gold. Very well, esteemed customer. Oh, no. Owner, I shall take my leave immediately. From this day forth, the shop belongs to you. The man nodded slightly. This time, while assisting His Majesty, he possessed a generous budget, spending without a hint of hesitation. Alongside this cosmetic store and tailor shop, similar transactions unfolded throughout the capital. Groups of men arrived, purchasing establishments without incident. The owners, naturally, accepted the money and left with cheerful haste. In total, 670 tailor shops and 230 cosmetic stores in the capital were acquired by agents dispatched by Murong Xue. The entire process transpired smoothly, devoid of significant conflict. After executing their tasks, the guards breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they could report back to His Majesty. In nearly the span of a single night, all tailor shops and cosmetic stores in the capital were bought out by those sent by Murong Xue. The owners engaged in fervent discussions, yet remained oblivious to the identity of the orchestrator behind these acquisitions. However, for them, it mattered little. What was important was the money received, and the identity of the buyer was of no concern. Chapter 47. Chenlinger, the unrepentant wretch. Within the general's mansion, Nangong Lei Xiao sat in the great hall, his brow furrowed, eyes flickering with a stormy intensity. Ever since he had expelled Murong Xue, the residence seemed to be plagued by troubles. Contemplating this, his gaze sharpened. Were it not for this woman, He mused, perhaps none of these misfortunes would have arisen. All of his recent tribulations were laid squarely at Murong Xue's feet. He believed that had he not married her, the present circumstances would not exist. She was a harbinger of doom. It was fortunate that he had banished her in advance. At that moment, a soldier clad in armor approached with heavy steps, bowing and clasping his fists. General Nangong, all of Murong Xue's shops in the capital are on the brink of closure and will likely not last much longer. The soldier reported each word with precision. Upon hearing this, Nangong Lei Zhao's expression softened, a smile creeping onto his face. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He aimed to drive her into a corner and observe what qualifications she possessed to contend with him. And what of it? General Nangong, although these shops are failing, Murong Xue has not utilized any of the Nangong family's finances. Moreover, the citizens of the city are now aware that she has forsaken her duties as a wife, thus betraying the general and leading to her current plight. The soldier concluded, standing quietly by. Nangong Lei Xiao rose, his face alight with a smile, only to suddenly adopt a fierce countenance, coldly stating, "Humph. That woman deserves this fate. I have long seen her for who she is, a disloyal person. Now that she faces ruin, it is fitting. She shall not extract a single coin from the Nangong family. Continue your investigations and report any developments to me without delay." With his back turned to the soldier, he coldly commanded, "Understood." The soldier withdrew. As Nangong Lei Xiao watched the soldier leave, the darkness in his eyes deepened. "Murong Xue, this is your reckoning for crossing me. I shall ensure you never rise again. As long as I, Nangong Lei Xiao, exist, you shall remain beneath my heel, unable to claim even a penny from the Nangong family nor receive our protection." Nangong Lei Xiao spoke these words with evident satisfaction. The more she suffered, the more exhilarated he felt. The discord caused by Murong Xue had driven a wedge between his father, sister, and himself. All of this turmoil stemmed from her. Just then, Chunling approached with a light step, standing before Nangong Lei Xiao and gently inquiring, "General, what has transpired?" As she spoke, a charming glimmer danced in her eyes, her lips curving into a smile as she gazed at him. Nangong Lei Xiao did not conceal anything, recounting the recent events in their entirety. As he finished, his indignation was palpable as he declared, "This woman deserves her current predicament. Humph. She dares to oppose me. Is she courting death?" A glint of cunning sparkled in Chunlinger's eyes. She responded softly, "General, while Sister Murong has committed some transgressions against you, you were once married. Surely you cannot force her into absolute despair." Though her words suggested sympathy, her heart harbored a desire to see Murong Xue utterly destroyed. Chunlinger sought to gauge Nangong Lei Zhao's sentiments.
Nangong Lei Xiao nodded, coldly replying, "Eh."
"My actions are intended to teach her a lesson. No one in this city may defy the Nangong family. This is merely a punishment for her. As for her future, it depends on her own actions. Should she come to plead for mercy, perhaps I might show her leniency." Upon hearing this, Chunlinger was momentarily taken aback, her face lighting up with a smile as she responded, "The general's demeanor is truly remarkable, a rare breed among men. Sister Murong has indeed erred. Had she been willing to apologize to the general, this situation could have been avoided. Alas, I must also bear some blame for allowing the general and Sister Murong to reach this point." Chunlinger feigned a sorrowful expression, casting a sidelong glance at Nangong Lei Xiao, intent on eliciting his sympathy to incite him further against Murong Xue. Nangong Lei Xiao turned to regard her, pulling her into his embrace. How could it be Ling Er's fault? All of this has nothing to do with her. It is merely the consequence of Murong Xue's own actions.
Ling Er.
Rest assured, as long as I am by your side, no one in this world can harm you. Nangong Lei Xiao spoke with unwavering confidence. The general, Chunling nestled in Nangong Lei Xiao's embrace, playfully tapped his chest with her finger. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with a knowing light. She had completely secured her hold over Nangong Lei Xiao. She was well aware that her next course of action was to banish Murong Xue, ensuring she could never set foot in the capital again. This way, her position would be solidified. After a moment of tenderness, Nangong Lei Xiao looked at Chunling gently ruffling her hair as he spoke. "All right. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave today." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Chunling alone in the room. Upon returning to her quarters, she transformed completely. The softness in her demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness and gloom. Before her stood a servant, I want her to completely disappear from the capital. Can you accomplish this? The servant nodded, a smile on his face as he replied. As long as it is your command, miss, it shall be done. I will find a way to make Murong Xue vanish from the capital. You can rest easy. The servant patted his chest in assurance. Good. This woman cannot remain. Her presence in the capital is a calamity that must be swiftly resolved. You go handle this matter. And, upon its completion, I will reward you handsomely.
Chenlinger spoke icily.
Understood, miss. The servant cupped his fists in respect and then promptly left. Chapter 48. Whom she communicates with in secret. Nangong Lei Xiao continued to send people to harass Murong Xue, seeking her complete submission. During this time, Murong Xue frequently encountered strangers bursting into her shop. She felt utterly helpless. After leaving the Nangong family, she only wished to conduct her business peacefully. Yet, Nangong Lei Xiao persisted in his relentless pursuit, sending individuals to disrupt her livelihood. Within the General's residence, Nangong Lei Xiao sat in the hall as Ling approached from afar, her face adorned with a charming smile. Though he had been frowning, his expression softened upon seeing her. General.
Ling.
Nangong Lei Xiao smiled and nodded. You've been working hard, General. Ling has prepared a bowl of hot soup for you. I hope you will drink it.
Chenlinger warf it her Hand.
And a maid brought forth a bowl of steaming soup. How considerate of you, Ling Nangong Lei Xiao remarked, smiling in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to take the soup, Ling wrapped her arms around his neck and, with a playful smile, said, General, let me feed you. Nangong Lei Xiao paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, all right. You are indeed attentive, Ling Rest assured. This time I will ensure Murong Xue is driven out of the capital, never to set foot here again. He declared with fervor, clenching his fist. Ling was momentarily taken aback. A smile flickered at the corners of her mouth, but it quickly vanished. She then spoke softly, General. There's really no need to be so harsh with Sister Murong. A lesson would suffice. Besides, you once shared a bond with her, and continuing in this manner may not be wise. Ling emphasized the notion of their past bond deliberately. Humph, a woman like her shared a bond with me? How utterly ridiculous. Nangong Lei Xiao scoffed coldly, clenching his fist. Seeing his reaction, Ling's smile returned. While she spoke sweetly, her heart was set on ensuring Murong Xue's demise. Ling do not worry. I will not allow anyone to harm you. As long as I am here, Murong Xue will not dare to raise a wave. I have dispatched additional personnel. It won't be long before she is expelled from the capital.
Chenlinger nodded,
Gently patting Nangong Lei Xiao's back and smiled, General, do not let a single person ruin your health. Let us enjoy the soup first. I put great effort into preparing it for you.
Oh.
Then I must taste it today, he replied. Ling took a spoonful and fed it to Nangong Lei Xiao. After savoring the soup, he nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Ling, your culinary skills are exceptional. This soup is delicious. Thank you for the praise, General. If you like it, please have more, she urged. Indeed. I must indulge in more of this soup you personally made, he declared. After a few spoonfuls, a warm sensation spread through his belly. As for Murong Xue, he momentarily set her aside.
Ling.
To be able to accompany you in this life is my greatest fulfillment. After finishing the soup, he looked earnestly at Ling. To receive the General's favor is the greatest blessing of my life. If you do not mind, I would gladly remain by your side forever, Ling said with a dreamy gaze, speaking earnestly. Everything appeared enchanting, ethereal, and intoxicating. Having mastered the art of disguise since childhood, she presented an impeccable facade. Nangong Lei Xiao remained oblivious to any discrepancies. A gentle breeze began to blow, and he held Ling tightly, his face a portrait of contentment. Compared to Murong Xue, Ling excelled in every way. He could not comprehend why his father and sister persistently obstructed him, shielding that woman instead. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He would never allow anyone to harm Ling, not even his sister or father. He vowed to protect her throughout his life, ensuring her safety. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the residence. A soldier clad in armor approached Nangong Lei Xiao, cupping his fists as he spoke. General, there is urgent news to report. At these words, the intimate moment between the two was interrupted. Nangong Lei Xiao felt a surge of anger as he glared at the soldier, coldly demanding, what matter is so urgent that it requires such a commotion? The soldier's expression turned fearful, and he knelt on one knee. General, please quell your anger.
Speak.
What is it? Nangong Lei Xiao barked sternly, while Qinling turned to look at the soldier as well. General, my subordinate has recently been monitoring Murong Xue's every move and discovered that she has been quite close to a handsome young man of 19. Upon hearing this, Nangong Lei Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then his pupils constricted and veins bulged on his forehead. What? Speak. His voice, filled with fury, resonated, accompanied by a chilling aura of murderous intent. Chunlinger was startled by his sudden outburst. The soldier spoke with a trembling voice. I even saw this young man visiting Murong Xue's residence multiple times. However, I am not entirely clear on the details of their interactions. After finishing his report, he fell silent.
Crash.
Nangong Lei Xiao slammed his fist down, shattering the bowl on the table. Damn it! He bellowed in a fit of rage. This harlot has indeed betrayed me. Investigate. I command you to uncover the truth. Find out who that man is. I swear he shall have no place to die. His face flushed crimson as he roared with despair, descending into madness. As you command. The soldier responded hastily before departing. Watching the soldier's retreating figure, Nangong Lei Xiao's gaze grew colder, and the murderous intent behind him surged. Cursed Murong Xue! How detestable! His wrath was fueled by the realization that his discarded wife had already engaged in an affair before his departure for battle. No wonder the general's household had fallen into disgrace. It was all because of her. A woman's greatest flaw is infidelity, and that wretched woman dared to engage in secretive liaisons. It is fortunate that I made Linga my wife. General, please do not act rashly. There must be a misunderstanding. Those outside relish gossiping like busybodies. Sister Xue is not that kind of person. Please calm your anger. It is not good for your health. Perhaps you should invite her back to clarify the situation. Chapter 49. The comfort of Baiming Haoyu. Nangong Lei Xiao kicked over the warming incense burner beside him. Invite her back? That wretched woman has disgraced the Nangong family and brought shame upon the general's residence. I would rather see her torn to shreds. The rumors have tarnished my reputation. If I do not kill her, it would be the greatest mercy I could bestow upon her. You are too kind. You always show mercy to such a scoundrel, he said, as he smashed a chair in half with a single blow, as if it were Murong Xue herself. Being a martial general, he possessed extraordinary strength, capable of killing with his bare hands. Even without a weapon, he could incapacitate anyone. Chunlinger trembled in fear beside him, relieved that she was not that chair. Otherwise, she would have met a dire fate. General, please do not be angry. It is detrimental to your health. She has already been cast aside. Let her fend for herself. I do not wish to act harshly against Sister Xue either. I have also heard that the man is quite handsome. Perhaps Murong Xue finds you lacking in comparison. In my eyes, you are the most handsome man in Beichen Kingdom, surpassing even the current Prince of Qinling, Chunlinger remarked, secretly reveling in the thought that it would be best if Nangong Lei Xiao dealt with Murong Xue. However, if he truly killed her, he would become a criminal, and the general's household would decline. She still relied on Nangong Lei Xiao and could not afford for him to become a murderer. Her support would collapse. Even if she is discarded, that wretched woman has already sullied the reputation of the general's household. How will I face others in the future? She is not a mere servant. I cannot deal with her as I wish. This is the most detestable part. I cannot immediately resolve my grievances. That harlot dares to disdain my appearance. Nangong Lei Xiao seethed in anger. I must find a way to eliminate the man behind her treachery. Chunlingu's eyes glimmered. General, there is not no way. We can use others to do our bidding, ensuring she has no way to survive in the capital without dirtying your hands. I truly do not wish for Sister Xue to suffer or die. As she spoke, she feigned wiping non-existent tears. Currently, Murong Xue found herself in a dire situation, having sold her damaged cosmetics at a low price to low-end establishments. The proprietress kept pressing for lower prices, almost wanting her to give them away. The damaged silks had all been discarded, and she had yet to find a subletter. Without a subletter, there was no money. A few shops were under her name, not rented. She had entrusted the shopkeeper to sell those shops, and he had been loyal to her all along. The gold piece from Baiming Haoyu had helped. So, the financial situation was manageable for now. What infuriated her most was the rampant rumors circulating in the capital, claiming that she had sought out a wild man before being cast aside. Who spread these lies? Moreover, they were so detailed, asserting that Nangong Lei Xiao's indifference stemmed from her infidelity. The abuser had become the victim, while Nangong Lei Xiao, The true culprit was portrayed as the aggrieved party. Look. It's her. I heard she was the general's wife. How could she abandon her position to seek out other men? Just the other day, I saw a handsome man entering her shop. What a scandal. They should be punished. A few people on the street pointed and gossiped about Murong Xue. One individual rushed forward, hurling rotten vegetable leaves and foul eggs at her. Another doused her with pig's blood from a bucket, staining her clothes completely. The blood dripped to the ground, soiling her pale attire. What are you doing? Is there no law left? Murong Xue shouted, her large almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury, causing the crowd to flee in terror. I must not cry. I must be strong. As Murong Xue returned to her courtyard, Baiming Haoyu arrived. What is wrong? Why are you crying so? He asked, concern etched on his face. Baiming Haoyu, clad in splendid attire, enveloped Murong Xue in his towering presence. I am a calamity. It is better for you to keep your distance. I will only bring you trouble. Murong Xue looked up at Baiming Haoyu, her tear-streaked face appearing exceptionally pitiful. Her figure seeming utterly desolate, her gaze filled with confusion. Baiming Haoyu shook his head resolutely. You will never burden me. Not ever. I want to hear your story. Speaking of it will ease your heart, and I will share the burden with you. Murong Xue's mind flashed with images of palace, made sprawled on the ground, cries of anguish echoing, the dark-armored army wielding long spears thrusting at anyone in sight, and the palace maids, concubines, and princes unable to escape their tragic fates. This tale was steeped in bloodshed, a sorrowful narrative. Murong Xue's gaze grew distant, her thoughts drifting back to her childhood, where the once magnificent palace walls now bore only the remnants of bones. I was once a princess of the great Yan kingdom. Though born into nobility, my fate was fraught with misfortune. From a young age, I was deemed a calamity, bringing misfortune to both my father and mother. Even after marrying Nangong Leishao, I was cast aside by him. As she reached this point, Murong Xue could no longer contain her tears. In the present day, the southern palace has fallen into disarray, with shops struggling to make ends meet and the general's residence languishing in decay. Baiming Haoyu stifled the urge to embrace Murong Xue, allowing his hand to linger momentarily in her silken hair before tracing a circle in the air. With a bittersweet smile, he acknowledged that some matters are ultimately beyond his grasp. These affairs are not your concern. You merely encountered them by chance. Yet you possess the resilience to survive. Despite the capriciousness of fate, you have bravely navigated through adversity, Baiming Haoyu reassured her. Murong Xue's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, shimmering brilliantly like a constellation of stars. You are right. I have only encountered these circumstances. Once I step beyond them, the world will open up before me. Upon uttering these words, she felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. Witnessing the hope igniting in her gaze, Baiming Haoyu felt a warmth spread within him, alleviating his own burdens. Each person's fate is distinct, yet there exists a commonality. Regardless of the trials faced, one must always strive towards the light. There exists a flower known as the sunflower, which eternally turns its face toward the sun. With unwavering determination, Baiming Haoyu gazed ahead. They exchanged smiles, their reflections dancing in each other's eyes beneath the sun's gentle embrace. As they beheld each other's radiant smiles, their souls collided in that fleeting moment, igniting a spark.
Baiming Haoyu's gaze flickered.
He averted his eyes from Murong Xue, whose cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, enchanting in their blush. There is no need to dwell on past grievances. Simply move forward. Sometimes it is more fruitful to contemplate what you have gained in life rather than what you have lost. This way, you shall not feel a sense of longing, he advised. You speak wisely. Our home lacks much, but I shall venture to the market to procure some ingredients and prepare a delightful meal for you, Murong Xue said, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 50. The Emperor's dignity. Upon hearing of the prospect of a delicious meal, Baiming Haoyu swallowed, his hunger becoming apparent. Before his arrival, he had been occupied with a mountain of official documents, each day consuming a significant portion of his time. He never delegated this responsibility, personally reviewing every decree. The east faced drought while the west was besieged by the Chong, raiding the borders for livestock and plundering wealth, mercilessly slaughtering women and children. Unifying the six nations merely meant an increase in matters to attend to. Once, an emperor exhausted by daily governance established a cabinet to alleviate his burdens. For the intricacies of ruling a nation are unfathomable. Each day, he faced hundreds of unresolved cases, with injustices occurring all too frequently. There were days when he could scarcely find a moment to quench his thirst. As the ruler overseeing 6 nations, his life was less free than that of an ordinary person. Should he falter, remnants of the 6 nations would rise again, awaiting their opportunity to overthrow him. Thus, he dared not relax for even a single day. In Murong Xue's presence, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. Her every smile and frown, a blend of innocence and resilience, stirred his heart. She was a stark contrast to the pretentious women of the palace, who donned masks and feigned affection, devoid of genuine emotion. Moreover, her culinary skills provided him with an unparalleled satisfaction for his palate. In the palace of Beichun, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow as she listened to her confidant report on Bei Ming Haoyu's situation. She delicately adjusted her headdress and, with exquisitely manicured fingers, dabbed her forehead with a silk handkerchief. Her expression gradually morphed into one of deepening ire. Noticing the shift in the Empress Dowager's demeanor, the chambermaid's heart raced. Recognizing the ominous signs of impending wrath, she hastily knelt, her head bowed. "Your Majesty, I assure you that I speak only the truth. Please do not be angered. Your health is of utmost importance." His Majesty has shown no interest in women. There must be something exceptional about that woman, which draws His Majesty's attention. Is she not the wife whom General Nangong divorced? Her name is Murong Xue, correct? The Empress Dowager struggled to maintain her composure, yet her sharp voice pierced the air, rendering it particularly jarring. Indeed, she is the divorced wife of General Nangong. I have heard she possesses extraordinary beauty. I have never encountered such an ethereal visage, and she is both graceful and unpretentious. It is said she is quite capable and has managed the general's estate with remarkable success. His Majesty has a discerning eye. The maid relayed with trepidation. Silence. What do you mean by ethereal beauty? A woman's most crucial attribute is her character. Since she has been divorced by General Nangong, she must lack virtue. I absolutely will not permit such a woman into the palace. The Empress Dowager glared at the maid. You speak truly, Your Majesty. I acknowledge my folly. Please forgive me this once, the maid implored. Although she held a favored position among the palace maids, she still struggled to decipher the Empress Dowager's true intentions. At times, the Empress Dowager appeared benevolent, while at others, she could be exceedingly ruthless. Gradually, the Empress Dowager's expression softened. She toyed with her long fingernails, slowly raising her head, her demeanor revealing a complexity of emotions, before a knowing smile graced her lips. Recently, Howard executed one of my emissaries before my very eyes. Thus, I must refrain from meddling in this matter. Otherwise, Howard may drift further from my heart, and I cannot overly restrict him, for after all, he is not my biological son. Were it not for my nurturing him and my status as empress, he would never have ascended to the position of crown prince, let alone become a ruler. A veil of mist clouded her gaze. Her biological son had inexplicably perished, and in her subsequent solitude, she had taken Bei Ming Haoyu under her wing, hoping to secure her own position. Bei Ming Haoyu was exceptionally intelligent and possessed a striking appearance, qualities she cherished deeply. From a young age, she had persuaded the late emperor to appoint esteemed scholars as his tutors. A prodigious learner, Bei Ming Haoyu excelled academically, outshining his fellow princes. After the passing of the previous emperor, he naturally ascended as the sovereign. Yet, a child grows apart from their mother, especially when she is not his true mother. She always felt that Bei Ming Haoyu was intentionally distancing himself from her. Therefore, she could not allow a woman to further alienate him from her. Your Majesty, I understand your concerns. However, His Majesty has never shown any disloyalty due to your not being his biological mother. If he has developed affections for a woman, it may be prudent to support his desires, lest a rift form between you, the maid suggested. Moreover, I have heard that Murong Xue and General Nangong never consummated their marriage. Upon returning from 3 years of deployment, he divorced her on the very day of his return. The Empress Dowager sighed. Though she had surpassed 40, her well-maintained appearance belied her age, revealing traces of a once great beauty. The late emperor had never favored her, leading to her profound grief upon losing her only son and subsequently remaining childless. Had it not been for her family's influence, the late emperor would never have wed a woman he did not love. His heart belonged to Bei Ming Haoyu's mother, the enchanting empress. You are correct, Yue. But I wish for Howard to take my cousin as his empress. Let us deliberate on this matter further. The Empress Dowager relented. The maid exhaled in relief. The servant spoke these words solely with the Empress's interests in mind, wishing to prevent any rift between Her Majesty and the Emperor, as well as to transform this Murong Xue into a tool for the Empress's use. The Empress's eyes suddenly brightened. This plan was indeed commendable. Seeing the Empress's expression soften, the close maid let out a sigh of relief. Had it not been for your reminder, a misunderstanding might have arisen between me and Hauer, which would adversely affect the influence of my family. The Empress, recalling the thought, felt a shiver of fear in her heart. The close maid had always thought for the Empress, having served her since childhood. The Empress was known for her capricious moods, so despite her elevated status, the maid dared not speak carelessly. Her previous remark had struck a chord with the Empress, as it was crucial that no discord arose between her and Baiming Haoyu. In her heart, the maid harbored a secret thought. She had always held affection for Baiming Haoyu. Although she was 2 years older, they had grown up together, and her feelings had blossomed quietly over the years. Each time Baiming Haoyu visited the Empress to pay his respects, she would see him, and gradually, she fell in love with him. She felt unworthy of Baiming Haoyu and kept her feelings hidden. She did not wish for any conflict to emerge between him and the Empress. If the Empress were to become dissatisfied with Baiming Haoyu, he might bear the label of unfilial son. This was something she could not bear to witness. Thus, she continuously urged the Empress not to interfere with whom Baiming Haoyu chose to love. This was her duty as a close maid, she humbly asserted. How has Hauer's appetite been lately? He is burdened with countless affairs, dealing with so many memorials daily. I am deeply concerned for his health, after all. He is a child I have raised myself. If my child had not passed away, he would have been a few years older than Hauer. My child is so unfortunate. The Empress lamented, her eyes reddening as she pressed her hand to her chest to stave off the tide of sorrow. The palace is a place that devours lives without a trace. Many have perished quietly here, and numerous vibrant lives have withered away. Please do not be too sorrowful. Such distress will surely pain the Emperor, the close maid gently advised. Murong Xue's culinary skills align perfectly with the Emperor's palate. He has appeared much more vibrant since being with her. In Murong Xue's courtyard, she had purchased an abundance of ingredients from the market, seafood, fish, and vegetables, preparing to cook a splendid meal. Baiming Haoyu's earlier remarks had provided her with great inspiration. She had also acquired supplies to make pastries, intending to prepare rose sponge cakes with Baiming Haoyu later. The rose sponge cakes were crafted from crushed rose petals mixed into flour, combined with egg whites and milk until a smooth batter formed, followed by the addition of the crushed rose petals, having first been thoroughly cleaned. The fragrant roses lingered on the palate, invigorating the mind and alleviating fatigue. Baiming Haoyu mentioned that he had an overwhelming amount of studies, as his family urged him to follow his teacher's lessons. Sometimes, even late into the night, he would still be studying. Thus, the rose sponge cakes would serve as a delightful pick-me-up, without being overly sweet. Did you buy all this? Baiming Haoyu observed the assorted ingredients in Murong Xue's hands. That must be heavy. You look quite out of breath. Sit down and have some water. He discreetly took the ingredients from her. I bought a bit of everything. I will make rose sponge cakes for you to enjoy while you read, Murong Xue replied. Let me take charge of the cooking today. Your spirits will falter if you cook when you're feeling unwell. You'll have to taste my skills. Noticing Murong Xue's fatigue, Baiming Haoyu insisted. In truth, Baiming Haoyu wished to uplift Murong Xue, seeing her in such a disheartened state. Additionally, she had spent the entire morning shopping and needed rest. Really? Are you certain? Can you cook? You, a grown man, probably have never even entered a kitchen. Please don't set my place on fire, Murong Xue teased.
See?
You're smiling now. That's good, Baiming Haoyu remarked. He cherished her smile, which shone like sunlight on a snowy day. Murong Xue's laughter was contagious, bringing him joy, and he wished to see her free from worry. Baiming Haoyu dashed into the kitchen, bustling about, uncertain of where to begin. Murong Xue peeked in, frequently asking, Do you need my help? Are you truly capable? Please don't burn down my kitchen. Get out. Don't peek, this is a secret. You must not learn my techniques. Baiming Haoyu playfully shooed her away, boasting loudly. What's so impressive? You've seen me cook before. You're just picking things up as you go. And remember, I still need to make rose sponge cakes. So don't make too much mess for me to clean up later, Murong Xue replied. Since he didn't want her assistance, she retreated to the courtyard to enjoy tea and rest. She truly felt weary after carrying so many items, her hands marked with red imprints. Sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, All her negative emotions dissipated in that moment. Why fret over such circumstances? This moment is quite lovely. When tired, simply rest. And when thirsty, drink. Noticing Murong Xue taking a break, Bai Minghaoyu returned to his task. Although he had never cooked before, he had stealthily learned a good deal from Murong Xue, making his efforts seem somewhat presentable. Here he was, a dignified king of the Northern Star Kingdom, reduced to the role of a cook. If his ministers were to discover this, they would surely be astounded. How could their formidable king have become a mere kitchen servant, willingly laboring in obscurity for the sake of a beloved? Before long, Bai Minghaoyu had prepared the meal, replicating dishes Murong Xue typically made: tomato and egg stir-fry, spicy tofu, and steamed shrimp. He set the dishes on the stone table, looking expectantly at her. Try what I've made. It's quite delicious. I bet you will want more after tasting it. Murong Xue pinched her nose and sampled the tomato and egg dish, but the taste was akin to poison, lacking balance. With no discernible flavor, a bizarre concoction that was nearly inedible. Seeing her strange expression, Bai Minghaoyu awkwardly inquired, "What's wrong? Is it not good? You're trying to poison me, aren't you? Just to end my suffering?" Murong Xue jested, unaware that her mood had brightened considerably, her earlier gloom lifting. "I adore your radiant smile. It brings such charm to your demeanor. You are alluring yet unpretentious, sometimes like a lotus, pure and untarnished." Bai Minghaoyu gazed at her with deep affection. At that moment, Murong Xue felt her spirits lift, yet she had resolutely decided to leave the capital, to escape this place rife with turmoil. Otherwise, she might not know how her fate would unfold. As the last descendant of the great Yan, she could not endure living in the capital under a tarnished reputation. The royal lineage had always valued face, and she would uphold that standard. She contemplated starting anew in a different place, yet the thought of departing from the capital and Bai Minghaoyu unexpectedly filled her heart with melancholy and reluctance. Murong Xue had already instructed the shopkeeper to negotiate the lease and sale of her store, and there were already some interested parties. However, she felt a deep attachment to this place, uncertain whether it was the city or the people she was reluctant to leave behind. Her gaze lingered on Bai Minghaoyu, their eyes meeting, intertwining in an unspoken connection. Ultimately, Murong Xue averted her gaze, contemplating the man before her, whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. Although he possessed wealth, he lacked influence. Associating with him would inevitably embroil her in scandal, as rumors would circulate that she had taken a lover. Continuing this association would only serve to validate such rumors, casting him into a metaphorical abyss. In a few days, I shall depart. Once the funds for the shop arrive, I will leave this place of strife and embark on a new chapter of my life. What? You intend to leave? Just like that? Are you certain that happiness awaits you in a new place? What if it does not? Upon hearing Murong Xue's intention to leave, Bai Minghaoyu felt a jolt in his heart. He reminisced about the moments shared with her. Though brief, they constituted the happiest times of his 19 years. He recalled their playful laughter in the kitchen, relishing the delicious dishes she prepared. He remembered her delightfully greedy expression upon receiving silver, and her playful teasing as she stuffed her mouth with steamed shrimp, exclaiming, "Are you trying to poison me?" Clearly, his culinary skills were not so abysmal. "You are correct. I may temporarily reconsider my departure. Yet, I find myself in a precarious situation, uncertain whether the shop has been leased or sold." "My intention was to leave the capital upon selling the shop," Murong Xue replied, her eyes reflecting confusion, her tone tinged with sadness. Bai Minghaoyu yearned to assert, "I am here. I can resolve everything for you." However, he was acutely aware of the implications of honor. If he were to publicly support her as the king of Beichen, it would only solidify the rumors of their illicit affair, further tarnishing her reputation. His assistance could only lead her deeper into despair. Once she entered the palace, the Empress Dowager would surely deem her unworthy of becoming a consort due to her sullied reputation. Within the palace, she would be relegated to the status of a lowly maid, unable to survive in such a perilous environment without cunning or guile. Chapter 52. Forever remembering the grace of Madame Murong, her every smile and frown captivated the heart, and her culinary creations were unparalleled. A voice within Bai Minghaoyu clamored for self-defense techniques.
How splendid!
Murong Xue laughed lightly. "A little money-loving rascal, still jesting. This proves your spirits have improved.
Now,
Let us practice some simple movements. Extend your arms, clench your fists, and then hook them back just like that.
Kick.
Your movements should flow like water. Let's practice in the courtyard. In a moment, I will throw stones at you. Evade them with all your might. Only with agility can you harness power. In the small courtyard, a tall figure clad in moonlight white stood poised. Bai Minghaoyu focused on Murong Xue, who wore a delicate lavender dress, guiding her through the motions. With unwavering concentration, she absorbed the instructions, her exceptional memory and comprehension allowing her to master all the movements despite her lack of martial arts training. With diligent practice, she would surely excel. That will suffice for today. It seems someone is knocking at the door. As he spoke, Bai Minghaoyu strode toward the entrance and peered through the crack. The person outside appears to be your shopkeeper. To avoid suspicion, I shall take my leave. Fear not. I have my ways to remain unseen. With that, he leaped over the high wall effortlessly. To him, the few meters were trivial. As a king, he had been trained in both the arts of literature and martial prowess since childhood. Archery, horseback riding, and hunting were as second nature to him as breathing. Madam, some shops have been leased and others sold. The buyers offered prices several times higher than the market value. It seems fortune is on our side. As we found buyers without effort, and they accepted the price without negotiation, the shopkeeper exclaimed joyfully upon entering. Outside, the sound of magpies chirping echoed the merriment within. It seems Our Lady can finally escape her predicament. The compensation for the buyers would be a significant expense, and although the cosmetics had been sold, they fetched a poor price. The brothel owner haggled mercilessly, and the final price was scarcely worth anything. The exquisite cosmetics had been procured at a high cost, and recovering the investment was already a considerable achievement. The fine fabrics, some of which were rare Shu brocade and Yun brocade, were highly sought after by the wealthy. Yet the capable lady managed to acquire them. Alas, they were ruined by the unscrupulous Nangong Leishao and Chunlinger, who would surely face divine retribution for their misdeeds. Is that true? How wonderful! How much silver is it in total? Murong Xue exclaimed, her joy evident. These funds can alleviate my immediate concerns, but what of my tarnished reputation? Seeing the cloud that passed over her smiling face, the shopkeeper understood her thoughts and reassured her, do not worry, madam. The innocent shall clear their names, and the guilty will expose themselves. Everyone knows who you truly are. It is undoubtedly the lowly Chinlinger who spread these rumors. When the time comes, I will accompany you to confront her. Let us deliberate on this matter further. You mentioned there was another matter? Indeed, madam. In my excitement, I nearly forgot. A mysterious merchant has purchased all the shops in the capital, including the ready-made clothing and cosmetics, and he offered a high price. Really? Who is this individual? Why would he do such a thing? The price for your shops is particularly high, several times that of others, tenfold. Thus, you need not worry about finances any longer, the shopkeeper declared with glee. Murong Xue was taken aback, but felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was fortuitous that someone had purchased her shops at such exorbitant prices. With the influx of silver, her desire to leave the capital reignited. Although Bai Minghaoyu's words held merit, that a new place might not guarantee prosperity, escaping Nangong Leishao and Chunlinger, whom she wished to avoid, was paramount. Chunlinger had been a source of incessant turmoil, and she was weary of her antics. All she sought was a refuge akin to a paradise. Regardless of the uncertainties that awaited her, she yearned to encounter new faces. While financial stability might elude her, she was confident in her abilities and intellect. Believing she could survive, she could also engage in sewing garments, as her embroidery skills were exceptional. Madam, we now possess 100,000 taels of silver, a substantial sum. After deducting the compensation for the clothing and the costs for silks and cosmetics, we still have half remaining, 50,000 taels of silver. I shall accompany you as we leave the capital. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Had you not taken me in, I would have perished on the streets. The shopkeeper said, tears brimming in his eyes as he wiped them away with his sleeve. Such a commendable lady, yet cast aside by General Nangong. While the wicked Chenlinger stirred unrest, tarnishing her reputation. Though he felt powerless to assist, he could certainly remain by her side. Very well, we shall begin packing our belongings in the next few days. The silver must be converted into banknotes for convenience. I shall sew a few pouches into my undergarments for the banknotes. Additionally, I will craft a few winter garments to guard against the sudden chill. At this moment, the shopkeeper was overcome with tears, a sight quite foreign to a man of his stature. Yet his wife had stirred deep emotions within him. The old servant expressed gratitude for her concern. Murong Xue then cautioned, remember, When exchanging large sums of silver, it is imperative to do so at multiple banks. If you approach a single bank with tens of thousands of silver, you will attract unwanted attention. Maintain a low profile to avoid calamity. Many in the capital know both me and you, so proceed with caution. The shopkeeper nodded fervently, acknowledging her wise counsel. Indeed, it is prudent to heed your advice, my lady, lest we attract fatal misfortune. Just recently, a similar incident occurred where a life was taken over a mere handful of silver, an utter disregard for humanity. Murong Xue agreed. Yes, be vigilant. After you exchange the silver, do not come directly here. Make sure to check your surroundings after turning a few corners to ensure you are not being followed before entering the courtyard. She added, your insight is truly remarkable. My lady, though your kindness may lead you astray, the shopkeeper thought bitterly. Even the old general and Nangong Yudi no longer regarded her with the same warmth as before. Although the general once considered entrusting all his assets to her, recent rumors had caused him to refrain from mentioning the matter again. Surely, he must recognize her character. Chunlinger had cast a dark shadow over all. At the Nangong general's residence, Chunlinger reclined comfortably on a luxurious couch, attended by a maid who fanned her gently. Her belly had grown even rounder, the child within serving as her shield. Nangong Leishao believed every word she spoke. The whispers of her filial piety and purity had spread far and wide. She needed the old general to be convinced of her virtue. A smirk graced Chunlinger's lips as she recalled how just days ago she had knelt daily outside the Duke of State's residence, compelling the old general to acknowledge her. He had ceased sending people to evict her, tacitly allowing her to remain there, where she would plead to serve him tea. Thus, rumor circulated that although she had been pregnant prior to entering the general's household, her determination to serve the old general was unwavering, as she knelt daily outside demanding to offer him tea. These rumors were disseminated by her family servants to bolster her reputation in the capital and compel the old general to accept her as a daughter-in-law. She could not allow her child to be born as a shameful, illegitimate offspring like herself. My feet are swollen. Hurry, and bring me some hot water to soak them. Come here and knead my back. I have no strength left, didn't you eat? She commanded. From now on, ensure fresh fruit is available all day long. And all delicacies must be served to me first, with the general coming second. The child in my womb is the general's legitimate son. There must be no errors. Understood. My lady, the maids replied, fear evident in their eyes as they knelt. They dreaded provoking the general's wife, who often threatened to sell them off to brothels. Oh, dear. Why is this water so hot? Chunlinger exclaimed, pinching one of the maid's cheeks, leaving her face swollen and grotesque. Look at you, each one more hideous than the last. If it were otherwise, I wouldn't trust you around the general. I am pregnant, and you vixens could easily seduce him, she scolded, recalling how she had secured her position and fearing that someone might follow in her footsteps. We wouldn't dare. The maids chorused, their faces ashen. My lady, I have something to report, a servant called from the courtyard. What is all this commotion?
Chunlinger complained.
It is said that a mysterious merchant has suddenly bought up all the shops in the capital, including those selling clothes and cosmetics. And even your shop has been sold at a high price. What? That wretched woman's shop has been sold? She exclaimed. Does this mean she could rise from her troubles? No, I cannot allow this.
Chunlinger said upright.
My lady, please be mindful of the child in your womb. The maids urged, terror-stricken. That day, Baiming Haoyu visited Murong Xue's small courtyard again. You must act with caution. I am preparing to leave the capital, Murong Xue said, her eyes reflecting sorrow and reluctance. What? Hadn't you dismissed that idea? Why are you planning to leave again? Baiming Haoyu inquired, taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. The formidable ruler, unyielding in court and on the battlefield, was shaken at the thought of Murong Xue's departure. I have acquired some silver, but I am weary and only wish to escape this place of turmoil. I do not know how much longer I can endure, Murong Xue confessed, her beautiful face showing signs of uncertainty. Where will you go after leaving the capital? Baiming Haoyu asked, his mouth agape. He had intended to persuade her to stay, explaining that he had purchased her shop at a high price, but while he could solve the issue of silver, he could not rectify the matter of her reputation. Baiming Haoyu closed his eyes in anguish. He could not let her leave. If she did, he would lose control over her. As the sovereign of Beicheng, he could not forsake his country, yet he could only watch her go. To release her would mean losing his greatest love. He realized he, like the late emperor, longed for just a sip from the vast waters of love. Murong Xue slowly uttered, "Who knows? Heaven is home, and earth is a bed." Baiming Haoyu felt the weight of her sorrow, and his heart ached with helplessness and despair. He longed to hold her, to allow her to weep in his embrace, to comfort her and encourage her to persevere. Yet, he refrained, as the rumors had spread like wildfire. Should anyone witness their interaction, it would only tarnish her reputation further. He could not allow his desires to overshadow her dignity, for she was already mired in a quagmire of scandal, and he could not let her sink deeper. The only solution was to persuade her to remain in the capital by his side. Even though you have the silver from selling your shop, it will only sustain you for a time. What are your plans thereafter? Baiming Haoyu urged, pain flickering in his eyes. The palace. The Shou Huang Hall. Baiming Haoyu had scarcely returned from the palace when the commander of the inner guards rushed in, kneeling and reporting, "Your Majesty, I have acquired all the tailoring shops and cosmetic stores in the capital." Upon hearing this, Baiming Haoyu's face lit up with approval as he nodded slightly and declared, "Excellent. Well done. Proclaim my decree. Change the names of all tailoring and cosmetic shops to Xue." The guard momentarily faltered, clearly puzzled by the Emperor's intentions. However, as a subject, he knew he must comply unconditionally with the Emperor's will. "As you command," he replied, bowing before hastily exiting to fulfill the order. On the high platform, Baiming Haoyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Such a gift, if bestowed upon Murong Xue, would surely bring her immense joy. However, Baiming Haoyu was acutely aware that if he were to send it out in this manner, Murong Xue would most likely refuse it, and even distance herself from him for that very reason. The only option was to choose an opportune moment to present it to her. But how should he proceed? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a look of deep contemplation settled upon his brow. As the youthful sovereign who unified the realm and the iron-willed emperor, he had never once furrowed his brow in the face of war or the machinations of the court. Yet now, it was this woman who rendered him utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, the imperial decree had been issued, and throughout the capital, guards began to appear near various tailor shops and cosmetic stores. To avoid unnecessary trouble, these guards refrained from donning their palace uniforms. In the mere span of half a day, every tailor shop and cosmetic store in the capital had been renamed to include the character Xue. Such a spectacle was indeed rare, even across the entire empire. The capital, already a focal point of numerous factions, stirred with significant unrest upon the occurrence of such an extraordinary event. At the residence of the Minister of Rights, a servant rushed in, urgency etched upon his face. My lord, in the capital, all tailor shops and cosmetic stores have been renamed to Xuen just half a day." In the main hall, the Minister of Rights abruptly stood up, fixing his gaze upon the servant. "What did you say? All the tailor shops and cosmetic stores in the capital have been renamed to Xue?" "Indeed," the servant panted in response. The minister's brow furrowed deeply. If only one or two shops, or even a dozen, had changed their names, it would not be surprising. After all, the capital was home to numerous influential individuals, and merchants possessed the means to do so. However, for every tailor shop and cosmetic store in the capital to change their name within half a day was decidedly extraordinary. Such an act required immense financial resources and considerable cunning. Otherwise, how could this have been accomplished? "Have you uncovered the identity of the person behind this?" the minister queried anxiously.
Not yet.
"Their identity appears to be exceedingly secretive, and we have no leads," the servant replied. With these words, the minister's expression grew even more grave. This matter was highly irregular. What baffled him was the true intent behind it all. "Prepare a carriage at once. I must personally report this matter to the Grand Minister of Agriculture," he commanded. "As you wish." At the Prime Minister's residence, as the Chief Minister of Beicheng, he was immediately apprised of such a significant occurrence in the capital. Moreover, several of the shops under his name had also been acquired. In the main hall, the Prime Minister sat in a seat, savoring a cup of fragrant tea, yet his expression was one of deep contemplation. Beside him, the Deputy Censor General, with a furrowed brow, said, "Prime Minister, this matter is indeed rather opaque. I have dispatched people to investigate, but as of now, we have uncovered no clues," he continued. After taking a sip of his tea, the Prime Minister replied in a measured tone, "Apart from this, have there been any other unusual occurrences in the capital?" Upon hearing this, the other ministers exchanged glances and shook their heads. Strangely, since all the tailor shops and cosmetic stores in the capital had been renamed to Xue, there had been no other anomalies. This, in fact, was the very reason they found it difficult to discern the intentions of the perpetrator. The factions within the capital were intricately woven, and without a clear understanding of their adversaries' motives, they risked becoming ensnared. Could this be related to the Grand Tutor? Nangong cautiously suggested, standing up. It was well known that the Prime Minister and the Grand Tutor were at odds. Yet even so, Nangong dared not voice his thoughts fully, for the precarious nature of ambition meant that a single misstep could cost him dearly. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's expression momentarily shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Chuckling lightly, what use would the esteemed Grand Tutor have for these tailor shops and cosmetic stores? To rename them to Xue? How absurd! Nangong, upon hearing this, hastily bowed and said, Prime Minister, forgive me. It was merely a slip of the tongue. The Prime Minister waved his hand dismissively and slowly rose from his seat. The other ministers, seeing this, also stood, awaiting the Prime Minister's directives. Let the matter conclude here for today. Speak of it quietly and avoid excessive discussion. You are all esteemed ministers. Should you not act with more prudence? If you must investigate, do so discreetly to avoid alarming the enemy. Must I teach you how to handle such matters? At this pronouncement, the ministers felt a weight settle upon their hearts, bowing their heads in submission. We shall heed the Prime Minister's counsel. Enough. Enough. The Prime Minister said wearily, instructing, You may all withdraw.
Yes.
The ministers bowed and retreated from the main hall. Once they had all departed, a profound look surfaced in the Prime Minister's eyes. Who was behind this? What were their motives? Could it be aimed at him? The Prime Minister's expression hardened, revealing a chill as he commanded, Go. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Discover who is orchestrating this, and what their intentions are. Yes. A cold voice echoed from the side hall, and in the next moment, a shadow swiftly vanished, as if nothing had transpired. At the General Nangong's residence, within the accounts room, Chunlinger wore a troubled expression as she perused the recent accounts. Since she had taken over the management of all affairs and shops of the Nangong residence, daily income had steadily declined. Fortunately, the Nangong family was large and prosperous, and she had earned merit. Otherwise, it would be increasingly unbearable. However, Chunlinger did not attribute this decline to herself. Instead, she cast all blame upon the subordinates for their lack of diligence. They must still be harboring feelings for that little wretch. No wonder they are so remiss in their duties. This time, I shall drive you all out of the Nangong residence. Let you all understand who the true mistress of this household is. As Chunlinger ground her teeth in frustration, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the accounts room. Madam, madam, something terrible has happened. A servant rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Madam, all of our tailor shops and cosmetic stores have been sold.
What?
Chunlinger exclaimed in anger. Who did this? Such audacity. Who dares to make such decisions without my consent? The servant, looking troubled, replied, Madam, it was unavoidable. The person acquiring the cosmetic stores and tailor shops has a background that is simply too formidable. Even the Prime Minister's tailor shop has been forced to sell. What? Chunlinger gasped in disbelief, her face a portrait of incredulity. The servant in question was someone she had brought from her maternal home, and she had no reason to doubt his words. Yet, what identity could warrant such a reaction, even from the Chancellor? Could it possibly be that individual? Chunlinger's expression shifted, though she quickly dismissed the idea. After all, nothing could rival the terrifying background of the current emperor. But what could the emperor possibly want with so many tailor shops and rouge stores? Clearly, there was no basis for such assumptions. Aside from the emperor, Chunlinger could think of no one else. Could it be the Empress Dowager? What on earth was happening in the capital?
Chunlinger exclaimed,
her eyes flickering with deep contemplation. No, I must inform the general of this matter promptly. Resolute in her decision, she hurriedly exited the accounting room. Meanwhile, as tumult brewed in the capital, Emperor Baiming Haoyu was perusing memorials within the palace. The world had unified, and the 6 kingdoms had all entered the imperial capital. However, the establishment of 3 protectorates in the lands of the 6 kingdoms was still underway. At this juncture, a eunuch slowly entered the hall, bowing as he announced, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has sent someone to request your presence at the Sinang Palace. What matter does the Empress Dowager wish to discuss? Baiming Haoyu asked without lifting his gaze. Continuing to review the documents. Reporting to Your Majesty, the envoy did not specify, the eunuch replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Minghaoyu set down his brush and rose, saying, "Very well. I shall visit the Xinang Palace to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. At your command." After about half an incense stick's worth of time, within the Xinang Palace, "Your Majesty has arrived." With this announcement, Bai Minghaoyu stepped into the palace, clasping his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to Mother." "Welcome, my child. Please take a seat," the Empress Dowager said with a gentle smile, gesturing to a nearby chair. "Thank you, Mother." Bai Minghaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and settled into the designated seat. "May I inquire why Mother has summoned me?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Actually, there is no pressing matter. Since your ascension to the throne, we have seldom had a moment to converse. Today, as I find myself with leisure, I thought to invite you for a chat," the Empress Dowager explained as she took an orange from the fruit platter and began to peel it for him. "Mother, please forgive me. This oversight is on my part," Bai Minghaoyu said apologetically. The Empress Dowager waved her hand with a smile, handing him the peeled orange. "It is of no consequence. As Emperor, your duties to the state must take precedence, and I would never hold that against you. However, there are some words I wish to impart to you." Bai Minghaoyu nodded slightly. "Thank you for your understanding, Mother. I shall heed your counsel." "Indeed." The Empress Dowager nodded approvingly and continued, "I mention this for your own good. Your clandestine meetings with that woman from outside the palace severely tarnished the dignity and reputation of the royal family. If this were to spread, how would the people and the officials perceive their emperor? They would think him lacking in self-respect, devoid of majesty. How then could you command the ministers and instill fear throughout the realm? I understand your concerns. It is natural for one of your age to grapple with matters of the heart. Yet there are numerous noble ladies within the palace and court. Should you wish, I could personally arrange a suitable match for you, selecting many talented and beautiful women. Why then should you sully the royal family for the sake of one woman from outside?" Before the Empress Dowager could finish, Bai Minghaoyu's expression darkened. His tone laced with displeasure as he retorted, "There is no need for you to worry about this matter, Mother. I am the Emperor of Beichin. I am fully aware of what I should and should not do, without requiring guidance." Sensing his irritation, the Empress Dowager persisted, "How you? I speak these words for your own benefit. You must understand my earnest intentions. Moreover, consider the status of that woman from outside. How could she possibly be worthy of you? You are the Emperor, the supreme sovereign." "Mother." Bai Minghaoyu suddenly stood, clasping his hands as he declared, "I have state affairs to attend to. I must take my leave for now. When I have the opportunity, I shall return to converse with you." With that, he departed the Xinang Palace without allowing the Empress Dowager a chance to respond. She gazed after his retreating figure, letting out a long sigh. The Emperor had grown up and clearly no longer heeded her counsel, especially given Bai Minghaoyu's attitude towards the woman outside the palace. It was evident that she could no longer intervene. Otherwise, it might irreparably damage their mother-son relationship. Alas, the Empress Dowager shook her head helplessly, her tone tinged with exhaustion. "I hope Haoyu can come to understand my genuine concern for him. Perhaps he is merely seeking fleeting pleasure and will eventually forget that woman from outside." In the residence of General Nangong, having finally sent Nangong Yudi away, Nangong Leishao slumped into a chair in the guest hall. Seeing this, Chun Linger quickly called to the servants, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and serve the general some tea." The servants, knowing Chun Linger's temperament, dared not delay, scurrying off to fetch tea. Once the servants had departed, Chun Linger approached Nangong Leishao, extending her delicate fingers to knead his shoulders and legs. Gazing at her beautiful profile and inhaling her fragrant scent, the weariness that had plagued him began to dissipate. He could not comprehend why someone as extraordinary as Chun Linger was overlooked by his father and sister, who instead favored that Murong Xue, a woman who had already been dismissed. What was there to cherish in a woman who had no family or clan, living off the general's household for 3 years? Most infuriating was that during those 3 years, she had engaged with other men. How could such a fickle and indolent woman compare to his Chun Linger? The more he pondered, the more he cherished the one before him. He wrapped his arms around Chun Linger's slender waist, pulling her close. His eyes filled with a desire for conquest. Seeing this, Chun Linger playfully pushed back, her voice soft and alluring. "Oh, General, but it's still daytime. And the servants are all around." Nangong Leishao shed his outer garment, revealing his toned physique, and boldly declared, "What of it? A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold." Just as their passion was about to ignite, The servant who had gone to fetch tea rushed back, breathless and exclaiming, "General, the tea is here." Nangong Leishao, caught in the heat of the moment, was irked by the interruption. He furrowed his brows and bellowed, "You blind fool! Can't you see I am in a tender moment with my wife?"
Get out.
Already agitated by his sister's earlier disturbance, he vented all his frustration onto the hapless servant. The servant, terrified, stumbled back, dropping the hot tea all over himself, scalding his skin painfully.
Currently.
The sting of the situation was hardly a concern, as the servant scrambled hastily from the hall. Observing this, Chenlinger couldn't help but smile inwardly, affirming that this was indeed the man she had set her sights on, magnificent and imposing. However, disturbed by the interruption, Nangong Leishao found his mood considerably dampened. He turned to Chenlinger and remarked, "I've sent Nangong Yudi away, but given her temperament, she will undoubtedly return to cause trouble in a few days. I have resolved that should she come again, I shall simply refuse to see her, regardless of how much she may knock."
Chenlinger nodded in agreement.
Although she held a certain apprehension towards Nangong Yudi, it was ultimately a matter concerning the Nangong family. In this instance, her best course of action was to remain silent and inactive. As an outsider, the more she spoke or acted in matters pertaining to the Nangong family, the more likely she would evoke their disdain. While Nangong Yudi was indeed a nuisance, there was another pressing issue that troubled Chenlinger within the capital. Sitting beside Nangong Leishao, she tentatively inquired, "General, ever since you took action against Murong Xue's tailor shop and cosmetic store, it seems that all the tailor and cosmetic shops in the capital have been acquired by the same individual. Are you aware of this development?" Chapter 56. A tremendous influence. Nangong Leishao raised an eyebrow at her words, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, I am aware. It is said that the person who has acquired all the tailor and cosmetic shops in the capital holds significant influence. Even the tailor shop under the name of the current prime minister has not escaped this fate. Both court and common folk speculate that this could very well be the work of a prince." Upon hearing this, Chenlinger furrowed her brow, her sense of unease intensifying. Noticing her discomfort, Nangong Leishao chuckled reassuringly, "There is no need for alarm, Linger. I believe this is merely a whim of some prince wanting to dabble in the cosmetics and tailoring business. Acquiring all the shops is likely an attempt to standardize prices and inflate them. Regardless of how he raises the prices, the grand estate of the general can certainly accommodate your needs." Nangong Leishao, in his naivety, assumed that Chenlinger was merely concerned about the availability of cosmetics in the future. She shook her head gently, biting her lip as she wrestled with whether to voice her worries. Internally, she weighed the merits of speaking up against the potential consequences of remaining silent. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to express her concerns. Grasping Nangong Leishao's hand tightly, she spoke earnestly, "General, my worries extend beyond that. I am troubled by the fact that recently, all the tailors and cosmetic shops in the capital have adopted the name Xue. You just recently wreaked havoc at Murong Xue's establishment, and now all these shops have been acquired and renamed. With so many coincidences, do you not find it concerning?" Chenlinger's words struck Nangong Leishao like a bolt from the blue. He stood frozen in place for several moments before regaining his composure. His brow furrowed and head bowed in thought. After a lengthy pause, he finally responded, "It is utterly impossible for your concerns to hold any merit. Murong Xue is of no family, merely a woman of lowly status and, moreover, a divorced woman. Who could possibly hold any affection for her? It is all irrelevant. Merely coincidence. The renaming of all the shops to Xue is simply a clever play on the auspicious connotation of snow heralding a bountiful year. Linger, do not frighten yourself unnecessarily." After hearing the general's reassurances, Chenlinger felt a slight reprieve from her tumultuous heart. She silently reminded herself, indeed, the general is correct. Murong Xue is without family, merely a lowly woman, and certainly no one would be so foolish as to act on her behalf. It must be coincidence. Everything is coincidence. Seeing that Chenlinger still harbored doubts, Nangong Leishao took her hand in his, confidently reassuring her, "Linger, there is no need for concern. Today, in this general's estate, with my military attire and the insignia of the general at my waist, all of which have been earned through the blood and sweat of the Nangong family, we stand as a noble house. Aside from the emperor, no one can challenge us, not even the princes. Moreover, with the frequent military conflicts at the northern borders, the court cannot do without the Nangong family. Even if someone were to protect Murong Xue, it could not possibly shake our standing. And it is utterly implausible that anyone would shelter a lowly woman. As he spoke, a triumphant smile spread across Nangong Zhao's face. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his legs with an air of pride and declared, "Linger, you must understand. In this capital, attempting to overthrow me, Nangong Zhao, is no simple feat." Nangong Zhao's words dispelled the clouds of doubt that had loomed over Qinlinger, akin to the sun breaking through after a storm. Looking at him, she felt grateful for her wise choice. Tilting her head, she nestled against Nangong Zhao's chest and softly murmured, "Yes, General, you must protect me." With such a captivating beauty in his arms, Nangong Zhao felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration and delight. The sensation of conquering a beauty was intoxicating, and he found himself utterly enraptured. As he gazed out beyond the hall, a multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. Murong Xue, how can you provide me with such exhilaration? Just as Nangong Zhao reveled in the pleasure of his conquests, the estate's steward rushed into the hall, panic-stricken. He fell to his knees with a thud, anxiously exclaiming, "General, a grave matter has arisen. The eldest young lady has returned with an army." "What?" The steward's words left Nangong Zhao in utter disbelief. He sprang to his feet, unable to fathom the news. "My sister has returned? With soldiers? How many? What kind of soldiers?" The steward, not daring to delay, hurriedly reported, "General, the eldest young lady has brought 500 elite soldiers. From their armor and formation, they appear to be from the cavalry." Upon hearing the term cavalry, Nangong Zhao staggered back a few steps. His sister, Nangong Yudi, commanded an army of 300,000, and among them was a particularly fierce and valiant battalion of merely 5,000 men. This battalion was tasked with the most perilous charges in battle, often suffering the greatest casualties. Yet, each soldier in this 5,000-strong cavalry fought with the ferocity of demons, charging fearlessly into the fray. Within this 5,000, 500 were Nangong Yudi's personal guards. Nangong Yudi had come with this bloodthirsty army to block their path. It was clear she intended to eliminate me. Beside them, Qinlinger felt her previously settled heart surge with anxiety once more. She looked at Nangong Zhao with alarm. What on earth did Nangong Yudi intend? To annihilate me? If that were the case, Nangong Zhao was her only lifeline. She hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Nangong Zhao from behind, her voice trembling with fear. "General, you promised you would protect me." Embraced by Qinlinger, Nangong Zhao immediately regained his composure. His blood surged, and fury welled within him. This Nangong Yudi was truly insufferable. "You use my general's order to summon 2,000 troops to the training grounds outside the city."
No.
"Only 800. If I summon 2,000, it will arouse His Majesty's suspicion. Nangong Yudi, if you wish to display your might, then let us see who truly commands respect." The steward received the order and hurried to the rear courtyard holding Nangong Zhao's general's command. Nangong Zhao pulled Qinlinger into his embrace, soothing her. "Do not fear. Follow me out to confront Nangong Yudi. If she cannot articulate her reasoning today, I shall certainly bring her to His Majesty's attention tomorrow." Outside the Nangong general's residence, Nangong Yudi stood atop her warhorse, clad in battle armor, with 500 elite cavalrymen arrayed behind her. Though they stood in silence, the murderous aura emanating from them deterred anyone from approaching within 100 meters of the general's residence. Passers-by maintained their distance, whispering and pointing at the cavalry, their faces betraying fear and concern. It was evident that they were intimidated by the elite cavalry. One of Nangong Yudi's guards swiftly approached, bowing to report. Reporting to the general, "We have captured a fleeing individual from the rear courtyard." Chapter 57. The General's home raided. We searched him and found a General's token. Upon finishing, the guard presented Nangong Zhao's general's token with both hands. Nangong Yudi accepted the token, her brows furrowing deeply. After a long pause, she sighed, lamenting her brother Nangong Zhao's foolishness and arrogance. If this general's token were to spread, summoning troops from the training grounds, it would lead to a standoff between two armies. With so many eyes on the streets, what would the ministers think upon hearing of this? What would His Majesty think? Nangong Zhao only knew how to be brave and competitive, never considering the deeper implications. How could such a person bear the responsibilities of a general? Shaking her head, Nangong Yudi concealed the token. Just then, the doors of the general's residence creaked open. Nangong Zhao swaggered out, holding Qinlinger close. He surveyed the assembled cavalrymen and sneered. Then he called out to Nangong Yudi atop her warhorse, "Sister, how impressive you are, bringing 500 elite soldiers to block my door. What do you intend to do? Raid the residence?" Nangong Leixiao's fierce demeanor was indeed reminiscent of a roaring wolf, but such bravado did not intimidate Nangong Yudi. Looking at Nangong Leixiao, her eyes brimmed with disappointment. Upon seeing Qinlinger, her gaze turned icy and menacing, causing Qinlinger to instinctively retreat 2 steps, hiding behind Nangong Leixiao. Noticing his sister's intimidation of Qinlinger, Nangong Leixiao shouted angrily, "Nangong Yudi, how dare you threaten your sister-in-law?" Hearing the term sister-in-law, Nangong Yudi could no longer restrain herself. With a cold laugh, she declared, "I recognize only one sister-in-law, Murong Xue. The vixen you are shielding behind you is hardly worthy to be my Nangong Yudi's sister-in-law or a member of the Nangong family." With those words, especially the mention of Murong Xue, Nangong Leixiao, already seething with anger, was utterly enraged. Pointing a finger at Nangong Yudi, he bellowed, "Nangong Yudi, do you still see me? Your elder brother? Do you still honor our father? You come here with troops today. I shall bring you to account before father." Seeing Nangong Leixiao's audacity, Nangong Yudi shouted, "Bring forth the old general's military orders." With a commanding voice, the guards swiftly presented the military order. Nangong Yudi unfurled it with a snap, raising her voice. "Nangong Leixiao is unfilial and unworthy, colluding with the seductress Qinlinger to frame Murong Xue, forcing her to leave with nothing, and bearing the disgrace of being cast aside. Such a disgraceful descendant tarnishes the Nangong family's reputation. I hereby revoke Nangong Leixiao's general's seal, confiscate all property of the general's residence, and return it to Murong Xue. A deadline of 3 days." As her words echoed, Nangong Yudi ordered the guards to present the military order to Nangong Leixiao. His mind was utterly stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. Their father would expel him from the family for Murong Xue and transfer all of the general's residence's assets to her? Had he lost his mind? Not only was Nangong Leixiao astonished, but Qinlinger was equally incredulous. They examined the military order repeatedly. Yet no matter how many times they looked, the black and white text clearly stated they were to be expelled. Beneath the military order was the old general's red seal. This seal, being of national significance, no one dared to forge. Otherwise, it would be a crime punishable by extermination of their clan. The military order could not be falsified. Yet neither Nangong Leixiao nor Qinlinger wanted to believe it was true. Their eyes met, both in a state of shock. Nangong Yudi commanded, raiding the residence. With that order, the 500 elite cavalrymen surged into the estate. Nangong Leixiao snapped back to reality, positioning himself at the entrance of the general's residence, shouting fiercely, "I dare anyone to come." His voice indeed intimidated the cavalrymen. Turning to his sister Nangong Yudi, he snarled, "Nangong Yudi, do not forget, there are others in this capital with soldiers. If you dare to let them raid the residence today, I will fight you to the bitter end. Do you think I, Nangong Leixiao, would not go to such lengths?" Finally, these words from Nangong Leixiao caused Nangong Yudi to feel entirely disillusioned with him. Retrieving the previously confiscated general's token, she hurled it to the ground with a resounding slap. "Look at this. What is it?" Nangong Leixiao looked down and saw it was indeed his general's order given to the steward. The steward had been captured? The troops outside the city would not be summoned. Nangong Yudi would not linger on his hesitation and ordered again, raiding the residence. This time, the once defiant Nangong Leixiao could no longer stop the bloodthirsty cavalrymen. Within the general's residence, all belongings of Qinlinger and Nangong Leixiao were thrown out. The general's seal, which Nangong Leixiao had cherished, was also reclaimed by Nangong Yudi. After completing all of this, Nangong Yudi tightened the reins and turned her horse around. Before departing, she coldly remarked to Nangong Leixiao, "With a coward like you in the Nangong family, it is truly a disgrace." With that, Nangong Yudi led her troops away without a backward glance. The once grand general's residence was left in utter disarray. The chaos was beyond that which Murong Xue had suffered during the earlier turmoil at the tailor shop and cosmetic store. Qinlinger, in her anxiety, realized that if Nangong Leixiao was in trouble, she too would face dire consequences. Though her heart raced with worry, the most pressing matter was to have Nangong Leixiao seek forgiveness from the old general. The old general had only Nangong Leixiao as a son. How could he possibly cast him out for Murong Xue? He must be acting out of anger. We are all family. If Nangong Leixiao would only soften and acknowledge his faults, the situation could be resolved. The challenge lies in finding a way for Nangong Leixiao to embrace her, Chenlinger, while also humbling himself before the old general. After pondering this, Chenlinger narrowed her eyes, a clever idea forming in her mind. She squeezed out a few tears, feigning sobs, and said with a quivering voice, "General, it is all my fault. If it weren't for me, how could you be entangled in such troubles? General, I should take my leave. How can I allow you to suffer because of me?" As she spoke, her tears flowed more freely, her sorrow resembling that of a rain-soaked pear blossom. "General, after I depart, I only hope you will always remember me fondly on the nights of the full moon. That would suffice for me in this lifetime." With that, Chenlinger resolutely turned to leave, not glancing back. Nangong Leixiao, unable to bear her departure, grasped her arm tightly. Deeply moved as he exclaimed, "Linger, you cannot leave. This is all the doing of that wretched Murong Xue. Rest assured, I will speak with my father to clarify the situation and change his mind. I will protect you no matter what. I promise." Chapter 58. Who is bullying whom? A bruise of deep purple marred Chenlinger's neck, a sight that shattered Nangong Leixiao's heart. What meaning would life hold for him if the one he cherished were to suffer? Moreover, she carried their child within her, a scion of the general's household. He had long regarded Chenlinger as his rightful partner, despite his father's lack of acknowledgement and the absence of a formal marriage. How could he possibly choose to marry that cunning, fickle woman instead of someone as extraordinary as Linger? In ancient times, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children was immense, with vastly differing treatments. His father had always married only one wife, the lady of the state, for he refused to acknowledge concubines or allow illegitimate offspring into their lineage, fearing it would tarnish the Nangong family name. Furthermore, the mother's background determined the status and dignity of her children. His father would not permit any trace of base blood to mingle with their lineage. Thus, his father, much like the late emperor, had earned a reputation for unwavering fidelity. Though the late emperor had countless consorts, he only cherished the mother of the current ruler, Jin Fei. His mother, the venerable Lady Nangong, hailed from a prestigious family, her lineage marked by generations of nobility. She bore one son and one daughter, himself and his sister, Nangong Yuti. Their status as legitimate children greatly pleased their father. Moreover, both had distinguished themselves as renowned generals in Beichin, vanquishing the 100 Yu and driving out the Rong and Di, thus earning their father's respect. Consequently, he would never be allowed to take a concubine, let alone an extraneous partner. His father held a particular disdain for Linger, favoring Murong Xue for her perceived demureness and kindness, as she had managed the household efficiently during his years of campaigning, garnering praises from all quarters. His father believed Lingo had brought chaos to the general's estate, even dismissing the original servants. This only fueled his father's aversion toward her. Yet, he found himself enamored with Linger's enchanting beauty. Even if she disrupted the household, he cherished her. What was a little temper from his beloved, he would indulge her. "General, please let me go," Chenlinger said, sneaking glances at Nangong Leixiao while swaying her alluring figure. Even beneath her loose robe, her graceful form was evident. Her heart-wrenching expression only deepened Nangong Leixiao's empathy. In truth, the bruise on her neck was not from her own doing. She had instructed a maid to create it. She would never harm herself, especially with their child to consider. If she were to injure herself and risk losing the baby, that would be an unthinkable gamble. So, she had scripted her performance meticulously. "Madam, you cannot act this way." Chenlinger winked at her maids, who rushed over, wailing in distress, creating a scene of chaos. This was all part of her prearranged plan. It must be said that Chenlinger possessed a remarkable talent for direction. With her eyes glistening and a look of poignant sorrow, she evoked an instinctive desire to embrace her. Nangong Leixiao, as heart ached unbearably. He caught the swaying Chenlinger as she teetered, holding her close. "My Linger, you truly break this general's heart. Do not distress yourself any further. I promise we shall never leave this estate. Though my sister may be fierce, I will find a way." He gently caressed her shoulder. "What can the general possibly do? We will truly be left with nothing. Linger does not seek wealth or status. She loves the general wholeheartedly. Yet Sister Xue does not understand and refuses to let her in. If the general were to dismiss her, it would only incite the old general's and my sister's ire." As she spoke, Chenlinger trembled, her captivating phoenix eyes radiating an irresistible allure. One could not deny Chenlinger's prowess, even her tears dripped with charm. Nangong Leixiao felt a shudder within him. He dreaded the sight of her weeping. Her anguish pierced him to the core. With steely resolve, he thought, how could his sister compare to the one he adored? Linger, my heart is nearly shattered. To be honest, I have already acquired a small residence elsewhere. A place for you to stay after you give birth. My sister, Nangong Yudi, is excessively domineering, even using our father against us. If need be, we shall retreat to that residence for a few days to avoid her wrath. I cannot risk anything happening to you or our child. Nangong Leixiao's eyes sparked with anger. His sister was merciless, wielding her influence to force them out, even surrounding the estate with 500 guards, an overwhelming display of power. To mobilize troops without authorization, even loyal ones, would surely arouse the ruler's suspicions. His sister had truly gone too far. Though he feared his father, the general's position was earned through his own valor. Yet in the court, he relied entirely on his father's support. Without that backing, what could a mere general achieve? The court had always favored civil officials. Military generals were often mere adornments and sacrificial pawns. Historically, military strategists had always fallen short compared to their civil counterparts. Moreover, his prolonged absence from the battlefield had garnered him accolades, but also the risk of overshadowing the sovereign, provoking displeasure. The ruler might think he was merely seeking fame for himself. Such had always been the case. In the past, a renowned general like Bai Qi fell victim to his own success, while Shang Yang, who implemented transformative reforms, was remembered by the common folk, yet the king remained unknown. Both were ultimately eliminated by the ruler. With his father in the court, he could safeguard against insidious whispers that might distort his achievements into treasonous ambitions. Should he suffer defeat in battle, he would face military justice, nullifying years of hard-earned glory and sullying the Nangong name. Caught in this dilemma, he had no choice but to rely on his father's influence in the court. With only 3 days remaining, they would indeed have to vacate the general's estate. I do not shy away from venturing out. Rather, it is the thought of never returning that holds me back. The general's residence, bestowed upon the general by the king, symbolizes honor, and our departure would signify surrender. This statement incited further ire within Nangong Leixiao. The old man disregarded his own son and grandson for the sake of that wretched Murong Xue. In a fit of rage, Nangong Leixiao hurled the tea set to the ground, creating a cacophony that startled Qinlinger, who instinctively sought refuge in his embrace. I am so scared, General. Fear not, for I am here. In stark contrast to his previous fury, Nangong Leixiao now spoke with gentleness. Let us seek out Mother and pay our respects, Qinlinger suggested with a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Indeed, my dear Linger, you are truly my strategist. Mother holds great esteem in Father's heart. She shall surely persuade him to allow us to remain in the general's residence. Compared to Father, Mother favored him slightly more, being her only son. Naturally, she would indulge him, having fostered his somewhat spoiled and headstrong nature. He was resolute that bringing Linger to her would surely elicit affection from a mother who had always doted on him. Deliver this letter to the matriarch. Nangong Leixiao instructed a servant. Remember, do not let the old general or my sister catch sight of it. He arranged for a meeting with the Duchess in his secluded villa, wary of being seen by the old man at the Duke's residence, which could jeopardize their plans. Chapter 59. The valiant Nangong Zhonglia Nangong Leixiao convened with the Duchess in the small villa, concerned that the general's residence might be under the watchful eyes of the old general. The Duchess brought only a maidservant, knowing that if the old general were to discover this meeting, he would not let it pass without consequence. The old general had long since been disillusioned with his own son, intending to pass all matters of the general's residence, including the seal, into the hands of Murong Xue. The Duchess had a deep yearning for Nangong Leixiao. Coming from a noble lineage, she hailed from a family of renowned prestige. The dowry she brought upon marriage was immeasurable. Shower, you have grown thinner. Is this child here? The Duchess glanced at Qinlinger, suppressing a hint of disdain. Qinlinger, heavily pregnant, struggled to kneel, appearing quite laborious. Yet she maintained a humble demeanor. The Duchess, moved, urged, quickly rise, do not harm my grandchild. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Qinlinger's eyes. The Duchess was indeed easier to manipulate than she anticipated. Her distaste for Qinlinger mattered little as long as she remained compliant and eager to please. For the sake of her grandchild, the Duchess would surely relent. In time, she would advocate for Qinlinger before the old general, seeking leniency on her behalf. Though it is somewhat inconvenient to pay respects to the matriarch, one must still observe filial piety, for I have long wished to serve the matriarch's side. Chunlinger leveraged her devotion to gain favor with the Duchess. Recognizing the maternal bond for her son, the Duchess's heart softened despite knowing Chunlinger's dubious character. Yet, as Chunlinger's pregnancy progressed, she would need to bestow upon her a legitimate status, ensuring her grandchild would be recognized as a rightful heir. Observing the Duchess's hesitation, Nangong Leishao prepared to intervene. Chunlinger's previous remarks about serving the Duchess implied her desire for formal acknowledgement into the general's residence. Mother, please grant Linger this wish. She frequently speaks of honoring you with tea and serving you both, yet father forbids her from entering the door. Moreover, my sister has been quite cruel to Linger, even wishing harm upon her unborn child. Had it not been for my intervention, your grandchild might have already.
What?
Dear would treat her future grandchild in such a manner?
Dear is becoming increasingly outrageous, utterly disrespectful.
The Duchess exclaimed in indignation. Seeing her scheme succeed, Chunlinger was elated. This Duchess was easily swayed. The mention of her grandchild made her forget her own dignity. It seemed her aspirations to be officially wed into the general's residence were well within reach. Furthermore, with her father planning to transfer all family assets to that wretched Murong Xue, a woman of loose morals, how could such actions not bring shame upon the Duke's household? Her father had even ordered them to vacate the general's residence within 3 days. While she was not afraid of the upheaval, the child within her was another matter. Taking advantage of the moment, Nangong Leishao noted the Duchess's increasingly troubled expression. Unbeknownst to him, Beiming Haoyu had been feeling restless these past few days. Uneasy as if something significant were about to transpire. The borders remained calm, and the Shirong had not disturbed the common folk of Beichin. Nangong Leishao and Nangong Yudi were allowed to return to the capital due to their decisive victories over the barbarian tribes, and as a ruler, he aimed to win the hearts of his people, allowing the siblings to return home to recuperate, for which they were immensely grateful. Beiming Haoyu resolved to visit Murong Xue's small courtyard. Could it be that she harbored thoughts of leaving once more? Her shop had been vandalized, and he had acquired all the tailoring and cosmetic shops in the capital, renaming them all Xue. If you wish to destroy, then I shall buy them all. Many officials speculated about the mastermind behind these actions, and shops owned by first-rank officials were also forced to sell. Yet, she seemed intent on leaving the capital. Did she not have a shred of reluctance? Murong Xue, unburdened by family ties, wandered as she pleased. If he did not seek her out, she might leave without him even knowing. A figure clad in white descended upon Murong Xue's courtyard, their silhouette appearing profoundly lonely. You have come. Murong Xue lifted her gaze to meet Beiming Haoyu's eyes. That single glance struck him like lightning. What a pair of eyes they were, filled with resolute sorrow. She must be heartbroken yet constrained by her circumstances. Her dark tresses cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate fingers trembled as she hastily stuffed her belongings into a chest. Desolation filled her gaze, reminiscent of fallen leaves in solitude. You said you would not leave. Why the change of heart?
Beiming Haoyu inquired.
What difference does it make? The capital is no place for me. It is best to depart. Though her eyes brimmed with tears, Murong Xue stifled them, determined to leave with a smile. Beside her, Beiming Haoyu felt a sharp pain in his heart, realizing the anguish of being unable to retain the one he loved. It was a desolate sadness. A life stripped of color. Observing Beiming Haoyu's melancholy expression, Murong Xue smiled faintly. What? Do you find it difficult to part with me? Her smile was a tragic beauty, akin to a wisteria on the verge of wilting. Of course, I would miss you. I desire your cooking. Your dishes are the only ones I can tolerate. The fare prepared by others is simply unpalatable. Would you not accept silver for your services? Are you not fond of wealth? Why then do you wish to leave? There will be more silver in the future, as long as you continue to cook for me. Otherwise, I shall revert to my former life of culinary misery. You would not wish for that, would you? It took me long enough to grow accustomed to your cooking. Beiming Haoyu implored, using food to entice Murong Xue to stay. A bittersweet smile graced Murong Xue's lips, but I truly do not wish to remain in the capital. I must visit my father and mother, for it has been far too long since I last saw them.
Beiming Haoyu stepped closer.
His towering figure bending down to gaze at Murong Xue. The formidable sovereign who commanded armies and wielded iron-fisted authority appeared no different from an ordinary man before her. I care not. I simply desire you to prepare food for me. Surely, You do not wish to see me revert to my former self after having gained a little weight. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue's resolve wavered slightly, her brows twitching. However, your funds are likely dwindling. The ingredients I require to create delectable dishes demand considerable silver, Murong Xue remarked. Bei Ming Haoyu felt a surge of joy within. Did this imply she was amenable to staying? Observing Murong Xue mention silver, he maintained a stoic faade, his countenance exceptionally grave. Of course, I never speak falsehoods. You need not concern yourself with the matter of silver. Your sole task is to prepare exquisite delicacies, but they must be innovative, surpassing your previous creations. It seems you are indeed not short on funds. In that case, I shall rest easy, Murong Xue replied cheerfully. Noting Bei Ming Haoyu's slight frown, Murong Xue hastily added, You cannot go back on your word. You promised me silver. A gentleman's word, once given, is as binding as a chariot pulled by 4 horses. Does this mean I may stay? Bei Ming Haoyu inquired, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing, revealing a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. In the moment Murong Xue turned away, Bei Ming Haoyu lingered, his hand just an inch from her silken tresses, a faint fragrance wafting toward him. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Murong Xue turned back just in time to witness this scene. His mere smile was as refreshing as a gentle breeze after a clearing storm. His laughter must be incredibly charming. Murong Xue felt her worries dissipate like snow under the sun. Let us not indulge in grandiloquent promises just yet. You have bestowed upon me a significant sum of silver recently, so how could you now be financially constrained? The matter of whether anyone will prepare gourmet meals for me in the future is of utmost importance. If I were to wither away, even meeting my demise, how could you find peace? If at that time there were no funds, you need not cook.
Bei Ming Haoyu regarded Murong Xue earnestly.
His amber eyes were deep and filled with longing, contrasting starkly with the hawkish ruler seen in the court. Well, I shall think it over, Murong Xue replied, a flicker of doubt passing through her eyes. Could he truly perish from not tasting my creations? Would I not bear a grave burden of guilt? When I first encountered him, he appeared frail and delicate, a stark contrast to his current robust form. He was once strikingly handsome, but seemed as though his spirit had been sapped. Each time he visited, he devoured food as if he had starved for days, gazing at her with a haunting depth in his eyes. Gradually, she discerned that what lay beneath was affection. Bei Ming Haoyu's lips quirked into a smile, his eyes shimmering with light. You would do well to agree to stay. Otherwise, if I regret it later, how will you easily earn silver?
With that,
he turned to evade Murong Xue's gaze, concealing the depth of his emotions. In the South Palace General's residence, General Nangong Leishao and Chen Linger were discussing the torment Murong Xue faced from rumors. This wretched woman. I cannot believe I once failed to see her for the fickle person she is. While I spent 3 years fighting bravely for the North, she dallied with other men at home. Now, tormented by rumors, she is caught in a plight most satisfying, Nangong Leishao lamented gleefully. General, do not speak so. I too do not wish to see Sister Xue in such distress, but her actions do seem a tad excessive. What is most important for a woman? It is virtue. Yet Sister Xue has engaged in such disgraceful acts. This time, I find myself unwilling to assist her. Chen Linger feigned concern. As she spoke, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. My dear Linger, without you, I would be utterly lost. How fortunate I am to have you. The greatest sorrow for a man is to wear a green hat. This contemptible woman is truly despicable. I wish to see her suffer immensely. My sword has vanquished countless foes, and a wretched woman would only tarnish it. Saying this, Nangong Leishao drew Chen Linger closer, wishing to merge their very beings. He loved Linger to the core. Her thoughtfulness, allure, and exquisite figure captivated him entirely. What is the essence of beauty in this world? It is a woman like Linger. The battlefield was both tedious and dreary, but upon meeting Linger, he felt as if a light had pierced through the gloom. He longed to marry Linger soon, to have her bear a son who would be his legitimate heir. In ancient times, if a woman became pregnant before marriage, she would face dire consequences. Fortunately, Linger's family had not pursued him, and he had safeguarded her well, preventing any malicious gossip from spreading. Suddenly, a servant burst in, exclaiming, General, Madam, a grave incident has occurred. Madam's family shop has been forcefully acquired. What? Was it not said that a mysterious individual had previously attempted to acquire it, but Madam's family had evaded this fate? Nangong Leishao slammed his hand on the table, splitting the Wangwali wood in two. Originally, Madame's father, the governor of Nanyang, had managed to avoid this acquisition due to his connections with the imperial concubine. At that time, even the prime minister's family shop was taken. But now this mysterious figure has even acquired the shop of the grand tutor, including those of the empress's family. Thus, it is only natural that Madame's family shop would be acquired as well. With a resounding slap, Nangong Leishao struck the servant across the face. Be silent. Who permitted you to speak such words? What if Madame is startled? Is it true that the empress's family shop has genuinely been acquired? Absolutely, General. The servant groaned in pain, clutching his sore face. The general's strength is truly formidable, as expected of a warrior. Upon hearing this news, the plump Chenlinger plummeted to the ground, murmuring, "What? All the shops have been acquired? Those shops were assets I transferred from the general's residence. I toiled tirelessly to obtain them, only for them to be snatched away." "Linger, what are you saying?" Nangong Leishao asked, helping her to her feet. "And nothing."
Emilie finite peculiar, Chenlinger replied, her gaze flickering.
Just moments ago, she had nearly revealed her true intentions to Nangong Leishao. If he discovered that her family had acquired the general's assets at a low price, he would quickly see through her facade and understand her motives. What was the price of the acquisition? Chenlinger scrutinized the servant intently. The servant, startled by her fierce gaze, trembled. He had seldom seen her display such intensity before the general. Normally, her demeanor was gentle. He was a servant of Chenlinger's family, and she had claimed that the general's household was not to be trusted, while her own family had astute servants. The maidservants were purchased later by Chenlinger, all of whom were utterly unattractive. The servant exchanged glances with Chenlinger, then glanced at Nangong Leishao, silently advising her to temper her demeanor in the presence of the general. Chenlinger retracted her earlier fierce expression. The prices from the other shops were reasonable, especially those of Murong Xue's. However, the prices from Madame's family were shockingly low and deliberately suppressed. They claimed that if they did not sell, no one would inquire about the fabrics and cosmetics in our family shops.
What?
Is this true? Chenlinger revealed a venomous expression once more. She could no longer afford to be concerned. If her family's tailor shops and cosmetic stores were genuinely acquired, all her meticulous plans would come to naught. After all her scheming, to have it all undone. Who could bear such a fate? She had employed drugs to intercept Nangong Leishao on his way back to the capital, ensnaring him for months on their journey. Her belly was gradually swelling, and she had him firmly in her grasp. Upon arriving in the capital, Nangong Leishao encountered Murong Xue, who had diligently managed all household affairs and properties for 3 long years. With her unadorned beauty and cool demeanor, he found her to be devoid of charm, leading him to sever ties with her. This decision was undoubtedly aided by Chenlinger, who incessantly questioned why Sister Xue never smiled, insinuating that she might have displeased her. Nangong Leishao thought to himself that she was simply too wooden. Consequently, his disdain for Murong Xue grew. The household servants confirmed the veracity of this matter.
Chenlinger,
In a state of alarm, inquired about the identity of the powerful individual who had acquired the family shop. Observing her anxious expression, Nangong Leishao stepped forward to console her, advising her not to fret for the sake of her unborn child. After uttering this, Chenlinger felt she had overstepped, typically presenting herself with a gentle allure. Her current demeanor revealed her true nature. Oblivious to her inner turmoil, Nangong Leishao continued to tenderly caress her abdomen, assuring her that both she and the child were equally precious to him. Grateful for the general's unwavering support, Chenlinger expressed her appreciation, acknowledging his kindness toward her. She mentioned the suspicious acquisition of her family shop and implored him to investigate, so she could find some peace of mind. Nangong Leishao nodded, pledging to look into the matter. He mentioned hearing that the shops belonging to the Empress Dowager's family had also been forcefully acquired, suggesting a formidable power behind these actions. He hesitated, realizing that discussing the current emperor in such a manner could lead to severe consequences. Panic-stricken, Chenlinger questioned if this meant her family shop was truly lost. While other establishments were bought at high prices, her family was acquired at a pittance, which seemed unjustly oppressive. She urged Nangong Leishao to intervene, and he reassured her with a promise. However, he understood that as a mere military officer with limited rank in the northern Qin kingdom, his influence was minimal. Despite his commendable achievements, the kingdom valued seniority and lineage, placing seasoned generals who had fought for decades in much higher regard. Nangong Leishao's status was even overshadowed by his sister, Nangong Yudi, whom the Empress Dowager considered adopting due to her valorous contributions in quelling neighboring tribes. If not for the ambition of marrying her to the crown prince, the Empress Dowager would have welcomed her into the palace. Thus, when Nangong Leishao agreed to Chenlinga's request to look into the matter, he knew it was merely a formality, relying on the cloud of senior generals for any potential success. Seeing Nangong Leishao's confidence eased Chenlinga's worries. However, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, compelling her to visit Murong Xue. She intended to present her with a parting gift that would ensure a lasting memory of humiliation. Since the general has said so, I shall feel at ease. Shall we go see Sister Xue? I've heard she is leaving the capital, she suggested. Why would we bother? What is there to see? Nangong Leishao grumbled, his distaste for Murong Xue palpable. The thought of her infidelity revolted him. I'm merely concerned that Sister Xue lacks sufficient funds for her journey. Chenlinger feigned concern, as if Murong Xue were truly her sister. Should Murong Xue leave the capital, it would mean an end to any chance of humiliation. You are too kind, Linger. Such benevolence may lead to your own victimization. He cautioned with genuine concern. Who is to say who will be victimized?
Chenlinger silently retorted.
Regardless of Murong Xue's misdeeds, she implored Nangong Leishao to show her mercy for her sake, hoping he would reconsider her fate.
Nangong Leishao, captivated by Chenlinger's enchanting gaze,
felt a surge of desire but restrained himself for the sake of their unborn child. Very well, we shall visit her. I shall not spare a glance at that wretched woman, he conceded. Chenlinger, eager to prepare, remarked on the importance of her appearance, wishing to ensure she looked splendid for the occasion. Her desire to beautify herself stemmed from an awareness of her own shortcomings in comparison to Murong Xue. Should Murong Xue choose to adorn herself, she would undoubtedly eclipse Chenlinger in beauty. As for Chenlinger, she relied on her audacity. Moreover, her pregnancy had caused her face to swell slightly, necessitating some cover-up to avoid being overshadowed. Meanwhile, in her modest abode, Murong Xue was preparing to depart, surrounded by well-wishers. Just then, Nangong Leishao and Chenlinger made their entrance. This the general's concubine? It's only been a few months since the general's return, and her belly is already so large, murmured the onlookers, casting judgment upon her. The audacity of her presence was met with disdain, as they speculated on the turmoil that had ensued during the general's absence. Fuming at the remarks, Chenlinger confronted Murong Xue with a mocking tone. Sister Xue, are you truly leaving? I have persuaded the general not to dwell on your indiscretions, hence my visit to bid you farewell. She emphasized the word indiscretions with palpable disdain. As she provocatively rummaged through Murong Xue's belongings, she taunted, Sister Xue, I hope you carelessly packed anything belonging to the general's household. Nangong Leishao, filled with contempt, stepped forward and embraced Chenlinger, questioning why he should defend someone who is not officially his wife. The crowd murmured in judgment, but Chenlinger rebuked them, asserting their right to voice their opinions. In the realm of power, it was always the noble and influential who held sway. Next came the scholars, followed by the commoners. Thus, the general referred to these shopkeepers as troublesome people. General, we are not troublesome folk. You must open your eyes. This woman is with child before marriage. What else can she be but a harlot? Is she not ashamed, still daring to speak ill of the general's wife? Chenlinger's face turned ashen with fury as she struggled to suppress her emotions. She could not reveal her true self in front of Nangong Leishao, lest he grow suspicious. Chenlinger forced a smile and addressed Murong Xue, Sister Xue. I hope you refrain from returning to the capital in the future to avoid the finger-pointing of others. She did not confront the shopkeepers who mocked her directly, but instead, her words were laden with insinuations of infidelity. What grounds do you have to suggest others should not return? Just because you are a harlot?
Ha ha ha.
The crowd laughed,
Pointing at Chenlinger.
Upon hearing their sarcastic remarks, Chenlinger wept like a pear blossom in the rain. General, do you hear what they say? I only meant to advise Sister Xue, nothing more. They called me a harlot. General, what happens between us is none of their business. Moreover, back then, when you bled on the battlefield, there was no sister-in-law to speak of. You are heartless. Chenlinger was filled with grievances. Beside her, Nangong Leishao's nose flared with anger. He despised others claiming that Chenlinger had seduced him before marriage. It was he who had been infatuated, insisting on claiming Linger as his own, while she had wept and insisted he need not take responsibility. His Linger was a virtuous woman. Moreover, Chun Linger's enchanting charm set her apart from other women, which compelled him to bring her into the general's residence, even dismissing Murong Xue. All of this was his doing. It had nothing to do with Linger. How dare these people tarnish her reputation? A group of commoners daring to challenge him, the general, was utterly audacious. With a swift motion, Nangong Lei Xiao drew his sword, pointing it at the shopkeepers with fierce eyes, causing them to retreat in fear. Stand down, general. This is unjust. We are commoners, yet our lives are not mere weeds. One shopkeeper trembled. Enough. Nangong Lei Xiao, you have gone too far. Not only do you support this woman, but you also threaten innocent people with your sword. A sword is meant for the battlefield, to slay enemies, not to harm one's own. Murong Xue scolded sharply. How dare you speak here, you wretched woman? My sword can be used to slay enemies as well as those who bully Linger. I could strike you down, but I fear it would tarnish my blade.
Nangong Lei Xiao retorted arrogantly.
Chun Linger watched with glee from the side. When Nangong Lei Xiao glanced at her, she quickly feigned a weak demeanor. Oh, General, please. No violence. It would be terrible to injure someone. Linger is afraid of blood. It makes her dizzy. And please, do not harm Sister Xue, for she is the General's former wife. Seeing Chun Linger nearly falter, Nangong Lei Xiao tenderly embraced her. My dear Linger, always considering others. Do not fear. Watching the nauseating spectacle before her, Murong Xue had no desire to engage with them, calmly gathering her belongings. This woman was truly hypocritical. Only Nangong Lei Xiao, the fool, remained oblivious to her act. How disgusting she was, so pretentious, parading around with a child that was surely illegitimate, yet claiming to be pure. It seemed she was a habitual offender. Chun Linger rolled her eyes in anger. You all, cease your slander. Dare to speak out again. And beware of my general's ruthless sword. She pointed Nangong Lei Xiao's sword at the crowd, the blade dangerously close. Stop. Nangong Lei Xiao, your sword belongs on the battlefield. A loud, clear voice rang out from outside. Then, a stunning woman in a crimson dress entered, her gaze fierce as she spotted Chun Linger and Nangong Lei Xiao, raising her spear towards them. You wretched woman, how dare you insult my sister-in-law? What are you but a lowly mistress, a filthy creature? Nangong Yudi, she is your sister-in-law. Nangong Lei Xiao seethed with rage. His sister had always been arrogant, disregarding even him, relying on their father's backing. Although he had persuaded their mother, the matriarch of the duke's residence, to support his marriage to Linger, their father had rebuked her, claiming she meddled and failed to raise her son properly, insisting he only recognized Murong Xue as his daughter-in-law. I, Nangong Yudi, will never acknowledge such a shameless woman as my sister-in-law, unworthy even of a courtesan's respect. As courtesans possess a certain dignity, never seducing married men. Yet this wretched woman, knowing you have a wife, still climbs into your bed. Do not dare call her my sister-in-law. She does not deserve it. With that, Nangong Yudi approached Murong Xue, a smile illuminating her face. Sister-in-law, you cannot leave. Father insists I bring you back to manage the general's residence. As for this pair of dogs, they have been expelled from the general's estate. So you need not concern yourself with them. The crowd began to murmur. The old general truly understands. General Nangong has no discernment, favoring such a wretched woman. Indeed, the madam can finally hold her head high. Since the old general is bringing her back, the rumors will be dispelled. With the old general's integrity and reputation, such slander is feeble at best. It must be this vile woman's doing, attempting to slander the madam to elevate her own status. Indeed, only General Nangong remains blind. One look at that woman reveals her unworthiness, unlike the noble and graceful Murong Xue. At that moment, Murong Xue spoke. Sister Yudi, thank you for your kind intentions, but I have already packed my belongings and will soon depart. Initially, she had considered staying after hearing Bai Ming Haoyu's words, as there were people in the capital who needed her, and she felt joy in that. Additionally, Bai Ming Haoyu was generous, providing opportunities for profit, and she harbored a peculiar affection for him. However, after much contemplation, she ultimately decided to leave the capital. Not out of cowardice, but because Chun Linger's methods were truly despicable. She had always held herself in high regard and saw no value in engaging with such a person. Even if she triumphed, she would merely remain the general's wife, a man she deemed unworthy, and she would not accept something sullied, even if it were offered freely. Unfazed by the crowd's gossip, Chun Linger had grown accustomed to ridicule since childhood. She was indifferent to mockery and insult. What truly concerned her was Nangong Yudi's claim that she and Nangong Lei Xiao had been expelled from the general's residence. Did that not mean Nangong Lei Xiao would have nothing? The general's residence was at the mercy of the old general. Even the duchess had no authority over him. The old general held an esteemed position, and even the duchess could not dictate to him. What was to be done now? Chen Linger had exhausted every means to secure her relationship with Nangong Lei Xiao, aiming for the status of the general's residence and the wealth of the duke's estate. Now that the old general had driven them out, would Nangong Lei Xiao be left destitute? Chen Linger's eyes darted as she pondered her next move. In the current predicament, there seems to be no other recourse but to target Murong Xue. She would certainly deny any accusations of fabricating trouble, and she could not confront Nangong Yudi directly. After all, who is Nangong Yudi? She is of noble birth and possesses a fiery temper. A careless move could lead to her aiming her spear at her own abdomen, leaving her without her trump card. It is wiser to seek a breakthrough through Murong Xue. Do you not find it strange? Chen Linger began. How could Murong Xue possess such extensive assets? I truly do not intend to slander Sister Xue. I merely wish for her to clarify. When Sister Xue arrived at the general's residence, she had nothing to her name. How is it that after being dismissed by the general, she suddenly owns a tailor shop and a cosmetic store? I merely wish to assist Sister Xue in clearing her name to avoid any unwarranted reputations. Chen Linger's insinuation was clear. Murong Xue had stolen from the general's estate. At this moment, the former steward and housekeeper of the Nangong family stepped forward. I can clarify. All of this belongs to Madame Murong's dowry. Not a single coin has been taken from the general's residence, and it even supports the household. When Madame Murong married, her bridal procession stretched for miles, with numerous bearers to carry her gifts. Indeed, I have witnessed it myself. You, Chen Linger, would not know such matters, being an outsider. That spectacle was not for your eyes. Madame Murong is of unmatched nobility, her reputation untarnished. She would never engage in theft. Her dowry is more than sufficient for a lifetime. Why would she steal from the general's estate? She meticulously manages the estate solely for the general's return. What family does she have to return to, being without a maternal lineage? Moreover, what you provide is merely one side of the story. I have been away on campaigns for 3 years, unaware of the household's affairs, yet it does not allow you to deceive me.
Nangong Lei Xiao spoke disdainfully.
He approached Chen Linger, positioning himself between her and Nangong Yudi's gleaming spear. Sister, be cautious of that spear. Nangong Yudi paid him no mind and turned directly to Murong Xue, grasping her hand affectionately. Sister-in-law, let us return. Father is waiting for you to serve tea. He is quite concerned about you and has been urging me to bring you back. His health is deteriorating. Nangong Yudi's voice trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked hopefully at Murong Xue. Murong Xue furrowed her brows, about to speak, when a booming voice interrupted. Madame Murong, think carefully. Before returning home, this lowly girl must be expelled from the general's residence. Otherwise, should she give birth to the general's firstborn, even if only a bastard, the old general may soften at the sight of his grandson. The former steward of the general's estate interjected. Indeed. While it may be permissible for Madame Murong to return and manage the household, once the old general sees his grandson, even if illegitimate, he may very well relent. The murmurs of agreement spread among the crowd. Upon hearing this, Chen Linger raised her chin triumphantly, her stubby fingers drawing circles over her belly. The child within seemed to respond, dancing joyfully, as her stomach bulged. Nangong Lei Xiao grinned foolishly, unabashedly caressing Chen Linger's belly before the gathered crowd. His eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he murmured, the son of this general has stirred. He shall grow to be as strong as I, destined to bring glory to the Nangong family. A faint laughter echoed, barely audible, yet to Nangong Lei Xiao, it sounded like thunder. Who dares mock the legitimate heir of Nangong Lei Xiao? Brother, do you even have a legitimate heir? Your lawful wife is not pregnant. The child in that lowly woman's womb is but a bastard. Nangong Yudi sneered. In broad daylight, are you two preparing for debauchery here? With that, Nangong Yudi swiftly styled her hair into a neat bun, enhancing her cold beauty. Murong Xue cast a cold glance at Nangong Lei Xiao, her eyes filled with disdain. Thank you for your concern, Yudi, but as I mentioned earlier, before she could finish, Nangong Yudi, fearing a refusal, interrupted, sister-in-law, regardless of the circumstances. I shall carry you back today. She reached to pull Murong Xue onto the towering steed. Nangong Yudi, a warrior in her own right, was as strong as Nangong Leishao, and Murong Xue waved her hands repeatedly, wiping the sweat from her brow. Sister Yudi, I have a fear of writing. You should return first today, and we can discuss it another time. Chen Linger exchanged glances with Nangong Leishao, who understood her intent and bent down to whisper in her ear. General, Sister Xue cannot return. If she does, where will I stand? The child in my womb would not be a legitimate heir. We must stop Murong Xue from returning home. We cannot confront Sister Yudi directly. Let us proceed this way instead. What do you mean? Nangong Leishao was perplexed. You must act according to the situation. Just cooperate with me. Chen Linger's eyes darted with cunning. Let us follow Lingu's lead. Nangong Leishao, submissive, appeared drastically different from the fierce warrior he was on the battlefield. Chen Linger slowly rose and approached Murong Xue. Sister Xue, I kneel before you, pleading for the sake of the child in my womb. I know you are the kindest. If you return home today, wouldn't my child become a bastard? Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Nangong Leishao glared at Murong Xue with rage, wishing to bore a hole into her with his gaze. When he saw Murong Xue remain indifferent, Chen Linger suddenly lunged towards her, clutching her belly and collapsing to the ground with exaggerated cries. Sister Xue, if you do not agree, I won't blame you, but you cannot push Linger away. I know you despise my child, but he is innocent. I never imagined you would be so cruel as to wish for his demise. Murong Xue sneered. Who pushed you?
It is you who lunged at me.
I would not sully my hands by pushing you. Murong Xue, you audacious wretch. How dare you push Linger? You wish for her to suffer both death and loss. The heart of a woman is the most treacherous.
Nangong Leishao exclaimed angrily.
At that moment, he resembled a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, drawing his sword to point at Murong Xue. Nangong Yudi interposed her spear before him, glaring fiercely. Do you dare? Unfazed, Murong Xue stood her ground, a cruel smile gracing her lips. It's nothing, Sister Yudi. Let us see if he dares. Under the Emperor's gaze. Does he truly think he can commit murder? Nangong Leishao, is this your only skill? You, who cannot discern right from wrong, muddle the truth. You clearly witnessed Chen Linger push me, yet you conflate the facts. Murong Xue turned to Chen Linger. You excel at casting dirt upon others. You are a disgrace. You crawled into a man's bed before marriage, and you still have the audacity to speak here? I have heard of your seductive skills, which bewitched Nangong Leishao. Such a man is not worth keeping. I have no desire for the filth that others desire. Murong Xue's words struck like thunder. Upon hearing this, Chen Linger sprang to her feet, exclaiming in disbelief, What utter nonsense! Who would practice such despicable seduction techniques?
Murong Xue glared at Chen Linger.
Dare you claim you are not adept at it? Such tricks are the very forte of a courtesan, and it is you, Chen Linger, who excels in them. Do you dare to defame Linge? Nangong Leishao's face flushed with anger. Murong Xue advanced step by step towards him, causing him to retreat involuntarily. Nangong Leishao, you have not married Chen Linger with proper ceremony, yet here you are making a ruckus. You bring disgrace to the Nangong family name. The old general's lifelong reputation has been tarnished by you. Moreover, this woman of questionable status dares to enter our home, using her illegitimate child as leverage. You not only fail to stop her but allow her to run rampant, thereby sullying my reputation. I, Murong Xue, did not wish to lower myself to your level. But you press on, and I shall see how you will handle the consequences. Chapter 62. Brother, without a sister-in-law, do you truly believe in divine intervention? Nangong Leishao was taken aback, forcing himself to maintain composure. You dare to threaten me? If the emperor were to learn of this, you would ruin my reputation. What benefit would that serve you? Besides, such matters may not even concern the emperor. Murong Xue proclaimed, the current emperor is virtuous and self-restrained. Although there are 3,000 beauties in the harem, he has never touched a single one. The late emperor favored the current emperor's mother, consort Jean, above all others. Despite having 1,000 concubines, he is capable of such loyalty, especially when you, a mere military general, are concerned. The current emperor has stated that even a wife and a concubine is barely acceptable should one take concubines daily or indulge in the pleasures of a brothel. Such a person cannot be loyal to his wife, nor to his sovereign. Therefore, I shall ensure you face consequences.
Nangong Leishao laughed uproariously.
You think you can threaten me? How can a mere woman challenge me? You are not a court official, nor will you ever set foot in the court. You cannot cause a disturbance there. You'll find out whether I can or not. Murong Xue's voice was as cold as ice. Although anxiety gripped him, Nangong Lei Xiao feigned authority. Do not attempt to intimidate me. Murong Xue, how dare you falsely accuse me? Do you believe this hall is your private garden? Murong Xue lightly parted her lips. I have my ways to report you, and the emperor shall reward me. Mind your own affairs. As for boldness, the greatest fool is you, a disloyal and unfilial wretch. You disregard the old general's orders, insisting on taking such a woman as your rightful wife, allowing her illegitimate child the status of a legitimate heir. You have been away at war for 3 years, while I have managed everything in the general's household. Yet, you abandon me for a wanton woman. This is unkindness. How could you possibly be loyal to the emperor? Her words left Nangong Lei Xiao speechless. After a long pause, he looked around and proclaimed, I can prove my loyalty to the emperor. My father, the old general, is a paragon of loyalty. At this moment, Nangong Lei Xiao's expression darkened, yet he no longer glared at Murong Xue. Linger tugged at his sleeve, sweetly suggesting, General, Sister Xue is a woman of her word. Let us avoid her, if we cannot confront her. Regardless, Sister Xue has returned to the general's household. And even if the child in my womb cannot be a legitimate heir, I am willing. Her words were akin to adding fuel to the fire. What a joke. There is no one I, Nangong Lei Xiao, fear. Before you can report me, the emperor will imprison you for your audacity as a woman to meddle in state affairs. Murong Xue replied with poise, the current emperor is wise and discerning, unlike you, who is foolish and easily manipulated. The emperor has his own judgments. Do you imply that you can speak on his behalf? Nangong Lei Xiao was startled, nearly collapsing to his knees. What nonsense! You are misinterpreting everything. Do not speak carelessly, lest the Nangong family suffer consequences. The emperor has long since taken control, dealing with matters decisively and wisely. General, do not argue further with Sister Xue. You cannot win against her. Linger cooed. She gestured towards her abdomen, implying that they should hasten to find a way to dismiss Nangong Yudi and prevent Murong Xue from entering the Nangong residence. Nangong Lei Xiao cast a reassuring glance at Linger. She smiled flirtatiously at him, causing a stir in his heart. He returned her gaze with a wink. And though Linger was petite and graceful, the scene was almost nauseating to those around them. The onlookers stifled their laughter, whispering among themselves, the general could easily cross-dress. Though he is too rugged for it, he could manage a role as a courtesan. How dare you insult me, you audacious rabble! Nangong Lei Xiao glared at the crowd. General Nangong, this is neither your estate nor the battlefield, they retorted mockingly, caught momentarily speechless. Nangong Lei Xiao could only endure. Murong Xue scoffed, you, who knows nothing of loyalty to country or family, only indulging in carnal pleasures. Do you believe your army supplies come from thin air? Nangong Lei Xiao sneered dismissively. Nonsense. The supplies are provided by the court. What concern is it of a mere woman? He spat at her, filled with contempt. Brother, if you continue to disrespect sister-in-law, beware of my spear. Nangong Yudi threatened, brandishing her long spear effortlessly. The spear, exceeding a meter in length, was pure steel, its tip sharp enough to draw blood upon contact. If it pierced, the outcome would be dire. Despite its weight, Nangong Yudi, trained since childhood, could wield it with ease, striking multiple times without breaking a sweat. Just as Nangong Lei Xiao steeled himself to speak, Linger gestured for him to hold his tongue. A wise man does not court disaster. You traitor! Are you truly my sister? Nangong Lei Xiao muttered under his breath. At that moment, Murong Xue began to speak slowly. Do you believe that your illustrious military achievements alone are enough? Do you not realize that aside from your battles, who provides your supplies? Are you suggesting it is a woman who supports you?
Nangong Lei Xiao mocked. Ha ha ha.
Linger laughed heartily, thinking Murong Xue would falter. Do you know who sent you the supplies when you were trapped in Lengge Valley? Murong Xue inquired.
Nangong Lei Xiao face contorted in concucion.
How do you know I was trapped in Lengge Valley? Only my army knew. Only the current emperor and the commander who delivered the supplies knew, Murong Xue replied, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. Nangong Yudi interjected, do you really believe it was a divine gift? At that time, Beichun was stabilizing the 6 nations, the treasury was strained, and there were no surplus supplies available. If the court had supplied you, other battlefronts would have suffered. What on earth is happening? Nangong Lei Xiao's earlier mockery had vanished. Your supplies were procured by sister-in-law selling all her dowry to provide for your army. Nangong Yudi's words landed like a thunderclap.
What?
Murong Xue's entire dowry? Nangong Lei Xiao was taken aback. for Murong Xue had no maternal family to offer her a dowry. The supplies for an army of 100,000 was no small sum. He was utterly shaken. At that critical moment, my elder brother dispatched 5 men to the court seeking assistance. The court, unfortunately, could not provide any provisions, leaving my father in deep distress. It was then that my sister-in-law overheard the situation and suggested to my father that she sell her entire dowry to save the 100,000 troops. Otherwise, my brother would surely meet his demise. She insisted that we keep this from you, solely to prevent my brother from bearing any psychological burden. Upon my brother's return from battle, however, he brought with him a woman of dubious character, insisting on repudiating my sister-in-law. She sacrificed so much for you. Yet what have you done, brother? You have harmed and humiliated her. Tears welled in Nangong Leixiao's eyes as he absorbed this revelation. It was unthinkable.
Absolutely impossible.
He shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his cheeks, salty like the sea. Brother, how can you be so blind to reason? Do you not believe my words? Nangong Yudi shook her head in disappointment. After a moment of despair, Nangong Leixiao collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Sister, I fought valiantly on the battlefield, nearly losing my life. I was terrified I would never see you again. On my triumphant return, I encountered Linger, whose grace captivated me after 3 years of war had left me yearning for familial affection. Soon she bore my child. And now you tell me that my repudiated wife was my savior. Pain reflected in his eyes as he raised a jug of wine, tilting it back, allowing it to drip down his neck, soaking his garments. Indeed, Father held your sister-in-law in high regard, for she selflessly relinquished her entire dowry to save you. She was steadfast and loyal, while you rushed to the battlefield, barely remembering her face, yet she gathered hundreds of thousands of silver to rescue you. And now you abandon her. Where is your conscience? Tears streamed down Nangong Yudi's face as she wiped her eyes with her sleeve. The renowned female warrior of Beichin now appeared as a sorrowful maiden. Nangong Leixiao trudged towards Murong Xue, who, without even glancing at him, turned her back and busied herself with packing. He stopped, shame evident on his face. Seeing this, Chen Linger rushed forward, disregarding her own condition. General, why did you not mention the provisions earlier? Now, as Sister Xue prepares to leave, you claim she sold her dowry to gather the army as supplies? Is that even credible? Her eyes darted, hinting at her intentions. Nangong Leixiao's gaze flickered, as if he were beginning to waver. Oh, my belly aches, Chen Linger lamented. I wonder if I am to give birth early. The pain twisted within her, and despite it being their first child, Nangong Leixiao swiftly scooped her up.
Linger,
how do you feel? I shall take you to the physician. He turned to glare at Murong Xue. Murong Xue, why did you not speak up earlier? You packed your things and left without a word when I repudiated you, yet now you bring up provisions. He continued, if anything happens to Linger and our child, I shall hold you accountable. Nearby, Nangong Yudi pointed her spear at Nangong Leixiao, preventing him from approaching Murong Xue. Murong Xue's demeanor was as frigid as ancient ice, her back exuding a profound indifference. As she ignored him, Nangong Leixiao felt a twinge of awkwardness. Seeing her prepare to depart, Chen Linger smiled slightly and tugged at his sleeve. General, please set Linger down. I feel as though the pain has abated. Perhaps it was just a cramp. I am only 5 months along. We should be cautious about going to the physician. Only then did Nangong Leixiao relent. However, when he turned again, Murong Xue had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a figure hurriedly left Murong Xue's courtyard, racing towards the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Inside the Duke's residence, the elder General Nangong paced restlessly, hands clasped behind his back, occasionally sending servants to check if Nangong Yudi had returned with Murong Xue. An hour passed, then another, and he furrowed his brow in concern. Nangong Yudi usually handles matters with care. Why is she taking so long? Where is my dear daughter-in-law? Suddenly, a servant rushed in. General, it is urgent. Madame Murong has already left. What? Why did you not stop her? I instructed Yudi to bring my daughter-in-law back, and she let her escape.
Go.
Fetch my Kunwa sword. I must confront that scoundrel. Hurry, send someone to pursue my daughter-in-law. The elder general was frantic. The Kunwa sword, capable of slicing through jade as if it were clay, though not particularly long, bore a fearsome aura. Today, however, it was intended for his son, Nangong Leixiao. General, the Kunwa sword is meant for slaying enemies, not for personal matters. A servant pleaded. Rest assured, we have dispatched someone to pursue Madame Murong. You must not act against the young general in this manner. If the elder lady were to learn of your actions, she would surely be heartbroken. The servant, terrified, knelt repeatedly. Enough of your prattle. Bring me my kunwa sword. If you utter another word, I shall cast you from the estate. I am going to confront my daughter-in-law and deal with that ungrateful son. The elder general's imposing presence was daunting, a testament to his decades of battlefield experience. The servant, terrified, quickly retreated. As the servant went to fetch the sword, the elder general paced anxiously. Why is it taking so long to retrieve a sword? Do they not realize my urgency? Here it is, General, the kunwu sword has arrived. Grasping the sword, the elder general stormed towards the exit, causing those nearby to feel a chill in their hearts. Though aged, his formidable aura had not diminished. In mere moments, he arrived at Murong Xue's small courtyard. Before even stepping inside, he called out with a glimmer of hope, "Daughter-in-law, I have come to personally invite you back." Yet there was no response. "Father, sister-in-law has already departed. I sent someone to pursue her just now," Nangong Yudi murmured. Hearing the elder general's menacing voice, Nangong Leishao trembled in fear, quickly retreating into the house, disregarding Chen entirely. The one person he feared most was his father, the elder general Nangong, who was notoriously strict with him. Even when he was innocent, he would sometimes receive punishment without question. In contrast, he doted on his sister, Nangong Yudi. He depended on his father's influence in the court, never daring to defy his wishes, except in matters concerning Chen and his repudiation of Murong Xue. The elder general scanned the courtyard with piercing eyes, and upon noticing his son's absence, stormed into the room. "Nangong Leishao, you ungrateful wretch, come out this instant." At that moment, Nangong Leishao was in a most undignified predicament, attempting to hide beneath the bed but finding it impossible due to his imposing stature. Upon entering the room, the elder general spotted his son's embarrassing state. With the kunwa sword in one hand, he seized Nangong Leishao with the other. The young man dared not resist, allowing his father to drag him out. Nangong Leishao was forcibly dragged out by the old general, his demeanor one of utter disarray as he averted his gaze, too intimidated to meet the general's eyes. "Lift your head. A descendant of the Nangong family should not display such cowardice." The general's voice thundered like a rolling storm, causing those present to nearly lose their footing in fear, paralyzed by the oppressive aura emanating from him. Several timid shopkeepers exchanged frightened glances, whispering among themselves, "Is this truly Murong Xue's establishment?
Impossible.
I shall expose her. The old war god of Beichen is truly formidable. My heart nearly leaped into my throat just now." Indeed, just look at the general's gaze. It seems capable of executing one with a mere glance. I fear if I stare any longer, I might faint. In days of yore, the old general wielded the kunwa sword, instilling terror in the 6 kingdoms, single-handedly vanquishing 2 nations. Truly, he is a veteran of unmatched prowess. The comparison to the young general is stark. Slowly, Nangong Leishao raised his head, only to be met with the sight of the brown-red kunwu sword held by the general, causing him to shut his eyes in terror. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead down to his cheeks, and he dared not move, allowing the sweat to trickle into his mouth like a creeping serpent. He awaited the old general's judgment as if he were a condemned criminal. "You unfilial son! You disregard the honor of your family, tarnishing the illustrious name of the Nangong clan. My lifetime of reputation is on the verge of being ruined by your hands. Xue is such a good person. She sold all her dowry for you, yet you cast her aside to marry a harlot." The old general raised the kunwu sword in his hand. Nangong Leishao helplessly closed his eyes. In ancient times, disobedience to one's parents was deemed an unforgivable sin, and such a person would never receive the favor of the sovereign again. Nangong Leishao was not foolish. In front of so many witnesses, he would not dare to defy the old general. General, please quell your anger. It is all Linger's fault." Chun Linger shrieked as she rushed forward, only to trip and fall to the ground in her haste, struggling to crawl towards the general. "General, the punishment should not be fatal. He is your only son," she implored, tears streaming down her face. "Silence. What are you to meddle in the affairs of the Nangong family? If it were not for your vile presence, how could Leishao be so ungrateful and disloyal?" The old general shot her a disdainful glance, as if she were a loathsome creature. "Were it not for my principle of never striking women, I would have dealt with you already. You are not part of the Nangong family, and I shall report you to the emperor for your actions. The child you bear is not of the Nangong bloodline. As he spoke, the old general raised the kunwu sword, preparing to strike Nangong Leishao. Unless I show you some consequences today, the reputation of the Nangong family will inevitably be sullied by your actions. Daddy, I have a suggestion. Why not punish my brother with my long whip? At this moment, Nangong Yudi interjected, offering her long whip to the old general. The general accepted the whip, as he had always heeded Yudi's words without exception. He raised the whip and struck down upon Nangong Leishao. Gratefully, Nangong Leishao cast a glance at Nangong Yudi and stood still, awaiting his punishment. Crack, crack, crack. I shall strike this unfilial son. I shall strike this unfilial son. You disgraceful wretch who disregards the honor of the Nangong family. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as the household servants of the Duke of State entered, followed anxiously by the elderly matriarch of the Nangong family. Reporting to the old general, we have retrieved Madame Xue, who is about to leave the capital. She is on her way back now. The old general breathed a sigh of relief, nodding his head. Well done. That was close. We nearly allowed Xue to escape. Now, continue to punish this unfilial son. Let him learn a lesson. Otherwise, the Nangong family shall endure further shame. Upon hearing the news of Murong Xue's return, Nangong Leishao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though the pain from his wounds was excruciating, his heart felt considerably lighter. The old general raised the whip once more to strike Nangong Leishao.
Chen Ling'er,
now more concerned about her own safety, scrambled to the side to avoid the whip, fearing for the child within her womb. General, do you intend to beat my son to death? Nangong Lao Fu exclaimed, rushing forward to shield her son from the descending whip, forcing the old general to relent. A mother's indulgence often leads to a son's downfall. Were it not for your poor upbringing, he would not be so ungrateful and disloyal, relying on his minor military achievements to act recklessly. Had it not been for your influence, I would have already dealt with him. The matriarch shot a glance at her maid, who promptly understood and rushed to assist Chen Ling'er to her feet. Turning to the old general, she said, in your youth, you fought valiantly on the battlefield and never managed your son's upbringing. He is your only son. If you were to beat him to death, I would be left with no reason to live. The failure to educate one's child is a father's fault. If you persist in this manner, the reputation of the Nangong family will surely be further tarnished. At this moment, Chen Ling'er, having regained her composure with the maid's help, approached Nangong Leishao. She knelt beside him, gently stroking his back, which was marred with numerous whip marks, some already oozing blood. General, please awaken. You must wake up. She shook him vigorously. Nangong Yudi splashed a basin of water onto Nangong Leishao's face. He has awoken. The general is finally awake. Chen Ling'er exclaimed, her tears of despair transforming into laughter. The matriarch, observing from the side, let her tears flow, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Ling'er. You deceitful creature. After a moment, Nangong Leishao finally regained his senses. Chen Ling'er helped him to his feet slowly. General, let us return. I shall tend to your wounds, lest they fester and worsen. And let the household servants fetch a doctor. Sister Xue has had a hard time. Whatever business she engages in, it seems she will lose everything. The assets of the general's household have all been squandered by Sister Xue, yet it is said that her own shop thrives. Ling'er is too dim-witted to understand this. The matriarch furrowed her brows, contemplating Chen Ling'er's words. You vile creature. How dare you even speak the name of Xue? The old general's whip crackled ominously in the air. Ling'er, do not speak further in front of your father. The child within you is of utmost importance. Nangong Leishao quietly urged.
suppressing her disdain, Chen Ling'er coyly nodded, I understand.
I only felt it was unjust for the general. I certainly meant no offense. Her words, instead of soothing the situation, only drew the old general's ire, and she struggled to contain her resentment. At that moment, several individuals rushed in from outside. They were the shopkeepers who had just departed. Some had remained in Murong Xue's courtyard, waiting for her return. Old general, young general, matriarch. We have just learned some news. All the shops in the capital have received transfer contracts, and astonishingly, they are all owned by the same individual, Murong Xue. The backer behind the acquisition of these shops is a significant merchant, one of the shopkeepers reported.
What?
Is it a namesake? The old general inquired, astonished. His face displayed shock as he sought clarification on the meaning of all the shops belonging to a single individual, who happened to be his greatly esteemed former daughter-in-law. Murong Xue. The chances of a namesake are slim, The Murong surname is quite special and rare in the capital, one shopkeeper explained. It is said that the Murong clan is of the royal lineage of Dian. Historically, the famous Prince Dan is a direct descendant of the Murong clan. In truth, Prince Dan descended from the royal family of Zhou, with the surname Ji. To evade pursuit, he changed his surname to that of his mother, Murong. Thus, the Murong clan is a branch of the royal lineage of Dian. The old general pondered, seemingly lost in nostalgia. In the boundless desert, swirling dust and galloping steeds conjured vivid imagery, while the downfall of the great Yan royal family stemmed from internal strife. Subsequently, collusion both within and outside hastened the monarch's loss of power, rendering the collapse of the great Yan inevitable. One might posit that the Murong clan are descendants of the great Yan dynasty, making Lady Murong a bearer of its bloodline. Silence. Desist from such reckless talk. The old general admonished sternly. Xue's surname was changed by this general. Others must not discuss this matter further, he added, his gaze sharp and menacing. The assembly fell silent, bowing their heads and shrinking back to avoid the general's piercing gaze. If it were known that Xue bore the bloodline of the great Yan, what ramifications might arise, the general pondered. One could assert that there exists another individual sharing the same name as Murong Xue, namely Nangong Leishao, the proprietor of all shops in the capital. Have you uncovered the identity of the mysterious benefactor behind the acquisition of these establishments? The general interrupted Nangong Leishao, addressing the messenger. The innkeeper pondered for a moment before shaking his head, then after a pause, nodded. We have not identified this enigmatic figure. Though speculation suggests it is likely someone of considerable influence, the innkeeper gestured upward, refraining from naming names. However, everyone understood he referred to either the Empress Dowager or the reigning emperor. General, what is your perspective on this matter? She whispered to Nangong Leishao. I am uncertain. I have yet to form a conclusion. What do you think, Linger? Nangong Leishao replied, bewildered. The scars on his back crisscrossed painfully, rendering his thoughts muddled. Linger's hesitant demeanor only exacerbated his headache. My dear Linger, please do not keep me in suspense. My head is pounding. Speak freely in my presence. He gently caressed his forehead. General, allow Linger to massage your temples, she offered, extending her small fingers to tenderly apply pressure to his temples. Your touch is indeed skilled. Yet you have not clarified your thoughts, he said, placing his hand over hers. Linger had no ulterior motives. She simply felt it was improbable that all the shop owners in the capital were under the auspices of Sister Xue. Although her time with Sister Xue was brief, she was aware of Xue's lack of maternal lineage and her apparent incompetence in management, as evidenced by the dilapidation of the general's estate. This suggested that if the mysterious benefactor possessed both status and wealth, how could Xue, lacking maternal ties, possibly be acquainted with them? There is one more thing I hesitate to voice, Linger said. Nangong Leishao, agitated, urged, speak quickly. When did you become so reticent? After building suspense, Linger continued, is it not true that Sister Xue was seen in close proximity to a man not long ago? After you cast her off, someone witnessed this man entering Sister Xue's courtyard. Could he be the one?
Impossible.
How could a cast-off woman attract a man's financial support? Nangong Leishao retorted angrily. Linger smiled coyly, teasingly tapping her finger on his chest, a gesture that nearly caused him to lose his balance. This is merely a speculation on my part, she clarified. Yet, upon further reflection, it dawned on her that such a man would likely not deign to associate with Sister Xue, whose prospects appeared bleak. Rumor had it that this man was strikingly handsome and affluent, thus unlikely to pursue a discarded wife, seeing her only as a fleeting amusement. Nangong Leishao let out a low growl of frustration, inadvertently aggravating his wounds. He glanced back to find the old general observing them. He forced himself to regain composure. That wretched woman is utterly despicable. Initially, I felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing about the military provisions, but now I only feel revulsion. This matter is simply inconceivable. The owner of all the shops in the capital cannot possibly be Murong Xue. It's merely a coincidence of names. He nodded emphatically. Indeed, Linger is absolutely correct. Just a discarded woman. Lower your voice lest the old man overhears. In the Chun family residence, a property acquired by Chun Linger's father, the governor of Nanyang. For his concubine, the abode, though modest, boasted winding paths, babbling brooks, and bamboo groves, exuding charm. Chun Linger reclined lazily on a divan, savoring sour jujubes offered by a maid. Summon my father's steward. Inform him that I have pressing matters to discuss, she commanded. Miss, The steward only heeds the first wife. The maid replied timidly. Tell him it is General Nangong seeking him, Chenlinger retorted, rolling her eyes. The maid, startled, quickly responded, Yes, I shall go at once.
Soon,
the steward from the Nanyang governor's residence arrived. Miss, I hear General Nangong has summoned me? He inquired, scanning for Nangong Leixiao's presence. Would you have come if I had not said so? Regardless, I am still my father's daughter. What of being a concubine's daughter? I carry the general's child within me. You have always obeyed the first wife's commands, but have her daughters fared better in marriage than I? She asserted, her tone firm.
Of course not, miss.
The governor has always favored you. I would not dare to overstep, the steward replied, his voice laced with trepidation. Good.
Now,
Inquire whether there are any forces supporting Murong Xue, Chenlinger instructed. Yes, I shall attend to that immediately. As the steward departed, Chenlinger contemplated the situation. Murong Xue lacked any real power. She could not possibly be the owner of all the shops in the capital. With resolve, Chenlinger vowed to eliminate Murong Xue, intending to humiliate her publicly. After solidifying her determination, Chenlinger felt a weight lift from her heart. Murong Xue was like a tenacious insect, refusing to perish. Aided repeatedly by others, including the old general and that Nangong Yudi, she wished ill upon her for failing to find a husband. Were it not for them, Murong Xue would have long vacated the capital, and her unborn child would have been a legitimate heir. How infuriating! Chenlinger's eyes brimmed with hatred, for she placed great importance on status. She had lived under the shadow of being a secondary child, feeling the weight of her lineage. Murong Xue was no match for her. A household servant, eager to please, remarked, I shall rise with the child within me, allowing my mother to ascend, ensuring that the first wife will no longer dare to belittle us. My mother always taught me to seek a man of standing. A woman's beauty fades in mere years. Even flowers wilt. Besides, many exquisite beauties exist, and when that time comes, men often change their affections. Only those with cunning and ruthlessness can endure. Who can impede my rise, Chenlinger, to wealth and nobility? I shall not hold back until she can no longer stand, Chenlinger remarked with a venomous smile. On that day, as Murong Xue was about to depart, her pursuers knelt before her, pleading for her to return. In the presence of so many people, Murong Xue found it inappropriate to argue. Thus she resolved to return home first and address the matter later. Upon her return, she discovered that General Nangong and the various shopkeepers had already departed, leaving the courtyard in disarray. As she tidied up the yard, she mused to herself, the capital is not a place for prolonged stay, it only brings more troubles. The old general insists that I continue as the daughter-in-law of the Nangong family, yet Nangong Leixiao is an ungrateful wretch. It is best for me to leave. After glancing back at the small courtyard, Murong Xue confirmed her decision to depart. As she opened the courtyard door, a stern and dignified woman blocked her path. Although the woman was middle-aged, her demeanor was composed, exuding the grace of a noble woman. Are you Murong Xue? Our lady wishes to see you. And who might you be? Does your lady know me? Murong Xue inquired, puzzled. Outside, a two-horse carriage stood, the magnificent steeds patiently bowing their heads. Though the carriage was modestly adorned, its luxurious interior could be faintly discerned. The interior was embellished with fine silk and adorned with various jewels, indicating that this lady was of considerable wealth. The two-horse carriage merely a display of understated elegance. Seeing Murong Xue silent, the middle-aged woman pressed on. Please rest assured, young lady. Our lady will not cause you any trouble. She merely wishes to converse with you. I kindly ask that you join her in the carriage, lest she grow anxious in waiting. Recognizing the woman's sincerity and propriety, Murong Xue discerned that it was indeed inconvenient for the lady to meet her directly. Very well. I shall accompany you to meet this lady, she replied, allowing the middle-aged woman to assist her into the carriage. As they traveled, the woman noted Murong Xue's striking appearance and poised demeanor, silently acknowledging the foresight of the emperor in recognizing such a remarkable individual. They soon arrived at an elegant and refreshing courtyard, where the woman gestured, "This is the place. Please disembark, young lady." "It is only proper for me to pay my respects to my elders," Murong Xue responded. The woman nodded in approval, recognizing the young lady's refined upbringing. Inside, the Empress Dowager awaited with eager anticipation, having heard the sound of the carriage. Upon entering the hall, Murong Xue lowered her head and said, "I pay my respects to the lady. May I inquire about the purpose of your summons?" The Empress Dowager concealed her astonishment at Murong Xue's beauty, surveying her with a measured gaze, and replied, "There is no need for formality. Please have a seat. Simply call me Lady Chen." "Thank you, Lady Chen, for your gracious invitation. May I ask the reason for your summoning me?" Murong Xue queried, glancing at the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager's regal presence, Murong Xue pondered whether this Lady Chen could be the mother of that foolish young man, given the way she scrutinized her. The demeanor of Lady Chen bore a resemblance to that of the young man, emanating an innate nobility and an air of cold elegance. "In this case, let us speak frankly. What sum would it take for you to leave my son? 100,000 taels, or perhaps 1,000,000. Name your price, and I shall accommodate you," the Empress Dowager stated candidly. Murong Xue chuckled at the suggestion. "Lady Chen, you misunderstand. My encounter with your son was but a fleeting moment. I have no interest in monetary compensation. I intend to leave the capital and never set foot in it again, so the notion of leaving does not apply." Her eyes concealed a haughty pride. To be bribed was an affront. The Empress Dowager sensed the cool aristocracy radiating from Murong Xue, a woman who distinctly possessed an air of nobility, contrary to the findings of her earlier investigations that suggested Murong Xue hailed from humble origins. Could the information have been erroneous? "Young lady, I urge you to speak cautiously and conduct yourself with decorum in the presence of Our Lady," one of the female officials admonished. It was rare for the most esteemed woman in the realm to engage in conversation with someone of Murong Xue's standing. Yet this young lady. The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. "It is of no concern." She then continued to Murong Xue, "Very well. You have made your intentions clear. Once you leave the capital, you must not return. Are you aware of the vast chasm that separates you from my son? Do not harbor any delusions of ascending to greater heights." Murong Xue responded with unyielding composure, "Rest assured, Lady Chen, I have never aspired to climb any higher." The Empress Dowager, impressed by Murong Xue's unwavering demeanor, decided not to press the matter further. "You shall be escorted back to your residence," she commanded the female officials. "As you wish, my lady," they replied, leading Murong Xue away. After Murong Xue departed, the Empress Dowager sighed. The Nangong family has indeed a commendable daughter-in-law. Yet alas, that General Nangong does not know how to cherish her, enamored instead with those of lesser virtue. It seems he is unfit for significant responsibility. "My lady, there is one matter I do not understand," the female official spoke. "Proceed," the Empress Dowager urged. "Before Murong Xue's arrival, you intended to reprimand her, yet upon her arrival, you refrained. What is the reason behind this?" the official inquired, perplexed. The Empress Dowager began to explain, "I dare not act against Murong Xue for 2 reasons. First, she is the former daughter-in-law of the venerable general, who has always held her in high regard and wishes for her to return as a daughter-in-law. Second, because Howard protects and shelters her fiercely. I fear that any conflict between us could create a rift. Howard is already displeased with my attempts to introduce women into his harem. Murong Xue has captured his heart, so I cannot act against her." Chapter 65. The appearance of Bei Ming Haoyu. The Empress Dowager's thoughts were thorough, far exceeding those of the official. The official stood respectfully, bowing her head in attendance. The Empress Dowager, satisfied, remarked, "The manicure I received from the craftsman outside the palace was commendable, far superior to what we have within. I am not Howard's biological mother. Therefore, I must not overstep. Moreover, my family relies on Howard's support. The queens of generations past have originated from my lineage. If I were to create a rift, I fear the throne could fall to another family. Long-term considerations must prevail. You have been by my side since childhood. I speak to you of these matters in confidence." The official's face reflected concern as she gazed upon the Empress Dowager, feeling grateful for her trust. Yet, knowing the Empress Dowager's thoughts also meant a greater risk. Knowledge only brings danger within the palace. "I am anxious, but I shall remain loyal to you, my lady," the official declared, hastily kneeling to pledge her allegiance. "Rise, and keep a watchful eye on Howard. A ruler must maintain a dignified presence, not frequent the alleys, but rather associate with those who will be beneficial for the throne." "Understood, my lady," the official replied, lowering her gaze. "If Howard does not favor my cousin, arrange for encounters with eligible young ladies of noble birth in the garden after court sessions," the Empress Dowager instructed, her expression solemn. "I shall attend to it immediately," the official affirmed as she exited. The Empress Dowager pondered, "I absolutely cannot allow Howard to take that Murong Xue as his consort. Murong Xue, Having once been married and subsequently discarded, surely lacks the qualifications to become Hauer's wife. Hauer should seek a daughter of a prominent minister, one who can assist him in the court. Recently, Baiming Haoyu has felt an unsettling restlessness. Though it does not affect his attendance at court, he remains melancholic. He is secretly delighted to learn that Murong Xue has been reclaimed. At the moment she was preparing to leave, he had contemplated sending someone to stop her. But upon witnessing her return, he felt a sense of relief. It was best that she did not leave the capital. A figure clad in white descended gracefully outside Murong Xue's courtyard, resembling an ethereal being. A pair of obsidian-like eyes intently observed the movements within. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting tune drifted from the courtyard, akin to the gentle trickling of spring water. Is this the piece played on the 100 birds facing the phoenix zither? Baiming Haoyu perked up, feeling invigorated by the sound. The verdant branches of the cassia trees swayed, adorned with golden ties. The leaves concealed emerald hues, while blossoms danced like white jade. Birds chirped above and below, wandering heroes intoxicated by the melody. The empire of Yang has fallen, yet none here seemed to know. A soft, lilting voice sang, enunciating each word with precision, emotions flowing seamlessly with the melody. This rendition of Guangling melody was imbued with an extraordinary charm, at times sorrowful, surpassing even the palace musicians. Baiming Haoyu marveled at Murong Xue's enchanting voice. Within the courtyard, Murong Xue played Guangling melody, her slender fingers gliding effortlessly over the strings. A clear result of long practice, her technique both skilled and fluid. Baiming Haoyu, outside the courtyard, felt the poignant sorrow in the melody, its ethereal quality stirring his heart. Once the performance concluded, Murong Xue carefully stored the zither, preparing to depart the capital for the last time. She had resolved this would be her final performance on the 100 birds facing the phoenix zither. She wondered where the gentleman who gifted her the instrument was now. He always arrived, bemoaning his hunger upon entering. It felt unfamiliar not to have him intruding these past few days. Murong Xue coiled her long hair into an elegant bun, securing it with a hairpin. She changed into a moon-white garment, a male attire, intending to disguise herself as a man to leave the capital. Disguising herself served to avoid attracting attention, as a woman in a flowing skirt would surely draw unwelcome gazes, even in an inn. It was best to exercise caution. Inside the courtyard, a slender and graceful young man was tidying up delicate belongings. Outside, Baiming Haoyu remained entranced by the melody, yearning for another glimpse. Moment latte. The courtyard door creaked open, revealing a figure in moon-white attire emerging. Baiming Haoyu quickly sidestepped to conceal himself. He was certain that this gentlemanly figure was none other than Murong Xue, identifiable by her round apricot-shaped eyes, elongated swan-like neck, and skin as fair as jade. Baiming Haoyu wished to keep his presence a secret, not wanting Murong Xue to know he had been eavesdropping on her performance of Guangling melody. He was unsure why he lingered outside. It was as though he somehow anticipated her departure. He needed a fortuitous encounter with her, otherwise it would be utterly embarrassing, a sovereign of a nation, hiding like a mouse, listening in on her music. Murong Xue locked the courtyard door and strolled forward leisurely. What a coincidence. Where are you headed? At that moment, Baiming Haoyu revealed himself. Murong Xue remained silent, continuing her path. Have you suddenly forgotten me? I am the one who frequently dines at your table, showering you with silver, yet now you feign ignorance. Baiming Haoyu felt somewhat speechless. It is not that I do not recognize you, but speaking further would only deepen the sorrow. I am leaving now, never to return to the capital. This is our farewell. Murong Xue did not pause her steps. Why such an abrupt departure? Have you encountered some trouble? Baiming Haoyu sensed something was amiss. He was unaware that the Empress Dowager had met with Murong Xue. This 100 birds facing the phoenix zither was a gift from you. I cannot accept a favor without merit, hence, I must return it to you. This zither possesses exceptional sound quality and is priceless. I cannot bear its weight. Murong Xue extended the zither towards Baiming Haoyu. Crafted from the finest phoenix wood, the zither was named for its ability to summon phoenixes upon its completion. It symbolizes good fortune, and my gift represents my sincere intentions. Once given, it cannot be taken back. If you remain, I have more treasures to bestow upon you. Such a magnificent treasure, of immeasurable value, I cannot accept. Murong Xue declined. Seeing the determination in her eyes caused Baiming Haoyu's heart to ache. He strove to conceal his own sorrow, forcing a smile as he said, If that is the case then. Upon reconsideration, he realized he should not say so. He continued, I have already stated that once a gift is given, it cannot be reclaimed. Have you encountered someone? Otherwise, why do you regard me with such strange eyes? Should I confess that I saw your mother? Your mother humiliated me with money. Of course, that would not do, Murong Xue thought. It is nothing. You are overthinking it. I simply feel a bit reluctant. Perhaps I have grown accustomed to your praises of my culinary skills, and now, with your sudden departure, I feel a sense of loss. This zither is far too precious. I must return it to you, Murong Xue said. Upon hearing Murong Xue's words, Bai Ming Haoyu felt an overwhelming sense of loss wash over him. A voice within him urged, keep her, otherwise you will regret it. When I gave you this zither, it was not in such condition. It seems you have broken a few strings. Bai Ming Haoyu said gloomily.
Impossible.
I just played it. It was perfectly fine. You must be mistaken. Otherwise, let me play it to prove its strings are intact. Murong Xue exclaimed with surprise. She pointed to the 100 birds facing the phoenix zither in Bai Ming Haoyu's hands. Then why not come inside and play a tune? We wouldn't want you accusing me of damaging your precious instrument. With that, Murong Xue moved towards the small courtyard. The courtyard door was secured with a sturdy lock, and despite her efforts, Murong Xue could not open it. Bai Ming Haoyu, standing behind her, smiled with satisfaction, revealing a row of pearly teeth. Allow me. This lock is too secure. Murong Xue stepped aside, and Bai Ming Haoyu swiftly opened the lock. The strength of a woman is limited. Had it not been for me today, I fear. After closing the courtyard door, Murong Xue carefully placed the 100 birds facing the phoenix zither on a stone table. The zither was clearly a priceless artifact, intricately carved with lifelike phoenixes, so realistic they seemed to come alive. The 100 birds facing the phoenix zither harmonized sound and meaning, intertwining music and intent to create an ambience. Plucking its strings produced elegant tones, ethereal yet ancient, with 2 dragon motifs adorning its back, crafted from the finest gold, and the feet made of the most precious yellow jade, with ivory for the pegs. Gold, jade, and ivory. This zither was a rare treasure. After stating this, Murong Xue prepared to play. She closed her eyes, testing the sound on the strings, and a flowing melody poured forth like water. The sound of the guqin resonated with a raw power, rich and profound like the waves of the pine forest, evoking a cascade of thoughts. Your playing has unveiled an extraordinary ambience, exclaimed Bai Ming Haoyu, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. In my childhood, my royal parents had the finest musicians in the palace instruct me. Among the arts, the guqin stands supreme. Today, I have played a piece with you. How is it? The guqin is unharmed, I trust? Then let us part ways. Until we meet again, Murong Xue said, a hint of sorrow concealed in her gaze. You cannot leave, Bai Ming Haoyu urged, almost tripping over a small stone on the cobblestone path in his haste. Why not? I am a free person, not anyone's slave, Murong Xue replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Though you are not a slave, do you not realize that if you depart, you will bear a lifetime of disgrace? Subject to the scorn and slander of the world, with baseless accusations laid upon you? Bai Ming Haoyu cautioned. Murong Xue raised an eyebrow, her demeanor calm. What does disgrace matter? If one is burdened by such so-called reputations in life, they might as well bind themselves without realizing it. As Bai Ming Haoyu listened to her words, he inspected the 100 birds facing the phoenix guqin. There were no signs of damage, and the strings remained intact. I was mistaken, you have not broken the strings. Yet this guqin, while still exquisite, has lost its ancient charm and sounds somewhat ostentatious, he remarked. Murong Xue could not help but chuckle. That is a spurious argument. This guqin is not an antique. At most it is merely a decade old. Thus it cannot produce an overly ancient feel, nor can it be deemed too extravagant. Seeing her smile, Bai Ming Haoyu felt a surge of joy. He adored the sight of her laughter, as if all shadows had dissipated, leaving only endless brightness. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. Murong Xue, open the door. Do not hide like a turtle. The door was knocked upon fiercely, causing dust from the rafters to cascade down. Who are you? What business do you have here? Murong Xue scolded as she opened the door. A middle-aged man with slanted eyes and a crooked neck staggered forward. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he gazed at Murong Xue. You must be Murong Xue. You possess some beauty. Yet you have offended my lady and dared to compete for the favor of our gentleman. Moreover, you have usurped someone else's name. As you bear an identical name to all the shopkeepers in the capital, You must have adopted it upon seeing others called Murong Xue.
With that,
The man signaled to a few attendants behind him. Come, let us take her to the magistrate. How dare she usurp a name? The attendants, grinning maliciously, advanced toward Murong Xue.
Halt!
Who gave you the audacity to arrest someone in broad daylight? Even if you were official enforcers, you would require documentation, Baiming Haoyu interjected, his expression darkening. The attendants trembled at the sound of his voice, their confidence shaken by his intimidating presence. Which noble family do you belong to, young master? You certainly appear to be from a prestigious background, the middle-aged man, the steward of the Nanyang governor's mansion, said ingratiatingly, sizing up Baiming Haoyu. The young master's luxurious attire and the jade pendant at his waist spoke of considerable wealth and exceptional bearing. Whose son I am is of no concern to you. Do you not feel ashamed to bully a vulnerable woman? Baiming Haoyu replied without a hint of politeness. The steward frowned. He was aware that his master was the governor, a fourth-rank official. Although this young master hailed from a wealthy family, his ignorance of the governor's identity suggested he was no nobleman. Whether it is shameful or not, that is for my master to decide. You should not meddle in this matter. Leave quickly. Do not get involved with Murong Xue, or you will find yourself in misfortune. The steward scoffed. I have decided to involve myself in this matter, Baiming Haoyu said, positioning himself protectively in front of Murong Xue.
Ha!
What a deluded fool.
Boys!
Seize him. The steward commanded, waving his hand, and the attendants surrounded Baiming Haoyu. Sensing the dire situation, Murong Xue pushed past Baiming Haoyu and shielded him, saying, It does not concern you. You should leave. I can handle this. Upon hearing this, Baiming Haoyu felt a surge of emotion. Such a delicate woman, standing unafraid before the attendants and shielding him, demonstrated profound loyalty. If I could have such a woman, how fortunate I would be. Truly, how fortunate. Baiming Haoyu was astonished by Murong Xue's brave act. How could she not be afraid? This unguarded gesture revealed her concern for him. As he gazed at Murong Xue, who was barely tall enough to reach his chin, memories from his childhood rushed back. His father had sat solemnly above, reprimanding him for neglecting his royal sister. In truth, it was his elder brother who had caused the trouble and shifted the blame onto him. His brother had summoned witnesses who testified against him. He was left speechless. His father commanded the guards to punish him with a cane, but at that moment, his mother had rushed forth like a hen shielding her chick, protecting him. Hao Yuan has always been benevolent. He treats his siblings with kindness. You cannot punish him based solely on a few biased testimonies. If he truly is at fault, I shall share the punishment with him. At the sight of his mother, his father's demeanor softened, and after consulting several people, he realized his mistake. Under the envious gaze of his brother, he departed unscathed. At that moment, Baiming Haoyu felt an uncanny resemblance between Murong Xue and his mother. Both shared a smooth, full forehead, a resolute chin, and an extraordinary grace and beauty. What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave. Murong Xue urged, exchanging glances with Baiming Haoyu, signaling the importance of protecting the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Guqin. If this group were to see it, it would likely be stolen in broad daylight. This group was none other than Qianling, Ur's relatives, and the leering steward was clearly prepared for confrontation. Who said I would leave? I wish to see how. In this vast realm beneath the heavens, one dares to impersonate enforcers without any documentation and abduct someone, treating the law as if it were nothing, Baiming Haoyu declared scornfully. What audacity! Who do you think you are? You do not even know me. You cannot possibly be a nobleman. You are merely a well-dressed fool with some money. Yet you are nothing more than a fade, the steward sneered. Indeed, steward, look at the Guqin he carries. It must be stolen. Just moments ago, he was here struggling over it. The attendants chimed in provocatively. Seize the Guqin. It must be stolen. I will hand it over to the governor, the steward commanded, his eyes glinting with calculation. Dare to steal in the open? Baiming Haoyu's eyes flashed dangerously, causing the steward to retreat in fear. What do you intend to do? Do not say I did not warn you. I am the steward of the Nanyang governor's mansion. If you act against me, you may find yourself imprisoned, the steward threatened. In response, Baiming Haoyu struck with a swift palm, the force of his blow rushing toward the steward. The steward, caught off guard, stumbled backward and fell heavily to the ground, covered in dirt. The steward painfully spat out the soil from his mouth. Normally a tyrant, he would bully the servants. But seeing him in such a predicament brought unrestrained joy to the household staff, who laughed heartily. clutching their sides. The steward shot a warning glare at them, slowly rising from the ground and rubbing his swollen face. When he turned to face Bei Ming Haoyu, fear washed over him. The steward retreated to a corner, and the servants, sensing his trepidation, also shrank back. The man appeared exceedingly refined, yet his strikes were as thunderous as a tempest, his presence as overwhelming as a tidal wave. What was happening? This man was presenting a stolen loot to that wretched woman, and you stand idly by? How can you not act against him simply because he possesses certain skills? Join me in capturing him. A sharp female voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a stunning woman in her 30s, swaying as she approached. Her waist was slender, and despite her age, she exuded an enchanting allure, her features exquisitely delicate. "Why, little madam, have you come?" the steward asked, fawning. "I came to see the discarded wife of Nangong Leishao. Indeed, she is striking. Yet she dares to defy the laws of Beichen and deceive the world. Steward, apprehend this man as well. A pair of illicit lovers should be properly matched." The speaker was Nangong, the concubine of the governor of Nanyang and the mother of Chenling. In her 40s, she maintained a youthful appearance through careful grooming and inherent charm, captivating the governor's favor to the extent that even his legitimate wife could not contest her. However, due to her lowly origins, she held no status even as a concubine, merely existing as a favored mistress. Should Chenlinger become Nangong Leixiao's legitimate wife, Nangong would gain the right to elevate her status to that of a concubine or even a wife. Murong Xue recognized Nangong and scoffed, merely a mistress. Lower than a concubine. How dare you dictate terms here? Truly, like mother, like daughter. Nangong, enraged, pointed at Murong Xue, exclaiming, "Steward, bind this wretched woman and send her to prison immediately." "Understood. I shall act as the little madam wishes," the steward replied. Although this little madam was not even a concubine, let alone a wife, she held the governor's affection, making her untouchable. Moreover, she wielded considerable influence, having bested the governor's wife in disputes for years. "Let us see who dares to act." A booming voice resonated from outside, akin to a tiger's roar. The steward jumped in fright, recognizing it as the Black Ice Platform, a special organization of the Beichen Kingdom personally led by Bei Ming Haoyu. Known for its formidable combat power and elite guards, the speaker was the leader of the Black Ice Platform, clad in bronze armor, bearing a bow and crossbow on his back, standing with an imposing presence. After surveying the crowd, he pointed at the steward and his companions, commanding, "Take them all away. Anyone who dares to resist shall be executed without mercy." Understood. A group of guards in leather armor swiftly surrounded the steward and his companions. Bei Ming Haoyu exchanged a knowing glance with the leader, indicating that he wished to remain undisclosed. "Except for the owner of this courtyard and that man, everyone else, including this woman, shall be captured," the leader instructed, pointing at Nangong. Nangong struggled desperately, shouting, "I am the wife of the governor of Nanyang. Who dares to do this without cause? You need no reason for your capture. Your very appearance gives me reason to suspect you as a spy sent by the Six Nations," the leader of the Black Ice Platform retorted, his eyes filled with disdain. Murong Xue stifled a laugh. "A spy? What nonsense! Who are you people? In broad daylight, you dare to arrest me? I am the wife of the governor." Nangong continued to fight against the guards, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Before long, she was bound. Never had she endured such humiliation. She began to curse. "You vile scoundrels, how dare you lay hands on the governor's wife? Once I inform him, you shall be subjected to 1,000 tortures. Release me at once, and I shall not hold it against you." The leader coldly laughed. "Gag her. Stuff her mouth with a sock. I fear anything else may tarnish." One of the guards mockingly removed a sock and shoved it into Nangong's mouth, rendering her speechless. She looked at the guard in terror, realizing they were serious. Using the governor's name proved futile. "Madam, I forgot to mention, these people are from the Black Ice Platform, sent by His Majesty. They only appear for special events or to apprehend spies from the Six Nations," the steward said, his tone obsequious. "Today, I have truly gained face. His Majesty sent the Black Ice Platform to apprehend me. How shall I ever leave? Once imprisoned in the Court of Judicial Review, it will be nearly impossible to escape." Nangong's eyes widened in horror as she turned to the steward. "Why did you not say so earlier?" Had she known, she would have refrained from her earlier arrogance. This was the Black Ice Platform of His Majesty. What crime had she committed to warrant such attention? Was it related to that wretched woman Murong Xue?
Impossible.
She did not even know His Majesty. How could she have stirred him? If His Majesty truly favored her, he would have taken her into the palace as a consort long ago. Or perhaps it was the old general. Although he held a prestigious position in the Bachin kingdom, he could not mobilize the black ice platform at His Majesty's command. Nangong suppressed the bizarre taste in her mouth, shaking her head in disbelief. Madam, let me bear this grievance with you. Save your strength, for struggling is futile. The steward said, turning to the leader with a fawning expression. Sir, please have mercy and tell me who has ordered my arrest. We are not spies. I am the steward of the governor's household, and this lady is the governor's mistress. Don't waste my time. I suspect you are spies sent by the Six Nations and shall have you imprisoned in the Court of Judicial Review for thorough interrogation. The leader declared, emphasizing the last few words with particular weight. The steward shivered, cautiously suggesting, since you suspect us, I believe Murong Xue and this unknown man should also be considered spies and should be apprehended as well. Who needs your input on capturing people? Do you think you have the authority to speak on behalf of His Majesty? Move along. The leader retorted, pushing him aside. The steward felt tears welling up in his eyes. Sir, please do not say such things. I would not dare to presume. The guards of the Black Ice platform took Nangong and the steward to the Court of Judicial Review, also known as the Xianying Prison, or the Great Li Temple. The chief officer of the Great Li Temple held an esteemed position, overseeing all matters within. Aware that the capture of these individuals was at Bei Ming Haoyu's behest, he did not dare to neglect them and instructed the warden to treat the group well. Since His Majesty has personally instructed us, we must ensure these individuals are well cared for, the warden implied. Understood, sir, the jailer replied, stepping back with a glint of malice in his eyes. The jailer was originally a deputy in the service of the governor of Nanyang, but after offending the governor, he was demoted to the position of jailer. Exhausting his family fortune, the jailer bribed the deputy of the Dali Temple, thus securing his position as a prominent jailer there. As the highest-ranking prison in Bachin, the status of a jailer at the Dali Temple was significantly elevated. After the warden departed, the jailer approached the steward and Nangong with a sinister grin.
Go.
Gather some pebbles and put them in a bag, he commanded the newly appointed jailer. Understood, the jailer replied, and exited. Soon he returned with a bag filled with pebbles, which would inflict pain without leaving visible marks. Let them wear wooden stocks from dawn till dusk. These individuals are repeat offenders, and to prevent them from inciting others, they shall be confined together, regardless of gender. I am the wife of the governor of Nanyang. How dare you imprison me with these men? Nangong shrieked. Silence. Here, your status as a wife means nothing. Moreover, you are merely a concubine, devoid of shame, bold enough to make a ruckus here. Use the bag of pebbles as a means of punishment. Remember, do not leave any marks. The jailer snarled through clenched teeth. The steward of the Nanyang governor's residence, upon hearing the news of the imprisonment of the steward and the concubine, felt a surge of delight. At last, an opportunity for revenge had presented itself. It was said that the governor had a deep affection for this concubine, even fathering a daughter with her. Inflicting torment upon the governor's concubine would be tantamount to indirectly punishing the governor himself. The jailer began the interrogation, and muffled groans could be heard from within the confines, their mouths tightly gagged. After the beating, he would inquire if they had anything to confess. Do not kill them. That would not bode well for us, he reminded. In the residence of General Nangong, a servant rushed in, breathless. Miss, it is terrible. The steward and the mistress have been taken. Linger sprang to her feet, glaring at the servant.
What?
Say that again. Who dares to seize the governor's wife? In this capital, who does not know that my father's beloved is my mother? How dare they disturb the sovereign's peace? As she spoke, Linger struck the servant several times. The servant, covering his bruised face, protested, I would never deceive you, miss. They were taken today to the Dali Temple S prison. The governor is already aware and is seeking a way to rescue them. I was sent to inquire if you had any ideas. It is said that the Emperor's personal guards, the Black Ice platform, were the ones who apprehended them. Where were they captured? What were the charges? Linger felt a sense of foreboding. They were caught in Murong Xue's courtyard. Murong Xue was not taken. It is suspected that the steward and the mistress are spies sent by the Six Kingdoms.
Linger was Astonis hit.
What? How could my mother, at her age, be a spy? This is utterly absurd. Could it be that Murong Xue is behind this? Is she not without maternal support? How could she possess such influence to have my mother imprisoned in the Dali Temple? Ordinary folk cannot mobilize the black ice platform unless it is the emperor himself. Murong Xue is merely a commoner. How could the emperor know her? Someone else must be pulling the strings.
Who could it be?
Chapter 68. Chunlinga's despair. I do not know who sent the black ice platform, but I have heard that they are like harbingers of doom, each clad in terrifying black armor. Miss, perhaps you should seek assistance from your husband. He is a general, after all. The servant hesitated. I have also heard that the mistress is being mistreated in prison, he stammered. Speak quickly. At this juncture, do not hesitate. If you do not speak, I shall sell you off, Chunlinger warned, her tone sharp. The servant fell to his knees. Miss, you cannot sell me. I have always been by your side. If sold into labor, my life would be at risk. Please consider my loyalty to you and spare me this once. Still not speaking?
Chunlinger erklärt, Herr Expression dargening.
I do not know what that jailer is thinking. He has not yet sentenced the steward and the mistress, but has already dealt harshly with her. The mistress has fainted several times from the pain, yet there are no visible injuries. The jailer claims it is due to her poor health and inability to adapt to prison life. However, I suspect he has resorted to unspeakable methods to torture her. I have gathered all this information through connections. The silver you have given me has served its purpose.
What?
My mother has been tortured? She, who is delicate and frail. How could those brutes treat her so? I wish to tear them to shreds. Hatred flashed in Chunlinger's eyes. Miss, please do not act rashly. The well-being of the child you carry is paramount, the servant implored, alarmed. The child? Yes, this life within me could become my strength, Chunlinger mused, tenderly placing a hand on her abdomen. Just as the servant was about to sneak away, Chunlinger called out, Stop. Here is 100 taels of silver.
To be spent wisely.
If I find you pocketing any of it, you know my temper. Use this money to bribe those in the Dali Temple. If it is insufficient, return for more. Do not some of your drinking companions work there as jailers? I shall take care of it, the servant replied. If I succeed, there will be a reward. The woman you desire will be yours, and I have already brought your parents from the countryside. You are of an age to marry, and they await the joys of family life. Chunlinger hinted with a smile. To think they would be brought as hostages. The servant felt a chill of foreboding. I will do my utmost to assist you, Mississippi. You need not worry. My loyalty to you is unwavering. After a firm admonition, Chunlinger finally felt relief. Given her current condition, she could not venture out easily and needed a trustworthy servant. Among those she had brought from her family, this servant was the most clever, making him the ideal choice for the task. In the Dali Temple, Nangong and the steward were confined together. I have heard your daughter is as base as you, seizing the general's wife's position and becoming pregnant before marriage, forcing the general's wife out. You are a fox spirit, still flaunting your charms at your age. Nangong spat at the female prisoner opposite her. This old hag claims to be the governor's wife, who does not know that her daughter is the wanton who usurped the position of the Nangong wife. Even in prison, she behaves as if she were in her own home, constantly complaining about the food or the size of the room, and fussing over her appearance, the female prisoner retorted. You little whore, how dare you insult the governor's wife? Once I am free, I shall have the governor deal with you. Nangong seethed, wishing to burst from her cell and rend her adversary apart. Report to the jailer. Someone is being insulted. The female prisoner shouted. At that moment, the jailer, who held a grudge against the governor of Nanyang, approached. You cannot behave orderly even in prison, hurling insults? You claim to be the governor's wife. Even if you were, the law applies equally to all, regardless of status. Moreover, you are nothing but a homewrecker, lesser than a concubine. Preposterous. How dare you? My daughter is the general's wife, Nangong exclaimed, her face turning green with anger. Do not mention your daughter. Her swollen belly is a source of embarrassment. Last time, she was scolded mercilessly by Lady Murong, and it was a delight to witness. With her lowly background, how can she be compared to Lady Murong, who acknowledges your daughter as the general's wife? Even the general's position is precarious. The old general has nearly expelled him from the residence. Chunlinger clings stubbornly to the general's house, the jailer remarked. Indeed, such a person's daughter can never be of good character. Listen closely. Nangong remains unrepentant in her confinement, stirring trouble daily. As a consequence, she has been denied food today, and all items sent to her in prison have been confiscated. Upon finishing these remarks, the jailer bore a sinister grin. Nangong, infuriated, nearly fainted from rage, directing her venomous glare at the female inmate across from her.
Chen Linger.
Her complexion ashen, listened intently to the report on Mei Nyang's situation within the prison. This wretched jailer had the audacity to treat her mother so harshly. Chen Linger seethed, a flicker of malevolence crossing her eyes. Miss, you should seek out the general. After all, he has rendered significant service to Beichen and is well acquainted with many influential figures. If he knows someone in the Ministry of Justice, such as the chief or deputy chief, your mother's situation in prison could improve considerably. It was clear that her release was unlikely, given that she had been apprehended by the Emperor's personal guards, the Black Ice Platform, who would not easily allow her to escape. Hurry, summon the general, Chen Linger resolved. The household servant quickly brought forth Nangong Leishao. Linger, why the urgency in summoning me? Nangong Leishao inquired, confusion etched across his face. A surge of resentment welled within Chen Linger. She longed to chastise him. Your mother-in-law is imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, and you stand here nonchalantly asking what the matter is, you heartless wretch. Yet, upon reflection, with her father, the governor of Nanyang, powerless to intervene, she realized she must rely on Nangong Leishao. Offending him could prevent her mother from ever being released. General, please devise a plan for me. My mother has been held in the ministry for several days, enduring immense suffering. Do you not feel any compassion? Even the child within me is distressed, unable to settle these past few days. What? The child is unwell? Nangong Leishao replied, alarmed. Perhaps my worries have affected the baby, Chen Linger said softly. Fear not. I will consult an old classmate of mine, the deputy chief of the Ministry of Justice. I will present him with a gift of his liking, and soon your esteemed mother will return home. Nangong Leishao assured her earnestly. Chen Linger beamed. You are truly the best to me, General. At the residence of the deputy chief of the Ministry of Justice, the man averted his gaze as he addressed Nangong Leishao. Brother Nangong, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but I find myself utterly powerless. The steward of the governor and the concubine are serious offenders. His Majesty has issued strict orders. The deputy chief sighed helplessly, casting a furtive glance at Nangong Leishao. This former classmate was proving to be quite a handful. After several hours of drinking, he was now being asked to look after the governor's concubine. Just a concubine. Yet you don't find it embarrassing to acknowledge her as your mother-in-law, he thought, but refrained from voicing such sentiments. Could you possibly help me care for my mother-in-law? The governor's wife? Nangong Leishao asked awkwardly. It was indeed not a dignified situation to have a concubine as a mother-in-law. The deputy chief, seeing his obstinacy, sighed. Since we have shared a drink for this long and have been classmates for many years, let me hint at something. His Majesty despises disloyalty, even that shown to a first wife. The late emperor had many consorts, yet his heart belonged solely to concubine Jean, the emperor's mother. The other consorts were mere ornaments. Had the royal bloodline been robust, he would not have favored others. After a few princes, he exclusively adored concubine Jean. Such deep affection does not endure. She passed away prematurely. To this day, His Majesty has not favored a single woman, seeking only a true love. A man of deep sentiment. My brother, upon returning to court, dismissed his wife, and you seek a woman born of a concubine? Many officials in court refrain from taking concubines to curry favor with His Majesty, yet you boldly defy this convention. I truly cannot assist you. Hearing the subtle refusal, Nangong Leishao felt a pang of discomfort. This classmate, with whom he had maintained a decent relationship and whom he had often supported, was now unwilling to help him in a time of need. If you do not assist me, who will? Were it not for me, would you have attained the position of deputy chief? Have you forgotten our friendship? What of the concubine? Though not formally married, she is the governor's favored one. You must help, for the matter is critical, he insisted, believing his friend would ultimately relent. The deputy chief shook his head in refusal. Let me be clear. If I assist you, I risk losing my position as deputy chief. I am truly powerless. I am fatigued today. Please excuse me. The deputy chief dismissed him, leaving Nangong Leishao's face darkened with fury. However, he could not express his anger, for this former classmate was now in a better position than he, and he needed to maintain goodwill. I shall take my leave for now, and will trouble you again at a later date, he said. The deputy chief was taken aback. Will you truly return? I have been quite busy with official duties. I fear I may not be able to offer proper hospitality. I have heard that Brother Nangong will soon welcome a precious child. There must be much to attend to at home, and this matter should take precedence. He politely declined. You, Nangong Leishao began, but words failed him. Angrily, he swept his sleeve and departed without a backward glance. Once back at the General's residence, he erupted in fury. This wretch, having become deputy chief, has forgotten his friends? I did not demand that you release her, only that you look after her a bit more. Your constant evasion shows no regard for our friendship. It infuriates me.
Chen er hurried overtog Nangong Leishao.
General, please do not be angry. It is not good for your health. It is all my fault for urging you. I merely felt pity for my mother, enduring suffering at her age. As she spoke, she wiped away her tears with a silken handkerchief. What fault lies with Linger? You possess only filial piety, he reassured her. This situation is indeed delicate. My classmate cannot risk his position as deputy chief by assisting me. We must allow my mother to endure in prison for a while longer. As her release is currently impossible, even securing someone to look after her will yield little hope. Nangong Leishao lamented. Is it truly beyond the general's reach? Then my mother is truly without hope. What crime has she committed to warrant imprisonment in the Ministry of Justice? My father has sought assistance, but all have claimed they cannot help, Linger said, her face etched with fear. Seeing her so frightened, Nangong Leishao felt a surge of compassion. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. Do not fear, Linger. I shall think of another way. There must be a solution. Suddenly, Linger recalled the old general. Surely, he would not stand idly by in a time of need, especially for the sake of her unborn child. You may have an idea. There is someone who might be able to help. This individual is a celebrated military figure, well connected with the Empress Dowager, and thus His Majesty would likely heed her counsel. Nangong Leishao's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Let us seek out the old general for assistance. Linger, it would be best if you did not accompany me. The old general may become angered upon seeing you. While it matters not to you, what if your presence were to distress his health?
Chen replied hesitantly.
The most notable characteristic of green tea is its tendency to shoulder all blame. The more it does so, the more innocent it appears to others.
Indeed.
Nangong Leishao remarked, Linger is truly kind-hearted, always considering others. With a wife like that, what more could a husband desire? After paying his respects to the Duchess at the Duke of State's residence, Nangong Leishao subtly expressed his desire to seek the old general's assistance on behalf of Ling's mother. However, the Duchess, having learned from her previous experience, refrained from offering help. Last time she spoke up for Linger, she was reprimanded by the old general. Do not involve me. You go and speak with your father, she advised. Thus, Nangong Leishao found himself alone with the old general, who was engrossed in reading. Father, I wish to request a favor from you. The Minister of Justice, who oversees all matters of the court, has always maintained a good rapport with you. And I hope you might intercede on behalf of Ling's mother, he said, his expression hopeful. You have fought in vain these past few years. Such connections in the court are not to be squandered. They should be utilized wisely. You would have me plead for that wretched woman's filthy mother? Are you not concerned about being the subject of ridicule? The old general retorted angrily. I have heard about the Minister of Justice. You have utterly disgraced me by seeking to defend such a lowly woman. Your mother-in-law should be a person of noble stature, not a mistress. Should you dare to plead for anyone again, I shall break your legs. If you bring this matter up once more, you are no child of the Nangong family. Seeing the old general's furious demeanor, Nangong Leishao instinctively recoiled, as he feared the old man's wrath. He relied on his father's influence in the court, and the old general was known for his ruthless discipline. As a child, he had learned to dodge blows, having been frequently beaten, which had inadvertently honed his physical prowess for the battlefield. Father, I implore you, he stammered. That child is my own flesh and blood. Circumstances have led us to this point. Furthermore, if I marry her legitimately, the child would be considered legitimate. He pleaded desperately. The old general's chest heaved with rage as he brandished his sword at Nangong Leishao. Do you wish for me to slay you myself? If not, return and expel that wretched woman. I will not acknowledge you as my son otherwise. Furthermore, bring back Xue as my lawful wife. Her offspring shall be the true heir of the Nangong lineage. Nangong Leishao trembled at the sight of the sword, well aware of its blood-stained legacy. Wielded by a veteran of countless battles. Calm yourself, father. I shall return and consider my options, he said, employing a delaying tactic. He did not wish to suffer immediate consequences, especially since his father had always favored his sister, Nangong Yudi, who would never assist him against Murong Xue. Upon returning to the general's residence, Nangong Lei Xiao's dejected demeanor did not escape Chenlinga's notice, leading her to surmise that the old general had indeed unleashed his fury upon him. It seems the old general remains obstinate. And you, Nangong Lei Xiao, appear utterly ineffectual. The old general seems disinclined to heed your words. Despite her inner turmoil regarding her mother's suffering in the Minister of Justice's custody, Chenlinger maintained a cheerful facade. General, did you not succeed? It's all right. As long as you do not trouble the old general, we can avoid upsetting him and affecting his health. Nangong Lei Xiao felt a pang of guilt. Linger, your understanding is remarkable. The more you display such kindness, the more I am pained. It is my inadequacy. The old general no longer listens to me. His affections lie solely with my sister Yudi, who stands firmly with Murong Xue and would never aid her brother. Perhaps I should explore other avenues? Perhaps I could approach the Empress Dowager for assistance? Surely she would look upon me favorably, given my father's standing. Chenlingu's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that true, General? How wonderful! If you wish, I shall accompany you to meet the Empress Dowager. I have never been to the palace and long to experience it. The palace is not a place for you to wander freely. Nangong Lei Xiao thought, dread creeping in. The palace is a forbidden ground, filled with guards armed to the teeth, and it would not be wise to disturb the child. Moreover, the Empress Dowager may not even grant me an audience, let alone you. It is not a matter of your lowly status. It is simply that you do not understand how to present yourself, whether as the general's wife or as a mere mistress of the governor of Nanyang. Tears welled in Chenlingu's eyes. So, the general believes my origins are unworthy. I knew it, yet I love you, General, and that should suffice. My father is the governor of Nanyang. It is only my mother's status that is humble. What of it? Even heroes on the battlefield are not questioned about their origins. Who is born noble? The ancestors of the current royal family were once beggars. Nangong Lei Xiao quickly covered Chenlingu's mouth, alarmed. My dear ancestor, do not utter such words. To speak ill of the current sovereign is to invite destruction upon oneself. Displeased, Chenlinger retreated to her room, where a servant entered with news. Miss, there is word from the Minister of Justice regarding your mother. Quickly rising from her bed, her maids having been massaging her legs, Chenlinger inquired. What news of my mother? How does she fare in the Minister of Justice's care? The servant, trembling, replied, Miss, the information I have gathered suggests that your mother is gravely ill.
What? How could this be?
I must visit her,
Chenlinger exclaimed, sitting up in agitation.
That is not advisable, Mississippi. The atmosphere at the Minister of Justice's is perilous, filled with condemned prisoners. You, in your condition, should not risk it. A misstep could have dire consequences. Furthermore, it would require a considerable sum to arrange. Thousands of taels? I shall pay it. If my mother dies in there, I will not even have the chance to see her one last time. My mother is innocent, imprisoned without cause. How could they hold someone of her status in such a place? The servant feigned ignorance of her remarks. I shall assist you in making the necessary arrangements. But you must remain calm. Otherwise, the child you carry will be affected. Your mother's condition is dire, and she lies in a coma, so you must exercise caution. Chenlinga lamented, Mother, why must your fate be so cruel? It is all my fault. Even with the child of the general within me, I cannot save you. I shall spare no effort or expense to see you at the Minister of Justice. As she spoke, Chenlinger fainted. Help! The young lady has collapsed. It seems she is bleeding. Hurry, someone come to assist her. She's fallen to the ground. Chenlinger had dismissed everyone except for a single servant, leaving the room in solitude. The servant, frail and weak, was utterly incapable of lifting the corpulent Chenlinger from the floor, his heart racing in terror. If anything were to happen to Chenlinger, he would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. After all, she was the eldest daughter of a general, a precious gem, and although her mother's status was somewhat humble, the bloodline of the general was illustrious. Should any misfortune befall Chenlinger, his life would be forfeit. The servant shouted endlessly, yet no one came to his aid. His voice grew hoarse. But he dared not leave the room. If he did, Chenlinger would be left unattended. She lay there, blood pooling beneath her. The servant remained paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend the source of the blood. Chenlinger, now too weak to utter more than a whisper, managed to say, Quickly, find a doctor. time is of the essence. But, miss, what affliction has befallen you? No one has harmed you with a blade. How can you bleed so profusely? You fool. This is the blood of my child, who is in peril. Do not delay. Fetch the doctor at once. If you tarry, I will hold you accountable. And not only will you be sold, but your life will also be forfeit in exchange for my child's. With that, Chenlinger succumbed to unconsciousness, completely drained of strength. The servant, still daunted, could not lift her substantial form to the bed. He dashed outside, shouting help. The young lady has fainted. I must find a doctor at the clinic. The household physician has been dismissed by the old general, and the young lady may not survive. There is blood everywhere. The onlookers, particularly the maids, were paralyzed with fear, their mouths trembling and expressions vacant, as if caught in a trance. The servant, witnessing their inaction, scolded, "What are you standing there for? Quickly, bring the young lady to the bed and fetch hot water to clean her up. I will go to the clinic to find a doctor, which will take at least half an hour. If anything happens to the child in her womb, none of us will escape unscathed." Finally, the maids snapped back to reality. Since the servants were unable to enter, the maids ventured in, exchanging glances. A smirk shared among them. It was well known that Chenlinger often berated and punished them, insulting their appearances or falsely accusing them of theft, with punishments ranging from beatings to fasting, and sometimes forcing them to kneel for hours. Especially after Chenlinger's belly had grown larger, her temperament had soured, and she became increasingly cruel. The most loyal maid, fearful of being sold off by Chenlinger, who had lost her parents at a young age, sought to ingratiate herself with her. Possessing a talent for flattery, she was treated with a modicum of kindness by Chenlinger. The other maids exchanged knowing glances and deliberately moved slowly. One remarked that the general was returning and needed dinner prepared in the kitchen, while another claimed that the old general had sent word of urgent business that required a visit to the Duke of State's residence. At last, the remaining maids ambled into Chenlinger's chamber, and upon seeing the blood, they were taken aback. Together, they hoisted Chenlinger onto the bed and fetched clean water. They attempted to remove her clothing, but the blood had soaked through, rendering it nearly impossible to remove. Thus, the maids resorted to cutting her garments with scissors to clean her up. Chenlinger, now unconscious, muttered, "Mother, it is all my fault. You are suffering in the Dali Temple." Despite her wicked heart, Chenlinger had but two people she cared for, her mother, Nangong, and the governor of Nanyang. She was particularly reliant on Nangong, as she needed her to plead her case before her father, the governor, who lavished affection upon Nangong, his concubine. Hence, Chenlinger was dutiful to her mother. Nangong had amassed a considerable amount of jewelry and Chenlinger's business ventures, cunningly acquired from Nangong Leishao, relied on Nangong and the steward of the governor's estate for management. After the maids had tended to Chenlinger, the servant finally brought in the doctor. The physician examined Chenlinger's pulse through the gauzy curtain. "Madame's pulse is quite unstable. The child within her womb is in grave danger. The irregularity indicates the child has been startled. I shall prescribe a few medicinal herbs to brew for her. Remember, she must take these 3 times a day for at least 3 doses before we assess her condition. I shall return tomorrow to check on her progress. Quickly, go find the general." "Why is he not in the estate?" the servant asked one of the maids. "The general has not returned since leaving for court. He may be delayed by business. I shall search for him at the tea house he frequents with his colleagues," the maid replied, rushing out. Upon arriving at the tea house frequented by Nangong Leishao, she found no sign of him. In a state of panic, she encountered one of his colleagues on the street. She quickly saluted, "Sir, do you know where my general is?" The colleague glanced at her, startled by her unsightly appearance, and remarked, "The general's wife and this concubine are both strikingly beautiful. How is it that you, a maid, are so unfortunate in looks? I believe the esteemed Nangong has been taken to a brothel for revelries." Thus, the maid hurried to the brothel mentioned. Upon entering, she was greeted by the overwhelming scent of perfume. Covering her face, she dared not look around. The matron, taken aback by her hideousness, found it curious that she would venture into a brothel. Upon learning she was looking for Nangong Leishao, the matron, with an air of intrigue, pointed towards a room and said, "The esteemed Nangong insisted on watching the ladies perform. After a few drinks, he became quite indiscreet. Given your mistress's condition, it would be inappropriate for him to remain here. I shall speak with him." The matron, having initially received payment from Nangong Leishao, now saw an opportunity to earn from another patron, and thus was eager to facilitate the matter, fearing potential trouble. She approached Nangong Lei Xiao and relayed the situation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Lei Xiao's heart sank. No, Linger cannot come to harm. He pushed away the courtesan in his embrace and departed. The maid was left astounded. Was this truly the general who professed love for his wife? It seemed all men were unreliable. Upon returning to the general's estate, Nangong Lei Xiao was devastated at the sight of Linger. By this time, she had regained consciousness and was imploring him to seek Murong Xue, clearly indicating that this affair was linked to her. When they captured people at the ice platform that night, they did not apprehend Murong Xue or that handsome man. You must plead with Murong Xue on my behalf, for my mother's release. Otherwise, the child in my womb may not survive, she sobbed, her face a picture of despair. Do not worry, Linger. I will go to Murong Xue at once. For the sake of our child, I must implore her, Nangong Lei Xiao declared, striding purposefully towards the exit. Behind him, several maids were gossiping. Do you know where I found the general? You won't believe it, I found him at a brothel. Upon hearing this, Linger felt as though she had been struck by lightning and fainted once more. Murong Xue,
I implorer you, spare Linger.
If you must unleash your wrath, direct it at me, but do not harm my mother. Outside the gate of Murong Xue's residence, Nangong Lei Xiao knelt upright, pleading earnestly. In the presence of a man, the ground beneath his knees is laden with gold. Yet, how could the esteemed General Nangong debase himself so? He had wounded Madame Murong too deeply. What grounds did she have to forgive him? Heat surged to Nangong Lei Xiao's face as mocking gazes were cast upon him. He had always cherished his pride, and this act of kneeling felt like a total surrender of his dignity. In the Nangong general's mansion, Linger seethed with indignation upon hearing that Nangong Lei Xiao had visited a brothel. She attributed all of this turmoil to Murong Xue, blaming her entirely. If it weren't for Murong Xue, the general would not have been so troubled as to seek solace in the arms of courtesans. Linger wondered if Nangong Lei Xiao would dare to plead for Murong Xue's return to the general's residence. She resolved to devise a plan to thwart him. Chapter 70. A servant unworthy of entering the general's mansion. This time, not only had I refrained from imprisoning that wretched woman for her deceit, but I had also confined my mother in the Dali temple. Now, my mother's life hangs in the balance, and the child she carries has been adversely affected. Even the general, in his despair, sought refuge in a brothel. How infuriating. Men are all worthless. I bore his child, yet he frolics freely outside. Linger ground her teeth in rage, reclining on a noblewoman's couch, addressing a servant. The servant was brought from her maternal family, while the ugly maid had been purchased later. Among the maids, none could be trusted. They had all grown into such unsightly creatures, and some even dared to aspire to Nangong Lei Xiao's bed, attempting to elevate their status. Miss, please don't let your anger harm you. The unborn son is of utmost importance. You must endure this grievance for now. Once you give birth to the child, you will hold the reins of power in the general's mansion. At that time, he will heed your words, the servant advised while massaging Linger's legs. Your words bear some weight. Fortunately, I have you to offer counsel. None of those maids are dependable. If absolutely necessary, I shall procure a more appealing woman to serve as a concubine for the general, ensuring he remains at home, content in his heart. I shall claim that she is a distant cousin from my maternal family, Linger applauded. The servant vehemently shook his head. That is out of the question, miss. You have yet to solidify your standing. What if that woman seeks favor and usurps your position? If she bears a son, your standing will diminish further. The general will then shower his affections upon her. Although Murong Xue is no longer a threat, she has been replaced by someone even more formidable. At least Murong Xue held herself in high regard. She would not stoop to our level.
Linger nodded.
You make a valid point. Men are inherently unreliable. If it weren't for my mother's charm, I would have surely been discarded by my father long ago, and I would now be nothing more than a discarded piece of property. Miss, is it truly Murong Xue who owns all the shops in the capital? The servant asked, perplexed. Who knows? Every shop owner in the capital seems to bear the name Murong Xue. This surname belongs to the royal family of Dian. Yet this Murong Xue is an illegitimate child, which is indeed strange. We should send someone to investigate. But who? If I send you, no one will attend to my needs, and I do not trust those maids. Last time, if it weren't for you, my child might have been lost. Should I go personally? None of you possess any capability. Until this matter is clarified, I cannot rest easy. If these shops truly belong to Murong Xue, then what am I even fighting for? She already possesses the entirety of the capital shops. Even if I marry Nangong Leishao as his legitimate wife, how many shops could I claim? 10? 8? Chen Linger mused, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. The servant shuddered at the sight of his mistress's terrifying demeanor. What would the general think if he were to witness such a transformation? Miss, you must exercise caution. I will seek out a few capable servants from the magistrate to protect you. Should anything happen, the responsibility will fall upon us. Miss, prioritize the greater good. The servant implored earnestly. Chen Linger bestowed a reassuring glance upon the servant. I shall proceed with caution. You need not worry. If I end up in the Dali Temple as well, the consequences would be dire.
Who would save my mother then?
Furthermore, why was my mother imprisoned in the Dali Temple without cause? Even the steward was released, yet my mother remains confined. Today, I shall visit her. Prepare the carriage. Assign someone to monitor the general. Keep track of where he goes after court. If he returns to the brothel, inform me immediately. I shall reward you handsomely. Chen Linger's voice bore a hint of restraint. Once I safely give birth to my son, I will ensure that Nangong Leishao repays me tenfold. Her first destination was the Dali Temple, where she had instructed her servant to prepare for her arrival. The jailer, having fulfilled his vengeance and finding Madame May, Chen Linger's mother, unconscious, refrained from further torture, fearing it might lead to death. He sought only to irritate the magistrate, not to incur further legal troubles, so he left Madame May unharmed. However, Madame May's condition was dire. This concubine of the Nanyang magistrate is utterly useless. I merely applied a few tortures using a bag filled with pebbles, and she has become like this. I do not wish to cause a death. After all, I only wish to vex the magistrate, for this woman is his beloved. The jailer remarked to a colleague who was from the same hometown. Thus he felt no fear of exposing his secret. Come, let us drink, and enjoy your favorite pig's ear as a side dish. When Chen Linger arrived at the Dali Temple, Madame May's face was so swollen that her original appearance was unrecognizable. The once vibrant beauty had vanished, and her alluring eyes were now red and puffy, yet her body bore no marks of injury. This state of your mother has nothing to do with me. She bears no wounds. Her face and eyes are swollen from crying. Upon her arrival, she wept incessantly, and I could not restrain her, the jailer stated helplessly. Chen Linger's eyes glimmered with hatred. You may say whatever you wish now. Do you dare claim that my mother's condition is unrelated to you? My father is the Nanyang magistrate. Chen Linger glared fiercely at the jailer. And so what? As a jailer of the Dali Temple, I treat every prisoner equally. This is a penal institution. Those incarcerated here were once either wealthy or noble. You must understand, allowing you to visit a prisoner is already a great exception. The jailer replied nonchalantly before swaggering away. Chen Linger's face turned pale with anger. As a mere woman without an official title, the jailer's status, although lowly, still surpassed hers as a mere illegitimate child who could not even enter the family tree. Mother, how did you come to this state? It is all Linger's fault. I should not have allowed you to go to Murong Xue. But is she truly that formidable?
Chen Linger gently shook Madame May.
Madame May slowly opened her eyes, struggling against the swelling. Is it you, Linger? Seeing you brings me some comfort. Do not worry about me, I will not die. They do not dare to kill me. Tears streamed down Chen Linger's face as she comforted her. Mother, do not fret. Linger will soon arrange for your release. Due to Madame May's frail state and the oppressive atmosphere of the prison, Chen Linger left shortly thereafter. Upon exiting the Dali Temple, she strolled slowly through the shops of the capital. Arriving at a cosmetic shop, she entered, where a handsome and clever attendant busily attended to customers. Upon seeing her, he greeted her warmly. Madam, how may I assist you? Now that you are with child, you must require natural cosmetics. And I have the finest selection at very reasonable prices. Please do come in. Who is the owner of the shop?
Chen Linger inquired directly.
I'm afraid I do not know the details. The owner's name seems to include Xue. All the shops in this area are owned by someone associated with that name, the attendant replied. Isn't it Murong Xue, the former wife of General Nangong?
Chen Linger inquired eagerly.
The young one truly does not know and has never seen Madame Murong visit the shop. In Murong Xue's courtyard, as she strolled through the streets, she overheard discussions about her name. She understood that this Murong Xue could not possibly be her. They merely shared the same name. Chen Linger purchased some powder at the rouge shop, which indeed proved effective, smooth, and devoid of a heavy fragrance, posing no risk to her unborn child. This ruse shop is quite impressive. The quality of the items is evidently superior. Furthermore, the prices are reasonable. She spent not even a couple of taels for her purchases. Previously, at other ruse shops, she would spend at least 2 taels for just a tiny amount. Although she did not inquire about the shopkeeper's identity, she successfully acquired her desired items. After exiting, Chenlinger continued along the row of shops and entered a silk store. Remarkably, this shop offered exquisite shoe brocade and yun brocade, luxurious fabrics typically found only within the imperial palace, highly coveted by many young women. Chenlinger greatly admired these brocades and could even have them tailored here. After taking her measurements, she could have garments made. These shops are indeed splendid. Despite their unassuming storefronts and modest interiors, they are clean, and their merchandise is of exceptional quality, rivaling that of the palace. Moreover, the clerks are quite astute. These young attendants are sweet-tongued and nimble, delighting both young ladies and matrons alike. Unlike the clerks in her own store, these attendants are remarkably clever. The proprietor of this shop possesses astute judgment, ensuring that only top-notch goods are stocked. As Chenlinger approached her own store, she recalled how these shops had been acquired through schemes orchestrated by Nangong Lei Xiao. After Murong Xue departed, she transformed Murong Xue's thriving business into a loss and persuaded her family to purchase these shops at a low price. Previously, these establishments dealt in tea and ceramics, both of which were exceedingly popular and sold well. Just a few days after acquiring them, they were bought at a low price by a mysterious merchant who claimed that if they were not sold, the shops could not continue operating on the street. It is uncertain what formidable background this enigmatic merchant possesses, yet the stores bore the same name as Murong Xue. Chenlinger felt a pang of jealousy, partly due to her recent dietary choices aimed at conceiving a son. If she bore a daughter, her status would certainly not rise. In ancient times, status was closely tied to having sons. The principle that a mother is esteemed by her sons is rooted in this belief. Madam, you have come to the pawnshop to pawn something, I presume? We accept all manner of items, gold and silver jewelry, fine silks, and rare treasures. You can also purchase these items here. Those unable to redeem their possessions leave them on consignment with us, whether due to gambling losses, financial distress, or business failures. There is no shortage of such circumstances. Upon entering, Chenlinger was greeted with an enthusiastic barrage from the clerk. I am not here to pawn anything. I merely came to browse. Do I appear to be in need of such services? My family is affluent and lacks for nothing, Chenlinger replied haughtily. Then please feel free to browse, and should you require anything, do let me know. We have only the finest goods, the clerk continued, remaining cordial despite Chenlinger's lack of purchases. What is the name of your shop owner? I wish to discuss matters of collaboration, Chenlinger inquired. I truly do not know. I only know our manager's surname is Wang. My position is humble, and I cannot know the owner's name. If you wish to speak with the proprietor, I can fetch the manager.
Wait.
No need for that. I shall return another day. Chenlinger waved her hand, noting the clerk's tight-lipped demeanor. After exiting the pawnshop, she couldn't help but marvel at how well these shops were managed. The profits must be substantial. The clerks' attitudes are warm and attentive, and their business practices are flexible and diverse. The proprietor of the shop is undoubtedly a figure of great mystery and power. Regardless of whether the owner is indeed Murong Xue, Chenlinger resolved to teach Murong Xue a lesson. She need not act directly. She could simply employ another's hand to strike, lest others trace the matter back to her. She, too, is acquainted with the Dali Temple. Would she not be shooting herself in the foot? That day, Nangong Lei Xiao knelt outside Murong Xue's courtyard, pleading for her to spare Chenlinger's mother. However, after much supplication, Murong Xue ignored him, the silence of the courtyard so profound that a pin drop could be heard, drowning out the jeers from outside. The image-conscious Nangong Lei Xiao nearly choked on his own blood. Eventually, he found an excuse to rise and returned to the general's residence. He intended to confront Murong Xue to avenge the humiliation she had inflicted upon him. Peering through the entrance of Murong Xue's courtyard, he cautiously pushed the door open a crack, only to be struck on the head by a large object. Murong Xue, you are truly malevolent. You anticipated my visit and set a trap at the door. Had I not trained in martial arts for so long, I would have surely been crushed. He roared in fury. Do you not find your reasoning amusing? If I had set a trap at the door, what would I do when I exit? Would I not also be crushed? Perhaps it was your dear Linger who set the trap, Murong Xue retorted. Nangong Lei Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, her argument held merit. If it were indeed Murong Xue's trap, she would be the first to suffer the consequences. Thus, it could not be a trap set by her. Clumsily, Nangong Lei Xiao picked himself up from the ground, limping away. Upon returning to the general's residence, he found the Duchess of the State waiting for him. Upon seeing her son in such a state, she embraced Nangong Lei Xiao, weeping, "My son, how have you come to this? Who has done this to you?" He recounted his ordeal in detail. "Mother, this time it is not Murong Xue's doing. I do not know which heinous scoundrel has caused this misfortune. I curse him to have no heirs and to suffer a lifetime of poverty." Beside them, Chunlinger's eyes flickered with anxiety, and her distressed demeanor did not escape the old lady's notice. "Was it you? Your intent was to harm Murong Xue. Yet it is my son who has suffered. You wicked woman! How dare you allow my son to endure such pain?" With that, the old lady seized Chunlinger and dragged her toward the exit. Being the wife of an old general, her strength was considerable. Having trained in some techniques alongside her husband, she was robust and vigorous. Chunlinger was pulled toward the door. In the urgency of the moment, Nangong Lei Xiao did not react in time. Furthermore, he dared not intervene, as it was his own mother. To do so would be to act against filial piety, tarnishing his reputation. In ancient times, one's parents were akin to heaven, and Confucianism revered filial duty, holding loyalty and filial piety as the fundamental virtues of humanity. Previously, Dyer had claimed that she was unworthy of entering the Nangong family, and though he had been skeptical, he now believed it. With such a character, how could she be worthy of entering the Nangong family? The child born of her would surely inherit her wretchedness. As the Duchess of the State spoke, she relentlessly slapped Chunlinger across the face. Chunlinger knelt there, motionless, too fearful to move. Should she cause the old lady to fall, it would be a grave offense. Indeed, the mischief was hers, but she could not admit it now. Thus, she remained silent. The old lady's face flushed red with rage. Indifferent to whether Chunlinger carried a child, "You have sullied the reputation of the Nangong family. The Nangong family has long been esteemed for their noble lineage. Marrying Xiao may tarnish the purity of the Nangong bloodline.